Razanandi, brother. As Wang Ming's consciousness gradually revived, a chorus of anxious voices incessantly echoed in his ears. It felt as though someone was shaking him violently. He endured the agony in his mind, akin to boiling water, and struggled to open his eyes. A tuft of pink fluff came into view, a child, no older than 7 or 8, squatting beside him with a worried expression. How peculiar the pink hair is, Wang Ming thought to himself, bewildered. A surge of excruciating pain crashed over him like a landslide, his brain feeling as though it was being violently stirred by molten iron, fragments of shattered memories surfacing in his mind. Yet he had no time to examine them. His body convulsed in pain, and he desperately sought to struggle, but found himself utterly powerless. No matter how the voice called out, Wang Ming could not respond. Had he been fully conscious, he would have noticed the child's expression growing increasingly strange. Regardless, you will suffer and die if captured, so why not end it swiftly? You can help your brother one last time you consent, don't you? If you remain silent, he'll assume you agree, the boy murmured, his words chilling Wang Ming to the core. Just as Wang Ming broke free from the sensation of pain and regained consciousness, memories flooded back. Razanandi, celestial dragons. Is this the world of pirates? Silently contemplating the memories in his mind, he lamented inwardly. Had he truly crossed over? Was it so severe just for mere nap at work? But a sudden sensation of weightlessness abruptly interrupted his internal monologue. Forcing his eyes open, he met the cold gaze of his original self's brother. "Forgive me, Razanandi," the boy whispered an apology, pushing with all his might, causing Smoker to feel as if he were plummeting from a great height. Finally, as his head struck the ground, he beheld the scene below. It was a cliff. If nothing intervened, he would crash upon the enormous reef battered by the waves. What? Wang Ming finally registered the situation, horror gripping him nevertheless. It proved futile, for he could only imagine his body splattering against the rocks, reduced to a pitiful pulp. They say falling from height leads to a quick death. Devoid of pain, I wonder if that's true. A fleeting thought crossed Wang Ming's mind. Ding! Time seemed to freeze in that instant, his body suspended as it fell toward the rocks. Fear of player death detected, conditions met. Welcome to the terrifying world. Living may be the greatest despair. Immerse yourself in joy. Start end. Please choose. Wang Ming gazed at the text, speechless. Choose what? Did he even have a choice? Why hadn't this happened sooner? What is this? A game. Yet the atmosphere felt distinctly off. Why was his journey through this world so abnormal? Wang Ming, resigned, thought, since there's no choice, let begin. As if reading his mind, the word start began to glow a crimson hue, intensifying until it appeared as though blood would soon spill forth. Wang Ming raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Quite intelligent, is it? A bizarre aesthetic, indeed. The text began to fade, leaving only an endless darkness. Yet, Wang Ming sensed a deeper shade of black where the text had once been, as if an unknown demon was inching closer to him. An instinctual unease surged within him. Yet soon, the darkness enveloped him, plunging his consciousness into chaos. Time passed, though he could not gauge its length, and Wang Ming found himself standing at the entrance of a restaurant, observing his surroundings. The ambience exuded a modern urban style, situated on a street where he now stood as an adult, at least 6 feet tall. As for his appearance, it mattered not. Night had fallen, the darkness thick like ink, with the streetlights illuminating faint silhouettes in the distance. However, he dared not tempt fate, for the world around him bore an ominous aura. Curiosity could lead to dire consequences. Once more, blood-red text materialized in the void. Welcome to the terrifying world. Your name is Wang Ming, a rural dweller, employed as a waiter at Qinglai restaurant through a relative's introduction. Today marks your first day of work. Please take it seriously, with the caveat of surviving. Task requirement: survive until dawn. Failure penalty: no penalty, you are already dead. Friendly reminder: why? You all heard it. Why not come up? The text swiftly vanished again. What was the reward? Merely surviving. Wang Ming scoffed. How grim. Looking up, he indeed spotted the sign for Qinglai restaurant. The red neon lights made each letter glow with an almost blinding radiance. Was this color meant to scare away customers? Wang Ming found it absurd. Pushing open the glass door, he immediately noticed a busy figure within. A girl, no older than 20, tall and slender with fair skin, a prominent nose, and delicate features quite beautiful. She wielded a mop, diligently cleaning the floor with deft movements. As she bent over, her perfectly shaped rear became apparent, and even in her worn, old-fashioned apron, her slim figure was undeniable. A fiery gaze fixated upon her, yet she seemed utterly oblivious, immersed in her tasks. Not far from the entrance stood a vintage cash register. A man with silver-rimmed glasses rested his chin in his hand, the source of the heated gaze. His expression focusetta did not react even as Wang Ming approached. He appeared to be in his 30s, dressed in a white shirt, exuding an air of refined disarray. Ahem! Wang Ming cleared his throat, attempting to catch the man's attention, yet he seemed unresponsive. Just as Wang Ming was about to speak again, the man suddenly turned his head 180 degrees, his eyes locking onto Wang Ming's own. His eyes were devoid of pupils, pure white, without a trace of black. Hiss! Wang Ming inhaled sharply, hastily lowering his gaze. A strong sense of foreboding urged him not to maintain eye contact. It could lead to death. Wang Ming forced a smile. In the new waiter, introduced by Uncle Wang. "Follow me." The man's lips parted, producing a stilted, awkward voice. A foul stench wafted past, causing Wang Ming's heart to seize. He recognized that scent. It was the odor of burning corpses. In his previous life, he had burned bodies out of necessity in a funeral home. Such a distinct smell would forever haunt him. The restaurant boasted 3 floors. The ground floor as a public area, while the second and third floors housed private rooms. "You're responsible for the first and second floors. No going up to the third floor, understood?" The man remained turned away from Wang Ming, yet he felt as though he were being scrutinized. "Understood," Wang Ming quickly replied. The man's movements were slow, his limbs seemingly uncoordinated. Each action was tentative, as if he treated his new designer clothes with utmost care, fearful of soiling or tearing them. A terrifying suspicion began to form in Wang Ming's mind. "By the way, may I ask how to address you, big brother?" Wang Ming inquired politely. The man halted, turning his head halfway to regard Wang Ming. Must he speak this way? Wang Ming silently lamented how exhausting. "Su Qinglai, this restaurant is mine, my word is law." As he concluded, he seemed to wish to smile, yet his jaw betrayed him, falling slack. Indeed, in the literal sense of falling, Wang Ming calmly picked it up and placed it back onto the man's hollow mouth. With poor health, one should refrain from excessive laughter and tears. Be more cautious next time. Individuals like me, who are genuinely good-hearted, are rather scarce, Wang Ming advised with a smile. Chapter 2. Hell's Kitchen. Su Qinglai paused for a moment, stammering a thank you, before turning and walking towards the kitchen. At that instant, Wang Ming noticed a sudden shift in his expression, a deepening unease. Something was off, not with his skin, but rather with his attire. Why? A plastic curtain materialized before him, its once transparent surface now coated in grease, remnants of a brownish substance lingering in the corners that had been neglected. This was indeed the kitchen. Su Qinglai lifted the curtain and stepped inside. Strangely, instead of the expected stifling heat, a chill swept over him. What was meant to arrive inevitably did. Wang Ming sighed and followed suit. To his surprise, the kitchen was remarkably clean, devoid of any gruesome sights, which eased Wang Ming's tension. Perhaps the supernatural beings were still within the bounds of order. Indeed, they were supernatural beings. Wang Ming's conviction that this was a game of eerie existence grew stronger. Yet, rather than despair, he felt a resolute acceptance, as if embracing the inevitable. Inside, there were only 2 individuals occupied with their tasks, a tall young man in his 20s and a short, rotund figure, resembling a plump meatball rolling about. The latter was Chef Li Dashan, while the former was the assistant Su Ruan. The man pointed out their identities, but as he casually mentioned Su Ruan's name, the 3 of them trembled involuntarily. Was it fear? Wang Ming narrowed his eyes. Li Dashan was the stout man, while Su Ruan was naturally the tall young man. "You'll liaise with Su Ruan. You can consult him about the dishes," Su Qinglai instructed, gradually departing. "Take care." Wang Ming watched him retreat, unaware of the 4 crimson eyes behind him, greedily fixated on his back, saliva dripping and echoing softly. Wang Ming turned back. The 2 remained engrossed in their tasks, showing no signs of abnormality. Truly, Wang Ming scoffed, casting another glance at the immense iron cabinet behind him, its dishes polished to a gleaming white, reflecting even his visage. If they felt the need to conceal their avarice, it suggested they lacked the power to truly harm him. Such a notion. Wang Ming seemed to grasp something vital, a peculiar smile curving his lips. He was beginning to understand the rules of survival. Wang Ming approached Su Ruan, casually seizing a bone cleaver from a nearby table, concealing it behind his back. "Hello, I'm Wang Ming. I look forward to your guidance." He smiled at the seemingly frail and scholarly young man before him. With his hands submerged in the dishwater, Su Ruan diligently scrubbed each plate, his focus unwavering. Ignoring Wang Ming's greeting, "It appears there's still much to do. Do you need assistance?" "Don't mind me. I absolutely adore helping others," Wang Ming said with a bashful demeanor. At last, Su Ruan lifted his gaze from the sudsy water, glancing at the grinning Wang Ming. A flicker of inexplicable excitement and anticipation flashing in his eyes. "All right, thank you," he replied, chuckling softly. Something's amiss." Wang Ming keenly sensed the change in Su Ruan's expression. What was wrong? He replayed the scene in his mind. It seemed that aside from his attentiveness, there was nothing unusual. Wait, attentiveness? While generally a commendable trait, it seemed Su Ruan was washing far too slowly, as if he feared something. What could it be? Eliminating the least likely explanations. The truth became evident. The dishes were not to be damaged. They were the owner's private property and would incur severe consequences if broken. What was Su Ruan anticipating? Naturally, it was Wang Ming's blunder. Shattering a dish would invoke an unknown punishment, perhaps even a fate beneficial to Su Ruan, such as being consumed. Wang Ming took a deep breath, swiftly snatching an apron from beside him and deftly tying it around Su Ruan's back. "See? Now you need to worry about getting suds on yourself." Su Ruan was momentarily taken aback by Wang Ming's abrupt action, contemplating for a moment before asking, "Can you wash the dishes now?" Clearly, he had not abandoned his intention of getting Wang Ming to do the chores. "You want me to wash dishes with you, don't you?" Wang Ming realized with clarity. Su Ruan nodded mechanically. "You should have said so. I can't wash dishes. My mother says I'm allergic to water." Wang Ming feigned regret. "Allergic to water?" Su Ruan was astonished by Wang Ming's explanation. "Are you joking? Why don't you believe me? You seem a bit skeptical." Wang Ming teased. "I believe." Su Ruan looked down at the bone cleaver suspended around his neck, appearing utterly sincere. Gazing at the clock on the wall, it was nearly 5 o'clock, indicating the impending busy period. For Wang Ming, this would mark the most perilous moment of his first encounter with customers. No one knew what they might be. "Hey, good buddy." Wang Ming cheerfully placed his hand on Su Ruan's shoulder, only to discover Su Ruan's body trembling uncontrollably at his touch. Wang Ming fell into contemplation, silently withdrawing his hand and creating distance. "What are you planning to do?" Su Ruan seemed to exhale in relief, his tone tinged with resignation. "You know I'm new here. As a good friend, aren't you going to share some insights with me?" Wang Ming radiated warmth and optimism. "As a server, you might fare better consulting Zhao Xiaoya in the dining area. She's a server like you. Her? That might not be ideal. I tend to be shy. I get nervous and can't speak around girls. How about you accompany me, Sugo?" Su Ruan's body quivered again, falling silent, wanting to lower his head, but finding it impossible with the bone cleaver still in hand. "Just be punctual with the dishes and avoid provoking customers," Su Ruan finally said after a few moments of silence. He evidently had no desire to approach Zhao Xiaoya. What had that pretty, delicate girl done? Bang! Wang Ming abruptly turned, slicing the cutting board behind him with his cleaver, the blade vibrating with a sharp sound. A diminutive figure stood frozen in place, trembling and speechless. It was a near miss. The blade's edge was less than a centimeter from his nose. "Oh, it's Master Dashin. My sincerest apologies. I have this unfortunate habit of being startled when someone appears suddenly behind me. Otherwise, it triggers a strong reflex, like this." Wang Ming continued, brandishing the cleaver near Dashin's face. Catching a glimpse of the tiled floor's reflection, a chill ran through Wang Ming. He swiftly retreated to the doorway. Facing both men, it was indeed perilous. "Forget it. It's time to check on that girl." Wang Ming turned resolutely and strode outside. The only normal person remained as before: the busy, vibrant figure and the peeping voyeur. The dining area's lighting was starkly different from the dim surroundings, glaringly bright. Rows of white tube lights illuminated every corner clearly. Contemplating the blinding lights, Wang Ming observed Zhao Xiaoya, who continued mopping the floor. Yet, he found it peculiar. He had been in this establishment for no less than half an hour, and she remained in the same spot, unchanged, despite the floor being already spotless. Wang Ming approached slowly. "Hello? Mississippi Zhao Xiaoya's actions halted abruptly. She took a small step back, slightly flustered. Who are you? Wang Ming donned a smile he believed to be exceptionally infectious. My name is Wang Ming, and I am the new waiter, although I am yet uncertain of my duties. He chuckled. Just a waiter? Zhao Xiaoya suddenly appeared lost in thought, then regarded him with a sympathetic expression. You should be cautious. Wang Ming felt perplexed, questioning. Is it dangerous just to be a waiter? The patrons here, their tempers are rather volatile. Just be careful. The girl glanced around, seemingly reluctant to elaborate further, before passing by Wang Ming with a bucket in hand, heading towards the second floor. Thank you. Wang Ming felt a stir of curiosity, but was abruptly chilled. As if he were being watched, an icy, resentful gaze. Who could it be? He turned but saw nothing. His eyes shifted to the cashier's counter, where the owner, Su Qing, remained fixated on Zhao Xiaoya. Is it him? Wang Ming pondered. It appeared that this girl was the only semblance of normalcy in the establishment. He felt he had stumbled upon more valuable information and smiled faintly. Before long, a figure interrupted his thoughts. Customers were arriving. A girl, seemingly 17 or 18, dressed in a white t-shirt and blue jeans, entered and sat down in a daze, appearing somewhat adorably clueless. Aside from her almost translucent skin, everything else seemed quite ordinary to Wang Ming. Hello, what would you like to eat? He approached with a menu, only to realize her eyes were tightly shut. The sockets hollow, she appeared to lack eyeballs. Her chest rose and fell rhythmically, like waves, and from it emerged the head of a white serpent. Its gem-like eyes gazing at him with an otherworldly glow. Merely locking eyes with her sent Wang Ming into a trance, and he bit his tongue to regain focus, quickly averting his gaze. It seemed that making eye contact with such creatures could lead to complications. He needed to tread carefully. Internally alert, he maintained an expression of calm. The white serpent wore a humanoid smile. How intriguing. I would like a serving of gazing at the stars and 4 pan-fried buns of the heart. Wang Ming should have anticipated that in such an establishment, a cannibalistic theme would not be surprising, and he wondered what on earth gazing at the stars entailed. Please hold on. Wang Ming retrieved paper and pen from his pocket to jot down the order, creating 2 copies, one for himself and one for the kitchen. This was to prevent the 2 kitchen staff from deceiving him. Upon entering the kitchen, he delivered the note to the plump chef and leaned against the doorway, quietly waiting. This way, he could observe incoming patrons while remaining ready to serve. As mealtime approached, customers began trickling in. Wang Ming's eyes were opened to a bizarre array of clientele, some with just one enormous eye, others with bulging bellies akin to pregnancy, mouths as small as infants, and even patrons covered in crimson hair with sharp fangs. There were also those who appeared relatively normal, such as a stunning woman in a red cheapao and a cute girl dressed in Lolita fashion. JK uncle. Well, the last one didn't count. Wang Ming averted his gaze in distress, as the sight of the coarse leg hair protruding from the black stockings was too jarring. Most patrons ascended to the second floor, leaving Wang Ming alone to oversee the lobby, thwarting his intentions to blend in. Suddenly, the service bell rang, and he retrieved the order. Even though he had prepared himself, the sight of gazing at the stars still startled him. A red, unidentifiable broth exuded a potent, metallic scent, with dozens of eyes floating within, their expressions mournful. As if still alive, human eyes. Wang Ming inhaled deeply, suppressing his nausea, and presented the dish to the white serpent girl. Please enjoy. The serpent seemed impatient, gracefully diving into the dish, her expression one of utter delight. Why did he continue to look? Wang Ming silently regretted his curiosity and promptly turned away. Wang Ming. Su Ruan suddenly called out. Is there a problem? He hurried inside. Table 6 needs a heart. We only have 3 left. Otherwise, you might need to communicate with the customers. Su Ruan gazed at him earnestly. Just one short? Wang Ming murmured, and then, in a flash, he found himself gripping a bone knife, plunging it into Su Ruan's chest. Su Ruan, clearly taken aback, wore an expression of disbelief. See, this is sufficient. Wang Ming extracted a heart and placed it on a plate. Exactly 4, neither more nor less. Wang Ming turned and departed, ignoring the astonished Li Dashan and the fallen Su Ruan. How could he just die like that? They must have wondered, but this validated one of Wang Ming's hypotheses. He had satisfied the customer's request while simultaneously confirming his suspicions, a double triumph. Please enjoy. Wang Ming set the dish down, showcasing his signature smile. Noticing the still beating heart, the white serpent glanced at it and pointed to Su Ruan's heart. Why does this one look different? It was freshly killed. We prioritize freshness. Would you like me to cut it for you? Wang Ming, observing the petite serpent's form, produced a bone knife from seemingly nowhere, grinning at her. No need. The serpent replied awkwardly, her gaze retreating, her body slowly withdrawing into the girl. Not even a thank you, how rude. Wang Ming lamented internally. Customers continued to flow in waves. And Wang Ming, armed with his bone knife, welcomed and bid farewell to them all, garnering unanimous praise for his diligent efforts. Before he knew it, night had fallen, and all patrons had departed, leaving only the white serpent and the girl. Is there anything else I can assist you with? Wang Ming asked, surveying the messy table before the serpent with a smile. The white serpent flicked her forked tongue and scanned the surroundings, seemingly committing the scene to memory before quietly retreating back into the girl. The girl stood and walked toward the exit. As she passed the cashier's counter, she nonchalantly shed 2 pristine scales, which sparkled with an ethereal glow. Such a gesture was undeniably captivating. Wang Ming watched her retreating figure with envy, admiring her aristocratic air. Little did he know, as the white serpent girl paused just outside the restaurant, she gazed back at the establishment with an intrigued expression. This world truly is fascinating. Chapter 4. Midnight Fright. After seeing off the last patron, Wang Ming's duties were far from over. Fortunately, Zhao Xiaoya's workload was lighter than his, and she came down to assist him shortly after he began tidying up. She was considerably faster and more adept at the task. As Wang Ming worked, he engaged Zhao Xiaoya in conversation, and with his deliberate attempts to ingratiate himself, her demeanor softened, and she became more talkative. Wang Ming gleaned some valuable insights. He learned of a timid and meek proprietress who preferred solitude and was rarely seen. The owner and his wife were perpetually embroiled in disputes, with the 3rd floor serving as their living quarters. The cook, Deshan, was known for his penchant for petty gains and his timidity, but he enjoyed a close rapport with the owner. Su Ran was a distant relative of the proprietress, and they shared a close bond. Zhao Xiaoya, like Wang Ming, hailed from the countryside, which fostered a connection between them. She had been raised by her sole surviving grandmother, whose health was failing, and she yearned to earn enough money to bring her grandmother to the city for medical treatment. The vivacious Zhao Xiaoya enthusiastically shared her aspirations with Wang Ming, her eyes brimming with anticipation. Gazing at this optimistic and driven young woman, Wang Ming couldn't help but lament that, under different circumstances, she would have undoubtedly achieved a fulfilling and inspiring life. Alas, their work was finally completed. Su Ran and Lu Deshan had already departed from the kitchen. Allow me to escort you to your quarters. Arrangements have already been made, Zhao Xiaoya offered. Excellent. Thank you, Wang Ming responded with feigned delight. A large black bag inexplicably in his grasp, its contents bulging and indistinct. What's that? Zhao Xiaoya inquired with a suspicious glance at the bag. Personal effects. Wang Ming replied with a smile. Zhao Xiaoya said, her suspicions allayed, as she turned and led Wang Ming toward the 2nd floor. They traversed several obscure corners before reaching the staircase leading to the 2nd story. Whether due to a malfunctioning bulb or simply being unlit, the stairwell was shrouded in darkness, resembling a gaping maw, beckoning prey to their doom. A beam of light suddenly pierced the darkness, illuminating the path to the 2nd floor. Zhao Xiaoya, who was ahead, turned back. I suffer from night blindness. Having a flashlight wouldn't be excessive, would it? Wang Ming asked sheepishly. He had procured it from the kitchen. Zhao Xiaoya nodded in assent and ascended the stairs, Wang Ming trailing close behind. They finally reached the 2nd floor, with another set of steps leading to the 3rd. Perhaps due to his haste, Wang Ming stumbled as he stepped onto the final stair, nearly falling. Fortunately, he regained his balance, but with a clatter. A boning knife slipped from his grasp, striking the tiled floor with a distinct sound. So, you've discovered it. It was a gift from my mother, who told me to look at it whenever I missed her. Your mother is doing well, Zhao Xiaoya stammered, a twitch in her lips. What an odd individual. The 2nd floor was predominantly occupied by private dining rooms, arranged in a rectangular pattern. His room was a partitioned space beneath the 3rd floor staircase. Upon opening the door, the room's spaciousness was surprisingly generous. Although furnished only with a bed, a blanket, and a simple stainless steel clothes rack, Wang Ming was unperturbed. All right, get some rest. Good night, Zhao Xiaoya said, her voice tinged with fatigue. Good night. And thank you for your hard work, Wang Ming responded, watching her depart before closing the door. The lighting was adequate, and there were few places to conceal oneself in the room, save for under the bed. There was no other way out except through the door. Opening the black bag, 2 small, 5-kilogram propane tanks came into view. He had found them in the kitchen, along with a flamethrower used for grilling, 3 jugs of cooking oil, a canister of gas, a small bag of flour, and a frying pan. How he had managed to carry it all up was a mystery, but it had taken considerable effort. He poured 2 jugs of oil at the entrance, allowing it to spread evenly across the area. He then opened one of the propane tanks, its nozzle connected to a blocked plastic tube, concealed by a cloth in an inconspicuous corner. He disabled the lock from the inside and sealed all the gaps with bedsheets. With the exterior secured, making entry difficult, the next step was simple. Wang Ming grabbed the blanket, doused it with the remaining oil, and tossed it around to ensure complete saturation. Clutching the boning knife, his eyes gleamed with a manic intensity. Leaning against the wall, Wang Ming remained standing despite his exhaustion. The oil-soaked blanket lay discarded at his feet, and a flashlight was held in his other hand. His gaze fixed on the empty bed. The game's objective was to survive until dawn, and he knew it wouldn't be that simple. Wang Ming remained motionless, time seemingly frozen, and the room fell into an eerie silence. After an indeterminate amount of time, the light bulb flickered erratically, as if on its last legs. Wang Ming smirked, activated the flashlight, and clamped it between his teeth, ensuring his hands were free. The light flickered a few more times before finally dying, but the flashlight's beam provided ample illumination. The light was directed at the space beneath the bed, a sardonic grin playing on Wang Ming's lips. Such cliché after all these years. It's truly uninspired, utterly disappointing. Silence, tedium, yet Wang Ming remained impassive, like an emotionless automaton, his eyes still bright. His pupils darting about, seemingly impervious to fatigue. Time ticked by, and the flashlight's beam began to wane, indicating that its power was fading. Click. A peculiar sound emanated from beneath the bed, as if something had brushed against the bed frame. Wang Ming reached into his pocket and retrieved another flashlight, discarding the depleted one under the bed and clamping the new one between his teeth. The fun is about to begin, Wang Ming murmured, narrowing his eyes to alleviate their dryness. There was something under the bed. Initially, he wasn't certain, but as time wore on, he became increasingly convinced. It was too quiet. How could a restaurant be devoid of rodents? The creature beneath the bed finally revealed itself, a woman with long hair obscuring her face and clad in a white dress. Her limbs contorted and elongated, resembling the appendages of a spider. Of course, long flowing hair and a white dress don't always signify a fairy. It could very well be a female ghoul. Wang Ming lamented, another shattered illusion. Perhaps due to the light, the woman's movements were sluggish, allowing Wang Ming time to react. In a flash, as the woman emerged, Wang Ming lunged forward, wielding the frying pan and delivering a resounding blow. He kicked the oil-soaked blanket under the bed, grabbed the flamethrower, ignited it, and unleashed a torrent of flames. The flames quickly engulfed the entire bed, including the space beneath it. The woman emitted a piercing scream, and Wang Ming breathed a sigh of relief, as his attack had proven effective. Wang Ming covered his mouth and nose with a towel, clutching the frying pan, and crouched down. Each time the woman attempted to crawl out, he enthusiastically sent her back into the inferno. After approximately half an hour, silence finally descended. Yet, he remained vigilant, awaiting the complete consumption of the flames. A little patience never hurts. Haste makes waste. After an extended period, the flames subsided, leaving only a pile of ashes where the bed once stood. It appeared to be truly gone. Wang Ming finally relaxed. Squinting, he leaned against the wall and settled down for a brief respite, still oblivious to what was to unfold next. After a moment of silence, the sound of knocking echoed, interrupting Wang Ming's brief slumber. Who could it be this time? A cold glimmer flashed in his eyes. Wang Ming, it's me, Xiaoya. What has happened? Zhao Xiaoya's voice resonated from outside the door. Xiaoya? Such a familiar tone seemed uncharacteristic of her. A look of disdain crossed Wang Ming's face. Chapter 5. Life and Death Indifference. Knock. Knock. Wang Ming, open the door. I'm scared. Zhao Xiaoya's voice, accompanied by urgent knocking, resonated once more. The rapidity of the knocks suggested she was genuinely frightened. Wang Ming exhaled softly, his mind racing as he contemplated his potential escape. The layout outside the door was his only means of survival, yet he could not utilize it until he discovered a new path. Time was fleeting, and the information at his disposal was scant. He pondered the individuals he had encountered until dawn. The mountains, the boss's wife, Lu Ran. He felt close to weaving these threads into a coherent narrative, yet something was still missing. A line, a connecting thread that linked all of them together. Where could it be? Wang Ming glanced up, realizing the third floor was the only uncharted territory. Should he venture there? Perhaps remaining hidden was safer. Yet, An instinct gnawed at him. Staying put would surely lead to his demise. Life or death, who would not care? Damn it, if only he had a cigarette. A look of melancholy crossed Wang Ming's face, but his gaze gradually hardened with resolve. It was time. Wang Ming gripped the bone knife tightly, his sole source of reassurance. He stealthily maneuvered to the door, positioning himself in a blind spot created by the wall, ensuring he remained unseen. As the obstructing sheets had vanished, wrapping the knife's reflective edge in cloth, he directed his flashlight beam toward the mottled ceiling, the light beneath him dimming as he cautiously extended the wrapped blade. Suddenly, a sharp iron object pierced through, colliding with the bone knife and jarring Wang Ming's hand painfully, nearly causing him to lose grip. How treacherous! Were the spirits of the present day devoid of honor? Wang Ming seethed inwardly, cursing his luck. Had he not been cautious, he might have perished. So this is how it is. No one shall live. From the side, Wang Ming retrieved a flamethrower, awaiting the opportune moment. After a moment of silence, movement stirred outside, accompanied by a rustling sound. A paper-like visage gradually slipped through the door's crack. Wang Ming could distinctly discern its features. It was the face of boss Su Qinglai. Crouching low, Wang Ming greeted with a smile. "Hello, brother." Igniting the flamethrower, he adjusted it to its highest temperature, directing the crimson tongues of flame toward the paper figure's face. The oil-soaked surface ignited instantly, engulfing it along with the ground outside. The flames roared, and Su Qinglai recoiled like a startled rabbit, allowing Wang Ming to breathe a sigh of relief, saving him the effort of a counterattack. "That should suffice," Wang Ming murmured, calculating the passage of time. Boom! A tremendous explosion erupted, the door flying open with a forceful gust. Wang Ming's ears rang, and his mind went blank. Enduring the pain, he struggled to rise, shaking his head vigorously as a searing ache coursed through him. The overwhelming agony jolted him back to lucidity. The flames outside diminished considerably after the explosion, but it was only a temporary reprieve. Debris was scattered everywhere, and if he did not flee quickly, he would soon be consumed by a greater inferno. Boss Su Qinglai had vanished without a trace. Time was of the essence. Such a commotion might attract other monsters. Covering his mouth and nose, Wang Ming steeled himself and dashed out like lightning. The third-floor staircase was nearby. In merely 2 breaths, he reached the corner leading to the stairs. The staircase lights remained unlit, casting a dark void above. Ascending would be fatal. His instincts screamed warnings. Fatal? When did human intuition become so acute? Wang Ming scoffed. He had endured this strange sensation for far too long. The only escape route left was there, leaving no room for contemplation. Without hesitation, he brandished a flashlight in one hand and a knife in the other, sprinting toward the 3rd floor at breakneck speed. As he ran, a sudden itch tickled his nose, akin to hair brushing against his face. Instinctively glancing aside, he felt a surge of dread. Kicking open the door at the top of the staircase, he swiftly slipped inside and shut the door behind him. Phew! Phew! Wang Ming gasped for breath. Having scarcely paused since the ordeal began, the desperate dash up the stairs had nearly drained his stamina. What was that just now? Wang Ming's mind raced, recalling a mass that resembled tangled hair, with a woman's face seemingly trapped within. Who could it be? He mentally reviewed everyone he knew, yet none connected. Something was still amiss. In just one night, the game had escalated to such brutal extremes. Which lunatic had developed this madness? Wang Ming's thoughts seethed with fury. "Please, don't let me go, The heart-wrenching cries of a woman caught Wang Ming's attention. Why, having heard it, did she not ascend? This seemed linked to the system's hints. Did it want him to go there? Conflicted, Wang Ming wrestled with the decision. "Please, spare me. I have a sick grandmother." The woman's desperate pleas pierced through once more. It was Zhao Xiaoya. Wang Ming's heart jolted. The image of the optimistic, innocent girl filled his mind, and his resolve solidified as he sprinted toward the source of the voice. No matter what, he would not allow her to meet such a tragic fate. The entire 3rd floor lay in darkness, spanning hundreds of square feet, not too small, but not excessively large. The only room illuminated was the one from which the cries emanated, making it easy to locate. The door was ajar, a pale light spilling forth. None could fathom what lay within. Wang Ming dashed forward, delivering a forceful kick that sent the door flying open, his figure swallowed by the brilliance. In an instant, he found himself in an empty chamber, his body numbed, utterly devoid of control. As the door swung open, Zhao Xiaoya, clad in a white dress, stepped from the shadows, seemingly oblivious to his presence. "Boss, are you there?" She quietly scanned her surroundings, ensuring no one was present, then began to rummage frantically. Soon, she unearthed a red suitcase from beneath the bed. The suitcase seemed foul. She covered her nose with one hand, retching from the stench. As she unzipped it, her expression morphed into one of terror, her lips quivering as she stammered, unable to articulate her fear. Just as she succumbed to dread, paralyzed with fear, a towering figure silently approached her from behind. Chapter 6: The Tragic Conclusion. Why did you come in? Wouldn't it be better to obediently comply? Su Qinglai gazed down at the trembling girl below him. All I want is to find that USB drive. Please give it to me and let me go, Zhao Xiaoya pleaded, tears streaming down her face, desperately imploring. Yet, she remained oblivious to the cruelty flickering in the man's eyes. The girl met her demise. Wang Ming did not witness the harrowing act. As if someone had deliberately edited out the horrifying details. The scene shifted outside the door. Heart-wrenching wails echoed from below, yet despite the passage of time, the cries turned hoarse, and there was no response from downstairs. They knew, without a doubt, that someone was down there. When the girl appeared again, it was only to reveal her battered corpse, drenched in blood and surrounded by chaos. The fatal blow to her head sealed her fate, yet the glimmer of life lingered in her beautiful eyes. Beast. Fury ignited in Wang Ming's gaze, the veins at his temples throbbing violently. The scene morphed again like a flickering lantern, showcasing Zhao Xiaoya, vibrant and full of youthful dreams, standing at the entrance of Qilai restaurant. As the images shifted, the girl's face turned ashen, stumbling down from the third floor, devoid of her former vitality. The entire scene gradually darkened, mirroring the girl's own world. The footage faded, only to re-emerge with Su Ruan anxiously racing down the stairs. The sounds of Su Qilai and the landlady arguing above were punctuated by the crashing of objects against the floor. After that, the landlady never descended again. Su Ruan vanished. And several days later, he found Zhao Xiaoya, aware of the horrors Su Qinglai had inflicted upon her. He urged her to seize the opportunity, claiming that Su Qinglai was away on business and would not return soon. If she could retrieve the USB drive from the third floor, she could escape this hell. Zhao Xiaoya possessed a key. After much hesitation, she ascended the stairs leading to the third floor. The image vanished as if foreshadowing her fate. All the clues finally intertwined, revealing a sorrowful truth. When the diligent and innocent Zhao Xiaoya encountered her predatory boss, Su Qinglai, tragedy was birthed. Su Qinglai had violated her dignity and recorded the act, using it as leverage against her. Naive Zhao Xiaoya could only endure in despair, isolated in her suffering. When the affair between Su Ruan and the landlady came to light, Su Ruan unexpectedly reappeared after several days, claiming he had a way for her to free herself from Su Qinglai's grasp. The key lay in obtaining that recording. Not only could she escape Su Qinglai, but she could also threaten him for a substantial sum of money. Zhao Xiaoya was undoubtedly tempted, ascending the stairs alone, never to return. Though this seemed to be a matter solely between Su Qilai and Zhao Xiaoya, it bore an inescapable connection to everyone involved. Su Qilai. With his beastly heart, Su Ruan, harboring ulterior motives, the oblivious landlady, none were innocent. Even the seemingly guiltless chef, Lu Dashan, was not exempt. After all, Zhao Xiaoya's body had been disposed of with unsettling cleanliness, an act beyond the capability of an ordinary person. As fate would have it, shortly after Zhao Xiaoya's demise, all involved perished in a sudden fire at the restaurant, with no one escaping. The scene faded, and Wang Ming found himself standing at the doorway, his right foot still raised. A strand of black hair drifted from his shoulder, brushing against his arm, sending a chill down his spine. In that fleeting moment, his peripheral vision caught a glimpse of a white hem, a skirt worn by Zhao Xiaoya on her first day at Qinglai restaurant. Is that you, Xiaoya? Wang Ming murmured. I'm sorry I arrived late. Were you here to kill me? Silence enveloped him, yet he knew she was behind him, drawing ever closer. Perhaps the moment she drew near would be the moment she ended his life. Rules? Wang Ming pondered. Suddenly, he turned to face the figure behind him. It was Zhao Xiaoya, just as he remembered her before her death, yet now her body was marred with cracks, as if she might shatter at any moment. A once beautiful cheek was now missing a large portion, revealing raw flesh and a shattered jaw, a sight both grotesque and terrifying. Yet, in Wang Ming's eyes, there was no fear, only profound sorrow. It must hurt terribly, he said, reaching out to touch her still intact cheek. Wang Ming's heart ached. The peaceful life he had known had shielded him from the grim reality of a girl facing such a tragic fate. However, his words did not move Zhao Xiaoya to halt. Her body paused for merely 2 seconds before she continued her approach. Not only that, but her black hair erupted, resembling countless serpents slithering throughout the room. The strands coiled around her, giving her the appearance of a dark, spiky creature. Wang Ming felt bewildered. What was happening? He believed his emotions were profound. A glimmer of determination flashed in his eyes. There was no other choice. A resolute smile graced his lips as he reached out to embrace Zhao Xiaya. Countless strands pierced through Wang Ming's body, the excruciating pain causing him to tremble uncontrollably. Nevertheless, he endeavored to maintain a gentle tone. You must have suffered for so long. If killing me would bring you peace, then I hope I am the last. Farewell. Wang Ming felt his body grow cold, consciousness fading. Was he to perish? Unbeknownst to him, at the moment he lost awareness. Zhao Xiaya gradually returned to her original form. Her hair dissipated like snow melting in the spring sun. Without the support of her hair, Wang Ming finally collapsed, yet was caught in the embrace of a pair of delicate hands. Ding dong. The system's voice roused Wang Ming from slumber. Gazing at the familiar yet terrifying black space, he felt an unexpected sense of warmth. He was alive. What is this? Wang Ming inquired, observing the crimson glow before him, shaking his head at the tasteless color. Congratulations, player Wang Ming, for successfully completing the Qinglai restaurant scenario. Survived until dawn. Task evaluation, S grade. Note, your B grade difficulty was stubbornly transformed into S grade. I shall call you the strongest for your tenacity. S grade task rewards. Zhao Xiaoya's butterfly hairpin, a symbol of our intertwined fates. Insights into the knife techniques of Lu Dashan after 30 years. Can you withstand the power of my blade forged over 3 decades? Title, Beast in Human Clothing, Intelligence 10, Life 10, Stamina 3. Female favorability reset to 0. S grade reward. Fear points bonus triggered. Ding. Congratulations, you have earned 500 fear points. Can be used at the Death Curios shop to purchase goods. Ding. The Death Curios shop is officially open. You have 3 opportunities to purchase goods after each task concludes. Wang Ming was speechless. Well then, the system truly knew how to make things clear. Chapter 7. The return. Did the player receive the reward? As the system's voice echoed, a selection button reappeared on the game panel. Accept. Without hesitation, Wang Ming pressed it. Ding. The system announced that player Wang Ming had successfully claimed his initial reward, and his personal panel was officially activated. A gray interface replaced the original game panel. Player, Wang Ming. Age, 5. Strength, 5. Child, Intelligence, 11. Congratulations. Your intelligence has reached the normal level. Constitution, 6. Agility, 6. Health, 1. Extremely weak. Charm, 8. A charming little child. Skills, none. Title, Scoundrel, equipped. Unequipped. Inventory, Zhao Xiaoya's butterfly hairpin. Insight into the 30-year knife technique of Dashan. I now possess a system, Wang Ming thought, a sense of pride swelling within him. His gaze shifted to a corner of the panel. What was that? A small black cart-like object appeared there, and upon clicking it, dozens of items were neatly displayed. Eddie Scarecrow, who stole my pet. Immunity to certain physical damage. Strength, 20. Agility, 8. A chipped kitchen knife. Legend says it belonged to a beloved chef after 30 years. Strength 1. Doubles hand speed, with a slight chance to trigger a critical hit. Fear points, 30. Coffin fungus, from the world of Uncle Geo. A cure-all, a healing elixir that can mend dark wounds. Fear points, 200. Crystal orchid, also known as the flower of the underworld. Higanbana, legend states it can resurrect the dead, but limited by the integrity of the body in the time of death. Fear points, 3000. Dragon essence, from the world of Fengyun. One of the dragon yuan. Consuming it forms a life essence within, possessing remarkable recovery capabilities. Enhances power, limits, and alters the body. Rendering one immune to all poisons. Consuming more than 2 may cause bodily mutation. Fear points, 2000. After glancing at the fear points required for the dragon essence, Wang Ming sighed in despair. Indeed, the most expensive items were the best. What on earth was a kitchen knife supposed to be? Increasing hand speed? What use could that possibly have? He angrily placed the exchanged kitchen knife into his inventory. Ding. A friendly reminder. If you lack sufficient fear points, you may opt for installment payments. Just a small interest fee. If you can't repay, then perish. This system is quite intriguing. A glimmer of mischief flickered in Wang Ming's eyes. Purchasing Dragon Essence, a terrifyingly warm red orb materialized directly in his inventory. The fear points were wiped clean. It seemed this was obligatory. Wait. Wang Ming glanced at the 2000 debt displayed below, his eyelids twitching. How outrageous. So the 470 points that were cleared were merely interest? Forget it. It's all for the future, Wang Ming continually reassured himself. How do I exit? Wang Ming tentatively inquired. Would you like to exit the game space? Yes, no options reappeared. Yes. Wang Ming pressed the button, and in an instant, the world flipped upside down, as if he had fallen into a rapidly spinning centrifuge, leaving him dizzy. Ugh, I should have closed my eyes. Crimson clouds filled the sky, golden waves stretched for miles. And at the horizon where the sea met the sky, a red sun had just risen above the water. Two white seagulls tore through the vanishing mist, chasing the waves as they flew overhead. How delightful! Wang Ming lay on a massive rock, greedily inhaling the briny sea breeze. First, I need to recover from my injuries. A thought crossed his mind, and a dragon essence appeared in his hand, radiating a scorching aura. Wang Ming swallowed hard, closing his eyes, and directly popped the dragon essence into his mouth, swallowing it whole. The dragon pearl slid down his throat, akin to swallowing a piece of glowing charcoal. A searing pain instantly jolted through Wang Ming's nerves. His stomach felt as if gripped by a vice, the pain radiating throughout his body. Every inch of him aflame with agony. Dark crimson blood oozed from his body, rendering him a gruesome sight. Wang Ming could not endure for long. Amidst the excruciating pain, he fainted. A white naval ship surged through the waves, drawing closer and closer. When Wang Ming opened his eyes again, he found himself lying on a white single bed, the wooden structure overhead swaying rhythmically, accompanied by the sound of crashing waves, confirming he was aboard a ship. Have I been rescued? Wang Ming murmured, startled as a goat's head suddenly appeared. Huh? He jumped back, bewildered. Bah. At that moment, the goat turned its head and bleated, seemingly addressing someone. This goat looked oddly familiar. Following its gaze, Wang Ming spotted two towering figures approaching. You finally awakened, kid, one of them said. Did you save me? We happened to pass by Play Island and saw you lying on the rocks, drenched in blood, so we brought you aboard for treatment. Thankfully, you're all right. A kindly middle-aged man, sporting an afro and glasses, with his mustache twisted into braids, spoke gently. Thank you. Wang Ming sincerely expressed his gratitude, regardless of the world. Rescuing a stranger without hesitation was truly commendable. Seeing you covered in blood really startled us. Another, taller man wearing a dog-headed hat approached, bursting into laughter mid-sentence. A long scar adorned his left eye, yet it somehow added to his amiable demeanor rather than making him appear menacing. Are you part of the Navy? Wang Ming gazed at their white cloaks, envy bubbling within him. They looked so impressive. The two noticed his unabashed admiration and chuckled. Indeed, I am Sengoku. And this is Carp. As you can see, we are both Navy officers. It's only natural for a child to admire such justice in a cloak. What's your name, kid? I am. Wang Ming hesitated. The memories of the original owner of this body had fused with his soul. In this world, his identity should be Don Quixote Rosinante. What's wrong? Sengoku asked, sitting on the edge of the bed with concern. For some reason, he felt an inexplicable fondness for this child. I am Don Quixote Rosinante. Wang Ming said earnestly. Rosinante would be his identity in this world. Don Quixote, Sengoku exclaimed, standing up in shock. Carp, however, remained composed, continuing to idly pick his nose. A celestial dragon, you say? Then why are you here? Wang Ming hurriedly clarified. I am no longer a celestial dragon. Ah, so it was you. Sengoku and Carp exchanged knowing glances. Suddenly, Sengoku recalled something, looking at Wang Ming with caution. And your family? Wang Ming froze, initially believing he was indifferent. But a wave of sorrow washed over him, painful memories flooding back, and tears streamed uncontrollably down his face. I no longer have a family. Chapter 8. Confession Indeed. Sengoku sighed softly as he approached Wang Ming, embracing him tightly. After a prolonged moment, he regained his composure and began to recount tales of the past. Such a pitiful child. Tears streamed down Sengoku's face in an unexpected arc, leaving Wang Ming utterly astonished. Even the boisterous Garp bowed his head, shaken by the experiences Wang Ming shared, which challenged the very justice he upheld. Yet, his clenched fists were at a loss for direction. At that moment, Wang Ming found his own tranquility, having released the burdens of memory through his earlier outburst. He reached out to wipe the tears from Sengoku's face, but it was too high. He had to rise slightly to reach him. Don't cry, uncle. I won't be sad anymore. It's precisely because our loved ones have departed that we must strive to live better in their stead, right? Wang Ming met Sengoku's eyes and smiled. Sengoku halted his weeping, allowing Wang Ming to dry his tears, but internally, he made a sudden decision. Razanandi, will you be my son? Huh. Wang Ming instinctively responded, suddenly realizing something was amiss. Wait a moment. However, it was too late. He found himself airborne, looking down to see Garp cradling him in his arms. What wonderful news. Let us celebrate with a feast. Haha. In the blink of an eye, Garp dashed out the door, still holding the squirming Wang Ming. Garp, put down my son. Sengoku finally reacted, pursuing with anger. Wang Ming, feeling embarrassed, covered his face, wishing to disappear. During his previous life, he had not felt this way while watching anime, but experiencing it firsthand made him realize how emotionally charged the people in this world were. The previously touching scene abruptly shifted, with Sengoku chasing Garp, who was carrying the child, and the two engaged in a playful exchange, bouncing around. Wang Ming, feeling the punches that occasionally brushed past his face, wore an expression of utter disillusionment. How childish these two were, nearly 100 years old combined. He understood they were perhaps trying to distract themselves, but it was all too chaotic. All he wanted was to join the Navy, but not in this manner. A bitter smile crept across his face. It seemed he could no longer refuse. Garp must be doing this on purpose. How infuriating. Ultimately, after Sengoku tearfully surrendered a case of sherry and an assortment of donuts, Garp returned from hundreds of meters in the sky, still holding a sullen Wang Ming. That old rascal. A gentleman's revenge is best served after 10 years. Don't underestimate the youth. One day, I shall kick your backside like a ball. Wang Ming seethed inwardly. The so-called feast turned out to be a gathering of Sengoku, Garp, and Wang Ming, along with a goat. The table overflowed with large platters of meat and desserts, each piece fitting their hearty appetites perfectly. The tantalizing aroma ignited Wang Ming's hunger. With one hand on roasted meat and the other on sweets, he eagerly indulged. Observing Wang Ming's voracious eating, Sengoku and Garp felt immense satisfaction, believing it to be the hallmark of true masculinity. Having absorbed the essence of the dragon, Wang Ming's enhanced body converted the food into potent life energy at an astonishing rate. The table soon lay bare, leaving Sengoku and Garp in awe, as they had witnessed Wang Ming consume nearly enough food for 15 people all by himself. Although both men were masters of gluttony, having mastered the art of life restoration, Wang Ming was merely a 5 or 6-year-old child. Ha ha ha. What an extraordinary child. Garp suddenly burst into laughter. Burp. Wang Ming, feeling sated, leaned back in his chair. They ordered another round. Though Wang Ming felt he had not yet reached his limit, he didn't want to appear overly impressive. Sengoku appeared delighted, engaging in a drinking contest with Garp while sharing jokes with Wang Ming. Soon, he became inebriated, with bottles scattered across the floor, and both men slumped over the table, fast asleep. Wang Ming shook his head helplessly, jumped down from his stool, and covered Sengoku with a blanket before quietly departing. Did I forget something? His gaze swept over Garp, and he thought, no problem. Time to go to sleep. He turned and walked towards the ship's cabin for rest. However, shortly after his departure, both men awakened in succession. Shaking off the blanket, Sengoku smirked, glancing at Garp with an air of triumph. What a vengeful little fellow. Garp stretched lazily, his teeth aching. You deserve it. Razanandi was put through the ringer by you. Sengoku recalled Wang Ming's expression and chuckled softly. I did it for you. But I'm still puzzled as to why your usually calm self made such a decision. Garp looked at his longtime friend, unable to fathom why Sengoku, with his wisdom, would willingly invite trouble. You must understand, given his identity, survival will likely be difficult unless unforeseen circumstances arise. Merely being a member of the Navy isn't enough. And besides, I have grown fond of this child. Let us give him a new name. His current surname is rather cumbersome. Soon, silence enveloped the room. Sengoku and Garp were headed to Mariehua, the Holy Land and the seat of the world government. After 2 days of sailing, they finally reached the Red Line, and Sengoku would venture forth alone. Wang Ming. Sengoku turned and placed his left hand on the boy's shoulder. You stay on the ship for now. I will return once I finish my business. A day prior, Sengoku and Garp had suggested Wang Ming change his name, and he decided to adopt the name Wang Ming for himself. Go ahead without worry, father. Wang Ming replied obediently, feeling a mix of resignation and understanding. Knowing that at only 6 years old, he had little choice in the matter. Yet, why was he also being left behind? He looked disdainfully at the old man digging in his nose. Nevertheless, he understood Sengoku was keeping Garp around to protect him, though he truly had no means of coping with this ridiculous old man. I'm counting on you, Garp. Sengoku headed towards the human-powered elevator that led to the holy land of Mariehua. You've certainly chosen the right person, Wang Ming couldn't help but comment. Kid, what are you saying? A towering shadow completely obscured him. Mr. Garp. Wang Ming stiffened, mechanically turning around, realizing he had accidentally voiced his thoughts. I told you to call me uncle. Bang. Garp delivered a swift blow to his head. How infuriating. That hurts. Wang Ming crouched on the deck, cradling his head, a prominent bump forming as if accusing Garp of his brutality. Under the merciless tutelage of Garp, how did Dragon and Luffy manage to survive? It was evident that becoming the protagonist must have its reasons. Chapter 9, Training Wang Ming, having been beaten, chose to attribute this debt to the future grandson of Garp. During his time on the ship, he diligently refrained from aimlessly wandering about, understanding that without the strength to bear risks, it was prudent to avoid inviting trouble. He began to delve into the items acquired from the horror realm. A pink cartoon hairpin appeared in his hand. However, after extensive examination, he found nothing remarkable about it. With a sense of resignation, he set the hairpin aside, only for a fleeting white shadow to mysteriously materialize behind him, vanishing in an instant. Unaware of this anomaly, Wang Ming retrieved another reward, the 30-year memory of a chef's knife skills. Just chopping vegetables, he thought with a hint of sarcasm. Yet, the moment he claimed the item, he was momentarily transfixed as a series of memories flashed through his mind. Under the guidance of rough, greasy hands, the knife danced like a butterfly, flashing through the air with electric swiftness. Meat was cleaved with precision, bones and flesh parting as if they were exquisite art. Vegetables were sliced with meticulous care, leaving no trace on the wooden cutting board. This plump chef possessed remarkable skills. A wave of trepidation washed over Wang Ming. Had the chef not been intimidated, he might have truly been outmatched. A chipped kitchen knife materialized in his hand, evoking a sense of familiarity. He swung the knife a couple of times, but felt something was amiss. Wasn't he this merely chopping? Realizing it was unrealistic to master knife techniques with just memories, he nonetheless felt inspired to learn. Without hesitation, he sought out Garp, only to be handed off to his subordinate, a man named Bogart. Bogart stood around 2 meters tall, perpetually donned in a jazz hat, and appeared to be in his 20s. Unlike the tempestuous Garp, Bogart exhibited immense patience, diligently correcting Wang Ming's swinging technique. The small wooden sword in his hand was crafted from the leg of his own bed, which Garp had broken, and Bogart had whittled into shape in mere moments. With tears in his eyes, Wang Ming wielded the small wooden knife, silently vowing to remember this moment for the sake of his future son. You'd better watch out. Little brat. When you were born, from the moment he consumed the dragon essence, Wang Ming could distinctly feel his physical attributes enhancing. Consuming copious amounts of food daily provided him with a vigorous life energy, steadily fortifying his body. Coupled with the familiarity imparted by the knife techniques, his progress was rapid. Within just 1 day, he was swinging the knife with impressive vigor, garnering endless admiration from Bogart, while the shameless Garp lounged nearby, claiming he was reminiscent of his own youthful prowess, which elicited an eye roll from Wang Ming. After a day of rigorous training, Wang Ming sat on the deck, his body aching, yet he reveled in the refreshing sea breeze, wearing a contented expression. The life energy continuously restored him, warm currents flowing through his limbs. Akin to basking in a soothing milk bath, a feeling of utter comfort enveloping him. With squinted eyes, he embraced the sea breeze while his consciousness sank into the game space. Opening his personal panel, Wang Ming began to review his attributes. Strength, 50 intelligence, 11 constitution, 200 agility, 18 life, 100 skills. None. The enhancement from the dragon essence was truly terrifying. Wang Ming suddenly felt that his decision to procure it in advance was indeed worthwhile. Moreover, the existence of life energy endowed his body with boundless potential. The space remained eerily quiet. Aside from the personal panel, he found nothing else related to the game. What was the pattern for the game's commencement? He recalled that it was at the brink of death that his consciousness was transported to the horror realm. Did it really require such extreme circumstances? If so, how fortuitous? A smile graced Wang Ming's lips, yet he was aware that matters were not so simple. Who created this game? Who controlled everything? He had no answers, nor could he fathom them, perhaps only gaining insight into the truth of that world once his strength reached a certain threshold. Exiting the space, Wang Ming opened his eyes, rising once more to stretch his somewhat stiff limbs, feeling invigorated. Had he fully recovered in such a short time? A flicker of surprise danced in his eyes. It seemed he could engage in further training. The horror realm loomed like a ticking time bomb, constantly reminding Wang Ming of the urgency to grow stronger. For only then could he ensure his survival. A rumble emanated from his stomach, a wave of intense hunger washing over him. Time to eat. Wang Ming suppressed the saliva pooling in his mouth as he made his way to the dining area. Training was a tedious and monotonous affair. In his 2 lifetimes, coupled with the looming threat of death, he practiced until the late hours of the night. Even as his hands blistered, he bore the pain in silence, adding extra weight to his burdens. With life energy coursing through him, his recovery was swift, and the food in this world brimmed with potent energy, alleviating any concerns of overexertion. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, 7 days had passed. Sengoku finally returned to the ship. He had no intention of resting, instead setting out to locate Wang Ming. During his absence, Wang Ming's image had persisted in Sengoku's mind, and he, now in middle age, began to grasp the depth of paternal affection. After inquiring with the soldiers, Sengoku found Wang Ming on the deck, observing from a distance without interrupting. At that moment, Wang Ming was engaged in a spirited mock battle with Bogart, wooden swords clashing with a rhythmic thud, the sound echoing in the air. After a while, they paused. "Thank you for your efforts, Mr. Bogart," Wang Ming said with a slight bow, expressing his gratitude. "Your swordsmanship has advanced rapidly, a testament to your diligence." "I merely imparted the fundamentals," Bogart replied with a gentle smile, gesturing for Wang Ming to dismiss the formalities. "If it weren't for your patient guidance, I wouldn't have made such progress," Wang Ming earnestly countered. "Truly, there's no reasoning with you." Bogart shrugged, though satisfaction gleamed in his eyes. Wherever one might be, teachers always cherish diligent and talented students, and Wang Ming undoubtedly fulfilled both criteria. "Haha, it appears you two are getting along splendidly," a voice interjected, and Wang Ming turned to see Sengoku approaching from behind. "Father, you've returned," Wang Ming exclaimed joyfully. Although he had inexplicably accepted this older man as a father figure, Sengoku had treated him well and even saved him. Their ages were comparable, and he felt no psychological burden. "Indeed, although some matters delayed me, the outcome is still favorable," Sengoku remarked, ruffling Wang Ming's hair, memories of a tall, striking elder surfacing in his mind. "Sengoku, your sudden decision intrigues me. I'm curious about that child." "Rest assured, matters concerning that child are well in hand. This is my gift for him." Sengoku tightened his grip on the box in his hand, a smile involuntarily spreading across his face. "What is this?" Wang Ming caught sight of the box in the hands of the warrior at a glance. Due to his height, he was able to glimpse a corner of it through the crevice, resembling a fruit. Chapter 10. The Devil Fruit. "What is this?" Wang Ming asked curiously, pointing at the box. It is a gift from an elderly gentleman for you," Sengoku replied softly, lowering his head. "An old man? Never mind, you'll meet him soon." Sengoku smiled mysteriously, withholding the identity of the elder. TSK. Another mystery. Wang Ming crossed his arms, choosing not to pursue the matter further. He held disdain for such childish tricks. Sengoku observed Wang Ming's disdainful expression and found it amusing. This little rascal possessed a maturity beyond his years, yet was sometimes filled with childlike innocence, a true contradiction. Gently, Sengoku reached out to ruffle Wang Ming's hair, which was fluffy and soft to the touch. However, Wang Ming disliked such childish displays and pulled away from Sengoku's grasp, taking the box from him. "Can I open it?" Wang Ming asked excitedly, as the joy of unwrapping a gift was a long-lost pleasure. "Here, take a look," Sengoku replied. Inside the box lay a fruit resembling an apple, adorned with mysterious patterns. "This is a devil fruit. Consuming it grants one extraordinary powers. There are various types," Sengoku began to explain, noticing Wang Ming's silence and assuming he was unfamiliar with the fruit. "I see." Wang Ming feigned enlightenment, reaching for the fruit and examining it closely under the sunlight. Its peculiar blue hue and intricate designs made him feel a mysterious energy within. "What abilities does this fruit possess?" Wang Ming looked up at Sengoku, but all he could see was the braided beard of the man, as he was too short. According to the Devil Fruit Encyclopedia, it belongs to the Paramecia class, silence fruit. Consuming it grants the ability to nullify sound. Sengoku continued patiently. "However, Wang Ming, consuming it will bring the curse of the sea upon you, rendering you unable to touch seawater. I hope you can consider the consequences." Suddenly faced with a choice, Wang Ming fell silent. The unexpected devil fruit caught him off guard. With his current talent, he could become one of the strongest without relying on the fruit's powers. There was no need to add a disadvantage. Yet, He was unsure when he would next enter a bizarre world. Even if he mastered swordsmanship, relying solely on it could make him vulnerable. Given his current strength, learning Haki was still a distant goal, so focusing on the devil fruit's abilities seemed a wise choice. Thus, he resolved to consume the fruit. In truth, the abilities of the silence fruit were not what Wang Ming desired. However, the rarity of a devil fruit made it a stroke of luck to obtain one, so why be choosy? Wang Ming took a hearty bite of the fruit. An indescribably strange taste surged through his mouth, sending a shock to his brain. It felt as if his tongue was numbed. This flavor was utterly revolting. His face turned pale, and his body shook uncontrollably as he clutched the remaining fruit tightly, forcing it into his mouth. Oh, I forgot to mention, just one bite is sufficient, Sengoku teased. Pretending to remember, Wang Ming flailed his arms, trying to convey his distress to Sengoku, who remained perplexed. It was Bogart who could no longer stand by, offering Wang Ming a glass of water. Gulping down the water, Wang Ming managed to swallow the remaining fruit, expressing gratitude to Bogart. Even after swallowing, the bizarre foul taste lingered in his mouth, causing him to gag uncontrollably. This taste. He longed to voice his complaints but realized Sengoku and the others could not hear him. Has it begun? Wang Ming pondered, lowering his head to concentrate and attempt to harness his newfound ability. The result was simple. With a mere thought, everything returned to normal. Silent domain. Wang Ming snapped his fingers, and an invisible force field emerged, revealing the area of silence. Within 2 meters, all sound was effectively blocked. If this is the case, could it work simultaneously? Wang Ming's eyes sparkled as the sounds of crashing waves, wind, and the engines of warships all vanished, plunging his world into silence. Akin to watching a voiceless film. With the power of silence combined with swordsmanship, perhaps it was time to consider the techniques of an assassin. Once he had retracted his ability, Wang Ming lost interest in further experimentation. He was hungry. It was time for a meal. What use is power? A flashy ability is no match for a pair of fists. Carp scoffed, cracking his knuckles. Then how about you go challenge Whitebeard? Wang Ming retorted sarcastically. Bang. Ouch. After 2 days of sailing, the group arrived at the Gates of Justice without incident. Due to the proximity of Marineford, Impel Down, and Enies Lobby, which were all built around vast whirlpools, one could only reach Marineford via the Gates of Justice. Other routes were rendered impassable due to the reverse currents generated by the massive whirlpools. Moreover, the areas were surrounded by the Calm Belt, a habitat for sea kings, where ordinary vessels would encounter certain doom if caught in the currents. How ingenious, Wang Ming mused, filled with admiration. After negotiations, Sengoku's party boarded the large military ship, the Buddha, heading towards the Gates of Justice. 2 towering white doors spanned the horizon, standing firm and majestic. They were so close that the ends of the doors were indiscernible. Truly magnificent. While Wang Ming had seen many towering buildings in his past life, the grandeur of this structure left him in awe. Sengoku and Carp exchanged a knowing smile. Every soldier passing through here marveled at the greatness of the Gates of Justice. At that moment, Wang Ming felt like a country bumpkin entering a grand garden. He stood on the deck railing, gazing at the enormous whirlpool that loomed ahead. Even from several kilometers away, he could clearly see the shimmering jade belt, followed by a colossal black funnel-shaped whirlpool formed by dark waters. Its immense force lowering the sea surface by several meters over a wide area. The stars hang low over the vast plains. The moon flows through the great river. Filled with ambition, Wang Ming thought, in such a wondrous world, how could he not strive for the pinnacle, seek justice for the grievances in his heart, and eradicate the wicked? Bang. Hey, kid, you're in my way. Carp suddenly appeared, giving him a thump on the head, his gaze directed towards Enies Lobby, his eyes darkening with disdain for those persistent foes. Chapter 11. Vice Admiral Tsuru of the Navy Headquarters. Today, at the Marine Headquarters in Marineford, tranquility enveloped the atmosphere. The bustling port, once filled with lively chatter, fell silent upon the sight of a woman draped in a cloak of justice. Have you seen Vice Admiral Tsuru? A rear admiral, adorned with the insignia of a major general, respectfully greeted as he passed by with his soldiers. Ah, it's you, Miller. No need to mind me. Go about your duties, Vice Admiral Tsuru replied gently, waving her hand at the major general named Miller. Yes. Miller nodded respectfully and continued on his way toward the central building with his men. Similar encounters were frequent. Vice Admiral Tsuru had arrived early, curious to see what the child valued and adopted by Admiral Sengoku would be like. In the crisp morning light, the sun cast a golden glow upon her face. Yet the passage of time had left its indelible marks on her delicate features. Nevertheless, her serene smile and composed demeanor exuded a grace that overshadowed most women. "Little Tsuru." A voice called from a distance, belonging to Karp. "Are you here?" Tsuru's gaze shifted slightly. Indeed, the ship bearing Admiral Sengoku, the Buddha, was approaching. Wang Ming stood at the bow, his eyes sparkling as he admired the ancient architecture, the upturned eaves, and the grandeur infused with elements of Chinese aesthetics. Everything here intrigued him. It was the world's highest government and, ostensibly, the most formidable force reigning over the globe. "Aha! So, you are the child Sengoku spoke of?" A gentle woman's voice interrupted his reverie. "My apologies, sister. I didn't notice you." Wang Ming turned to see a middle-aged beauty smiling warmly at him, her mere smile evoking a sense of intimacy. "Sister? Is that what you call me? Then what do we call each other?" Karp ambled over, playfully giving Wang Ming a light smack on the head. "Ouch! I merely thought you looked quite young." Ugh! Before he knew it, Wang Ming had appeared behind Vice Admiral Tsuru, clutching her leg and whimpering. "You little rascal." Karp saw through Wang Ming's antics. He was all too familiar with the boy's cunning nature. Just as he moved to pick Wang Ming up, Tsuru's gaze turned icy, signaling that calling her sister was quite absurd, wasn't he it? Not at all. "Little Tsuru, please let me explain." Karp stammered, unusually displaying a hint of fear, hesitating to approach. "Haha, Karp, have you angered little Tsuru again?" Sengoku approached, laughing and attempting to ease the tension. "Humph. It's not worth getting upset over him," Vice Admiral Tsuru huffed, though her demeanor softened, sparing Karp from further ire. Observing Karp's obsequious expressions, Wang Ming couldn't help but feel incredulous. Was this the same Karp, the epitome of masculinity? A sycophant. Wang Ming's eyes reflected disdain. Karp, turning to see Wang Ming's defiant expression, felt a surge of anger rising within him. Just as he reached out to grab Wang Ming, Tsuru's penetrating gaze halted him, causing him to retreat like a chastised child. "Blah." Wang Ming stuck out his tongue, making a face at Karp from behind Tsuru. "You little brat. All right, enough of this." Vice Admiral Tsuru sighed, looking at the two, particularly Karp, who was nearly 60 yet acted as childishly as Wang Ming. "Let me take you to your father's quarters. I've prepared your living necessities. Come along with me." Tsuru took Wang Ming's hand and turned to leave. Karp attempted to join them, but was halted by Sengoku. "Karp, come with me. I have matters to discuss with you." "TCH, what a bother." Karp grumbled, albeit reluctantly following Sengoku to the Admiral's office. Ever since the newly appointed Fleet Admiral Kong took command of both the naval and land forces and moved to Mariawa, the affairs of the Navy had been entrusted to Sengoku. His promotion to Fleet Admiral was one of the reasons for their visit to Mariawa, as scheduled by the world government. However, a suitable opportunity was still needed. "Do you recall the Red Count, Baroque Ledfield?" Sengoku gravely mentioned a name. Meanwhile, Wang Ming was led to Tsuru's quarters. Upon reaching the entrance, a swift motion caught his eye, revealing a small girl with black hair, clad in a white princess dress. Joyfully exclaiming Sister Tsuru, she seemed completely unaware of Wang Ming's presence. "Little Ji-yuan, look, I've brought you a new friend," Tsuru said with affectionate indulgence, pushing Wang Ming forward. Hello, my name is Wang Ming," he said, mustering a smile, albeit nervously. Ji-yuan merely emitted curious sounds, scrutinizing the unexpected guest with a cautious gaze. "I live with my adoptive father, Admiral Sengoku. We will be neighbors, and I hope we can get along," Wang Ming awkwardly explained. The girl's expression was easy to read, resembling that of a possessive dog guarding its territory. Of course, she is an adorable little creature, Wang Ming thought. Upon hearing Wang Ming's explanation, Ji-yuan's expression softened, and her gaze lost its hostility. It seemed that this boy was rather handsome. Feeling slightly shy, Ji-yuan introduced herself. "Hello, I am Ji-yuan. Yes, it's a pleasure to meet you." Wang Ming tilted his head, offering a bright smile. As sunlight bathed them, time felt just right. Yet, the little girl suddenly grew bashful but quickly regained her composure, her innocent thoughts untainted by complexities. She simply found the boy appealing. Before long, Ji-yuan was chattering away like a lively lark beside Wang Ming. Despite his 2 lifetimes of experience, Wang Ming found himself at a loss, lacking any experience in caring for children. Finally, salvation arrived as Sengoku and Karp approached, the latter holding a large box of sweets, which made Ji-yuan squeal with delight. Watching Karp raise the candies teasingly high, Wang Ming chuckled at Ji-yuan's frantic attempts to reach them. How delightful it was to see such childlike joy. Stop acting so mature. You're still a child, little Wang Ming, Vice Admiral Tsuru observed, finding Wang Ming's demeanor amusing. Aunt Tsuru, could you please refrain from calling me little Wang Ming? Oh, why is that? Tsuru inquired, resting her chin on her hand, intrigued. I am no longer a child of 3 or 4. Wang Ming struggled to articulate his thoughts, unsure how to explain his situation. Should he disclose that while his body was that of a child, his soul belonged to an adult? Should he reveal he was a transmigrator? After some contemplation, he resigned to a look of deep exasperation, finally stating, just don't call me little Wang Ming. Let us negotiate. Chapter 12. Researching abilities. 2 days had elapsed since Warring States and Admiral Karp had emerged from their duties. Both seemed particularly preoccupied of late, especially Warring States, who spent nearly all his time ensconced in his office. During his solitary moments, Wang Ming immersed himself in studying the capabilities of his fruit power. The silence fruit nullified sound, and sound, by its very nature, is vibration. The silence fruit eliminated the vibrations of the medium through a transparent soundproof barrier, achieving a silent effect. Could it be that by eliminating the vibrations of an attack, one could nullify the opponent's offensive capabilities? What if he could eradicate the vibrations of an enemy's heart and bodily functions? If the soundproof barrier could be expanded into a domain, would it not be possible to eliminate all bodily vibrations of foes within, thus creating an absolute confinement zone, where every flower and tree, the entire world within the domain, would be under his control? Contemplating this, Wang Ming felt that the potential of this fruit's ability was immense. If he were to delve deeper into its powers, reaching a point where he could eliminate electromagnetic wave frequencies, even the light fruit of Kizuru would be rendered ineffective against him. He could diminish the vibrations of an enemy's movements, thereby reducing their speed. However, manifesting such feats was no simple endeavor. The 4 fundamental elements of vibration, amplitude, frequency, phase, and energy, needed to be comprehended to effectively eliminate a specific vibration. Even the ability to nullify sound was merely the fruit's inherent capability. To realize the aforementioned aspirations, Wang Ming, lacking the foresight of observation hockey, had to engage in various exercises to familiarize himself with and memorize the different vibrations. He pondered, since it involved the elimination of vibrations. Where would the kinetic energy go according to the law of energy conservation? Could it be harnessed? Wang Ming shook his head, temporarily setting aside this new notion. The pressing matter was to refine the newly developed abilities to enhance his strength, achieving that would require extensive time investment. Perhaps he should seek a sparring partner. After all, practice is the only true path to mastery. He stroked his chin, and suddenly his eyes brightened at the thought of Shirhuan. Her strength was modest, providing him ample time to familiarize himself with the dynamics of vibrating attacks. However, glancing at the time, he realized it was nearly noon. He hurriedly prepared 2 servings of Shirhuan's favorite tea rice and made his way to Admiral He's residence. Her parents, also part of the Navy, had perished in service, leading Admiral He to take Shirhuan in, and the two had since relied on each other. Wang Ming's journey was brief. Within 10 minutes, he arrived at a charming pink villa adorned with a vibrant array of flowers, reminiscent of a princess's garden. How could Admiral He have agreed to such a whimsical abode? Even after having visited twice, Wang Ming couldn't help but chuckle. Admiral He was exceedingly indulgent toward Shirhuan. Could it be that a woman as mature as Admiral He would fancy such a style? Producing the key given by Admiral He entered the house unceremoniously. Shirhuan. Please, let me explain. It was unintentional. Wang Ming grimaced in consolation. Who could have anticipated that she would emerge from the bath at that moment? Bathing at midday, nonetheless. And at merely 6 or 7 years of age. Was there truly anything to be concerned about? Dressed impeccably, Shirhuan turned her head in annoyance. Don't be angry. I prepared this for you. Wang Ming earnestly placed the food before her. Shirhuan cast a furtive glance and spotted her beloved tea rice. Turning back, she, being a child, soon cast aside her earlier displeasure, especially after Wang Ming uttered a few kind words. The two enjoyed their lunch amidst laughter. Though Wang Ming occasionally tossed a small yellow pill the size of a fingernail into his mouth, piquing Shirhuan's curiosity. What is that? She inquired, pointing at the pill. It's a concentrated capsule made from sea king meat, designed to save time during meals, Wang Ming explained, raising the pill before tossing it into his mouth again. Though the taste is rather unpleasant. He grimaced. Upon hearing that, Huan lost interest in the pill and turned her attention to the abundant food before her. Is this too much? Doesn't she know I'm a girl? She silently lamented. After lunch, during the warm afternoon, the sun hung high in the sky, casting its radiant beams. In the training grounds, Wang Ming and Huan stood apart, wielding wooden swords. After a brief moment, they charged at each other. Huan was remarkably swift. Despite Wang Ming's physical prowess being twice hers, her swordsmanship was more refined, constantly probing for weaknesses in his defenses. Wang Ming, cautious not to injure her, had to hold back his strength and soon found himself on the defensive. However, before long, Wang Ming acclimated to Huan's rhythm, gradually regaining his composure. It's time. A glint of determination flashed in Wang Ming's eyes as he conjured a 3-meter circular soundproof barrier, enveloping Huan like an inverted bowl. Sensing something amiss, Huan attempted to retreat but found herself shackled by an unseen weight, each step demanding tremendous effort, her movements sluggish as if she were a snail. Wretched Wang Ming, what have you done to me? She glared at him, her frustration palpable. Don't be upset. I merely wished to test the application of my abilities in combat. As I mentioned, Wang Ming waved his hand, causing the soundproof barrier to dissipate, restoring Huan's freedom. Wow, this ability is truly formidable. Huan gasped, panting lightly, astonished by the experience. Yet, there are flaws. It only weakens the effect. If an opponent is strong enough, they may remain unaffected or escape the domain before I can react. Wang Ming pondered, stroking his chin. Huan, let us try again. A new idea struck him, but it required further experimentation. Though reluctant, Huan agreed to cooperate, albeit with vigilance. Each time Wang Ming attempted to activate his ability, she deftly sidestepped. Have you discovered my weakness? Truly worthy of a future admiral, your combat awareness is exceptional. Wang Ming nodded, realizing that the gesture of releasing his ability was merely a habit. In reality, it could be initiated with mere thought. It appeared it was time to amend this habit. Indeed, practice reveals the truth. The clash of their wooden swords resonated through the air, the metallic sounds echoing far and wide. Suddenly, an epiphany struck Wang Ming. So that is how it is, he exclaimed. Confinement. He extended a finger, pointing distantly, and Huan suddenly froze, as if pressed by an invisible pause button. She attempted to struggle, but no matter how hard she tried, her strength inexplicably dissipated. Though she could sense her power, it vanished before she could unleash it, compelling her to relinquish her efforts. Chapter 13. Tombstone, Zephyr, and the Child in Truth. Wang Ming could sense that he possessed the ability to halt his opponent's heartbeat and the flow of blood, perhaps even more effortlessly than he imagined. However, facing off against Huan, he was reluctant to experiment with such perilous techniques. Nonetheless, his previous hypotheses had proven feasible, and all that remained was to amplify the range, speed, and energy levels of the silent domain. Thank you, Huan. Wang Ming expressed his gratitude with a warm smile. Is that all? Huan playfully blinked her eyes, her mischievous gaze and adorable visage evoking not annoyance, but rather endearment. All right, I understand. Wang Ming strode over, leaning in to offer a kiss to Huan. Smack. He covered his face, gazing innocently at the flustered Huan. Isn't this how it's depicted in novels? Where did it all go wrong? With a flushed face, Huan turned and left, leaving Wang Ming bewildered in the wind. Haha, what an embarrassing moment, came the teasing voice of Carp. Embarrassment is not dreadful. What is truly terrifying is being observed by familiar faces during such moments. Wang Ming shuddered, covering his face as he turned to see a few onlookers. Sengoku, Carp, and Vice Admiral Tsuru were present, and in an instant, his heart sank. It's over. Wang Ming walked alone on the road, fleeing hurriedly amidst the laughter of Sengoku and the others. If he ran fast enough, he could evade the embarrassment. Where am I? Wang Ming curiously glanced at an open area, a small hillside by the sea where white tombstones stood in neat rows. Is this a cemetery? Suddenly, he noticed a tall figure in the distance. Initially intending to turn away and not intrude, he felt an inexplicable sadness emanating from the man's silhouette, compelling him to approach. As Wang Ming drew closer, he beheld the man's chiseled, stern face, appearing significantly younger than Sengoku, with striking short purple hair that stood out prominently. The man noticed him. What brings you here, child? His voice, though sharp, was not intimidating. Do you know why I dislike tall people? Wang Ming asked earnestly, sizing him up. The man raised an eyebrow, puzzled. For all these years, we shorter folks have silently shown you our cleavage. while you tall ones only ever present us with your nostrils," Wang Ming declared, completely absorbed in his own logic. The man burst into laughter, taken aback by the child's earnestness and wit. The atmosphere of sadness and repression shattered in the wake of his laughter. "How delightful it is to see you smile, good sir. One need not seek sorrow. It cannot comfort the dead or oneself, but one may pursue joy. Who taught you such wisdom?" The man leaned down, scrutinizing the boy with serious intent. His golden hair and distinct features, along with his lively eyes and cheerful smile, captivating. "No one taught me. Don't underestimate me because of my appearance. I am a man with stories," Wang Ming retorted, feeling slighted. The man chuckled at Wang Ming's mature yet adorable response. "A man with stories, you say? Might you share your name and the reason for your presence here?" He slightly bent down, his large hand resting gently atop Wang Ming's head. The touch was surprisingly comforting. "Don't treat me like a child," Wang Ming protested, shaking off the hand. "Shouldn't you introduce yourself before asking for someone else's name?" "Hee. Me? I am Zephyr," he replied with a smile, "a Navy officer. Admiral Black Arm Zephyr." Wang Ming's eyes widened as memories from the anime began to merge with the figure before him. "Greetings, Mr. Zephyr." Wang Ming bowed slightly. "Whose child are you?" "Sengoku is my adoptive father." "Ah, so it's you." Zephyr's expression shifted to one of realization. He recalled Carp mentioning him, but had not felt inclined to join the festivities due to the somber nature of the occasion. Mr. Zephyr, do you know where my home is?" Wang Ming asked, lowering his head in embarrassment. Haraha. Zephyr initially looked perplexed, then burst into hearty laughter. "I have only just arrived, and all the paths here seem identical." Wang Ming, feeling humiliated, explained, "I was merely embarrassed." "Haha, now I understand." Zephyr chuckled, though his amusement was evident. "Come with me." Zephyr motioned ahead, leaving Wang Ming to mutter under his breath. After laughing so loudly, why act so aloof? Wang Ming grumbled as he followed. Zephyr paused briefly but quickly resumed his stride. Upon reaching a familiar intersection, Wang Ming finally spotted the way home. Just as he was about to proceed, he seemed to recall something, his expression turning pained as he halted. "What is the matter?" Zephyr turned, looking at the halted boy inquisitively. It's nothing. I merely feel it's too early to return home, and I believe I have unfinished business," Wang Ming replied, a hint of guilt in his voice. "Your lies are far too transparent," Zephyr remarked with a dangerous smile, swiftly capturing Wang Ming, who attempted to flee. With a firm grip on the nape of his neck, Wang Ming struggled in vain, resigned to follow Zephyr home. After only a few hundred meters, they rounded a corner, revealing a white European-style villa, brightly lit and bustling with noise, making Wang Ming's expression darken. As expected, do these admirals and vice-admirals have nothing better to do? Wang Ming lamented inwardly. "Mr. Zephyr, please let me go," Wang Ming pleaded, squirming against Zephyr's grip. With a sideways glance, Zephyr relented. Though Wang Ming felt he could not escape, he walked, internally sighing at his predicament. The door stood ajar. After all, no one dared to steal from here. "Ah, Zephyr," Carp exclaimed, spotting his old friend and approaching with surprise. "And I see you." Wang Ming raised his head, displeased to assert his presence. "How could I forget you? What do you think?" Carp teased, winking at Wang Ming before bursting into laughter. "That's not lewdness, it's friendship. It's just friendship. How can you misconstrue a child's matters?" Wang Ming fumed, his face flushed with indignation. "Ha! Your explanations fall flat." The laughter of the others echoed around him. "Why must I always be the one to suffer?" Wang Ming muttered helplessly. Chapter 14. 8 years, merely 10,000 sword strikes. Pull yourself together. The stern voice of Zephyr resonated in Wang Ming's ears, causing his body to shudder as he inwardly lamented. Struggling against his exhaustion, he fixed his gaze on the wooden post and relentlessly continued to swing his sword. Following the previous ruckus, Sengoku had a sudden inspiration and requested Zephyr to allow Wang Ming to train under him. After all, Sengoku was exceedingly busy and had little time to spare. Moreover, Vice Admiral Tsuru was already preoccupied with her own troops, primarily consisting of female soldiers, making it inconvenient for Wang Ming as he matured. As for Carp, he had time. But, best not to dwell on that. In contrast, Zephyr was a paragon of the Navy, generously imparting his wisdom to junior officers. Given his creed of sparing lives, Sengoku had complete faith that Zephyr would prove to be the finest mentor. After repeated requests from Sengoku, Zephyr reluctantly acquiesced, for he had taken a liking to the boy. Initially, the training was quite standard until Zephyr discovered Wang Ming's astonishing physical prowess and extraordinary recovery abilities. Haven't you eaten? Zephyr's devilish voice echoed, and Wang Ming grimaced. His slight relaxation had been immediately detected. Naturally, he dared not voice a single complaint, for in the entire pirate world, having an admiral dedicate time for one-on-one instruction was an exceedingly rare privilege. Zephyr's eyes glimmered with satisfaction, observing Wang Ming's rapid progress. The boy bore the pains and solitude of training with fortitude and possessed boundless potential. Given time, he would undoubtedly emerge as a leading figure of the new generation of the Navy. Though Zephyr was not always present, as he often commanded the headquarters, he frequently embarked on missions. Unfortunately for Wang Ming, this was not entirely beneficial, as Sengoku would assign others to take over his training during Zephyr's absences. More often than not, this would be Carp. One could only wonder how he managed to have so much time. Under the guise of nurturing the future of the Navy, he subjected Wang Ming to nightmarish experiences. Wang Ming's tribulations soon began, being bound to a balloon and sent skyward, having his hands tied and thrown into a wild beast's den, or being stuffed into a cannon and ignited. These became commonplace occurrences. Yet, the stubborn Wang Ming never begged for mercy, gritting his teeth and persevering through it all. Thus, 8 years elapsed. Throughout these 8 years, Wang Ming scarcely left Marineford. On the training grounds, a 14-year-old youth fiercely battled a gray-haired elder, their powerful sword strikes and punches ravaging the arena. Passers-by kept their distance, having witnessed such scenes countless times over the years. Initially intrigued, they grew accustomed to it, and no one dared approach, likely due to the unfortunate incidents where a few had been mistakenly injured and sent to the hospital. After 8 years, Wang Ming had matured into a spirited young man. His sun-kissed skin, chiseled features, and deep, expressive eyes now complemented his towering stature, nearly rivaling Carp. Though his physique appeared somewhat lean, his well-defined muscles exuded strength. At this moment, Wang Ming launched an attack towards Carp, his sword gleaming like flowing water. The blade danced with the grace of the wind, swift as lightning. Each strike aimed at Carp's vital points. Carp, fists clenched and unyielding, stood tall like a mountain. The collision between Wang Ming's sword and Carp's fist echoed with a deafening sound, each impact imbued with tremendous force. Struggling to withstand Carp's unyielding punch, Wang Ming smirked. Got you. Absolute confinement. An invisible force descended. Carp cursed inwardly, realizing the peril of the situation. Attempting to unleash his power, he found his strength rapidly waning, his body becoming unresponsive, careless. A flicker of surprise flashed in Carp's eyes, yet he remained composed, a smile creeping onto his lips. What a peculiar ability. However, he felt it lacked a certain edge. The invisible energy coursed through Carp, whose formidable strength surged, shattering Wang Ming's barrier before his sword could strike. Carp leaped high, unleashing a tremendous shockwave that gouged the earth, creating a pit hundreds of meters deep. Wang Ming gasped, realizing the old man had gone berserk. Had it not been for the deployment of the silent domain, which enveloped the training ground, he would have been unable to evade Carp's ferocity. The force of such an attack would be unbearable. Within the silent domain, all vibrations were diminished, rendering opponents weaker and unable to move. Even someone as powerful as Carp would see a significant reduction in speed and strength. Yet, Wang Ming's eyes gleamed with excitement. Today, he would unleash the fruits of 8 years of labor. Flowing shadow mode. Wang Ming left behind a flurry of afterimages. He felt as if he were gliding through the air like a silver fish returning to the sea, unrestrained and carefree. Flowing shadow mode worked by eliminating the opposing vibrations during high-speed movement while amplifying the forward motion to enhance speed. How fast? Carp turned, striking with lightning speed to deflect the sword aimed at his back. Were it not for his observation hockey, he would have never detected Wang Ming's presence. Wait, my speed and strength are being diminished too. This power. Truly impressive, you little rascal. Carp burst into hearty laughter before suddenly launching himself toward the ground. Boom. The earth trembled as his hockey enveloped the area. Child, enjoy my iron fist of love. Carp hurled the ground towards Wang Ming like a meteor descending from the sky. To hell with your iron fist of love, this is chaos. Wang Ming's forehead broke into a cold sweat. Silent domain, convergence. The silent domain constricted, forcibly eliminating vibrations within the area. If he could eliminate vibrations, then amplifying them should also be feasible, right? Wang Ming slightly bowed, gripping his sword tightly. Assuming a stance for a quick draw, 2 spheres of white energy engulfed the blade. Airquake, Great Dragon Slash. A massive white dragon, hundreds of meters long, shot forth like lightning towards the falling meteor, its serpentine body causing the air to wail in anguish. The two colossal forces collided midair, unleashing a catastrophic shockwave that shattered the earth, engulfing the sky in dust and debris, with much of Marineford obscured by the haze. Oh no! Wang Ming's expression shifted. He could already envision Sengoku's furious roar. What are you looking at? Karp's menacing laughter erupted from the swirling dust, and with a punch, he struck Wang Ming on the head. This is it. This fleeting thought crossed Wang Ming's mind as darkness enveloped him. When he next awoke, he found himself back home. Lying on his bed. Outside, he could still hear Sengoku and Vice Admiral Tsuru relentlessly admonishing Karp. Hey, perhaps fainting isn't such a bad thing. A subtle smile crept across Wang Ming's lips. At this moment, it's best not to wake up. Chapter 15. A thrilling resurrection here lies. Wang Ming awoke from his slumber, enveloped in a familiar darkness. This was the realm of horror. After 8 long years, the existence of this terrifying world was almost forgotten. Was it time to commence once more? It appeared that death was not the sole key to its awakening. Familiar crimson inscriptions materialized. Welcome to the world of horror, begin end. What does the end signify? Wang Ming, teetering on the brink of death for the first time, thought that was the conclusion. But what now? It was highly unlikely to be a favorable outcome. If resistance was futile, then he would silently embrace it. Wang Ming reassured himself. Begin. The familiar sensation of dizziness enveloped him anew as he struggled to open his eyes, yearning to discern the visage of this place. Yet, all he beheld was an even deeper abyss of darkness. Shishan Cemetery. Night had already settled in. The wind rustled through the cemetery, carrying a chill. Surveying his surroundings, he was met with rows of white tombstones, accompanied by the mournful wails of the night breeze. In the void before him, the blood-red script emerged, particularly eerie in this unusual setting. Welcome to the world of horror. This is Shishan Cemetery. At midnight, it is invariably tumultuous. On a fateful midnight, the cemetery caretaker, Old Ding, mysteriously vanished. It was said that some had heard his agonized screams echoing through the cemetery. Yet the police searched for 3 months without a trace. Good news. Congratulations, you have taken over his position, securing a stable job. Bad news, no salary, and failure could lead to dire consequences. Mission requirement, survive. Amitabha, may God bless you. Mission hint. For you, there exists only one benevolent ghost. Wang Ming glanced around, realizing that this time he inhabited his own body from the real world, and his abilities seemed unaffected. This indicated that the task ahead would be considerably more complex. He hesitated no longer, grasping the only tool in his inventory, a jagged kitchen knife, and commenced his exploration. As time progressed, the cemetery's atmosphere grew increasingly sinister. The wind, once merely cold, now carried an ominous chill. Wang Ming's unease intensified. The signs were all too apparent. He frowned, sensing countless malicious gazes upon him, not due to the awakening of his perceptive abilities, but because those entities harbored no intention of concealment. The cemetery was eerily silent, save for the mournful cries of the night wind. As Wang Ming walked, he emitted no sound, his silent domain subtly activated. It appeared that someone, or rather something, could no longer contain itself. Noticing the peculiar vibrations within certain areas of his domain, a smile crept upon Wang Ming's face. It seemed these entities existed as forms of energy. Wang Ming attuned himself to the unique frequencies, realizing they were not akin to tangible objects. He sought a weaker entity to test whether he could vanquish it. Eliminating all foes would constitute the most exquisite form of survival. Reaching a relatively small tombstone in the front row, he enveloped himself in the diminutive grave in his silent domain, where an eerie stillness prevailed. Now, the time to act had arrived. Wang Ming's fingers glimmered with a sphere of white light, and upon closer inspection, the air appeared to tremble. Finger gun, great serpent cannon. In a flash, the small grave shattered, and a shadowy figure erupted from within, lunging toward Wang Ming. However, in that fleeting moment of emergence, its form was suspended mid-air. Resembling a child of 7 or 8, its once innocent features now contorted with rage and blood-red eyes devoid of any semblance of sweetness. With no certainty of success. Would I truly strike? Since you provoke vibrations, my abilities can surely harm you. My apologies. If you wish to kill me, is it not reasonable for me to retaliate? This must qualify as self-defense. His fingers slowly penetrated the little ghost's head, the white light illuminating the darkness, and in an instant, the ghost's form disintegrated into countless luminous particles. Silent convergence. An invisible, soundless barrier enveloped the particles, compressing them into a cube. A black crystal, no larger than a fingernail, materialized in his hand. What is this? Wang Ming had merely been experimenting, yet unexpectedly, he had managed to coalesce such a thing. Suddenly, a thought struck him. And the black crystal appeared in his inventory, a smile gradually spreading across his face. It seemed he had discovered a game-changing element. Wang Ming's gaze shifted to the remaining tombstones, his eyes alight with excitement. What was that? Monsters? No, those were treasures. Having come this far, it would be a shame not to seize something. Thus began his fervent harvesting spree. Domain enclosure, Airquake, Great King Fist, Silent Convergence, a seamless execution. Shishan Cemetery was not especially vast, comprising merely a few hundred graves. Checking the countdown timer on his panel, he noted he had 5 hours remaining. Time was ample. A peculiar phenomenon unfolded throughout Shishan Cemetery. Rows of tombstones and graves disintegrated into dust without warning. Meanwhile, the other graves remained blissfully unaware, making no movements until Wang Ming stirred them into action. This facilitated Wang Ming's harvesting, yet he abruptly halted, as if a realization dawned upon him. Such actions could prove unwise. Rising to his feet, he gazed toward the distant woods beyond the cemetery. Beyond the cemetery, the forest undulated, shrouded in shadows, the darkness cloaking it in an air of mystery. To Wang Ming, it appeared somewhat bizarre. Occasional, unsettling howls echoed, sending shivers down one's spine. An indescribable aura permeating the atmosphere. It felt as if a colossal beast lay in wait within the darkness, poised for the arrival of prey. Humanity is often gripped by fear of the unknown, and Wang Ming was no exception. He remained uncertain about what lay beyond the cemetery. If he eliminated all the spirits before the task's conclusion, would unforeseen consequences arise? For instance, would the entities outside intrude? However, should he fail to eradicate all the spirits by midnight, he would be besieged and face certain death. Wang Ming gritted his teeth. He must clear the remaining spirits within his limits, leaving only around 100 peripheral cemetery ghosts. Destruction, relentless destruction. He required more time for contemplation. Amidst the profound darkness, a low voice began to resonate, reminiscent of a call from the depths of hell. The sound exuded boundless resentment and dread, inducing a chilling sensation. He recognized this as the signal indicating that the spirits were stirring. Was it about to commence? Wang Ming observed the game panel, glancing at the countdown, 7:30. Only half an hour remained. The central cemetery ghosts had mostly been cleared. Wang Ming plopped down on the ground, observing the surrounding changes while ruminating. From his previous task, he understood that the system's hints were of paramount importance. For you, there exists only one benevolent ghost. But how did Old Ding meet his demise? Yet, since this was a game, there must be a way to clear it. Surely there was something he had overlooked. Images, clues, and hints flashed through Wang Ming's mind. No, this logic did not align. Even with 4 hours, he would find no resolution. Perhaps, the cemetery harbored no such ghost. Every cemetery ghost he had slain regarded him with the gaze of a predator eyeing its prey, an essential difference in meaning. How could they possibly be benevolent toward him? What benefit would they gain from aiding him? Could it be love? Wait. Wang Ming experienced a moment of clarity, as if an answer had crystallized in his mind. Soon, the moment for verification would arrive. In the stillness of the desolate graveyard, a sudden tremor reverberated through the air, accompanied by the mournful howl of the wind. From the depths of their tombs, 100 specters gradually emerged. Their eyes glimmered with a chilling luminescence, their faces contorted into grotesque masks of horror. These phantoms varied in form. Some were enshrouded in decaying flesh, others displayed exposed, ghastly white bones, while some drifted as ethereal wraiths. They emerged from the inky shadows of their crypts, emitting deep growls and wailing cries of despair. Indeed, such an overused method of entrance. Wang Ming scoffed. As anticipated, despite their differing appearances, the gaze they cast upon him was uniform, one of insatiable greed, deep resentment, and madness. Rather than feeling fear, Wang Ming found himself laughing. He had confirmed his suspicions. With a mere thought, a hairpin materialized in his hand. A complex expression crossed his face as he murmured softly, Xiaoya. Chapter 16. The arrival of Xiaoya. As midnight descends, the night is filled with the restless stirrings of spirits. A blood-red moon hangs in the sky, perfectly round, illuminating the scene. At this moment, Wang Ming retrieves a delicate cartoon hairpin from his pocket, his expression a blend of complexity as he whispers. Xiaoya. As his words fade into the night, a figure clad in a white dress materializes in the cemetery's still air. Wang Ming turns, and under the moonlight, the two stand facing each other. Before him is a fair-skinned, enchanting young woman, adorned in a flowing white gown, exuding an air of purity and elegance. Indeed, Wang Ming sighs, his heart a tumult of emotions. He steps forward, gently grasping Zhao Xiaoya's hand, and with a bittersweet smile, he muses. The debts of love are the hardest to repay. His feelings for Zhao Xiaoya are tinged with fondness, yet overshadowed by sympathy, for he had instigated this connection. Now that it has come to pass, he must accept it without reservation. Yet, a dilemma looms. The system has tasked him with locating a benevolent spirit. But what lies beyond that? Would they join hands and vanquish their foes together? If killing were an option, Wang Ming would have acted long ago. He gazes at Zhao Xiaoya. Perhaps the resolution to their predicament lies within her. Zhao Xiaoya seems to sense his unspoken thoughts, her gaze shifting from him to the menacing spirits surrounding them, her expression growing cold and filled with murderous intent. Her long hair dances in the wind, her eyes turning crimson. In that moment, she embodies the terror of a vengeful spirit. As the malevolent spirits emerge from their graves, their initial fear is swiftly transformed into despair as Zhao Xiaoya's hair pierces through them. Their anguished cries echo through the night, their forms gradually withering and fading. Meanwhile, Zhao Xiaoya's aura intensifies, revealing an inexhaustible well of power within her. Indeed, by absorbing all the spirits of the cemetery, Xiaoya transforms into a formidable presence, naturally assuming a role of intimidation over them. However, as the 100 spirits vanish, Zhao Xiaoya's energy begins to stagnate and recede. Her once mighty hair seems on the verge of losing its vitality, gently slumping to the ground. Is this insufficient? Wang Ming senses something amiss and, inspired by a thought, remembers the hundreds of soul crystals in his inventory. Instantly, the crystals materialize in his hand. Will this be of use to you? He asks, holding one up to Zhao Xiaoya. In response, her dark hair swiftly envelopes the soul crystal, her energy stabilizing. Useful. Wang Ming wastes no time, swiftly retrieving all the soul crystals and tossing them towards Zhao Xiaoya. Her hair, like a tide of darkness, consumes the crystals. After devouring the soul crystals, her momentum momentarily halts, as if time itself had frozen. The atmosphere around them grows oppressive, making it hard to breathe. Then, an invisible force erupts from her, shattering everything in its path. Thankfully, Wang Ming had established a sound barrier early on, shielding himself from the ensuing chaos. Her hair thickens, as though animated by its own vitality. With the power of the soul crystals surging, Zhao Xiaoya's form begins to expand, as if she intends to engulf the entire world. The surrounding tombstones, trees, and even the air contort under her burgeoning power. Her gaze is icy, an unfathomable darkness and intent to kill radiating outward, instantly silencing the previously raucous environment. What a bunch of cowards! Wang Ming casts a disdainful glance at the retreating shadows. Zhao Xiaoya seems to drift into a slumber, her aura still formidable. Wang Ming remains in quiet anticipation until her body gradually returns to normal, her dark hair reverting to its original hue. Have you awakened? He inquires, standing protectively by her side. She slowly raises her head to meet his gaze and nods gently, a subtle warmth flickering in her eyes. What a relief. It appears we have weathered yet another storm, Wang Ming thinks to himself as he relaxes onto the ground. Isn't the essence of life to savor joy? In this world, who can guide me on how to find happiness? With the task nearing its conclusion, he simply needs to wait until dawn. After all, with Xiaoya by his side, there should be no audacious intruders. As a white figure approaches, Wang Ming turns his head to see Zhao Xiaoya gracefully settling beside him. The atmosphere shifts, prompting an idea to strike him. He suddenly grips Xiaoya's shoulders with enthusiasm. Can you sense anything extraordinary in this place? A glimmer of confusion crosses Xiaoya's eyes. Something that contains unique power? Wang Ming gazes at her with anticipation. There are certain phenomena beyond his perception, yet they are within Xiaoya's realm of understanding. After all, she is a spirit, attuned to the subtleties of the otherworldly. Having come this far, it would be a shame to leave empty-handed. Zhao Xiaoya gazes into the distance, her essence resembling a dormant behemoth slowly awakening. Wait, that is not what I meant. Wang Ming wipes the sweat from his brow, narrowly avoiding a misstep. Indeed, the system's rewards are not easily obtained, and perhaps his lack of prowess plays a role. Had he been a more adept traveler, he would have unearthed every treasure. Suddenly, an epiphany strikes Wang Ming as he glances back at the mausoleum. The light in his eyes intensifying. Standing on the shoulders of giants truly offers a different perspective. In this modest cemetery, he hums an unknown tune, clutching a cremation urn. And in an instant, the urn finds its place in his inventory. A broader smile spreads across his face. Only objects of the uncanny seem to fit, becoming his tools of discernment. His inventory brims with an eclectic assortment of eerie items: tombstones, cremation urns, photographs, vintage flashlights, and even a ton of grave soil. To Wang Ming, these represent points of fear. After all, what game does not allow for item trading? At this moment, he feels a twinge of regret. Had he known the extent of his initial destruction, he would have preserved more valuable items. As the sky gradually brightens, the world takes on a grayish hue, yet remains shrouded in obscurity, seemingly at the brink of illumination without revealing any clarity. Wang Ming halts, raising his gaze. Is it time to conclude this chapter? Surveying the chaos around him, the ground appears scarred and battered. Do you wish to kill me? I shall unearth your graves. It is indeed a matter of life and death. How fair. Wang Ming muses silently. But what is this? His curiosity piqued. He looks down at the blood-red stone monument buried deep in the earth. A crimson game prompt materializes. Congratulations, player Wang Ming. You have completed the Shishan Cemetery instance. Do you wish to leave? Yes, no. Such a statement. Wang Ming gazes at the bloodstone beneath him, a peculiar smile gracing his features. Having come this far, should I really depart? Chapter 17. Return. Has he returned? Wang Ming found himself back in the dark space, but Xiaoya had vanished. The cartoon hairpin in his inventory appeared dull, seemingly unable to be retrieved from this realm. Wang Ming pondered thoughtfully. Opening his hands, a blood-red mini steel lay there, a remnant from the depths he had excavated, transformed into this state upon extraction. What could this be? Wang Ming scrutinized it, recalling how, upon pulling out the blood steel, the surrounding scenery had swiftly enveloped him. The original tomb had been instantaneously replaced by an eerie forest. Had he not returned in that fleeting moment, he could scarcely imagine what might have transpired. Let us see what benefits can be gleaned from this. Wang Ming promptly opened the system panel. Mission: Shishan Cemetery, survive until dawn. Mission evaluation: S grade. Though there were easier methods, you chose the most arduous path. Mission rewards: Soul Essence X5. Low-tier Realm Spirit, starts with a sphere, upgrades require. Funds to play. Human Oil Soap X5, Origin. You might not wish to know, yet it is precious, rumored to be favored by them. S-grade rewards triggered a bonus for fear points. Ding. Congratulations, you have received 2,000 fear points. Accepting the rewards. Wang Ming opened his inventory and suddenly widened his eyes. The rewards were present, yet his fear points remained at 0. Where are my fear points? Is this really the repayment method? Wang Ming fumed, realizing he might have gained a little, yet they would never incur a loss. Resigned to this harsh reality, he inquired of the system, can I sell the acquired items? A black, cart-like general store materialized before him. The shop panel appeared, displaying a neat array of items. But in the lower right corner, a gray beast's head with glowing red eyes stood out ominously. So it's this? Wang Ming had encountered it previously, mistaking it for a mere icon, and had paid it no mind. Clicking on it, the beast's head enlarged, its toothy mouth opening in an exaggerated arc, nearly taking up his entire field of vision. Indeed, this was the style, and Wang Ming felt an unexpected calm wash over him. He had grown accustomed to such occurrences. Subsequently, apart from the mission rewards and a flashlight shrouded in question marks, Wang Ming tossed all his items into the beast's mouth. Ding. A dilapidated urn X15. A standard tombstone, 30 fear points, a standard tombstone. As he beheld the restored 2,000 points in his inventory, Wang Ming nodded in satisfaction. The toil was indeed worthwhile, and he was determined to press on. With newfound wealth, he perused the available updates. Lich's inferior life potion, fear points 200, heaven or hell. Life and death depend on luck. Cackling virus, fear points 120. Do you know my illness loves to laugh? Intelligence 10, strength 10, side effects unknown. Aya's tears, fear points 1500. In the moment the mermaid princess Aya transformed into foam, a single tear fell from her eye, said to be the sea god's mercy. Regardless of your past, all will be forgiven. See Affinity 100 White Eye, fear points 1000, possesses a 360 perspective. Able to see distant vistas and penetrate objects with insight. Kaido Kid's white suit. Fear points 50, freshly pilfered. While it's hot, durable summoning potion. Fear points 500. Unlocks 3 of brain domain. No side effects. As for the others, what was this freshly pilfered white suit? Merely clothing. And its only merit of durability did not justify the expenditure of 50 points for Wang Ming, however inexpensive it may seem. After careful deliberation, he chose Aya's tears and the summoning potion, both of which would prove exceedingly beneficial to him. Exiting, Wang Ming withdrew from the dark space. With a shift through time and space, he opened his eyes to find himself once again lying on his bed at home. Rising from the bed, he approached the window and, with a swift motion, drew back the curtains. The gentle morning sunlight kissed his face as he flung open the window and inhaled deeply the fresh air outside, faintly hearing the soldiers' synchronized and resounding chants. Wang Ming's heart gradually regained its tranquility. This is the essence of a stable life. Only through the trials of danger and terror can one truly appreciate the value of a serene, ordinary existence. After a moment, he closed the window, seated himself back on the bed, and began to process his recent acquisitions. Several black grains, the size of soybeans, appeared in the palm of his hand. Soul Essence. From its name, Wang Ming could surmise its purpose, but how to utilize it? Should it be ingested or applied externally? Just as he contemplated this, the black grains in his hand melted away like snow, and he felt a sudden clarity wash over his mind, restoring him to normalcy in an instant. Is that all? Wang Ming gazed despondently at his empty palm, suddenly empathizing with Zhu Beiji's experience of consuming the ginseng fruit. While he could comprehend the soul essence, what was this low-tier realm spirit? Wang Ming observed the white light points dancing in midair, reminiscent of fireflies, lost in thought. Suddenly, a light point approached his forehead, imparting a peculiar sensation to his heart. This is the realm? A silent domain, an invisible essence swiftly enveloped the entire room. Wang Ming closed his eyes, attuning himself to the power the light points bestowed upon him. Even with his eyes shut, he could perceive all within the room, a 360-degree vision, crystal clear. The previously faint vibrations became sharper, his senses heightened, and the domain shifted at will. A glimmer of understanding flashed across Wang Ming's eyes. Was this an all-encompassing enhancement? It seemed that the rewards the system granted him were consistently commendable, and he nodded in satisfaction. As for the human oil soap, best to set it aside. It has been said that every scrap of toilet paper serves a purpose, has it not? Wang Ming held this belief firmly. After all, hadn't he exchanged a pile of junk for 2,000 fear points during this task? Next, Aya's tears. In the moment the mermaid princess Aya transformed into foam, a single tear fell from her eye, said to be the sea god's mercy. Regardless of your past, all will be forgiven. See Affinity 100. He hoped it would be as he envisioned, as he tossed a tear-shaped, blue luminescent gem directly into his mouth. However, as the gem melted, excruciating pain coursed through Wang Ming's entire being, as if his body had exploded in an instant. The room echoed with his agonized cries, yet fortunately, he had activated the silent domain early, preventing the outside world from hearing his wails. Otherwise, he could only imagine the trouble that would ensue. His body contorted in anguish, as if enduring the deepest torments of existence. Yet, despite the unfathomable pain, his consciousness remained strikingly clear. He could keenly feel every quiver of his nerves, every agony of his cells. It was indeed more complex than he had anticipated. Wang Ming sensed that this profound ordeal appeared to involve genetic modification, perhaps. The sea would no longer be his weakness, and that was precisely what he believed. Chapter 18. Setting sail. Fortunately, the torment he endured was brief, lasting only about an hour. Wang Ming finally regained his composure, the sweat soaking the entire quilt, which was marred by dark stains and traces of blood. Somewhat alarming to behold. After stretching his body and finding no significant difference, he opened his personal panel. Player, Wang Ming, 15 years old, strength, 508. Look, a superhero. Intelligence, 180. Why bother with brains when you're already a Superman? Constitution, 604. You've strayed further down the path of the extraordinary. Agility, 567. You're not running too fast. You're just flying too low. Health, 1000. I hear you're related to the divine beast Xuanwu. Charm, 9. Young man. Care for a game of basketball. Skills, silent fruit. Perfect. Title, beast in human clothing. Not equipped. Wang Ming was somewhat speechless. This system was indeed becoming increasingly cheeky. However, he could not deny that his devil fruit ability had progressed from incomplete to perfect. Despite the inherent dangers, this game undeniably offered something worthwhile. Glancing at the time, he realized that his foster father, Zhang Guo, would not return for a while yet. He needed to tidy up quickly. It would not bode well if his father discovered him in such a state. Standing under the showerhead, warm water cascaded over his robust physique, enveloping him in mist. The sleepless nights spent in a harrowing game, coupled with the agony of consuming mermaid tears, had left him mentally and physically drained. Under the soothing warmth of the shower, he finally felt a long-overdue relaxation. After turning off the water, he swiftly dried himself and donned clean clothes. In the mirror, he no longer appeared weak. Was the so-called curse merely a cellular confinement? Never mind, he decided, shaking off those chaotic thoughts. Suddenly, a knock echoed at the door, and the voice of Ji Yuan called out, "Are you there, Wang Ming?" "Just a moment," he replied, hurriedly bundling the blood-stained sheets and stuffing them into a garbage bag. They were too soiled to wash. It was best to discard them. "What's the matter, Ji Yuan?" Wang Ming opened the door to meet the girl's scrutinizing gaze. Her eyes roamed over him, filled with curiosity. "You've been in here for quite a while. What were you doing, Wang Ming?" "I just took a shower." "What do you think?" Wang Ming retorted, tossing the question back at her. Ji Yuan's eyes inadvertently darted to his still damp hair, then locked onto his teasing gaze. "Nothing much. Sister, he wants us to visit the Admiral's office. I'm here to inform you." A hint of crimson flushed Ji Yuan's face as she hurriedly shifted the topic. "Oh, is that so? Then let us go," Wang Ming replied, finding her increasingly shy demeanor amusing but deciding to let it slide. Wang Ming was already quite familiar with the path to the Admiral's office. The two soon arrived at the elegantly antiquated and stately office, where several familiar figures awaited. Upon entering, numerous gazes turned towards him. Aside from Zhang Guo, Vice Admiral He, and Carp, he also spotted a particularly striking figure, tall and slender, with black, curly hair, wearing a yellow and white striped suit and sunglasses, perpetually adorned with a mischievous expression. It was none other than the future Admiral Kizaru. Having spent 8 years at Navy headquarters, Wang Ming had naturally encountered many acquaintances, and Kizaru was one of his favorites. In his previous life, this character, clocking in at 9 to 5, often slacking off, had become an envy among seasoned workers. "Admiral Zhang Guo, you summoned me?" Wang Ming respectfully addressed the central figure without any pleasantries. "You are now 15 years old. Are you prepared to become a seaman? Aren't you supposed to be 18 to enlist?" Wang Ming questioned, elated. What boy does not yearn for the stars and the sea? He had previously pleaded for quite some time, but Zhang Guo had always denied him on grounds of age. It was unexpected that he would broach the subject today. "If I don't let you set sail soon, you might end up demolishing Marineford." Zhang Guo shot him an exasperated glance. "Ha ha ha." Carp, oblivious to the tension, burst out laughing. "Have you forgotten you're also here, you rascal Carp?" Zhang Guo roared in irritation at Carp. "Got it, you're so tedious." Carp casually scratched his ear. "Enough, Carp, tone it down." Seeing Zhang Guo's irritation rising again, Vice Admiral, he quickly glared at Carp, sternly reprimanding him. Noticing Carp's sudden quietness, Wang Ming stifled a laugh. Only Vice Admiral, he could rein in the old rascal. From this moment onward, "You are a new recruit in the Navy. I hope you can uphold justice." Zhang Guo's expression softened as he looked at Wang Ming, his tone infused with expectation and trust. "Yes, Admiral," Wang Ming promptly replied, then hesitated before asking, "Is that all? What else do you want?" Zhang Guo chuckled, amused by Wang Ming's cunning nature, evidently guessing his thoughts. "Admiral, may I inquire under which general I will be assigned?" Wang Ming raised his head, a hint of anticipation in his voice. "What do you think?" Carp grinned wickedly, causing Wang Ming's expression to become momentarily blank. "No way." Ha ha ha. Carp burst into laughter again. "All right, Carp, stop teasing him," Zhang Guo interjected, unable to bear it any longer. "Carp is heading to the New World. He is not suited to train a new recruit. You will be assigned under Vice Admiral Kizaru instead," Zhang Guo explained with a smile, then turned to Kizaru. "Thank you for your assistance, Kizaru." "Not at all. Wang Ming and I are old acquaintances." Kizaru waved his hand dismissively, his tone languid and peculiar. "I've heard of Vice Admiral Kizaru's sense of justice. I'm quite intrigued." Feeling the weight of several scrutinizing gazes, Wang Ming hurriedly clarified. "Is that so?" Zhang Guo suddenly felt a twinge of regret. Kizaru's sense of justice was hardly diligent. However, having said it in front of Kizaru. He could not retract his words. All right, you may leave now. Carp and Vice Admiral, he will stay behind. Zhang Guo waved his hand in resignation, returning his attention to the mountain of paperwork before him. Vice Admiral Kizaru. Wang Ming followed closely behind. Kizaru turned back, somewhat surprised, gazing at the young man before him. Reflecting on the passage of time. Ah, long time no see, Wang Ming, Kizaru said with a slight smile, his expression inscrutable beneath his sunglasses. Wang Ming approached and walked alongside Kizaru. What should I do on my first voyage? Wang Ming asked directly. Hee. Kizaru chuckled lightly, giving Wang Ming a meaningful glance. When setting sail, the most important thing is your mindset. Don't overthink it, young man. Just wait patiently for what is to come. Is it really that carefree? Wang Ming pondered in silence. Chapter 19. The West Sea in the West Sea. A silent night was abruptly shattered by a single sword strike from Wang Ming, the Moon King. The crescent-shaped slashed sword through the air, cleaving a distant pirate ship in two. Yet, his expression bore not delight, but rather an air of resignation. This marked the fourth ambush he had faced since their arrival in the West Sea. He had hoped to emulate the leisurely justice of Admiral Kizaru, only to realize the folly of his naivety. While Kizaru could afford to be idle, someone had to bear the burden of action, and that unfortunate soul was him. With a graceful step, Wang Ming returned to the ship, his gaze falling upon the sunbathing Borsalino. I swear, I regret this, he thought bitterly. Since joining the crew, Borsalino seemed to engage in nothing but basking in the sun, sipping tea, and trimming his nails. Despite his lack of visible training, his power was undeniably formidable, which only added to Wang Ming's frustration. Drawing his longsword, heavily burdened, he unleashed a fierce slash into the void, seemingly directed at Borsalino. It was not a release of anger, but rather a form of training. How terrifying indeed. Borsalino approached, cradling a cup of red tea, his tone laced with an odd mockery. It was no wonder that Zifa, their mentor, held disdain for him. The man was simply insufferable. Wang Ming silently cursed as he turned away, focusing once more on his practice. Shall we not share some tea? Borsalino called out, but the silence that followed was unbroken. After a moment, his voice echoed from behind. What exactly do you intend, Admiral Kizaru? Wang Ming sighed as he lowered his sword, sensing that Borsalino's sudden enthusiasm must conceal something amiss. As a swordsman, your blade appears rather ordinary, Borsalino remarked, his gaze fixated on Wang Ming's sword. Excuse me? Wang Ming's interest was piqued. Are you suggesting? He recalled a splendid sword obtained from a pirate not long ago. Borsalino adjusted his sunglasses, a smug smile creeping onto his face, an unsettling sight. What does Admiral Kizaru wish from me? Wang Ming inquired, his eyes narrowing. After all, nothing comes without a price. Borsalino did not answer directly, instead turning his attention to the ship's course. Are you aware of this mission's details? From Instructor Barley, I gathered we are to capture an evil scientist in a place called Balquamoa. Wang Ming replied without hesitation. This time, CP0 will also be involved. Borsalino's tone hinted at deeper implications. Wang Ming's surprise was palpable. This mission seemed far more significant than usual, drawing the attention of such formidable forces. I am unconcerned about the task itself, Borsalino continued, his gaze piercing through Wang Ming. My worry lies with the innocent civilians who may become collateral damage amidst this complex backdrop. I may not be able to ensure their safety. So I leave this to you. Do you understand? Wang Ming nodded silently, fully aware of Borsalino's concerns. As warriors, their duty was to protect the innocent. Yet this mission appeared more intricate than any prior engagement. It was indeed their responsibility as Navy officers, but the prospect of acquiring a fine sword was a delightful bonus. He crossed his arms, relishing his unexpected fortune. Suddenly, a pang of regret washed over him. A smirk crept onto Borsalino's face, his smile revealing a disconcerting edge to it. How insidiously amusing. Wang Ming couldn't help but mutter. Then, realizing he had voiced his thoughts aloud, the atmosphere thickened. He glanced up to find Borsalino's expression utterly devoid of emotion. Young Wang Ming, have you ever been kicked by light? Wait. Before he could finish his protest, he found himself flung 100 meters away. Let the bullets fly a while longer. Wang Ming resolved to cease his struggles, grateful for the sound barrier he had created to absorb the force of the blow. Otherwise, even with his iron-like resilience, he could not have withstood such a kick. The blade was drawn, glinting silver in the sunlight. Over a meter in length and exquisitely sharp, it sliced through the air with silent grace. Wang Ming gripped the hilt, feeling an unspoken bond with the weapon. He swung it a few times, each motion fluid and natural, an exquisite sensation. Truly, it was a remarkable blade, one of the finest. With eager anticipation, Wang Ming brandished his newfound treasure, longing to test its metal. Though he hesitated, vandalism would be morally reprehensible. His gaze then fell upon Borsalino, still lounging on the deck. "Oh, young Wang Ming, your gaze is rather dangerous." Borsalino discerned Wang Ming's intentions all too clearly. The man had done little else but brandish the sword, and now it seemed his focus was drawn to Borsalino himself. Sighing, Borsalino stood, his towering presence imposing. Gripping the sword, Wang Ming was consumed by the spirit of battle. As silence enveloped the world, an invisible force expanded, and Wang Ming darted forth with the swiftness of a lightning strike, his speed reaching astonishing levels. He swung his sword in a horizontal arc. A streak of light aimed directly at Borsalino's midsection. What a formidable strike! While Borsalino feigned concern, his demeanor remained unfazed. At the moment the blade approached, Borsalino's eyes sharpened, and he evaded the attack with breathtaking agility. Summoning his own weapon, a radiant golden sword appeared in his grasp, illuminating the surroundings. Wang Ming felt the very fabric of his domain tremble. Had it been compromised? Indeed, such a powerful adversary could not be gauged merely by their abilities. Without time to ponder further, the beam of light shot toward Wang Ming's vital points, dazzlingly swift. Yet, Wang Ming, having undergone numerous enhancements, could barely withstand the assault, occasionally managing a counterattack amidst their fierce exchange. Both warriors reached their peak in speed and strength, weaving through the tempest of clashing steel. The ocean seemed to tear apart under their onslaught, and had they remained aboard the ship, it would surely have succumbed to the chaos of their battle. 8 Shakuyata no Kagami, Borsalino suddenly proclaimed, standing poised in midair, as a small mirror materialized in his hand, radiating brilliant light. Chapter 20. Mechanism Island. Wang Ming and his companions finally arrived at Barcamoya, yet Borsalino had long vanished without a trace. Stretching his arms lazily, Wang Ming felt a twinge of confusion, beginning to suspect whether Borsalino was indeed preoccupied with matters or merely indulging in leisure. Had they truly arrived? Wang Ming pondered as he surveyed his surroundings, suddenly astonished by the incongruity of the architecture, which bore a striking resemblance to modernity from his previous life. Towering skyscrapers, concrete roads, and an intricate web of thoroughfares greeted him, with vehicles resembling automobiles whizzing past. Quite remarkable indeed. Wang Ming marveled briefly, only to be met with silence. While the soldiers behind him stood agape, their worldviews shattered by the spectacle. The city thrived in splendor, adorned with neon lights, as the occasional vehicle sped by, presenting an entirely fresh and exhilarating experience. "Let us proceed," Wang Ming remarked with a gentle smile, interrupting the soldiers' reverie. He remained unfazed, having witnessed such cities countless times in his former life. Although the soldiers were taken aback by Wang Ming's composure, they complied and followed him deeper into the island. Despite Wang Ming lacking any military rank, his demonstrated prowess had convinced them of his uniqueness, thus earning their obedience. Something felt amiss. After walking a short distance, Wang Ming sensed an unsettling anomaly. There were too few people. Aside from the hurried vehicles, the streets, which should have been bustling, were eerily deserted. Shops firmly shut, and an oppressive atmosphere enveloped the entire city. Suddenly, a deafening explosion reverberated, shaking the very ground beneath them. Wang Ming looked up to see billowing smoke and flames rising in the distance, faint cries of anguish echoing through the air. Something has happened. Wang Ming's gaze hardened as he swiftly declared, "I shall go ahead. You follow closely. Signal for help at the first sign of danger." Without awaiting further words from the soldiers, he vanished in a blur. At the Future Research Institute, the once majestic building now bore a gaping hole of over 10 meters. Flames erupting violently within, casting eerie shadows of figures clad in white suits. Ignoring the chaos and cries within, some individuals, unable to withstand the searing heat, desperately fled. Yet fate was unkind. A white figure darted past, sending those who had just escaped back into the inferno. The flames raged, consuming the already dwindling space within the institute. As dozens of figures in white lab coats gazed in despair at the oncoming blaze, mere steps from the exit. Boom! The already battered opening was blasted wider, extinguishing the flames along the path. A vibrant voice rang out. "Is anyone there? Come out quickly. We are the Navy. It is safe now." The voice echoed amidst the flames, offering a flicker of hope to the despairing souls trapped within. In moments of desperation, one clings to any semblance of salvation. Disbelief was not an option, for to doubt meant embracing death. Run. The crowd surged forward without hesitation, driven not by trust, but by a lack of alternatives. Upon bursting forth from the institute, they finally halted, realizing they had not encountered any further attacks. Gulping in the fresh air, many were moved to tears, mourning lost friends and family while celebrating their own survival. Leading the group was a silver-haired elder who soon regained his composure. Looking up, he spotted a youth clad in a white naval uniform standing amidst the chaos. The boy appeared to be around 14 or 15, his golden hair shimmering in the sunlight, a charming visage adorned with a sincere smile. This newcomer was none other than Wang Ming, who had hurried over upon hearing the explosions. "Excuse me, sir? Are there any survivors inside?" Wang Ming inquired urgently. "No, apart from us. All others perished within," the elder replied, his lips quivering, tears streaming down the knife-like wrinkles of his face. Wang Ming fell into silence, yet a raging inferno of fury ignited within him, directed at those responsible. Recognizing the stark white uniforms, he realized these were the despicable CP0 agents who treated lives with such disdain. Without a chance for confrontation, he unleashed the silent domain. An absolute confinement. Silence. Void kick. In an instant, they vanished like cannonballs into the air, their fate sealed. What did it matter? Where are they? The elder scanned the surroundings, seeking the presence of those fiends. "I do not know. I saw no one upon my arrival." Wang Ming feigned ignorance, opting not to divulge the truth. "Some matters could be acted upon but not openly discussed. Who is responsible for this? Why did they do it?" Wang Ming gestured toward the engulfed building, cautiously probing. The elder shook his head in bewilderment. Indeed, these individuals were merely collateral damage. Wang Ming's expression remained unchanged, yet his heart sighed in resignation. What heinous experiments had this so-called evil scientist conducted to provoke the CP members, leaving even the innocent to suffer? Suddenly, a name surfaced in Wang Ming's mind, a character who had never appeared yet loomed large in significance. Vegapunk, the scientist who was 500 years ahead of the world. Of course, it could only be him, the man known as the one with the world's greatest intellect, whose scientific prowess was said to be unmatched even 5 centuries hence. The world government had deemed research on lineage factors perilous, leading to the arrest of Vegapunk and others who discovered the substance. Subsequently, he had served the world government, becoming the leader of naval scientists. "Do you know Vegapunk?" Wang Ming continued his inquiry. "No, there are too many scholars and researchers in this institute. No one would remember," the elder replied, though a glint of wariness flickered in his eyes. "Alas," Wang Ming sighed, "I must inform you that this individual is conducting a perilous experiment, and we must locate and halt him. However, we are not the only ones searching for him. Another organization is also on his trail, one you may have encountered. We must find him swiftly to avert further harm to this place, for surrendering him to us would be far preferable to falling into the hands of those others. Wouldn't you agree?" Wang Ming gazed intently at the elder, confident that someone of his age would grasp the gravity of the situation. "I truly do not know where Vegapunk is," the elder lamented. "If I had any knowledge, I would not have stood by as they perished in the flames." He turned to glance at the towering inferno, tears streaming anew. Perhaps he had been overly hopeful. Wang Ming felt disheartened. The elder's words served as a stark reminder. Who could say with certainty that they would possess knowledge of Vegapunk's whereabouts, even within the same institute? After all, not only the elder, but the entire institute, comprising hundreds, if not thousands, of individuals, would surely have someone unable to resist revealing information about Vegapunk's location when faced with life and death, such as the instinct for survival. "Have you encountered someone named Caesar Clown?" Wang Ming suddenly recalled a name. "Caesar?" Let me think. The elder's expression shifted to one of contemplation. Chapter 21. Caesar Quran. Caesar's words echoed ominously. It was said that his nefarious behavior had alienated many, leaving him to reside in solitude. The elder hesitated, casting a cautious glance at Wang Ming before resolutely continuing. "But I know where he lives. A naval force will arrive shortly to assist you. You may leave with them." Wang Ming, undeterred, took off like a cannonball in the direction indicated by the elder. The elder murmured to himself as he watched Wang Ming's swift departure. Caesar's dwelling was easily located due to his malevolent disposition, compounded by the reports of inhumane experiments that had led the islanders to exile him to the desolate northern mountains. In no time, Wang Ming's silhouette appeared amidst the rugged terrain. Though the hill was modest in size, it was densely forested, and the underbrush made it difficult to locate anyone. However, Wang Ming possessed a method. Activating his silent domain, he sensed minute vibrations within a radius of several kilometers. While the influence of his domain diminished with distance, it sufficed for perception. I found you. Wang Ming's gaze settled on a central location within the mountains, a smile gracing his lips. The path to ascend the hill was non-existent. One could only speculate how Caesar managed to navigate such a treacherous landscape. Perhaps he had consumed a nature-based fruit. Otherwise, his frail physique as a researcher would struggle here. It seemed he would not be easily subdued. Wang Ming pondered this, aware that he had yet to master the art of armed hockey, leaving him vulnerable to a potential counterattack. An ambush? That would jeopardize his inquiry into the whereabouts of the Shelponga. Resorting to the ocean was his only option, troublesome indeed. It appeared he must learn the power of armed hockey sooner rather than later. Fortunately, he was nearing the island's periphery, the shoreline not far off. With his remarkable speed, Wang Ming returned shortly, draping his soaked coat around his left arm. This would suffice. If he could not overpower Caesar, the latter's speed would not suffice to catch him. Time was of the essence. Wang Ming leaped into the air, gliding gracefully towards the mountainside. Soon, he discovered Caesar's rudimentary abode, a crude shelter fashioned from wooden planks that formed a cramped space, cluttered with various personal effects and exuding an unbearable stench that even reached Wang Ming in midair. Is this truly a scientist? Wang Ming pondered, his thoughts interrupted as a chill coursed through him, followed by a sinister smile. An ambush from behind, under the veil of his silent domain. He could perceive any movement with clarity. In a flash, his weapon, the silver light, was drawn. The blade of the crescent moon radiated an ominous power, seemingly intent on tearing everything asunder, and it shot towards a shadowy corner below him. Boom. The terrifying force instantly obliterated everything within a radius of several dozen meters, trees, boulders, and earth shattered under its might. Gazing at the cloud of dust, Wang Ming taunted, "Are you not coming out?" His eyes sparkled with provocation, the weapon in his hand gleaming coldly. Such an attack, while formidable, would not be lethal to a nature-based user. He understood that his opponent lurked behind the cover of gas, waiting for an opportune moment to strike. Suddenly, a pink figure emerged from the haze, accompanied by the slow dispersal of gas, radiating a palpable threat. "Are you trying to kill me?" Caesar roared, his voice laced with fear and fury. His eyes glimmered with ferocity, as if seeking to engulf Wang Ming. "Ah, such trifles are inconsequential," Wang Ming replied nonchalantly, revealing his identity. He then narrowed his gaze, a hint of mockery in his tone. "Besides, weren't you also seeking to eliminate me?" I did not. I merely wished to hide," Caesar Kuran stammered, avoiding Wang Ming's piercing gaze. Suddenly, realization struck him, and he shouted, "Who are you? How do you know my name? What do you want from me?" I did not. I merely wished to hide," Caesar reiterated, his voice echoing in the desolate woods, his expression twisted with a desperate attempt to mask his inner turmoil. Abruptly, he seemed to recall something, demanding, "Who are you? How do you know my name? What do you want from me?" His tone was rife with suspicion and uncertainty, akin to a startled beast. Wang Ming regarded Caesar, choosing silence as his response. The silent domain enveloped them, and in an instant, Wang Ming transformed into a mere shadow, moving with such speed that he appeared behind Caesar Kuran without a sound. His fist clenched tightly, muscles coiled with tension. Wang Ming delivered a powerful blow to Caesar's face. Caesar's expression contorted under the sheer force. Shock, confusion, pain, and rage intermingled as he struggled to comprehend why Wang Ming had suddenly attacked him. Yet such questions were irrelevant now. As Wang Ming's fist connected, Caesar staggered, then collapsed, unconscious. "Perhaps I was a tad too forceful," Wang Ming mused regretfully. "I truly intended to be the good guy." As he approached, he muttered to himself, comforting both Caesar and his own conscience. Standing before Caesar Kuran, Wang Ming used the waterlogged garment to bind his hands securely. Spitting into his palm, he rubbed his hands together and delivered a resounding slap to Caesar's face. "Wake up!" Slap. "Wake up!" Slap. "Hey, wake up!" Caesar Kuran stirred slightly, his eyelids fluttering open as consciousness gradually returned. Wang Ming ceased his strikes, casually squatting nearby, a mischievous grin adorning his face. As Caesar regained his senses, he was greeted by Wang Ming's devilish smile, an all too familiar vulnerability washing over him. This sensation was reminiscent of the ocean. He attempted to move his arms, only to find them bound by the drenched fabric. "What do you intend to do?" he stammered, trembling with palpable fear. "Actually, I came to ask some questions. Would you be so kind as to respond appropriately? Wang Ming beamed, though his eyes glimmered with menace. Of course. If you spare me, I shall divulge everything. Caesar Karan replied eagerly. Do not rush. Tell me, do you know a Vegapunk? Caesar paused, visibly taken aback, clearly unprepared for the mention of that name. You seek to find him? He inquired cautiously. Indeed, where is he? Wang Ming pressed insistently. Is that all you want? Caesar's expression betrayed disbelief. Chapter 22. Fierce battle with CP0. Caesar Clown hesitated for a moment, sighed, and said, I do know where he is, but you must ensure that I am not harmed. Of course, we have no enmity. There is no need for us to clash. However, you had better not lie, or else if I find you again. Although Wang Ming's words were only partially spoken, the implied threat sent a shiver down Caesar's spine. I won't. Caesar Clown replied with a forced smile. Wang Ming returned to the research facility, ravaged by flames, now reduced to ruins and debris. This once thriving ground of scientific inquiry now lay in a profound silence. The individuals who had been rescued seemed to have taken all the vitality with them. Only a solitary lamp flickered under the night sky, feebly illuminating the desolate landscape. How dark it is, Wang Ming murmured, his gaze deep and contemplative. Caesar Clown revealed to him that they had established a secret laboratory beneath the facility, where Vegapunk might have been silently conducting his research all along. Wang Ming inhaled deeply, the air thick with dust and an aura of the unknown. He began to search the ruins for clues, seeking the possible entrance to the underground passage. With a leap, Wang Ming soared into the air, his feet slicing through the atmosphere as two colossal slashes surged forth, like lightning, towards the inferno of debris. Flames and rubble exploded in every direction under the force of his might, creating a clearing several meters wide in an instant. However, to his surprise, he did not uncover the presence of a passage. Again, he commanded, unleashing two more massive slashes, which cleared the debris once more, revealing a circular opening at last. Wang Ming's face lit up with joy, but as he stepped forward, his expression darkened. He turned and coldly called out, Come out. Tap, tap. The sound of polished shoes echoed in the silence as several figures clad in white uniforms emerged from the shadows. CP0, the intelligence organization of the world nobles, reputed to possess armed strength rivaling that of the Navy. What a troublesome bunch, Wang Ming sighed helplessly. Hey, this area has already been secured by our Navy. You can leave now, Wang Ming said, hands clasped behind his back, his tone calm. As he spoke, the realm of silence activated. The space within hundreds of meters was instantly enveloped in silence, rendering the surroundings devoid of sound and shadow. Even a lion uses full strength to catch a rabbit. How much more so against the elite forces of the CP system? The group fell silent for a moment, as if weighing their options. They exchanged glances, seemingly reaching a consensus, and then, whoosh. The ground beneath their feet cracked as two figures lunged toward Wang Ming like arrows released from a bow. How impolite, Wang Ming teased, extending his hand. The two incoming fists froze mid-air, as if time itself had come to a standstill. A tremendous force surged from within him, instantly dissipating the power behind their strikes. It was a silent confinement, as if the realm's power spread around him, firmly anchoring the two in place. Their bodies were immobilized, unable even to utter a sound. In this still world, only Wang Ming's figure subtly swayed. Suddenly, Wang Ming's brow furrowed, as if a flash of insight had struck him. He reacted instantly, disappearing from his position as two massive slashes flew past, carving deep gorges into the earth. But it was not over. Wang Ming lightly pointed at the two, as if a mysterious power emanated from him. The two struck felt a sharp pain in their hearts, as if an invisible force had squeezed tightly, halting their functions. Blood gushed from their mouths, and their gazes began to dull, as if their vital essence was rapidly depleting. 2 down, 5 to go. Quickly dodging the attacks, Wang Ming scanned his surroundings, seeking the opportunity for his next strike. This was no simple battle. He sensed an unusual pressure from these foes. He understood that they had expanded their attack range, and each assault was a coordinated effort to corner him into a desperate situation. Their attacks came like a torrential storm, forcing Wang Ming to evade swiftly. Their intent was clear, to push him into a corner. This was no ordinary skirmish. Wang Ming distinctly felt an extraordinary weight bearing down on him. He was acutely aware that these adversaries had refined their tactics, making it exceedingly difficult for him to find an opening. As 5 of them attacked simultaneously, Wang Ming moved with the speed of lightning. He leaped, flipped, and dodged, each movement executed with pinpoint precision. His body flowed like a leaf in the wind, narrowly avoiding the assaults of his adversaries. This could not continue. Wang Ming realized he needed to find a breakthrough. Reluctantly, he decided to go all out, despite the considerable energy expenditure. After all, they had pushed him to this boiling point. Silent domain, absolute domain. The space within hundreds of meters instantaneously froze, as though even the air had ceased to flow. The 5 individuals encircling Wang Ming were suddenly immobilized, their movements halted and confined. All vibrations within the domain coalesced in Wang Ming's grasp. In just a breath, the 5 regained their mobility. Yet, before they could revel in their newfound freedom, a terrifying wave of energy surged through the air. This energy bore the scent of annihilation, causing their expressions to shift, a profound sense of impending doom flooding their hearts. "Run!" one of them shouted, the terror evident in his voice. It was too late. Wang Ming smirked coldly, a murderous glint in his eyes, and unleashed the vibrations. Release. A terrifying torrent of energy swept forth, as if the very fabric of space was being obliterated. In an instant, the seasoned bodies of his foes were reduced to mere particles. Why bother? Wang Ming sighed, shaking his head, his taut muscles relaxing as if he had set down his guard. A mysterious green door suddenly opened behind him, radiating an aura of enigma and the unknown. A hand strike, imbued with a dreadful essence, shot toward his back. "I've been waiting for you," Wang Ming said, a dangerous smile creeping across his face. His laughter sharp as a blade. He did not turn at such a moment. Turning or fleeing would lead to certain doom, and he had anticipated this. His back felt as solid as iron as the strike approached, penetrating through layers of soundproofing. Its force greatly diminished. In that instant, Wang Ming found himself enveloped in a tranquil world, the cacophony of the outside world muted, leaving only the confrontation between him and his assailant. The strike aimed at him had lost its potency. Weakened, it merely tore through his clothing, failing to breach his formidable defenses. Silent domain, ultimate silence. It was a soundless terror, akin to a parasite creeping silently along the palm, unnoticed by the living. When that lethal force finally manifested, their bodies were frozen in place. Their hearts halted, and their blood ceased to flow. Thud! A towering figure collapsed from the door, crashing heavily to the ground, devoid of life. Fear of death filled his eyes. Death! The once bloodthirsty battlefield returned to tranquility. Wang Ming slightly moved his limbs, pondering what manner of creatures those who fought for days and nights must be. Though his abilities were extensively developed, the toll on his stamina was exceedingly severe. Even with his body enhanced by life's rejuvenation, he still felt a hint of fatigue. Perhaps awakening would resolve this issue. Chapter 23. Vegapunk. Amidst the desolate ruins, a sudden rustling sound broke the surrounding tranquility. Wang Ming sensed the anomaly and swiftly turned, his gaze alertly directed towards the source of the noise. At the narrow exit of the passage, a man peeked out, adorned with a headpiece resembling apple tree branches, a large tongue, and flushed cheeks. His unusual appearance immediately captured Wang Ming's attention, and he recognized the man at once. "Vegapunk. Indeed, it is you," Wang Ming mused inwardly, his hand resting on the sword at his waist, prepared for any unforeseen circumstances. "Come out," he commanded. However, Vegapunk remained motionless, cautiously fixating his gaze on the passage's opening. Wang Ming shook his head in resignation, deciding not to wait any longer. With a swift motion, he approached Vegapunk, startling him. "When did you arrive?" Vegapunk asked, his voice trembling with fear. "I merely arrived a tad earlier than the others," Wang Ming replied nonchalantly. He then inquired, "Who exactly are you? What are you doing here?" Vegapunk fell silent for a moment, the atmosphere around them growing heavy. His eyes reflected profound contemplation, yet he refrained from answering Wang Ming's question and instead asked, "What about the others?" A pang of unease gripped Wang Ming as he perceived the worry and hope in Vegapunk's eyes. Taking a deep breath, he endeavored to keep his tone calm. "Some have been killed, while others have been rescued by our navy and relocated to safety." A shadow of sorrow crossed Vegapunk's face, for he understood that without the navy, none of his colleagues would have survived. Gratitude flickered in his gaze as he looked at Wang Ming. "Thank you, Navy. This is merely our duty," Wang Ming replied, shaking his head with a neutral tone. "I am relieved you did not direct your anger towards us." Vegapunk smiled faintly at Wang Ming's words, recognizing that he referred to the CP agents. "I am not foolish enough to confuse right and wrong," Vegapunk declared, extending his hand for a handshake. "I am Vegapunk, a researcher. Wang Ming, a Navy officer, here to apprehend you." The two exchanged smiles, and Vegapunk appeared surprisingly calm, as though he had anticipated this encounter. I will accompany you. Suddenly, Vegapunk recalled something, stepping back with a serious expression, his eyes revealing deep concern. It matters not if you take me, but I wish to know if my colleagues at the research facility will be harmed because of my work. Wang Ming fell silent, uncertain of the world government's impending reaction. Even if it would not escalate to the severity of the O'Hara incident, a purge was still a distinct possibility. Vegapunk's silence conveyed his understanding, and he spoke urgently. The research on bloodline factors is merely a private endeavor between me and a few others. They are unaware. As he spoke, Vegapunk realized his words rang hollow. He was no longer an innocent child. The world government would not overlook potential risks. His expression gradually dimmed as he sank wearily to the ground. It will not come to that. I will remain here for a time, until you are in a position to negotiate. After a moment's contemplation, Wang Ming resolutely declared. His voice echoed in the empty underground space. Yet it failed to reach beyond their immediate vicinity, leaving the realm outside shrouded in silence. Is that truly the case? Vegapunk exclaimed, springing up like a ball, gripping Wang Ming's shoulders with excitement. Wang Ming recoiled, wary of the large tongue, regretting his impulsiveness. Vegapunk's eyes widened, his fingers clutching Wang Ming's shoulders tightly, as if trying to extract the truth from him. Is it true? Are you genuinely willing to protect those who have no connection to you, risking your own safety? Wang Ming could not help but smile wryly, forcefully breaking free from Vegapunk's grasp and stepping back. He understood Vegapunk awaited his answer. Taking a deep breath, Wang Ming gazed at Vegapunk, noting his remarkable appearance. Striving to maintain composure, he earnestly remarked, "This is precisely what a Navy officer ought to do. However, I hope you can hurry. I am uncertain how long I can endure." "Thank you," Vegapunk replied slowly after a moment of silence, his voice laced with heartfelt gratitude. In this cruel world, he knew that every act of kindness was hard-earned. "Since we have come to an agreement, let me lead you away from here. We need to find a safe place and await our opportunity to leave." As night fell and the city lights flickered to life, this modern metropolis, so distinct from the world beyond, took on a different kind of stillness under the night sky. The glass facades of towering buildings reflected the moonlight, while neon lights along the roads shimmered, creating a dreamlike tapestry of light and shadow. In the heart of the city stood a massive structure, the government-esque council hall. A solitary figure lounged on the edge of the rooftop, legs dangling in midair, seemingly surveying the city below. Here's the situation. Wang Ming sat alone atop the building, addressing the snail phone still clutched in his hand. "Have you lost your mind?" The voice on the other end erupted in a furious roar, echoing with anger and warning. The snail phone's exaggerated visage sported a wild hairstyle, and its eyes seemed to mimic real ones. At first glance, it bore a striking resemblance to Admiral Sengoku. Wang Ming furrowed his brow and replied gravely, "I am fully aware of the risks involved, but I cannot stand idly by." His decision prompted a silence from the other end, and he sensed their astonishment and concern. "You are being reckless," the snail phone cautioned once more, filled with worry. "This matter is beyond your control. Return at once." "And what about them?" "You know precisely whom I refer to." Wang Ming fixed his gaze upon the snail phone, which fell into another bout of silence. "That is of no concern to you." "I will handle it." Sengoku's voice emerged once again. "Do not jest, father," Wang Ming retorted playfully. "You insolent brat. If the Navy cannot uphold its commitments, then what does my sense of justice amount to?" Wang Ming interrupted for the first time, resolute in his choice. "Moreover, believe me, securing Vegapunk's friendship would be immensely beneficial for the Navy's future. He is an extraordinary scientist." Wang Ming pivoted the conversation, smiling. In truth, he harbored no fear for himself. After all, the CP organization would never risk inciting Sengoku's wrath over a mere Navy officer. Besides, with his capabilities, he could evade capture if necessary, disappearing without a trace. I hope it truly unfolds as you envision," Sengoku conceded reluctantly, deciding that, if necessary, he could contact Admiral Kazuru. "Indeed. But where is he now?" Wang Ming inquired, puzzled. Sengoku? Chapter 24. Remains on Mechanism Island, at Dawn and Appo's port. The sound of a telephone bug echoed in a corner, piercing the tranquility of the morning. Moshi. 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 Rear Admiral Borsellino, usually serene, now gazed at the black telephone bug on his wrist with a hint of confusion. After a prolonged search, he finally retrieved a green mini telephone bug from his pocket. Found it. A fleeting joy crossed Borsellino's face, his voice laced with relief. He answered the telephone bug. And Wang Ming's voice resonated from the other end. "Admiral Kizaru, we have located Beckpank. Where are you now? The youth of today are truly remarkable." Kizaru replied, his tone elongated with a hint of incredulity, exuding an irksome quality. "No joking, Admiral Kizaru, where exactly are you?" Wang Ming's voice came through, tinged with frustration. "I am at the port, but I am tied up with some matters." At this moment, dusk fell, the setting sun casting golden rays upon the sea, illuminating a harmonious interplay of colors with the azure waters. Borsalino stood by the port, gazing into the tranquil sea, a smirk of derision flashing in his eyes. "Is he still not showing up?" "Admiral Kizaru, there is something I wish to discuss with you first." Wang Ming hesitated for a few moments before directly mentioning Borsalino's own promise to remain on the island to ensure the safety of the innocent. "How troublesome." Borsalino rubbed his forehead in annoyance, then spoke again. "In such matters, it would be best for you to contact the marshal directly." Though this implied a breach of protocol, Kizaru was unconcerned. If he approved Wang Ming's request to remain alone, any unforeseen incidents would be difficult to explain to Sengoku. Conversely, refusing might lead to discontent on both sides. Thus, delegating the issue to higher authorities seemed the wisest course of action. That might not be appropriate. Wang Ming instantly grasped his intent, inwardly cursing the seasoned veteran. "No worries, young Wang Ming. It is decided, but do hurry." Borsalino suddenly began to ramble, the topic drifting further away. "I understand." Wang Ming, too weary to argue, silently observed Borsalino's monologue. If this fellow were in the real world, he would undoubtedly thrive in any dubious organization. After disconnecting the call, Wang Ming shook his head in resignation. This fellow truly knows how to evade responsibility. He had already contacted Sengoku earlier, expressing his decision, which had received acknowledgement. However, he later felt it was inappropriate to bypass Kizaru and call the marshal directly. Such actions would undoubtedly draw attention. This led to the moment of Wang Ming calling Kizaru. He silently resolved not to repeat such a mistake, as it could easily offend others. Without further ado, Wang Ming leaped, descending from the high building. But this was not an act of desperation. He floated gracefully through the air, like a superhero traversing the night sky, sprinting towards a concealed corner below. The rooftop wind howled past him, his figure tracing a perfect arc in the night. The sky behind him framed his fleeting silhouette, and as he landed softly in the hidden nook, a group of similarly attired naval soldiers awaited him, along with a notably tall figure with an unusually prominent head, Beckpank. It was the naval forces that had arrived, and Beckpank appeared somewhat reserved amidst the ranks of the navy. "Let us depart, Don's Port." On the deck of the warship, Borsalino reclined comfortably in a chair, perusing a newspaper he had found at some point, leisurely observing. Occasionally, his gaze drifted towards a distant concealed corner, as if something secret lay hidden there. Amidst the stillness of the port, the sound of hurried footsteps resonated clearly. "Have they arrived?" Borsalino turned to look, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. A squad of naval soldiers emerged, highlighted by the striking figure of Beckpank, towering above the rest. "Ah, young Wang Ming," Borsalino called out, extending his neck to greet the boy at the forefront with a smile. "What an enigma this fellow is," Wang Ming mused internally, unable to suppress a smile. Although Borsalino's manner of speaking could be vexing, his politeness and enthusiasm were undeniably disarming. "Admiral Kizaru, it has indeed been a while," Wang Ming slowly articulated, his tone tinged with a hint of resentment. "Alas, I am perpetually entangled in troublesome matters." Borsalino discerned Wang Ming's sentiments without irritation, his gaze subtly shifting towards a corner to the right. "I must explain." Catching the implication in Borsalino's eyes, Wang Ming realized there were larger stakes at play. Underestimating Beckpank's value in the eyes of the world government. "Have the discussions concluded? You still intend to remain?" Borsalino inquired lazily, surveying Wang Ming from above. A flicker of hesitation crossed Wang Ming's eyes, quickly replaced by determination. He inhaled deeply. If he could not fulfill his aspirations in this life, what would distinguish him from his previous existence? "I entrust this to you, Admiral Kizaru." Wang Ming's voice rang with conviction, his gaze meeting Borsalino's without a trace of retreat or fear, affirming his resolution. "Is that so?" Borsalino turned to leave, his expression shrouded in ambiguity. "Then I shall rely on you, Wang Ming." His voice floated back, now tinged with seriousness and concern. "It is of no consequence. This is the justice I must uphold," Wang Ming murmured, the words imbued with gravity, leaving uncertain whether they were directed at Borsalino or himself. Watching the warship depart, Wang Ming turned away without hesitation. Logically, The significant threats would focus on the departing vessel, as their mission objectives lay there. Yet, possibilities abound. Should a CP-0 elite lose their wits and disregard the Navy's presence? What could he do? After all, while both the Navy and CP systems were ostensibly two arms of the world government, they privately engaged in constant rivalry. Despite his overflowing sense of justice, caution was paramount. Since the mission was to protect the research facility, remaining nearby sufficed. If confrontation was possible, he would engage. And if not, he would seek refuge. With the silent domain activated, even with observation hockey, it would be challenging to locate him. Surely, they wouldn't deploy their top-tier forces for a mere minor player like him, would they? Chapter 25. The difficulty level escalates upon opening his eyes. Wang Ming found himself once again in the dark abyss, this time with a swiftness that was markedly different. It seemed that the activation of the game was not solely contingent upon one's own demise and fear, but could also stem from the experiences of others. A flicker of enlightenment crossed his mind. The words activate and death oscillated before him, as if urging him to hasten his decision. He was genuinely curious about what the option of death entailed. However, he ultimately extinguished this perilous thought. Such mysterious and eerie phenomena were perhaps beyond his current capacity to confront. Engaging in reckless self-endangerment was not an option. Activate. The familiar sensation of vertigo enveloped him once more, plunging Wang Ming into a whirlpool of despair, a poignant reminder of nature's overwhelming power. An inexplicable dread surged through him from head to toe, compelling him to open his eyes wide, almost defying his instinctual fear as he sought answers. Yet, in the mere span of a breath, he could scarcely perceive anything before he was transported to an entirely new realm. In a fleeting moment, he thought he glimpsed a corner of the research facility. Ding! Welcome to the thrilling world, where joy is crafted with sincerity. System task: Life Research Institute. In a forsaken town, a venerable research facility looms, once the pride of your family. Legends whisper of your brilliance as a scientist. Yet the eerie rumors surrounding the institute have driven people away. Task requirement: rescue the innocent researchers within the institute. Task prompt: it has been stated that they are innocent. What more do you ponder? Task failure: death. The research facility? Innocent researchers? Standing at the familiar entrance of the institute, Wang Ming was taken aback. Was it mere coincidence or a mysterious connection between reality and illusion? Perhaps. Stepping inside would yield the best answer. Taking a deep breath, he advanced forward. The door creaked open, revealing the darkness within. A sense of trepidation gripped Wang Ming's heart. Yet he resolutely stepped inside. The interior of the institute was shrouded in an unsettling ambience, the air thick with a disquieting essence. A shiver coursed through Wang Ming. But he maintained his composure. Surprisingly bright once he entered, he breathed deeply and continued onward. The door had opened slowly, unveiling the dark interior. Despite the tightening in his chest, he pressed on with unwavering determination. The atmosphere within the institute was ominous, with dust and cobwebs adorning the lengthy corridor. It felt as though he had traversed into a world long forgotten, where time seemed to have come to a standstill. Passing by a laboratory, he noticed a sign that read no entry. Denied access? Yet, curiosity propelled him to push the door open. Inside, an array of enigmatic instruments lay scattered amidst books and documents strewn across the floor. Just as he was about to peruse the materials, a sudden wave of unease washed over him, sending a chill down his spine. With a swift motion, he repositioned himself, glancing back at the spot he had occupied, still empty. No, that sensation lingered. The realm was eerily silent. The familiar feeling still persisted, yet it was profoundly unsettling. As Wang Ming surveyed his surroundings, he noticed a small mirror before him. That was sufficient. He had finally identified the source of his trepidation. A middle-aged man clad in a white lab coat had materialized behind him, moving with spectral grace, closely trailing his every step. Drawing ever nearer, Wang Ming's expression darkened, for this profound silence rendered all perception futile. He could hear nothing. There was no evading this threat, and his attempts to retaliate would be in vain. What was he to do? His thoughts raced, and in an instant, he surged towards the exit like a cannonball. To his surprise, he emerged from the laboratory unscathed, the ominous feeling dissipating as he utilized the floor's reflection, finally losing sight of the figure behind him. Wang Ming exhaled in relief. It was all so bizarre. He suspected that the difficulty level of the laboratory had been recalibrated, amplifying the pressure he felt. Memories of his initial foray into the game flooded back, evoking that harrowing sensation of life spiraling beyond his control. This was merely the beginning, and these were the innocents? Something felt amiss. Yet, If the prompt indicated innocence, then inevitably there were antagonistic forces at play. Perhaps he could glean insights from them. In the vast, silent corridor, only the echo of his footsteps filled the air. Wang Ming's gaze fell upon a series of doors. He decided to take a chance. Gritting his teeth, he opened one nearby. Inside, disarrayed documents and instruments awaited him. With the aid of the floor's reflection, he spotted an elderly gentleman with graying hair and spectacles. The old man, dressed in a white lab coat, emerged silently from the shadows behind him. A jolt of surprise coursed through Wang Ming, prompting him to instinctively step forward. However, the old man stood upon his shadow. As Wang Ming's shadow shifted, so did the elder's presence. Understanding dawned upon him, and he quickly steadied himself. Inhaling deeply to regain his calm, he recognized that he was facing an ordinary individual, not merely a pawn in a sinister game. The old man's visage was pale, his eyes void of life, yet as the connection between their shadows intensified, he began to inch closer. Without hesitation, Wang Ming dashed towards the door. As anticipated, the door to the corridor sealed behind him, the old man's figure vanishing from sight. Employing the same strategy, he ventured into several rooms, encountering an elderly man, a youth, a woman, and a middle-aged individual. Though their appearances varied, their behaviors were strikingly identical. If they were indeed innocents, why did he sense such an overwhelming aura of danger? Had he inadvertently provoked their hostility? What precisely was amiss? Wang Ming pondered deeply, recognizing that this game sometimes adhered to predetermined rules. Suddenly, he lifted his gaze, his attention fixating on the door to the room he had first entered. Knock, knock. Wang Ming approached, rapping firmly on the door. The rhythmic sound resonated throughout the empty corridor. Knock, knock. Gathering his courage, he struck the door once more. The echoes reverberated, as if countless voices responded to his call. Yet, no reply came from within. Wang Ming inhaled deeply, poised to grasp the doorknob. Just as his hand reached for the handle, the door swung open of its own accord, revealing a middle-aged man in a white lab coat. His vacant, hollow gaze fixated on Wang Ming, as if he awaited something. In that moment, Wang Ming felt an unexpected tranquility wash over him. His eyes fell upon the identification badge affixed to the man and Oppo's chest, and a slight smile graced his lips as he gently stated, "Mr. David, I apologize for the intrusion. Is there something you need? What do you wish to convey?" The middle-aged man, known as David, rasped, his voice seemingly squeezed from his chest. "I must inform you that your research may need to be suspended for a time," Wang Ming replied, tinged with regret. "Do you comprehend the implications of your words?" David's previously vacant expression shifted, anger manifesting on his countenance. "Their research demands substantial resources and manpower. We find ourselves with no alternative." Wang Ming feigned helplessness as he spoke. "Them? Who are they?" Chapter 26. The ambiguous boundaries of salvation. Once again, it was them. The middle-aged man wore an expression of deep resentment, muttering indistinctly to himself. Ultimately, he made no move. As if coming to a realization, he sighed and disregarded Wang Ming's presence, slowly vanishing from the room. What does this mean? Wang Ming found himself perplexed. To leave just like that, truly, he was an honest man. Upon entering, Wang Ming indeed found no trace of the middle-aged man. Suddenly, a question struck Wang Ming. The task required the salvation of innocence. Yet, what constituted the fulfillment of this salvation? Was it akin to the disappearance of the middle-aged man? Or were there additional conditions to consider? Furthermore, this mission lacked a reminder of time, but since it involved a crisis, there must inherently be a limit. Thus, his perception of time became increasingly vague. It seemed that the difficulty of the mission might be intrinsically linked to the quantifiable fear of death. Wang Ming pondered deeply. He replicated his earlier approach, as he had during his initial attempt, and most individuals chose to vanish within the room. Only one exception remained. Wang Ming turned in silence to regard the incessantly chattering elder behind him, feeling an inexplicable surge of irritation. The elder, named Corey, was a seasoned scholar engaged in medical research. Though clad in a similar lab coat, his was immaculate, meticulously maintained. Behind his thick glasses lay a stubborn glint, and his words flowed ceaselessly, akin to an unending recording device, albeit providing Wang Ming with some valuable insights. As he rambled, it became evident that they existed, a genuine group engaged in mysterious experiments. Despite their heartfelt disdain and opposition, it meant nothing to the overseers of the research facility. However, when discussing their location, names, and other details, their demeanor would invariably shift to one of extreme agitation, fury, and an unspeakable dread. With no other recourse, Wang Ming turned to explore every corner of the lower level. Yet, his efforts yielded little of substance until he stumbled upon a passage leading to the second floor. Taking a deep breath, he resolved to continue his exploration. As he ascended the staircase, a mix of tension and anticipation filled his heart. Upon reaching the second floor, the environment grew increasingly eerie, with an unsettling aura permeating the air. It felt as though he had stepped into an entirely new realm, where every detail was steeped in mystery. He discovered that the second floor was a vast library, with shelves extending from the floor to the ceiling, laden with long-forgotten tomes. His heart raced once more. Surely, within those pages lay crucial clues, yet he truly despised reading. Determined, he began to meticulously peruse the books in search of hints to unravel the enigma. However, upon flipping through the pages, he discovered that most of the books were blank. He casually inspected each shelf, blank, blank, blank until he reached the final corner. Though it was a mere nook, the bizarre aura there was most pronounced. With no other options, Wang Ming's gaze fell upon the last somewhat peculiar shelf. Yet, as he picked up a book, his brow furrowed, and he quickly set it down, opting for another. Then a flicker of horror crossed his eyes. Each book was filled with madness, chaotic information, or delirious ramblings, with some even graphically documenting horrific human experiments. As he delved deeper, whispers began to echo in his ears, compelling him to recite along. Wang Ming's gaze gradually shifted towards madness, his mouth widening into a ghastly grin. The elder trailing behind him suddenly tilted his head at an unnatural angle, echoing Wang Ming's own murmurs, increasingly rapid, louder, more frenzied. A flash of white materialized, and a chilling gaze pierced Wang Ming as a black-haired figure coalesced into sight, a sharp black spike aimed directly at him. Wang Ming's eyes widened in terror, the whispers dissipating under the weight of fear. The spike approached with alarming speed, and though he yearned to flee, an invisible force held him captive, immobilizing him. At that moment, a cold wind swept through, brushing against Wang Ming's cheek. He felt a frigid power surging from within, gradually enveloping the black spike. Its advance slowed, finally halting before him. As the long hair melted away like snow, Wang Ming looked up to find a woman in a flowing white robe standing before him. Her icy gaze seemed to see through everything, her dark hair billowing in the wind, exuding an aura of enigma. "Xiaoya," Wang Ming exclaimed in delight, having not seen her in ages, often doubting her continued presence. The woman said nothing, merely fixing her cold stare on the elder behind Wang Ming, who returned to normalcy as if nothing had transpired. "You." Wang Ming hastily turned to the elder, whose face bore remnants of lingering distortion and madness. Xiaoya ignored him, standing there silently like an elegant lily in the shadows. Wang Ming felt a sudden surge of safety, reflecting on the chaos that had just unfolded. With Xiaoya's assistance, Wang Ming's perusal became remarkably smooth. Eventually, he discovered a tome documenting the history of the research facility tucked away in a corner. Through meticulous reading, he began to piece together the hidden true purpose of the institute. It had once been a clandestine organization investigating supernatural powers, its existence traceable back centuries. The founders, in their relentless pursuit of immortality and superhuman abilities, spared no expense in studying these forces. However, as their research deepened, they uncovered the dark side of these powers, leading to unforeseen consequences. Wang Ming realized this was perhaps the key to navigating the game. He must unveil the truth of this secret institution, exposing the harrowing tales behind it, and ensure the dangerous facility was sealed forever. Yet, he resolved to continue exploring the third floor, which might hold the final key to unraveling all mysteries. Taking a deep breath, Wang Ming ascended the staircase to the third floor, his heart racing, filled with unease and trepidation. He was uncertain of what awaited him, but he knew he had no choice. The atmosphere on the third floor was chillingly sinister, suffused with a stifling, peculiar essence. It appeared to be an abandoned laboratory, strewn with bizarre instruments and shattered test tubes littering the floor. Wang Ming tread cautiously through this terrifying space, each step feeling burdensome. Deep within the laboratory, he stumbled upon a colossal glass container filled with a green liquid. Suspended within it was a horrifying entity, a grotesquely deformed humanoid figure. Wang Ming's heart nearly ceased its rhythm. It was not difficult to envision what this monstrosity was. During his exploration, Wang Ming uncovered other unsettling details, strange symbols and patterns etched onto the walls, reminiscent of an ancient script. Some devices operated autonomously, as if still under some form of control, and a few instruments emitted a faint glow, suggesting they were still functional, no matter how one viewed it. This place was anything but normal. Chapter 27. The Third Floor. Who was the ghost? As the exploration deepened, Wang Ming encountered an increasing number of glass containers before him. Each vessel contained distorted, mutated humans or animals, their bodies elongated, compressed, or even fused with features of other beings. These bizarre entities floated within a greenish liquid, poised to shatter their confines and unleash devastation upon everything. Wang Ming's heartbeat quickened slightly, cold sweat beading on his forehead. He felt as though he had stepped onto the set of a horror film, particularly reminiscent of the iconic Resident Evil series. The surrounding environment, the atmosphere, and even the grotesque figures evoked scenes from those films. He cautiously sidestepped the glass containers on the ground, instinctively enveloping himself in a soundless domain, rendering his footsteps utterly silent. Uncertain whether these creatures were alive, Wang Ming realized that if his suspicions were correct, the sheer number of these monstrosities rendered his situation dire. He maneuvered around the glass vessels, striving to avoid the gaze of the beasts. He must leave this place soon. The very air around him bristled with an escalating sense of unease. Time seemed to stretch, each second saturated with tension and dread. He had to escape as soon as possible, for the atmosphere here grew increasingly disquieting. Yet, where was the exit? He scanned his surroundings, anxiety and confusion etching his features. As if sensing his thoughts, a glimmer of light caught Wang Ming's attention. Raising his gaze, he noticed a partially ajar door. He cautiously pushed it open, a blinding light flooding in, compelling him to squint. Once his eyes adjusted, he was astonished to find himself in an entirely unfamiliar environment. This place was starkly different from the laboratory from which he had fled, the air thick with an unusual fragrance. The loquacious elder was nowhere to be seen. Instead, a captivating woman in her 30s, clad in a white lab coat, stood before him, her gaze a blend of softness and eeriness. A smile gracing her lips as she extended her hand, as if greeting a familiar face. Suddenly, Zhao Xiaya appeared. Her long black hair resembling countless spears piercing Wang Ming's entire being, inflicting agony, terror, and despair as the world around him shattered. Regaining his senses, he found himself still outside the door, half a foot suspended in the air, on the verge of stepping through. Upon another glance, the interior revealed an array of modern, enigmatic instruments and documents filling the room, yet the woman he had just seen was nowhere to be found. A chill breeze swept by, carrying faint whispers from within, igniting a curious desire within him. Perhaps stepping inside might unveil the truth behind these events. Wang Ming's mind suddenly echoed with this thought, first calming, then escalating into a frantic urgency. Step inside. Very well. I had hoped to indulge you a moment longer, but alas, it is the final moment. Reluctantly, Wang Ming withdrew his poised foot. Were it not for Zhao Xiaoya, he might have unwittingly wandered into a trap. The eerie first floor represented his fear of the unknown. The bizarre books of the second floor symbolized his thirst for knowledge, and the laboratory on the third floor pointed to his speculations about the events at hand. Zombies, glass containers, the elder on the first floor, and the peculiar books at the last corner all aligned perfectly with his expectations. Indeed, everything seemed to be going smoothly. What a farce. All signs urged him to step through that door, as if it were the rightful path. Wang Ming scoffed inwardly. Yet, this only reinforced his resolve to retreat. Looking back, he noticed that the creatures within the densely packed containers had awakened, their crimson eyes fixated intently upon him. Wang Ming's heart plummeted. An unprecedented terror engulfed him. He had once believed he had faced every horror imaginable, yet the scene before him redefined his understanding of fear. The beast's eyes glowed with a deep, sinister red, seemingly penetrating his very soul. Their bodies, twisted and grotesque, emanated a palpable malice. He realized these entities were no longer mere experiments, but perilous monsters. Should he succumb to his dread? To enter or not to enter? Wang Ming fought to suppress his fear, striving to maintain composure as his mind raced to decipher the key to his escape. However, doubt and terror consumed him. What did these creatures represent? Why were they here? Why was he compelled to enter? Wang Ming's thoughts spiraled into confusion. Initially, he had believed that the mysterious room held the answers to all questions, yet now it seemed evident that it might very well be a trap. He began to suspect he had strayed from his original course from the very beginning. Innocence, innocence. These pivotal words echoed relentlessly in his mind. Wang Ming felt he had grasped the crux of the issue and pondered deeply. The monsters within the glass containers appeared restless, slowly stirring to life. The sound of liquid sloshing resembling the breaths of wild beasts, reverberating throughout the space. The atmosphere on the third floor became suffocatingly oppressive. Rather than succumbing to panic, Wang Ming's eyes brightened, as if he had stumbled upon the essential truth. Innocence. It seemed that the only truly innocent beings were these grotesque entities before him. The individuals on the first floor were acutely aware of what transpired on the third, mere steps away, yet feigned ignorance, deliberately turning a blind eye. They could hardly be deemed innocent. The second floor housed a library, while the third was a site for human experimentation. Ironically, the true innocents were the terrifying monsters before him. How ironic. Everything suddenly crystallized, yet Wang Ming found himself in a quandary. Salvation, how could he possibly achieve it? It appeared that once they fully awoke, he would be the first to be torn apart. Killing was not an option. He could only flee for now. With this thought, Wang Ming propelled himself forward like an arrow released from its bow. His soundless domain clung tightly to him, the air before him seemingly devoid of resistance, silent, flowing shadows. Wang Ming moved like a wraith, weaving through the densely packed glass containers. His agility and swiftness rendered him a mere flash of white light. However, these were not ordinary glass vessels. They formed a confined space teeming with monsters. The creatures, agitated by his movements, began to thrash violently, clawing at the glass. Their claw marks etched deeply into the surface, the cacophony of their struggle resonating through the space. Yet Wang Ming did not falter, like a specter. He deftly evaded the attacks of the monsters as they broke free from their glass prisons, continuing his passage among the containers. His movements were fluid, devoid of hesitation, each leap and turn brimming with strength and elegance. In the blink of an eye, he reached the doorway leading to the second floor. The door, which had previously stood open, mysteriously closed at an unknown moment, now fortified by an incomprehensible barrier. A glint of cold determination flickered in Wang Ming's eyes. In the next instant, he resembled a coiled tiger, launching a powerful punch at the door. With lightning speed, his fist struck the heavy barrier. The force was akin to a tempest, unyielding. With a thunderous crash, the door splintered into fragments, debris flying in all directions. Wang Ming traversed the shattered doorway and ascended to the second floor, only to unexpectedly encounter the familiar silhouette of an elderly man, Kali. Chapter 28. The Elder's true thoughts. The Elder stared blankly at Wang Ming, or rather at the monstrous shadow looming behind him, tears streaming down his face. Filled with anguish as he muttered incessantly, "I am truly sorry." Wang Ming hesitated, pondering the connection between the Elder named Corey and the creatures behind him. However, as more and more monsters struggled to emerge, he cast aside his doubts and swiftly scooped the Elder into his arms, sprinting towards the first floor. The monsters surged forth through the shattered doorway, their frenzied power shattering bookshelves, scattering books across the floor, most of which were ruthlessly trampled underfoot by the creatures. In that moment, Wang Ming had already reached the ground floor. Yet, the scene before him made his heart race uncontrollably. As if it were about to leap from his chest, he beheld all the bizarre entities that had previously vanished, now gathered within the corridor. It was a long, expansive corridor, silent and desolate, save for the echo of Wang Ming's hurried footsteps. He could feel his breath quickening, each heartbeat echoing like a frantic drum. All eyes turned toward him, filled with doubt and inquiry. "You deceived us?" they uttered in unison, their faces contorted with rage, resentment, and murderous intent. Wang Ming stood at the staircase of the first floor, engulfed in dread. He could distinctly hear the wild roars emanating from the second floor, sending shivers down his spine and making his whole body tremble. He understood that it was the monsters howling, a terrifying threat. He dared not ascend nor descend. The roars from above instilled fear, while the vengeful spirits on the first floor rendered him immobile. The spirits' gazes were frigid, as if intent on devouring his very soul. Wang Ming's heart sank deeper. He realized he had fallen into a predicament with no way out. He was uncertain of what to do, how to escape this horrifying place. Time seemed to come to a standstill, each second stretching into what felt like a century. To the left lay a basement. Just as his patience was wearing thin, he suddenly heard a voice. It was the Elder Corey, yet it brought him a glimmer of hope. Following Corey's indicated direction, he was filled with confusion and terror. Just as his resolve began to wane, he discovered a hidden basement. It was concealed to the left, easily overlooked without careful searching. He dashed inside, the door slowly closing behind him, sealing out the impending danger. Within the basement, he felt an unprecedented tranquility. This calm was somewhat disconcerting, for throughout his earlier escape, he had been steeped in extreme fear and tension. Now, As he closed the door, those emotions seemed to be locked outside. He took a deep breath, attempting to quell the tumult within. He understood that this basement might be his final refuge. He needed to remain composed, to contemplate his next course of action. The lights flickered on, shattering the prior darkness. Wang Ming turned to see Corey deftly manipulating a black machine in the corner. "I am quite curious, Mr. Corey. What exactly do you know?" he inquired. Corey did not respond, continuing his tinkering with the device. Wang Ming's curiosity piqued. He began to scrutinize the machine. It was adorned with intricate circuits and components, each emitting a faint glow. The elder's fingers glided over it, as if playing a silent symphony. A chill coursed through Wang Ming. He suddenly realized that this was not merely a machine, but rather a manifestation of the elder's very essence. "Why have you constructed this machine?" Wang Ming asked again, this time with a tremor in his voice. Corey glanced up, his hollow eyes seemingly penetrating Wang Ming's soul. "To seek answers, one must pay a price." His voice rasped, low and grave. Wang Ming was perplexed, gazing at the elder's face, which bore a strange smile. "Do you wish to uncover the truth?" Corey slowly rose, facing Wang Ming. Wang Ming instinctively nodded, feeling his heartbeat quicken, as if something significant were about to be revealed. Corey inhaled deeply. "Then assist me in completing this machine." His voice was laced with temptation, yet carried an irresistible force. Wang Ming was taken aback. He had not anticipated such a response. He observed the elder, whose pallid visage now appeared even more vacant. Unsure of whether to comply, he hesitated. The machine began to activate on its own, emitting a sound akin to a heartbeat, each component trembling and vibrating. The entire room felt like a colossal heart, pulsating violently. Wang Ming sensed the space around him contracting with the machine's operation, realizing he might be ensnared in a trap once more. Fueled by a surge of rage, Wang Ming struck with his hand, piercing the elder's chest. Corey remained unfazed, still smiling eerily. It was futile. Wang Ming reluctantly withdrew his hand, feeling as though he had pierced nothing but air, devoid of any tangible flesh. "Who exactly are you?" Wang Ming asked in despair. As if the dust had settled, Corey lowered his guard, smiling as he replied, "I told you my name is Corey. Did you cause their deaths?" Wang Ming suddenly queried. Though framed as a question, his tone bore an undeniable conviction. Corey fell silent for a moment before slowly responding. "If I told you that the one who caused their demise was not I, would you believe me?" The dimly lit room enveloped them in a thick silence, the atmosphere heavy with tension. Corey's eyes gleamed with fervor, while Wang Ming's face displayed evident disdain. "Their deaths are not unrelated to you, are they?" Wang Ming asked coldly. Corey seemed provoked by Wang Ming's expression, his demeanor growing increasingly frenzied. "What do you understand?" "I acted for their benefit," his voice imbued with a peculiar certainty. If my research were to be completed," Corey's hands trembled, his eyes wild with excitement, "then all of Bakamoya would experience a transformative leap. I am a god." Chapter 29 Dialogue. Whether God exists or not, I cannot say, but most who claim so are rarely virtuous, Wang Ming remarked disdainfully. The elder, Corey, chuckled softly, unperturbed, and placed his hand upon the platform of the machine. The moment his palm made contact, it melted away like butter on a hot skillet, vanishing swiftly into the apparatus, seemingly oblivious to any pain, as he allowed his being to merge with the machine. In an instant, Corey disappeared into the device, and soon his visage re-emerged upon the platform, adorned with a triumphant smile, his eyes ablaze with fervor. He opened his mouth, his voice resonating within the machine. "Come along with me." An invisible force abruptly drew Wang Ming toward the apparatus. Wang Ming observed in silence. He refrained from action when Corey merged with the machine. However, as he was pulled toward it, a sudden laughter escaped him, mocking the absurdity of the world. "It appears we are powerless against the former version of you. But now," Wang Ming gazed at the trembling, resounding black machine, extending his left hand as the constricting space approached him, pointing distantly at Corey's position. "Stop. I am unaware of your intentions, but once initiated, all attacks shall be absorbed, and there will be no cessation," the elder explained, though perplexed, with a hint of goodwill. "Is that so?" Wang Ming replied with a cryptic smile. In the next moment, the machine seemed to lose energy, its operation slowing until it ultimately ceased. "What is happening?" the elder exclaimed, utterly bewildered by the unfolding events. "Could it be that your experimental subject has malfunctioned? You, after all, appear quite unreliable." Wang Ming interjected, shattering the silence. "Impossible. This is the culmination of my years of dedication," Corey retorted, his visage contorted with frustration. Yet, it remains that you have not vanquished those individuals, Wang Ming prodded, testing the elder's resolve. Just a fraction more, and I could have defeated those murderous fiends. If not for the energy upheaval, then. The elder's voice faltered towards the end, stumbling over his words. But the inferno was indeed caused by you, was it not? Wang Ming stated coldly. The elder resigned, closing his eyes, his parched lips quivering, yet no words emerged. Wang Ming sighed deeply. Upon hearing the name Barkamoya, he had already discerned the connection to the real world. I have long pondered a question. What is the nature of the creatures on the third floor? Their numbers are exceedingly exaggerated. Wang Ming understood that the root of all tragedy stemmed from the genetic factors of Vegapunk, which the world government had discovered and labeled as dangerously malevolent research, inciting the unwarranted slaughter of CP0 and the Navy's pursuit. Nevertheless, neither the portrayal of Vegapunk in the anime of his previous life nor the visage Wang Ming had encountered bore witness to such cruelty. The scene of the biochemical crisis on the third floor is overwhelmingly exaggerated, to the point of disbelief. The elder Corey lamented, in truth. We have never witnessed it. Had it not been for the world government officials' capture operation, we would have remained oblivious to the horrific and malevolent human experiments occurring within the laboratory. And what does this have to do with your machine's energy upheaval? Wang Ming inquired, raising an eyebrow as he regarded the black machine. How unsightly. Why? The elder was taken aback, offering a grim smile. Why? He suddenly erupted, expressing his dissatisfaction and confusion. If it were a capture operation, then they should pursue those responsible. Yet, why direct their wrath toward us? What justification do they have? When we were clearly unaware. His voice brimmed with unending rage and helplessness. So, you unleashed your unsuccessful experimental subjects to fend off CP0's assassins. Yet it resulted in the laboratory's inferno due to the energy upheaval. Wang Ming elucidated the circumstances, his eyes reflecting sorrow and fury. He mourned for the innocent scientists unjustly implicated and seethed at the ruthless cruelty of the world government. Alas, Wang Ming sighed, having confirmed the innocence. He realized the identities of the assailants were equally ascertainable. It seemed there was much to be done. Hey, Mr. Corey, do you wish to uncover the truth? Wang Ming asked meaningfully. Corey frowned, scrutinizing the enigmatic man before him, uncertain of his ulterior motives. Would you believe that there are no nefarious human experiments? Like fate intertwining. Wang Ming cast another probing question at the bewildered Corey. What are you saying? The origin of all this stems from Vegapunk. Wang Ming slowly narrated the unfolding realities. This is impossible. The elder Corey gasped in disbelief. Oh? Wang Ming maintained a placid expression before inquiring. Then what do you propose regarding the creatures on the third floor? The elder fell silent, the information before him defying comprehension. From the moment I arrived here, I felt an inexplicable familiarity. Wang Ming reminisced. It was only when you mentioned the name of this island that I realized. It is merely an inverted reflection of the laboratory in the real world. I recall. It was 2 floors. Impossible. It is clearly. It is indeed 3 floors, correct? Wang Ming interrupted the elder with a scoff. Do you find the current layout reasonable? If it were a secret, malevolent experiment, should it not be concealed in a secure subterranean location? Your true position should not be on the 1st floor, but rather the 2nd. The 3rd floor is essentially the basement. Wang Ming speculated boldly. It is a world turned upside down. This cannot be. What of those monsters? They clearly. The elder's voice grew hoarse, as if recalling something. Then, why do they refuse to descend? It is merely 1 flight of stairs separating us. Wang Ming asked solemnly, delivering a final blow to Corey's psyche. Time seemed to halt in that moment. The two stood in silence. In the dimly lit room, an atmosphere of stillness enveloped them. Wang Ming's gaze was profound, concealing endless secrets, while the elder's abstract visage wore a tightly pressed expression, filled with confusion. What do you intend to do? At last, the elder spoke, his voice weary, each word seemingly drawing from the depths of his strength. Let us collaborate. Not in the sense of casting me into your experimental subjects. Corey's face turned toward Wang Ming, his eyes glimmering with curiosity. Do you not desire vengeance for the innocent comrades who perished in vain? Wang Ming's piercing gaze locked onto the silent man before him. Chapter 30. The conclusion. How may I assist you? The old man gazed deeply at Wang Ming for a while before inquiring in a raspy voice. Wang Ming turned around, his eyes drifting towards the door behind him, and he spoke softly. Open the door and let them in. Creak. The sound of the door lock turning reverberated through the stillness of the research institute, akin to a piercing alarm. In the tranquil night, this noise felt particularly jarring, as if a sharp blade had sliced through the silence. The spectral scientists floating in the air were immediately drawn towards it, their gazes fixated on the source of the sound, eager for any hint of revelation. At the corner of a staircase, faint light seeped through. It was a small room, tightly shut, yet exuding an air of mystery. Just as the spectral scientists were engulfed in confusion, the doors suddenly swung open, and a young boy stepped out slowly. He appeared to be around 14 or 15, his eyes reflecting a depth beyond his years. He surveyed his surroundings, locking eyes with the spectral scientists, his face adorned with a smile that held a hint of subtle cunning. He seemed to be engaged in something mundane, occasionally waving enthusiastically at the ghostly figures. Before the spirits could react, Wang Ming turned once more and leisurely walked inside. Strangely, the door that could have barred their entry remained ajar. After a brief moment of calm, all the spirits surged forward, rushing into the room. The atmosphere within was laden with an eerie essence, as if foreboding omens permeated the air. By the time they realized the peculiarity of the room, an ever-growing multitude of spirits had flooded in from all directions, their cries and screams suffusing the atmosphere. They were in a state of panic, yet escape eluded them. The room resembled an endless black hole, mercilessly consuming these souls. As they watched spirit after spirit vanish within, dread enveloped their hearts. Only when a handful of spirits remained did they pause in realization. However, the room showed no mercy. Suddenly, several black tendrils reached out from within, swiftly dragging them inside. The door slammed shut, and everything faded into darkness. They screamed and struggled, yet could not resist that overwhelming force. Then, silence enveloped the space, leaving only darkness and stillness. Soon, Wang Ming emerged from the room, his face illuminated with a smile, provoking curiosity about what had transpired within. "Wait here for me. I'll just grab something." Wang Ming suddenly coughed twice, as if concealing something. His gaze flickered, a smirk gracing his lips, imbued with an air of mystery. He turned and ascended the stairs to the second floor, leaving behind a single phrase, "I'll check upstairs." The staircase leading to the second floor remained shrouded in darkness, illuminated only by the faint green glow of the emergency exit signs guiding his path. Wang Ming took a deep, solemn breath, stepping into this dim realm. At the top of the second floor staircase, Wang Ming gently pushed open the safety door, a gust of cold air rushing out, causing him to shiver involuntarily. The space on the second floor was devoid of life, yet it resonated with an ominous aura. Wang Ming was acutely aware of the silent realm. He unleashed the full extent of his senses, striving to perceive every sound. His nerves were taut. Even the slightest noise sent jolts of fear through him. Nevertheless, he discerned no sign of monsters lurking. After exploring the second floor, Wang Ming ascended to the third without hesitation. He needed to validate his conjecture and fulfill his fate. With no obstructions, he reached the third floor, where the once dense array of glass containers and grotesque figures had vanished, leaving behind a mysterious room that flickered with a soft light, its door ajar as though welcoming Wang Ming. This was truly splendid. His heart gradually regained its tranquility. He could affirm his judgment. Just as Wang Ming momentarily lost his focus, a cold breeze swept past him, causing him to shiver once more. A white figure darted past, and despite his quick reflexes, his arm was grazed, leaving a deep wound that exposed bone. His heart raced, pain and a sense of impending doom swirling in his mind. Wang Ming's heartbeat thudded like a drum against his chest, the pain and urgency sharpening his awareness. He gripped his arm, attempting to staunch the bleeding, berating himself for allowing distraction at such a critical moment. Fortunately, it did not impair his combat ability, and he had no intention of retaliating. Every muscle in his body tensed. Summoning all his strength, he burst forth, his form becoming a fleeting shadow as he darted downstairs with lightning speed. As his gaze lingered one last time towards the depths of the third floor, a knowing glint filled his eyes. Indeed, the monster had vanished, and the malevolent spirits that had dared not emerge from their concealment were now emboldened. Before long, Wang Ming found himself at the left corner of the first floor, pausing as if awaiting a significant event. His heartbeat quickened as he stood outside a door, watching several figures clad in white suits. Their faces bore no expressions, yet their eyes brimmed with malice. He recognized them. They were the CP0 members he had once slain with his own hands. He closed his eyes, striving to calm his tumultuous emotions. The faces of those he had ended flickered in his mind, hauntingly unforgettable. Though he had anticipated this moment, he found himself unprepared in the face of reality. The specters advanced towards Wang Ming, their movements soundless, seemingly from another realm. Their eyes seethed with rage and resentment, as if they sought to consume the entire world. Wang Ming's heart raced. He realized there was no escape, only confrontation awaited him. Just as the specters were about to reach him, creak, a door suddenly appeared behind him. Swinging open, Wang Ming exhaled in relief, slipping inside without hesitation. The door did not close, allowing a faint light to illuminate the pale faces of the specters, who displayed a moment of hesitation in their eyes. As Wang Ming's figure re-emerged before them, their agitation returned, and they rushed towards the door, quickly vanishing. Bang! The door slammed shut, restoring tranquility to the space. "Hey, may I come out now?" Wang Ming's voice suddenly echoed within the chamber, reverberating through the silent corridor. Yet, no response came, only the echoes resonated in the vacant room. Moments later, a series of dull thuds erupted, the sound of fists striking metal resonating ominously. An atmosphere of suffocating tension hung in the air. An elderly man's voice hurriedly spoke, tinged with a plea for mercy. "Stop, please. It was just a joke." The tremor in his voice indicated he had sustained considerable harm. As the door opened in response to the commotion, Wang Ming sauntered out nonchalantly. He cast a dismissive glance back, muttering, honestly, "Must one endure a beating to learn to adhere to agreements?" Wang Ming shook his head, a teasing glint in his eyes as he remarked, "At your age, it would be wiser to remain calm. Having suffered once, did you think you could contend against him by uniting everyone's strength? Without certainty, why would I allow myself to fall into the old man's grasp?" However, the entire research institute seemed to tremble as if shaken by an unseen force, violently quaking in response. The first and second floors began to warp and disintegrate, dissolving into the air like a shattered dream. The surrounding temperature plummeted, rendering his breaths laborious. It was a colossal cephalopodic creature, slowly emerging from the ruins of a crumbled edifice. Its immense form seemed to be conjured from the abyssal depths of the ocean, each tentacle as robust as a full-grown tree. Its eyes were two black voids, so profound they appeared capable of devouring all light. Silently, it rose from the debris, the two dark stairwell openings resembling its ebony eyes, silently fixated on Wang Ming. I remarked, "At your age, truly, cannot you learn to resolve issues with tranquility? Each time you encounter a situation, you merely charge forth with brute force. This approach not only fails to resolve the matter, but also plunges you into greater peril." Yet, Wang Ming remained serene, lifting his gaze to the towering, fearsome silhouette, and bestowed upon it a radiant smile. Within that smile lay a wealth of derision and disdain. Chapter 31. Return and Assassination. The battle erupted in an instant, with Wang Ming's blade slicing through the air, tracing fierce arcs as if it possessed a life of its own. Each clash of the blade against the eight-armed monstrosity sparked a shower of fiery sparks. Despite its massive size, the creature exhibited remarkable agility. Its 8 tentacles, each extending over 10 meters and as thick as a human, writhed like a deadly symphony, lunging at Wang Ming with suffocating force and merciless intent. Yet, Wang Ming moved like a phantom, silent and swift, evading the creature's strikes as if the air itself could not impede him. With each passing moment, his swordsmanship grew increasingly rapid and ferocious, each strike imbued with lethal determination. Under Wang Ming's relentless assault, the 8-armed beast began to falter. Suddenly, he struck down at its head with tremendous force, causing it to crash to the ground. Countless souls seemed to detach from its form, ebbing away like a receding tide. The creature's massive body, now mostly revealing mechanical components, convulsed violently on the floor, as if displaying its unwillingness and despair to Wang Ming. Standing beside it, the murderous intent in Wang Ming's eyes dissipated, replaced by a complex emotion. He looked down at the face of the elder Koli, now slowly losing its luster, and softly remarked, "I am a reasonable person. If you wish to kill me, then it is only just that I take your life in return, is it not?" His voice, though calm, resonated with power. Wang Ming's figure gradually vanished into the smoke that lingered after the battle, leaving behind those haunting words to echo through the desolate air of the ruins. The colossal body of the beast ceased its convulsions entirely after his departure. Wang Ming's exit felt as though it had stolen away all warmth, leaving behind a profound desolation. A sigh resonated softly in the darkness, transforming into an incantation that summoned a flock of crows. They circled and danced, gradually coalescing into a colossal human visage, hollow eyes brimming with intricate emotions. Before long, A voice echoed from the ruins, laden with a sense of exasperation. What a greedy fellow he is. Finally, he had returned. Wang Ming surveyed the familiar black horror space, a sense of relief washing over him. Ding. Welcome back to the horror space. Congratulations, player Wang Ming, on completing the Mission Life Research Institute, Rescue the Innocents. Mission Evaluation. A. Remarkable. You have learned to use your brain. Wang Ming cursed the accursed system under his breath. Mission Rewards. Soul Essence X3. Biological Weapon Design. Eight-Tailed Wood Beast. Incomplete. Xiangdi Ling Tea. Enhances Perception. Do you know about the Tea Tree of Enlightenment? That's my second uncle's relative as second aunt? Fear Points X 1500. The rewards appeared significantly inferior to an S rank. Nevertheless, he accepted them. Wang Ming opened his inventory, where the images of the 3 rewards flickered in the item slots. He then accessed the general store, eager to see what valuable items had been updated. Lucky Orb. Luck 3. Fear Points 10, 000. Heavenly Mountain Snow Lotus. Effectively heals hidden injuries. Can extend life for the severely wounded, and offers mild longevity benefits. Fear Points 1, 000. Dragon Slaying Blade. Supreme in the martial world, the legendary blade that commands authority. Who would dare defy it? When the Heaven Sword does not emerge, who can contend? Indestructible characteristics. Fear Points 2, 000. Breath of the Sun. Demon Slayer. The original breathing technique. Fear Points 1. 800. Holy Spirit Sword Technique. Complete comprehension of the 19 sword techniques of the Second Realm, World of Wind and Cloud. Fear Points 4, 000. Such splendid items. Wang Ming's eyes gleamed with desire. However, glancing at his meager fear points, he could not help but shed tears of poverty. No worries. Thankfully, I have been diligently working hard. Opening the inventory, apart from the 3 rewards just received, he found it densely packed with various biological remains occupying dozens of item slots. A satisfied smile spread across Wang Ming's face. These were all harvested with his own blade, a true testament to his efforts. He tossed all the remains into the gaping maw of the beast's head, and the game's system chimed again. Ding. Congratulations, player Wang Ming. You have gained 500 fear points. Alright, just a bit of physical exertion, Wang Ming thought nonchalantly. However, when it came to purchasing items, he faced a difficult decision. What he desired most was the Holy Spirit Sword Technique. Its formidable strength, combined with the comprehension of the 19 sword techniques of the Second Realm, would undoubtedly elevate his swordsmanship to an extraordinary level. But it was far too expensive. Buying the Holy Spirit Sword Technique would deplete all his fear points. And the Heavenly Mountain Snow Lotus was equally elusive. He had no idea when it might next appear. Though he might not need it for himself, others like Sengoku, Karp, and Zifa, as they aged, began to show various ailments in their battle-worn bodies. The Heavenly Mountain Snow Lotus could heal their hidden injuries, sparing them from the torment of suffering. With this in mind, Wang Ming's resolve solidified. Family was paramount. Thus, he opted to purchase the Heavenly Mountain Snow Lotus and the Breath of the Sun, which could enhance his abilities to some extent. Upon exiting the game, Wang Ming silently recited to himself. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself back in the realm of reality. Wang Ming awoke from his slumber, lifting his gaze to the antique wall clock, its central hand still pointing to the topmost position. Midnight. It was the same moment he had departed. Wang Ming pondered. Was this the separation of timelines? His nerves, now at ease, began to reawaken in the real world. Wang Ming stood quietly by the window, hundreds of meters high, gazing out at the brilliantly illuminated cityscape. The world within the game and the reality before him seemed like two extremes, one brimming with fantasy, the other with opulence. Taking a deep breath, he inhaled the palpable essence of the air, a long mist fragrance. His fingers gently brushed the window pane, as if to feel the pulse of the city. The world he beheld was no longer just a virtual illusion, but a vibrant and lively reality. The lights outside twinkled, as they always did, adorning the prosperous city. Wang Ming sat by the window, lost in thought, watching the lights gradually fade into the night. His heart, too, like the night, slowly regained its tranquility. After a day of chaos and turmoil, he craved this peace. Yet, a whisper of wind sliced through the stillness, shattering his serenity. Wang Ming furrowed his brow, detecting an unusual scent in the air. This aroma dispelled his calmness, replacing it with vigilance and uncertainty. He remained composed, continuing to observe the view outside, attempting to uncover the source of this anomaly. However, the night was deep, concealing everything in shadows, as if shrouded in secrets. Wang Ming's previously calmed nerves surged again. He felt an invisible pressure that prevented him from settling. A flicker of murderous intent glinted in his eyes, a testament to his wariness and preparedness against unknown foes. His heartbeat quickened, senses fully awakened. He scrutinized his surroundings, striving to extract clues from the profound darkness, yet found nothing. Resolute determination flashed in Wang Ming's eyes. He was like a bird, unhesitatingly diving into the blackness beneath the moonlight. An imminent clash of life and death was about to unfold. Yet for Wang Ming, the night was his domain under the guise of night. The clockwork city at 12 midnight seemed engulfed in dense ink, with darkness and silence reigning supreme. Yet, at that very moment, two shadowy figures, one after the other, darted through the architectural alleys like lightning, piercing the once desolate night sky. Wang Ming and the two assassins lurking in the shadows engaged in a life-and-death struggle in this inky darkness. Blades flashed, blows were exchanged, and every encounter was fraught with tension and excitement. These fellows are truly unscrupulous. Wang Ming cursed inwardly, gripping the listening spring tightly as he darted into a pitch-black alley. His movements were nimble, like a specter in the dark, while the assassins were equally skilled, their attacks cunning and ruthless. They waged a fierce contest in this darkness, with life as the wager and combat as the language. Every attack, every defense, was filled with a collision of wisdom and courage. In this battle, time seemed to stretch. Every moment when swords clashed appeared frozen in eternity, and every corner of the clockwork city became their battlefield. From rooftops to alleys, from ground to underground, their figures darted swiftly in the night, like three bolts of lightning illuminating this seemingly forgotten city. In the murderous night, Wang Ming faced the assault of two assassins alone. One wielded a blade, the other a fist, and they attacked Wang Ming fiercely with tacit coordination. Each attack was incredibly precise, one aiming for Wang Ming's heart from the front, the other striking at his brain from behind, placing Wang Ming in peril. Such scenes played out repeatedly, bringing immense pressure to Wang Ming. The threat of death constantly loomed over him, but he did not cower in fear. Instead, he continuously sought to break through his limits under pressure. Wang Ming's eyes grew brighter and brighter, despite being in danger. With more and more wounds all over his body and blood almost dyeing him red, he knew that only by persevering could he find the path to victory. Walking between life and death, he began to comprehend the true meaning of life and the highest realm of swordsmanship. His sword danced faster and faster, each swing carrying a fierce wind. His aura gradually harmonized with the silent domain, and the sounds of vibration, wind, attacking collisions, and air movement during movement seemed to merge with him. He felt as if he had become a force, an unstoppable force. He felt as if he had been transported to a completely new world, a world full of energy and fluctuations. The sounds of vibration, wind, attacking collisions, and air movement during movement, etc., seemed to merge with him. He felt as if he had become a force, an unstoppable force. His aura soared even higher, completely harmonizing with the silent domain, as if he were part of this world. His sword aura seemed to possess life, each attack carrying unparalleled power. "Huh!" Wang Ming roared, forcing the two back again with a single sword strike. Nameless divine wind cut, vibration stream cut. Sword Saint realm achieved. The enormous, tens of meters long white slash instantly swept over the two. Iron body. Iron body. Their eyes were filled with horror. Seeing that they could not dodge, they roared and stood in place, instantly activating Iron Body, wanting to forcibly withstand it. However, a Sword Saint slash was not that simple, especially with the terrifying vibration power it contained. Uft, uft. With two muffled sounds, blood spurted from their mouths, and their bodies flew out like kites with severed strings. However, they were, after all, high-level special agents who had undergone cruel training and elimination. They still endured the pain and struggled to stand up. On their chests, each left a deep knife wound, a bloody mess. Pity, there's no more chance. Wang Ming's figure descended like a specter, and before the enemies could notice, the sharp blade in his hand drew a fatal white streamer. The necks of the two turned cold, followed by the dizziness of weightlessness. Discontent and confusion were intertwined in their eyes, and the breath of life quickly dissipated. Huff! Wang Ming let out a sigh of exhaustion. After fighting a life-and-death battle for several hours, his nerves were tense, and even with some life essence constantly restoring his body, he was still exhausted. His eyes carried a trace of vigilance, knowing that he could not relax, but fatigue had already swept in like a tide. Suddenly, A sense of crisis arose in Wang Ming's heart, and he instinctively dodged Silent Flow Shadow. With a tearing sound, Wang Ming's left shoulder was pierced, and blood stained his clothes red. Wang Ming's face was gloomy, still careless. He knew he had to recover as soon as possible, or he might fall into greater danger. He gritted his teeth, quickly dodging while using the remaining life essence to accelerate his body's recovery speed. On the deserted street, Wang Ming, scanning his surroundings, felt the eeriness of the night. Clearly attacked, yet unable to find the enemy's trace, this feeling made him tremble inwardly. However, a realization flashed in Wang Ming's eyes. A deep understanding of this world. The One Piece world, a world full of unknowns and dangers, with various bizarre fruit abilities emerging endlessly. And now, Wang Ming had reason to believe that he had encountered the extremely rare Clear fruit in the legendary One Piece world. The ability of this fruit allows the user to become invisible, thereby gaining an advantage in battle. Wang Ming's eyes became sharp, and he began to search for that elusive enemy in the darkness. Silent Domain. In a hidden corner in the darkness, a faint sound of wind seemed out of sync with the surrounding airflow, arousing his vigilance. But this feeling was fleeting, and he could not determine if it was real. Wang Ming's gaze was cold and firm. He knew that in battle, any negligence could lead to fatal consequences. But now that I know your existence, there's no problem. He took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and the silent domain instantly shrank, making the whole world clearer in Wang Ming and Appo's perception. He seemed to hear every heartbeat, feel every breath of life. In the darkness, Wang Ming stood like a solitary mountain, standing in the storm. However, as time passed, the assassin hiding in the dark seemed to disappear into the air, leaving no trace. But Wang Ming knew that he had not left. Every second that passed was like a grain of sand in an hourglass, falling relentlessly, wearing down their endurance. The two remained in a silent stalemate, like experienced hunters and cunning foxes, guessing each other's intentions, waiting for the other to succumb to the pressure, revealing fatigue, a flaw, and delivering a fatal blow to the other, equally a psychological game. Finally, the killing intent emerged, and under the cover of a sudden gust of wind, an invisible attack descended on Wang Ming. I've been waiting for you for a long time, nameless divine windflow boundary. Wang Ming suddenly opened his eyes, murderous intent awe-inspiring. Suddenly he moved, his movements as fast as lightning. The silent domain instantly contracted, as if encompassing the entire world. All the energy gathered into a sword, and slashed in the direction he felt. Clang! Sheathing the sword, Wang Ming lowered his head and saw the figure that had been cut in half, truly miserable. Wang Ming shook his head, as if sighing, and was about to turn and leave when he suddenly remembered something. He walked to the corpses lying on the ground and said to himself, "Brothers, I've fought with you for so long. Asking for some money isn't too much, is it? Not talking? Looks like you agree. Thank you." In the frigid expanse of the North Sea, near the agrarian kingdom of Roni, a scene of intense naval warfare unfolded. The C5 branch of the Marines clashed violently with pirates, the seawater stained crimson with blood. Corpses littered the area, and the air was thick with the cries of dying sailors and buccaneers. Amidst this carnage lay a colossal, horned figure upon a shattered deck, its length reaching an astonishing 7 meters. It was Winston Noel, the infamous Blood Ox captain, rumored to possess giant blood, notorious for his brutality and penchant for slaughtering civilians. His substantial bounty of 80 million berries had finally been claimed, his lifeless body a testament to his defeat. The pirates, overwhelmed by the Marines' relentless assault, were utterly vanquished. Yet, unbeknownst to the victorious Marines, this was merely the prelude to a far more sinister ordeal. "Commander Padley." "Why?" A lieutenant-esque Marine officer exclaimed in disbelief. His chest had been impaled by Padley's hand, blood gushing forth as he struggled in vain before succumbing to death. Padley's countenance was impassive, devoid of its former amiability. "Why?" he muttered, his voice a low, chilling drone, his eyes betraying a fathomless abyss. "You ask me why?" He suddenly roared with laughter, laced with madness and derision. A glint of savagery flashed in his eyes, as if unleashing pent-up emotions. "How utterly naive. I've grown weary of this monotonous existence. By eliminating you all, I can acquire wealth and power. Why should I not?" Withdrawing his hand, the lieutenant collapsed into the sea. A malevolent grin spread across Padley's face as he retrieved a peculiar, apple-shaped fruit adorned with bizarre patterns from his pocket, his gaze burning with fervent desire. A marine vessel sliced through the North Sea, its trajectory unwavering. At the bow stood a pink-haired maiden, dual swords in hand. impervious to the turbulent waves and the ship's violent pitching. Dawn's light filtered through the white sails, casting a warm glow upon the oil-slicked deck. A delicate fragrance of sandalwood mingled with the gentle sea breeze and the rhythmic lapping of waves, creating a symphony of nature. This serene moment was shattered by a languid voice. "Thank you for going out of your way to pick me up, Guion." The speaker was a youth of 17 or 18, his towering frame exceeding 2 meters, catching the sunlight. Golden locks shimmered as he smiled at the girl. Guion lowered her gaze, a blush creeping onto her cheeks. Turning away, she retorted, "Don't flatter yourself. I'm here on a mission in the North Sea. Picking you up was merely a detour." Her words, almost lost in the breeze, reached the young man's ears. After 2 years, Wang Ming was finally aboard a ship bound for headquarters. Notably, Vegapunk, much like in the original timeline, had swiftly invented the technology to navigate the calm belt using Seastone, enabling the Marines to traverse the Four Blues more efficiently. He had also unlocked the secrets of Devil Fruit transmission, imbuing objects with their powers. Becoming a leading figure in the Marines' clandestine science division, his research had been invaluable to the Marines over the past 2 years. Unlike the original Vegapunk, this version prioritized collaboration with the Marines, fostering a closer relationship. With his newfound prominence, Wang Ming could finally depart from Baltimore with peace of mind. Wang Ming nodded, pausing briefly before his gaze drifted towards Guion's impressive bosom. "How delightful," he exclaimed sincerely. Guion, however, misinterpreted his remark. "What are you staring at?" she demanded, mortified. "You pervert." Wang Ming. Stunned, Wang Ming stammered, "Wait. You've misunderstood." "Oh, really?" Guion's expression hardened, her hands instinctively gripping her sword hilts, poised to strike if Wang Ming failed to provide a satisfactory explanation. Wang Ming chuckled wryly, scratching his head in exasperation as he attempted to clarify the misunderstanding. "Guion, please. It's just a misunderstanding. I was merely admiring your rank. After 2 years apart, you've become a lieutenant commander. That's quite an achievement. Is that so?" Wang Ming cleared his throat, proceeding cautiously. "Besides, I'm still just a common soldier." Seeing that her demeanor remained unchanged, Wang Ming played his final card. "And how could I ever be so discourteous in the presence of someone I admire?" He gazed at her with genuine sincerity. "Don't talk nonsense." Guion, either overwhelmed by Wang Ming's intense gaze or genuinely convinced, turned away, her fair neck tinged with crimson. "Phew." Wang Ming exhaled cautiously, wiping a non-existent bead of sweat from his forehead. "I almost died there. Women. Truly formidable creatures. Brrr. Brrr. The sound of a den mushy shattered the awkward silence. "This is she. I understand." Guion, holding the den mushy, furrowed her brow, her expression grave. The message from the other end sharpened her gaze, igniting a flicker of fury. "That scoundrel." She growled through clenched teeth. "He actually did such a thing?" The message originated from a lieutenant who had concealed himself before his demise. The affirmative response from the den mushy fueled Guion's rage. She couldn't fathom that this man, for the sake of a devil fruit and pirate treasure, had betrayed his comrades without hesitation. "What's wrong?" Wang Ming, sensing Guion's distress, approached and inquired. "Commander Padley of the North Sea Branch has defected." Padley, once hailed as a rising star in the Marines, had abandoned his duty for a mere devil fruit and treasure. He had not only murdered the Marines who had fought valiantly against the Blood Ox pirates, but those who deserved honor and recognition had fallen by the hand of a fellow Marine. Ironically, one of Guion's missions was to assess Padley and, if deemed worthy, bring him into the headquarters elite training camp for further development. Instead, news of his massacre of fellow soldiers had surfaced. Fleet Admiral Sengoku, upon learning of this, was incensed and ordered Guion and Wang Ming to apprehend Padley, dead or alive. The fact that Sengoku, typically affable and composed, had issued a dead or alive mandate underscored the depth of his fury. Such an act of killing comrades for personal gain was reprehensible, violating the very foundation of Marine justice and inciting the wrath of all Marines. "Change course, full speed ahead," Guion commanded the helmsman. "Wait," Wang Ming interjected. Guion looked at him quizzically. Wang Ming explained, in this situation, he must have already fled after committing the murders. "He won't be heading in our direction. Even if we reach the location, we won't find him." However, as Ji Yuan attempted to express his thoughts, he was halted by Wang Ming's gesture. Wang Ming retrieved a nautical chart, marking it with circles and annotations. He had acquired newfound powers and an abundance of treasures. Where would he venture next? After a moment of contemplation, Wang Ming identified several suspicious locations on the map. Perhaps we could explore this particular spot first. Wang Ming indicated a specific location, stating, Chapter 34, Found Beihai, a forgotten island, Ramari Island. Its proximity to the great maritime routes has fostered a thriving commerce. Yet this prosperity has been accompanied by an incessant influx of pirates and criminals. In the southwestern corner of the island lies a small port town named Bainer, where the king, in a bid to uphold his reign and interests, has banished all evils, even encouraging chaos. The town of Bainer is a convoluted tapestry of prostitutes, criminals, perverts, and pirates, forming a complex social network devoid of law and morality, where only money and power reign supreme. Dark forces have taken root here, and gangs roam freely. Brothels, casinos, and bars proliferate like mushrooms after the rain, serving as magnets that attract many desperate souls, inadvertently boosting the local economy. In this land steeped in sin, masks have become a necessity, concealing true identities and averting unwanted troubles. The arrival of a man and a woman, two travelers, shatters the silence of this place. They don masks, yet their pristine demeanor cannot be obscured. Amidst the avarice and desire, they are like a refreshing breeze, capturing the attention of all. Those lurking in the shadows watch them with keen interest, like wolves eyeing lost sheep in a perilous land, appearing particularly helpless. However, they are not without preparation. They harbor their own intentions and plans. Wang Ming, are you sure he is here? The girl inquired, her brow furrowed as she sensed the malevolent gazes from the shadows. The newcomers are Wang Ming and Ji Yuan, who have arrived here after piecing together naval intelligence and analyzing the last known whereabouts of Jacopati. I'm not certain, but the likelihood seems high. Let us search around. Wang Ming replied, observing his surroundings with keen interest, unperturbed by the scrutinizing eyes. How do we search? Ji Yuan looked at him, a hint of naivety in her voice. Don't worry, someone will come to inform us soon, Wang Ming remarked meaningfully, gesturing to Ji Yuan as they casually ambled toward a secluded corner. As night deepened, the surroundings blurred into obscurity, the lights of the narrow alley dimming with their passage. They walked steadily, seemingly oblivious to the menacing atmosphere around them. Figures emerged from the darkness, slowly encircling the two. One man brandished a short-barreled flintlock, his face a mask of arrogance. Wang Ming sighed, realizing that attracting the big fish was indeed a challenging endeavor. This was clearly a small-time thug. It would require some effort, a real nuisance. Hey, what are you blabbering about? Behave yourselves. The leader, holding the gun, attempted to continue, only to find Wang Ming suddenly in front of him, the gun he wielded now in the hands of his adversary. Wang Ming seized him by the throat, lifting him effortlessly. Take me to your boss, the man gasped, casting a desperate glance at his fallen companions, only to be met with terror as he discovered they lay incapacitated on the ground, the beautiful woman before him flicking the blood from her blade, her gaze icy, filling the air with a palpable sense of death that sent shivers down his spine. Lead the way soon. The trio arrived before a casino adorned in gold paint. Following the thug, they stepped inside, where voluptuous waitresses, various gamblers, and an array of games dazzled Wang Ming. Having only glimpsed such scenes in movies before, he found the reality utterly fascinating. Those charming girls are truly beautiful. It's hard not to look, Wang Ming mused quietly. Humph, Ji Yuan huffed, casting him a sharp glare. Taken aback by her sudden attention, Wang Ming offered an awkward smile, redirecting his gaze. Of course, just admiring, disregarding the thug's antics. They allowed him to lead them to the innermost chamber, confident that soon someone would approach them. Indeed, it wasn't long before a group surged forth, surrounding a diminutive figure with an imposing presence. Before pleasantries could be exchanged, Wang Ming acted swiftly, firing his weapon with precision, leaving only the small figure standing. I have no interest in idle chatter, nor do you. I am merely here to inquire about a certain individual. Of course, if you are unaware, I shall have to eliminate you, Wang Ming said with a smile, his tone gentle, yet laced with an icy undertone. A short while later, they departed, leaving behind a scene of carnage. Must you kill them all? Ji Yuan asked hesitantly as they walked. Ji Yuan, those who run casinos are forever undeserving of sympathy. You could never imagine the depths of their depravity. Killing them bears no weight on my conscience, Wang Ming replied calmly. He understood that while such individuals might lack combat prowess, they could unwittingly bring great trouble. Yet fortune seems to favor us, Wang Ming suddenly exclaimed, his gaze fixed on the westernmost part of the town. The territory of the most powerful gang, Black Scythe Aini Jacopati, has recently endured a series of misfortunes. After slaying all his naval comrades, he unwittingly exposed himself, becoming the target of relentless naval pursuit. His vessel was utterly destroyed during the chase, nearly plunging him into the sea. Faced with a succession of setbacks, he felt utterly helpless, even bordering on despair. Before him sat a tall, slender man clad in a black suit, a shadowy smile playing on his lips as he remarked, "I hear you've been having a rough time lately." Haha. Gia Capati bristled at the man's apparent mockery of his predicament. "Mind your own affairs, Annie. I demand my ship." "Don't waste my time," he retorted coldly. Haha. The man named Annie simply chuckled, observing Gia Capati in silence. Gia Capati understood his meaning and snorted disdainfully, tossing a bag of gold coins onto the table. "The money is yours. Where is my ship?" Annie smiled again, this time with a friendliness that suggested the world might not be so complicated after all. He pointed out the window, where the curtains parted to reveal a massive, dilapidated ship docked not far away. "That is your vessel, Mr. Potty." Gia Capati's eyes widened. Even from a distance, he could discern the ship's decay and disrepair. "Are you certain?" he asked, his expression darkening. He had heard of Annie's reputation and knew him to be a cunning man. Yet he had not anticipated being presented with such a wretched vessel. "Of course, I am certain. Though it appears aged, its performance is top-notch. You will not regret this purchase." Annie replied cheerfully. Gia Capati suddenly stood, at a loss for words, believing he had been duped by the shrewd individual. Yet he was not one to be easily outmaneuvered. He resolved to teach Annie a lesson. "The keel of this ship is made from atom wood," Annie remarked leisurely. Upon hearing this, Gia Capati's expression softened, and he resumed his seat. After all, atom wood is the finest shipbuilding material, albeit quite costly. If the keel were to be crafted from the robust atom wood, it would be somewhat acceptable, even if it appears worn. "Now, let us toast to your swift liberation from those bothersome flies." Annie laughed, raising his glass, his words laden with implication. Just as Gia Capati lifted his cup, poised to speak, his expression suddenly shifted, a voice from outside abruptly interrupting their actions. "I fear that is not permissible. You cannot simply escape like that." Two unfamiliar figures slowly entered, one of whom, a youth of 17 or 18, lifted his head to reveal a radiant smile, declaring, "I've found you." Chapter 35. Caspati, Death. "Who are you?" A chilling sensation surged from Caspati's spine to his mind. His pupils dilated in terror as the silence outside enveloped him, rendering the air itself stagnant. He distinctly recalled that there should have been vigilant guards outside, yet now there was nothing but an unsettling stillness. "Perhaps we could engage in a conversation." Wang Ming flexed his wrists, a hint of impatience flickering in his gaze. "Such needless chatter," he muttered derisively. With a sudden, fierce motion, he lunged forward, appearing before Caspati in the blink of an eye. A punch exploded forth, resonating like thunder in the air. Caspati could only emit a startled cry before he was hurled like a severed kite, crashing through the wall. Struggling to his feet, dust-covered and with a glint of savagery in his eyes, he turned back to see Wang Ming coldly scrutinizing him, devoid of any warmth. "You are part of the Navy, aren't you?" Caspati's expression shifted to one of grave concern as he seemed to confirm Wang Ming's identity. Wang Ming offered no response, instead drawing forth a long blade, exuding an aura of lethal intent as he prepared to slay his companion. "You are doomed." He had no desire to entertain a fool's inquiry. Wang Ming's gaze pierced Caspati, igniting a primal fear within him. "I have no choice," his voice rasped, echoing with exhaustion and resentment. "I refuse to live such a mundane existence. This world is inherently unjust. Why should I acquiesce? Countless others suffer more than I do. Why won't anyone let me be?" He seemed to be venting his frustrations, writhing in defiance, akin to a trapped beast. "Enough," Wang Ming scoffed, a smirk gracing his lips. "Debating with a wretch like you is profoundly tiresome. The audacity of attempting to sacrifice others for one's own gain, while cloaking oneself in righteousness, was utterly revolting, like desiring to be a courtesan while feigning innocence. "Hey, are you really dismissing me so easily?" Annie's displeased voice echoed, laced with palpable anger and menace. Emerging from the shadows, his expression darkened, radiating a chilling intent. "Leave this one to me." Ji Yuan's eyes gleamed with a cold resolve. Such nuisances could not be allowed to interfere at this juncture. As her words fell, Ji Yuan erupted with formidable force. Propelling herself with explosive speed, she darted towards Annie like a cannonball, the air howling in her wake as if being compressed by her power. Annie's eyes widened momentarily in shock, but that was swiftly replaced by a deeper, more menacing intent. His arm elongated, morphing into a colossal black scythe, its tip aimed menacingly at Ji Yuan, a cruel smile curling on his lips. Wang Ming remained fixated on Kaspadi. He understood Ji Yuan's capabilities. After all, she was merely a bounty valued at under 50 million. Ji Yuan could handle this. Unnamed divine wind flow, rushing stream. Wang Ming's form transformed into a mere shadow, reappearing before Kaspadi, his blades slicing down towards him. Terror filled Kaspadi's eyes. How swift! This was his sole thought. Gritting his teeth, he hardened his body, morphing into a tough, green candy-like form, preparing to withstand the blow. Yet Wang Ming's blade seemed capable of cleaving through anything. Even his hardened form could not serve as a barrier. The collision of blade and candy produced a sharp sound as Kaspadi's body was cleaved in two, transforming into fragments of green confection scattered across the ground. Wang Ming showed no sign of delight, instead retreating to calmly observe Kaspadi's transformation, an image he had encountered in anime. The candy fruit, a unique paramecia type, allowed its user to reshape their form at will, possessing a special ability akin to elemental transformation, rendering mere slashes ineffective against one who had consumed the candy fruit. How unfortunate, Wang Ming mused, seeing that Kaspadi had become cautious. The green mass softened, reverting to a candy-like state, and the severed body rejoined seamlessly. Ugh, what a nuisance, Wang Ming frowned, the blade in his hand gleaming with a cold light as he slashed, unleashing two arcs of cutting force that surged towards Kaspadi. The air seemed to aid his strikes, the immense cut slicing through without a hint of resistance or sound. Yet, Kaspadi displayed no fear in the face of Wang Ming's onslaught. With a sinister grin, his body transformed into a massive shield, the hardened candy barrier positioned defiantly before him, absorbing Wang Ming's strikes with a ferocity that echoed through the arena. An explosion resounded as two formidable forces collided, a cloud of dust obscuring the view of the spectators. When the haze settled, deep gashes marred Kaspadi's candy shield. Yet it remained intact. Is that all you've got? Kaspadi's face blossomed with a triumphant smile. However, in an instant, Wang Ming had silently appeared behind him. You've been far too theatrical. Wang Ming's voice was icy as he swung his blade, cleaving Kaspadi in two. The victor's smug expression instantly froze into one of indescribable shock and confusion. Before Kaspadi could muster a counterattack, Wang Ming swiftly unleashed two more strikes, rendering him into disarray. By the time Kaspadi attempted to retaliate, Wang Ming had effortlessly evaded, relying on his unparalleled speed. Wang Ming moved across the battlefield with ghostly agility, dodging Kaspadi's indiscriminate assaults while launching his own. Each swing of his weapon traced graceful arcs, every strike imbued with a fierce momentum that left Kaspadi in a state of utter disarray. Under Wang Ming's unmatched speed and precise attacks, Kaspadi gradually found himself at a disadvantage. It's nearly time, Wang Ming thought, a glimmer of determination flashing in his eyes as he vanished from sight. In the span of mere heartbeats, Wang Ming reappeared silently behind Kaspadi. Unnamed divine wind flow, oversea. A colossal slash bore down on Kaspadi, the very fabric of space seeming to tremble in its wake, invoking dread. Kaspadi could only gasp in horror, realizing he had no chance to evade. Gritting his teeth, he braced himself to endure the oncoming strike. Wang Ming chuckled, knowing this technique was forged through countless trials. He had emulated the might of mountains and the tumult of the sea. Every swing of his sword bore the unwavering strength of mountains and the relentless surge of oceans. The number of mountains he had cleaved and storms he had weathered was known only to him. His technique was not merely an act of slicing or crashing, but rather a profound embodiment of deep meaning and unmatched intent. The strike descended in an instant, its immense force heavy as a mountain and relentless as the ocean waves. Crashing upon Kaspadi, the hardened candy form was on the verge of collapse under such overwhelming power. And it's not over yet. Wang Ming's lips curled into a smile. Suddenly, a white light emanated from within Kaspadi, a powerful energy erupting from his core, merging with the external force and unleashing a deafening roar. Kaspadi's form, unable to sustain itself, was instantaneously reduced to rubble. Kaspadi felt as if he had been struck by a speeding train. His consciousness plunged into chaos, the tremendous impact rendering him senseless. Before he could regain awareness, a wave of damp chill enveloped him, fatigue washing over him as his body reverted to its ordinary human form, collapsing weakly onto the ground, clad in the wet garment of Wang Ming, soaked in seawater. Without any superfluous words, Wang Ming launched a lethal assault once more. His weapon traced a brilliant arc through the air before striking fiercely at the enemy's head. With a resounding thud, Kaspadi succumbed entirely, never to rise again. Chapter 36. Return to headquarters, an unexpected encounter as Wang Ming's battle drew to a close. The conflict in Gion also approached its end. The twin blades in her hands danced with a mesmerizing blur, unleashing a torrent of slashing waves that swiftly engulfed Annie. His anguished scream echoed briefly before silence enveloped him. When the dust settled, Annie lay lifeless in a pool of his own blood, his body grotesquely mangled by countless cuts. Flesh torn asunder. His eyes, wide with disbelief and despair, told a harrowing tale of his final moments. Alas, Wang Ming shuddered, lamenting the grim scene before him. Gion, her expression impassive, glanced at the nearby corpse of Gaspar D, casting him a disdainful look. How are you any better? Both shared an unspoken understanding, leaving no witnesses behind. As Wang Ming remarked, the enemies were simply too formidable for them to risk capturing alive. Let us not dwell on trivial matters. He yawned lazily, stepping through the gaping hole created by the battle. He casually picked an apple from the fruit platter on the table and raised it to his lips. However, just as he was about to bite into the apple, an inexplicable sense of caution washed over him. The once vibrant red hue of the apple had transformed into an alarming green, adorned with bizarre patterns. His eyes narrowed, a surge of unease swelling within him. Could this be a devil fruit? Wang Ming's heart raced with dread. He had narrowly escaped a deadly fate, akin to becoming a human firework. While devil fruits were indeed treasures of the sea, they represented the most potent poison for other powers. Stowing the fruit away, Wang Ming strode purposefully into the depths of the casino. What are you up to? Gion inquired curiously, clearing the battlefield. Within the dim, damp underground chamber, Wang Ming marveled at the wealth amassed by the casino's owners. He cradled a thick stack of berries, as if holding a heavy gold mine. Boxes filled with gold and jewels sparkled under the lights, whispering secrets of untold riches. Is this truly appropriate? Gion's voice shattered the suffocating silence. A flicker of hesitation crossed her eyes. She estimated the wealth before them to be no less than 1 billion berries, causing her to waver. Wang Ming offered no reply, merely casting a fleeting glance at the treasures. He understood that the stories hidden behind such wealth were far heavier than the riches themselves. These are spoils of war. If they could serve as pensions for the fallen Navy soldiers, that would be their rightful place. Gion nodded thoughtfully. Indeed, countless Navy soldiers sacrificed their lives each year in battles against pirates, paying the ultimate price to uphold justice. Yet the world government showed little concern for these fallen heroes, providing paltry pensions. Ironically, a significant portion of the wealth from the four seas was squandered on the extravagant lives of the world's nobility, the celestial dragons, while less than a tenth was allocated for the Navy's expenses. If these captured spoils could be redirected to the soldiers' pensions, it would be a truly noble endeavor. Grasping a transponder snail, Wang Ming called for the Navy ship hidden amidst the nearby reefs. He could hardly claim such treasures alone. The battle's commotion had undoubtedly drawn many eyes. He sensed numerous hidden gazes lurking in the shadows, akin to hungry wolves. Yet they were daunted by the horrific remnants of battle, hesitant to reveal themselves. Perhaps they were waiting for others to make a move. Yet no one was foolish enough to step forward. The atmosphere grew increasingly eerie. Wang Ming maintained a facade of ease. These individuals would pounce like greedy beasts the moment he revealed fear or weakness. However, the stalemate did not last long. A synchronized rhythm of footsteps echoed from the distant streets, drawing nearer. Wang Ming smiled. They had arrived. Upon the tumultuous seas, a swift Navy ship surged forward like a steel leviathan, slicing through the waves. On the deck stood a striking figure, bare-chested, wielding a sword weighted with 1,000 pounds. Each swing resonated with thunderous might. His muscles glistened in the sunlight, beads of sweat cascading down his resolute face, shimmering like precious jewels upon the deck. 2 days had elapsed since departing from Ramari Island. The gentle waves lapped against the ship's hull as Wang Ming stood at the bow, sword poised, gazing into the distance. His mind awash with thoughts. After the arrival of the Navy soldiers, the shadowy figures lurking in the dark seemed to vanish into thin air, retreating wisely. Wang Ming glanced back at the hold filled with treasures, a slight smile gracing his lips. In these 2 days, the Navy ship had been undisturbed by pirate assaults, allowing Wang Ming and his companions to relish the tranquility of their return journey. How utterly dull, Wang Ming mused inwardly. It seemed as though nothing of note had transpired. Yet, certain matters always intrude upon one's life, shattering their peace. The sound of the transponder snail pierced the silence. Buru, buru. The urgent calls reverberated through the air. Wang Ming picked up the device, a frown creasing his brow. Moshi Moshi. What is it? An anxious voice crackled through the receiver. The heavenly gold has been stolen. By whom? It's understood. Wang Ming's expression turned grave. What a coincidence. He murmured to himself. What's wrong? Guion, sensing the gravity of the situation, hurried over. The heavenly gold from the Reino kingdom destined for Mary Geos has been robbed. Wang Ming replied, issuing orders to the helmsman, hard to starboard. The ship swiftly altered its course, racing westward. This was a life-and-death race against time. Before long, Wang Ming and his crew spotted the silhouette of a transport ship belching black smoke, surrounded by fragments of vessels, likely those of the escort ship, now sunk. There, a pirate crew proudly displayed their flag adorned with playing cards, seemingly biding their time. Wang Ming's heart tightened. They had finally caught up, and yet they appeared remarkably confident. Amidst the vast expanse of the ocean, a warship stood resolute. The soldiers on deck were poised for action, their cannons trained on the faintly visible pirate ship. Guion, stationed beside the cannon, rested her hands upon the hilt of her sword, her gaze steely and unwavering. Prepare for battle. In an instant, the soldiers sprang into action, their cannons pivoting to target the advancing pirate crew. The pirates, now aware of their presence, launched their own offensive. A cacophony of cannon fire erupted, smoke billowing across the sea. Wang Ming, with a swift motion, summoned a massive wave of slashing energy, intercepting several cannonballs aimed at the warship. The Navy's firepower surged forth, a dense barrage forming a fiery net that painted the sky crimson. Amidst the chaos, enormous slashes tore through the air like celestial projectiles, deflecting the incoming cannon fire. The Navy soldiers marveled at the display of might. With such power at their side, what could they fear? Their morale soared, and they fought with renewed vigor against the pirate ship. Yet a grave concern shadowed Wang Ming's expression. The pirate vessel's firepower seemed alarmingly superior, rivaling that of the warship. The pirate crew opposite them equally refused to yield, launching a barrage of varied attacks that intercepted the cannonballs aimed at their vessel. Suddenly, an exuberant pink figure soared through the air. A bunch of insignificant fools, lie down obediently. The imperious demeanor and overwhelming aura advanced toward the warship. Almost all the soldiers trembled, collapsing to the ground in fear. Wang Ming squinted, feeling inexplicably immune to this formidable presence. As the figure drew closer, he involuntarily gasped in surprise. His gaze fell upon the familiar silhouette, and long-buried memories surged forth. It was his brother, the blood relative who had cast him into the abyss upon his awakening. Their eyes met, yet the connection felt strangely distant. It has been a long time, Doflamingo. Chapter 37. An unexpected reunion, conflict, and battle. Long time no see, Doflamingo. Wang Ming remarked with a smile, albeit one tinged with complex emotions. Fei. Doflamingo descended onto the ship's prow, his flamboyant pink coat, exaggerated pointed shoes, and ostentatious magenta sunglasses reminding Wang Ming of the flamboyant youths from his previous life. Doflamingo surveyed the deck with an air of detachment, fingers occasionally pulling white threads from the air, a wicked grin curling at the corners of his mouth. Yet, his gaze soon fixated on Wang Ming, the golden strands of hair and the similarities in their features invoking a sense of familiarity. His expression momentarily froze, and he unconsciously uttered, Rosinante? Long time no see. Wang Ming's tone remained calm, devoid of any tumult. As for the brotherly title, it was one he could not utter, particularly in reference to someone who had once sought to eliminate him upon awakening. Nevertheless, his response tacitly acknowledged his identity, and Wang Ming held an indifferent attitude toward it, for such matters were hardly secrets. I never expected you to change so much, Doflamingo said after a brief silence, his voice carrying an undercurrent of sorrow. Wang Ming. Ji Yuan, sensing the peculiar tension between the two, approached Wang Ming with concern. Growing up alongside him, she was aware of his lineage and had begun to surmise the identity of the newcomer. Wang Ming, have you changed your name? Doflamingo paused for a moment, then reacted, a flicker of anger in his voice. This is my freedom. It is of no concern to you. Wang Ming's voice was as cold as the biting wind of a winter night. You. Doflamingo's eyes flashed with fury, quickly subdued by reason. Then, as if struck by a thought, he bitterly smiled and sighed. That surname was far too burdensome for you back then. Wang Ming remained silent for a moment, pondering how this man seemed to be overthinking. Unsure of how to confront him, he shifted the topic. Why did you do this? For survival, Doflamingo succinctly replied. This world has changed. We must adapt to that change. Adapt to change? Wang Ming scoffed. Does survival justify any means? Does it permit the sacrifice of one's kin? Sometimes. Necessary sacrifices are unavoidable, Doflamingo asserted firmly. I am merely doing what I believe is right. Right? Wang Ming echoed, his anger igniting. What constitutes right? Is it the ruthless pursuit of one's goals? Or sacrificing others for personal gain? Doflamingo offered no response, his silence further solidifying Wang Ming's convictions. Taking a deep breath, he declared resolutely, regardless of your actions, I will thwart you. Doflamingo's eyes widened in astonishment. He had not anticipated Wang Ming's unwavering resolve. However, he quickly regained his composure. Stating flatly, you intend to stop me? Then let us see if you possess the capability. Suddenly, a gray viscous substance appeared on the side of a warship, rapidly spreading like a hook. At that moment, the pirate ship drew near, shadows attempting to leap across. On the warship, a devious smile crept across Wang Ming's face as he unleashed a swift strike with his sword. A massive arc that nearly cleaved the viscous hook and its accompanying figures in two, sending them tumbling into the sea. Had it not been for the emergence of a robust elder who delivered a powerful blow, both the individuals and the pirate ship would have faced catastrophic consequences. This scene left everyone dumbfounded. The pirates recoiled, while the soldiers on the warship erupted in cheers. TSK. Wang Ming clicked his tongue, lamenting the missed opportunity to eliminate more foes. Ji Yuan informed the helmsman to maintain distance between the ships. Furthermore, should those pirates dare to leap over, we shall make quick work of them. Ji Yuan, wearing a hint of a smile, nodded and turned to leave. This was Wang Ming's battle. Her role was to ensure he remained undistracted. Alone, Wang Ming faced Doflamingo, their standoff seemingly freezing time, the air thick with tension. Clang! Wang Ming instantly swung his sword, the blade slicing through the void, clashing with an unseen adversary. Sparks flew, the metallic clang resonating sharply in the quiet of the night. His gaze was icy, as if he intended to freeze the darkness itself. Fei! Fei! Doflamingo's laughter was sharp and eerie as he deftly pulled on the white threads dancing in the air, launching them toward Wang Ming. Five-colored thread. The threads lashed out, infused with lethal intent. Wang Ming's eyes narrowed, his form darting swiftly, skillfully evading the intangible attacks. Each maneuver seemed choreographed, a graceful dance with danger, elegant and unperturbed. String shot. Doflamingo raised his index finger, the fine threads shooting toward Wang Ming like bullets. Wang Ming narrowly evaded with a swift movement. However, Doflamingo's assault did not relent, continuously adjusting angles, honing in on Wang Ming's vulnerabilities, firing relentlessly without allowing him a moment's respite. The fine threads etched deep voids into the deck, a testament to their power. Silent flowing shadows, the obstructions ahead, vibrations within the domain absorbed, transformed, and amplified. Coupled with the Marine's 6 styles, shave, Wang Ming found himself oblivious to the limits of his speed. He knew only that this technique had become instinctive, faster, stronger. Wang Ming moved like a streak of white lightning, silently weaving through the rain of threads. His speed surged, rendering him a mere blur. How astonishing! Doflamingo's pupils contracted slightly, astonishment etched on his face. He had never witnessed such velocity nor encountered a foe of this caliber. Wang Ming's speed transcended human limits. He seemed to merge with the wind, leaving no trace in the air. Each movement, each flicker, unfolded like a silent ballet, breathtakingly beautiful. In the realm of silent domain, lost land, unvoiced ripples traversed the battlefield, shifting with their movements, seemingly inescapable. Doflamingo sensed something amiss, barely evading the chilling blade that sliced through the air like lightning. Something's wrong. My speed has diminished. Moreover, he felt his bodily functions waning, escalating fatigue, while his offensive capabilities strangely weakened, as if ensnared by a negative buff. Conversely, Wang Ming's speed intensified, his strikes growing more ferocious, a stark contrast to Doflamingo's predicament. Even he, despite his cunning, understood that Wang Ming was orchestrating this. Fei! Fei! Doflamingo laughed nervously once more. What a remarkable ability. I underestimated you. Shadow riding threads. Doflamingo swiftly devised a counter, the white threads coiling in midair, soon revealing a doppelganger identical to him. If one is troublesome, then 2 shall suffice. Not good. Wang Ming sensed a looming threat and swiftly maneuvered forward, attempting to deliver a decisive strike. However, his assault was thwarted by a colossal web of threads, woven from countless white lines. Utilizing the momentary distraction, Doflamingo completed the summoning of his duplicate. In an instant, 2 identical figures flanked Wang Ming, encircling him, the tide of battle swiftly turning against him. This is troublesome. awaiting your initial text for refinement and elegant rendition into English. Chapter 38. Battle, Celestial Dragons. Familiar faces beneath the scorching sun, Doflamingo stood proudly, his palm gradually extending backward. His gaze was piercing, as if it could penetrate all. The surrounding air turned tense, and countless translucent threads burst forth from his palm, swirling and entwining, gradually forming a colossal pillar of thread. This pillar glimmered with a chilling sheen under the sunlight, stretching backward as if gathering strength. Opposite Doflamingo stood Wang Ming, who felt an invisible pressure weighing down upon him. He recognized that this seemingly ordinary pillar concealed astonishing power. With a whoosh, the pillar shot back, racing toward Wang Ming in a flash. The speed was so swift that it left no room for reaction. With a quick twist of his body, Wang Ming narrowly dodged the lethal strike. Simultaneously, a clone behind him raised a finger, launching a bullet-like thread toward him. Again, Wang Ming showcased remarkable reflexes, executing a backflip to evade the sudden attack. Doflamingo's onslaught intensified, the threads descending like a torrential rain. Wang Ming, agile and nimble, navigated through the barrage of attacks, rolling and leaping, though he appeared somewhat disheveled. A resounding clang echoed as Wang Ming's sword clashed with Doflamingo's threads. The threads snapped instantly. Yet Wang Ming was forced back a few steps by the sheer force. A flicker of surprise crossed his eyes, but more so, a sense of admiration for Wang Ming emerged. He realized he could no longer continue this way. Amidst countless exchanges, Wang Ming discerned a flaw in Doflamingo's technique. Drawing a deep breath, he concentrated all his strength and charged toward Doflamingo in the sky. With a fiery blaze, he unleashed the attack. Breath of the Sun, 7th form, radiant burst. In an instant, flames surged forth, delivering a fatal thrust. Suddenly, he caught a glint of amusement in Doflamingo's eyes, and his heart raced. This was a trap. By the time Wang Ming sensed the danger, 2 pillars of thread were already upon him, striking from a cunning angle like a waiting leopard. Even before they reached him, he felt the prickling sensation of danger against his skin. He must not be hit. In that split second, Wang Ming unleashed his sword in a defensive posture. Unnamed Divine Wind, Black Tortoise. The world around him seemed to freeze, with only he moving within the crevices of time. His sword energy coalesced into the form of an enormous black tortoise, a manifestation of vibrating force capable of shaking the heavens and earth. The black tortoise spread its vast shell, shielding Wang Ming as it collided with the incoming pillars. The accumulated power of the attack surged forth with boundless might and velocity. Yet the black tortoise's strength appeared even greater. The collision produced a deafening roar, and the reverberations cascaded outward like a cataclysm. Yet Wang Ming stood resolute, his gaze unwavering and devoid of fear. The black tortoise, an age-old emblem of indestructibility, began to dissipate like mist after withstanding the fatal blow, transforming into flowing light that encircled him. This was not merely a technique, but a strategy. Defense was merely the first step, as his aspirations reached far beyond. As the black tortoise dissipated, its power did not vanish but instead reformed under his command. He closed his eyes, sensing the flow of each radiant thread, a vibrational force entwining and coursing through the blade, preparing for the next round of attack. His aura gradually heightened, as if he were merging with the very fabric of the cosmos. The air around him began to tremble, the space threatening to collapse under the weight of his power. Opening his eyes, the depths of Wang Ming's black irises sparkled with resolute light. With his hand upon the hilt of his sword, he lowered his body, poised to unleash a cataclysmic strike. Unnamed Divine Wind, annihilating flow. He gripped the long sword tightly, channeling power from his fingertips to the blade's tip. He surged forward, delivering a strike that shook the very foundations of the world. Doflamingo chuckled mysteriously. You have won, but we shall meet again. Just as the words left his lips, a colossal wall of spider silk erupted from the ground, attempting to thwart the impending cataclysmic blow. However, the sword's energy was too formidable, rendering the web-like barrier as fragile as paper. Yet, in the instant the web was torn apart, Doflamingo and his clone vanished from sight. Wang Ming spotted a figure from the pirate crew in the distance, moving further away across the sea. Have they escaped? Ji Yuan approached, inquiring if they should pursue. Wang Ming shook his head, responding solemnly, "This is our limit. We only possess 2 formidable fighters. The rest are mere foot soldiers. Engaging their elite crew head-on would only lead to our downfall." His words carried a deep sense of resignation. He was unwilling, yet had to accept reality. His gaze turned to the sinking treasure ship, urging, "Let us first ascertain if there are any survivors and hasten to rescue them." "Yes, All the naval soldiers responded, having witnessed Wang Ming's prowess. They unconsciously overlooked his rank, choosing to heed his command, a testament to their respect for strength. Before long, a sudden commotion arose as a naval soldier rushed over, a look of sheer terror etched upon his face. Wang Ming frowned, an ominous premonition stirring within him. What has happened? A noble has been discovered. It seems to be a celestial dragon. Wang Ming felt a wave of nausea wash over him, muttering inwardly, what bad luck. How could I encounter such wretches? Celestial dragons were the aristocrats of this world, wielding immense power and immeasurable wealth. Yet they epitomized evil, committing heinous acts that even pirates found shameful, inciting widespread hatred. Ironically, the Navy was compelled to turn a blind eye and provide protection, a conflict that severely challenged the moral compass of most naval officers. Now, encountering a living noble posed a significant dilemma for him. Reluctantly, he approached and saw the naval soldiers rescuing the noble. He appeared exceedingly weak, on the brink of death, his corpulent form straining even 3 soldiers. Wang Ming gazed at the familiar face, desperately rummaging through distant memories, and suddenly chuckled, thinking, isn't this the chubby little boy who used to visit my home back in Mariewa? He hasn't changed a bit over the years. The chubby celestial dragon, weakly opening his eyes, immediately locked onto Wang Ming's figure. Rosie, Nandi, his plump face contorted in disbelief, his eyes narrowing to slits. Suddenly, he burst into tears, exclaiming, am I dead? Woe is me. I have yet to marry many, many wives. Wang Ming shook his head in exasperation as the chubby celestial dragon began to wail upon awakening. Hey, you're not dead yet. Stop crying, he shouted. The chubby celestial dragon paused, his eyes widening. Really? I'm not dead. How wonderful. I must hurry and marry. Wang Ming rolled his eyes. It was always the same with him, his thoughts still consumed by marriage. Suddenly, the chubby celestial dragon recalled something, looking up with excitement, grasping Wang Ming's hands. Rosie Nandi, how wonderful that you are still alive. It is indeed my fault. But Ruth, could you enlighten me on how, after all these years, you were able to recognize me at a glance? Chapter 39. The doldrums. I recognize everyone I have met, regardless of the passage of time, especially you, Russ declared confidently, raising his head proudly. Look at you, Wang Ming retorted, somewhat speechless, yet touched. It was quite moving that this fellow still remembered him after so many years, maintaining a posture of familiarity. Tang Chihua, from a bloodline perspective, Russ was indeed Wang Ming's cousin. However, Wang Ming's family had long departed from Mary Jios and was no longer acknowledged by the Tang Chihua family. Thus Wang Ming felt no obligation to recognize this kinship. In Wang Ming's recollection, Russ was gentle and devoid of the haughty and malicious demeanor typical of other celestial dragons. He enjoyed visiting their home and spending time with the family. By the way, how did you end up on the treasure ship? Wang Ming inquired, puzzled. Most celestial dragons remained in Mary Jios and seldom descended to the lower realms. In their words, they did not wish to breathe the tainted air of the lower world. Even when they occasionally ventured from the Red Soul continent, they donned absurd glass masks. Where are your guards? Observing Russ's awkward demeanor, Wang Ming refrained from pressing further and shifted to another topic. Each celestial dragon was typically accompanied by several CP0 agents, especially in the lower realms, alongside elite guards dispatched by the world government. Even if they could not win a fight, they could certainly escape. How could he have fallen into such peril so easily? Well, Wang Ming, you may not know this, but I sent my guards on another mission, Russ explained, sheepishly rubbing his nose. Another mission? Wang Ming frowned in confusion. So, you left yourself without any protective forces? He was at a loss for words. It's all Harlan Mortley's fault. He assured me he would keep me safe, yet his troops scattered at the first sight of those pirates. The thought ignited the rotund fellow's anger. Harlan Mortley? The second prince of the Reino Kingdom. Russ scoffed, his face contorted in disdain and derision, taking on a comical appearance. Wang Ming found himself speechless. Both of these characters were indeed remarkable. One boldly dispatched all protective forces, entrusting his safety to a complete stranger, while the other, seeking to curry favor with the world's aristocracy, failed to recognize his own limitations and was easily overpowered by pirates. It was easy to imagine that if Russ were to meet with misfortune, not only would the pirates be to blame, but the Reino Kingdom might also face repercussions. Regardless, I need to return to Mariewa, so I shall escort you back on the way, Wang Ming suggested. However, Russ's reaction was unexpected. Can I not go back? Russ hesitated, his gaze flickering. Wang Ming scrutinized him, recalling the similarities in temperament between him and his own parents from memory. He sighed inwardly. realizing that Russ likely faced challenges in Merigios. All right then, I'll take you to Sabaody Archipelago. You can notify your guards to meet you there. Is that acceptable? Wang Ming proposed, nodding. He understood that Russ must have his reasons for reluctance, yet he chose not to pry, respecting his silence. Yes, yes. Russ's eyes brightened, his chubby face jiggling with excitement, reminiscent of a national treasure from a past life. A peculiar sound echoed, and Wang Ming glanced at Russ's pronounced belly, feeling a bit embarrassed. Let us go eat together. I'm hungry too. Wang Ming smiled, though his eyes held no particular significance. It was a perfect opportunity to converse. Perhaps they could reach a mutual understanding for collaboration. After several days of sailing, Wang Ming and his companions finally arrived at the most challenging maritime region of the ocean, the Doldrums. The Doldrums form a belt-like area on either side of the Grand Line, where pirates thrive, encasing the entire Grand Line in between. This stretch of ocean is devoid of wind and currents, resulting in an utterly tranquil sea surface. Most vessels in this world rely on wind for propulsion. Once they enter this zone, they lose all power and become trapped, unable to move. Moreover, beneath the calm surface dwell enormous marine creatures, some reaching hundreds, thousands, or even tens of thousands of meters, known as sea kings. They are the nightmares of sailors, and the Doldrums have become an impassable chasm for vessels. In this mysterious oceanic expanse, the Navy has tirelessly sought a method to traverse this territory teeming with sea kings safely. Dr. Vegapunk, a brilliant scientist, proposed a solution, embedding sea prism stone within the hull of the ship. Sea prism stone is a unique mineral that suppresses the perception of sea kings, rendering them unaware of human navigation. Through Vegapunk's ingenious design and research, the Navy successfully mastered this technology and began embedding sea prism stone into ship hulls on a large scale. As time progressed, the technique for embedding sea prism stone became increasingly refined. Coupled with the Navy's exclusive installation of propulsion systems on their vessels, the Navy finally managed to navigate this enigmatic seascape successfully. The warships sped through this region, creating a swell that quickly subsided, as if the tranquility of this sea had always remained undisturbed. Wang Ming stood on the deck, gazing at the boundless waters shimmering with a soft glow. It was his first visit to this enigmatic domain, and he was filled with curiosity and a desire for exploration. A massive shadow swept past beneath the waves, revealing its peculiar anatomy, its upper body resembling that of a tiger, while its lower half bore the form of a serpent. Wang Ming had seen such a bizarre creature more than once, marveling at its extraordinary appearance. It feels as though it is not a product of natural evolution. Wang Ming murmured to himself, "Is someone swimming out there?" A voice interrupted his thoughts. He turned to see Ji Yuan approaching him with a smile, sunlight illuminating her face, momentarily captivating Wang Ming's attention. "What are you looking at?" Ji Yuan blushed slightly, playfully questioning him. Her voice was as gentle as a spring breeze, adding to her allure, causing Wang Ming's heart to race. "Ahem. It's nothing. Where's Russ?" Wang Ming cleared his throat, hastily changing the subject. "Him? He said he felt unwell and has been staying in the cabin," Ji Yuan replied. "Unwell? Just moments ago, I witnessed him devour 10 servings of Sea King delicacies and 5 bottles of spring snow red tea." Wang Ming chuckled, amused. It seemed this fellow was likely intimidated by the massive Sea Kings unwittingly revealing themselves. "Wait, Wang Ming, is there someone swimming in the sea over there?" Ji Yuan suddenly exclaimed, disbelief etched on her face. "How could that be? This is the Doldrums." Wang Ming instinctively replied without much thought. Yet curiosity got the better of him, and he turned to follow Ji Yuan's gaze. My goodness. Chapter 40. The Turbulent Path of Return. The Calm Belt, renowned as the forbidden realm for adventurers, conceals beneath its tranquil surface a myriad of vast and terrifying silhouettes, embodying the boundless fears of the deep sea. Yet at this moment, a figure leisurely glided through the waters as if unperturbed by the surroundings. It was utterly absurd to the point of incredulity, and the audacity of his leisurely backstroke was simply outrageous. Wang Ming couldn't help but wince at the thought. There were but a handful of individuals capable of such nonchalance in the world of One Piece, and he had already surmised the identity of this particular individual. Silvers Rayleigh, the former vice captain of the Roger Pirates, famously known as the right hand of the Pirate King, Joel D. Roger. One could only wonder if Roger, in the quietude of the night, also sought solace from his loyal lieutenants. The thought struck Wang Ming unexpectedly, causing him to gasp as he shook his head, as if to dispel unclean thoughts from his mind. In such a moment, how could he entertain such notions? He swiftly turned the helm, accelerating the vessel towards the operation room, disregarding any explanations, and urgently instructed the helmsman to evade their pursuer. Who could predict what this old man might do? In terms of strength, Wang Ming was far from his match. He was a Navy officer, while Rayleigh was a pirate. Despite his fondness for the character in his previous life, their allegiances diverged now, and he dared not gamble on the goodwill of the other. However, even as the battleship surged forward with the speed of the wind and lightning, it could not shake the figure behind them, who continued to swim effortlessly, drawing ever closer. Was he coming for us? Wang Ming's expression turned grave. What's wrong? Ji Yuan inquired, puzzled by Wang Ming's unusual urgency. It was rare to see him so anxious, which piqued her curiosity. He is the Dark King. Wang Ming caught a glimpse of the silver hair, realizing the gravity of their encounter. The Dark King? Ji Yuan momentarily faltered, then suddenly exclaimed, It's him. Silver's Rayleigh. But hasn't he retired? No one has seen him for years. How could he be here? Yet today, you are indeed witnessing his presence. Surprised? Unexpected? Wang Ming replied with a hint of mischief, his expression tinged with helplessness. It seemed trouble always found him. With a thud, a figure tumbled onto the deck, clad in a white shirt and black trousers, with silver hair tousled and a face etched with the trials of time. Well, it was safe to say they had confirmed his identity. The image of the character from his memories gradually merged with the man sprawled on the deck. Wang Ming looked at the figure with a bemused expression. My apologies. Cramps in my legs. What a stroke of luck to encounter you all, haha. As if sensing their gaze, Rayleigh turned over, grinning and waving. By the way, could you please zip up your fly? Your little darling is peeking out. Wang Ming remarked with an impassive face, though his eyes glinted with mischief. My sincerest apologies. Rayleigh's composed demeanor shattered, and he hastily turned around, only to realize there was no such issue, leaving him frozen in embarrassment. How mortifying. Rayleigh's cheeks flushed. This insufferable brat. Wang Ming erupted in laughter, relishing the moment. The old man had sought trouble and now found himself in a precarious position. How could he endure such mockery? The inevitable confrontation was upon them. Wang Ming harbored no illusions that a kinder demeanor would alter Rayleigh's intentions. Rather, he chose to embrace the amusement of the situation. Cough. Rayleigh cleared his throat, attempting to regain his composure and the air of a seasoned master. It seems you have recognized my identity. I do not recognize you, nor am I aware of who you are, Wang Ming interrupted, shaking his head innocently. Are you not curious about my purpose here? Rayleigh pressed on, undeterred. Not in the slightest. Wang Ming waved dismissively, feigning impatience, though a smirk betrayed his amusement. He thought to himself, you sought trouble. How could I grant you an easy time? Rayleigh fell silent for a moment, then exhaled deeply. What a charming little rascal you are, compared to your father. Your temperament is strikingly different, he said with a mysterious smile, a hint of nostalgia lacing his voice. Wang Ming's pupils dilated. His father had passed many years ago, and much remained unknown to him. How could Rayleigh know his father? You knew my father? Wang Ming's voice was laced with confusion. Who can say? Rayleigh winked playfully, his eyes glimmering with mischief. Half-truths often invite retribution. This boy certainly had a sharp tongue. Rayleigh's eyelids twitched, if not for the debt he owed. He might have entertained the thought of silencing this insufferable brat. Perhaps not death, but a severed limb would suffice. Do you dare to accompany me on a little jaunt? Rayleigh proposed. That won't he do. Wang Ming slowly drew his sword, his gaze fixed intently on Rayleigh. Though he was likely outmatched, and initiating combat was far from wise, he could not afford to remain passive. Principles demanded action. Honestly, at your age, must you resort to violence? What a trying situation. Rayleigh feigned pity, clutching his waist dramatically. Sun breathing, fifth form, fire train. Wang Ming leaped into the air, executing a fiery, arcing slash towards Rayleigh. He could hardly tolerate anyone flaunting their prowess before him, particularly an old thief who spoke in half-truths. Rayleigh remained unfazed, observing the incoming strike with an appreciative glint in his eye. An intriguing attack capable of manifesting flames. In the split second before the attack reached him, he vanished from sight. Wang Ming's eyes widened in shock. How swift. This was the first time he had been outpaced. He knew Rayleigh was not a devil fruit user, which meant he relied purely on physical prowess to surpass his speed. In the next moment, an overwhelming sense of danger loomed behind him, leaving Wang Ming no time for contemplation. Sun breathing, ninth form, oblique sun. Wang Ming soared into the air, slashing downward at Rayleigh, the blade enveloped in flames. Radiant as the sun. Impressive. Rayleigh did not glance back, effortlessly deflecting Jiyuan's attempt to assist, and in the blink of an eye, he unleashed another strike that appeared ordinary but was condensed with tremendous force, slicing through the air with lethal precision. Their attacks clashed, producing a thunderous roar. Thankfully, both were restrained, redirecting the aftermath skyward, as if the heavens themselves were rent asunder. In an instant, the wind stilled and the clouds dispersed, swirling for miles. Sun breathing. 10th form, Radiant Grace. A spiraling flame descended from above, engulfing Rayleigh in a violent inferno. Even as Wang Ming employed his silent domain to shield the battleship, the powerful shockwaves from the clash sent the vessel's stern soaring, nearly plunging into the depths of the sea. Fortunately, the ship's performance remained commendable, stabilizing after the violent upheaval. What a monstrous display of power! A naval soldier, sprawled on the deck, witnessed the battle firsthand, his spirit shaken and awestruck. In such a tumultuous environment, there was no room for hesitation. Wang Ming's expression darkened as he descended to the deck, contemplating his next move. Given the circumstances, it was best to. Wang Ming swiftly made up his mind. Just then, an attack surged from behind, and he resisted the urge to retaliate, allowing the strike to land on his neck. In the next heartbeat, darkness enveloped him, and he swiftly lost consciousness. Wang Ming. In a daze, he seemed to hear Jiyuan's frantic cries. Chapter 41. Armament Hockey. Observation Hockey. Awakening on the ground, the echoes of battle reverberated in Wang Ming's mind. A dull ache throbbed at the base of his skull, a souvenir from the blow that had rendered him unconscious. Silence reigned, save for the susurrus of wind sighing through the trees. Night had fallen, and the moon cast an ethereal glow upon the jagged rocks beneath his feet, a tableau of desolate beauty. The once turbulent sea, usually a maelstrom in this region, lay eerily still. I must still be on some deserted island in the calm belt, Wang Ming surmised. His gaze swept the surroundings, taking in the rocky coastline. In the distance, an impenetrable primeval forest loomed. The cries of unseen creatures hinted at the island's untamed nature. As Wang Ming prepared to depart, an anomaly in the ground beneath his feet caught his attention. His blade, Fountain's Whisper, lay undisturbed. This was no mere accident, he realized. No sooner had he retrieved his sword than a colossal, grotesque figure emerged from the shadows of the forest. As it drew closer, Wang Ming recognized Rayleigh, bearing a prodigious carcass upon his shoulder. Rayleigh greeted the awakened Wang Ming with a rakish grin, or so Wang Ming perceived it. Awake, are we? You seem to have slumbered soundly. Rayleigh deposited the kill with a resounding thud. Where's this place? Beast Isle, a forsaken isle in the calm belt. Do you prepare meat? Rayleigh gestured towards the fallen creature, a chimera with the forequarters of a tiger and the hindquarters of a serpent. The fauna of this world is indeed peculiar, Wang Ming mused. Humph. Wang Ming scoffed, turning his head away. A man of honor would rather perish than submit. Indeed. Rayleigh chuckled, his voice laced with an undercurrent of menace. His hand instinctively moved towards his sword hilt, his eyes conveying an unmistakable threat. But a man of honor is also adaptable, Wang Ming amended, his voice now obsequious as he approached the monstrous cadaver and began the butchering process. Skinning, bleeding, eviscerating, his actions were surprisingly efficient. I'll see this old coot sold on Flower Street one day, Wang Ming thought venomously. I sense you are harboring impolite thoughts. Rayleigh's voice, seemingly from nowhere, sent a shiver down Wang Ming's spine. This old man is uncanny. I have no idea what you mean. Denial is the only option. 2 hours later, Rayleigh stared at the charred, unidentifiable mass before him, his face contorted in disbelief. What is this? A pungent odor assaulted his senses. It's my first attempt. Perhaps it's slightly imperfect, but I wouldn't dwell on it. Wang Ming feigned embarrassment, masking his barely suppressed mirth. Why didn't you say so earlier? You didn't ask. Rayleigh crushed a nearby stone with his bare hand, struggling to maintain his composure. Very well. Let us make do. He selected a portion that appeared marginally edible, but the moment it touched his tongue, his face contorted in agony. Forcing it down with considerable effort, he fixed Wang Ming with an unwavering stare. Eat. I'm not hungry. Wang Ming's smile vanished, and he waved his hands in protest. Rayleigh's hand caressed his sword hilt once more, with the ardent devotion of a paramour. This is unbearable. Is this even fit for consumption? Wang Ming raged inwardly. Did you not prepare it? Besides, I have already partaken. Do not waste food. Also, what was that you said earlier? I refuse to eat it. Eat. I'd rather die. Thump. Thump. After a series of muffled impacts, Wang Ming, sporting a new, bulbous hairstyle, sulked on the ground, gnawing on the blackened, unidentifiable lump. Some live, yet are already dead. Some die, yet continue to live. Revenge is a dish best served cold. A man should stand tall between heaven and earth, but discretion is the better part of valor. I'll bide my time. Finished eating? Yes. Wang Ming nodded eagerly, discarding the remaining morsel. The taste was akin to excrement, if not worse. In that case, let us engage in some exercise to aid digestion. Huh. Amidst the furious clash of steel, two figures danced in a deadly ballet. Wang Ming and Rayleigh were locked in a surprisingly even contest. Sun breathing, third form. Raging Sun. Wang Ming's blade unleashed another crimson arc, seemingly a mere 2 or 3 meters in length, yet possessing astonishing speed as it hurtled towards Rayleigh. This strike was different. It was more refined, more solid, faster, and more potent. For within it, Wang Ming had infused a new power, armament haki. When faced with an unavoidable attack, Wang Ming would also employ armament haki for defense. The invisible force acted as an ethereal armor, combined with the iron body technique, which he could now use with greater mobility. His defenses were formidable, allowing him to parry Rayleigh's attacks with increasing ease. A year had passed, during which Wang Ming had come to understand Rayleigh's purpose, to hone his skills. He imparted the secrets of both types of haki, swordsmanship, combat awareness, everything, save for any details regarding Wang Ming's father. Sun breathing. 11th form. Solar Halo Dragon. Abandoning all extraneous thoughts, Wang Ming unleashed a flurry of slashes, each imbued with newfound power. Rayleigh sensed the shift in Wang Ming's strength. He could no longer casually deflect the attacks. He adopted a defensive stance, bracing for the onslaught. The collision of countless strikes and parries generated shockwaves that reverberated through the air. Rayleigh was forced back several steps, but he had withstood the assault. Wang Ming, however, was consumed by an unprecedented fatigue. Yet Rayleigh's offensive continued unabated, a relentless barrage that offered no respite. For an old man, he possesses remarkable stamina, Wang Ming thought with grudging admiration. Do not allow your mind to wander during combat. It could prove fatal, you know. With a leap, Rayleigh unleashed a crescent-shaped slash spanning dozens of meters, a shimmering arc of pure destruction. As Wang Ming braced to intercept, a sudden anomaly occurred. The crescent shattered into countless, minuscule blades, a constellation of death engulfing him. This is absurd. He can do that? In a silent realm of heightened awareness, Wang Ming's mind went blank. The specter of death loomed like a shroud. He could sense Rayleigh's technique, an unfathomable velocity, the fragmentation occurring too rapidly for him to perceive. His body stiffened, as if bound by invisible chains. He struggled in vain, his reactions lagging. The beast of fear roared within him, threatening to consume his reason. I must see it, Wang Ming bellowed. As if in response to his call, a string within Wang Ming and Appo's heart seemed to snap. The scenes before him grew indistinct, as all sounds and colors faded into oblivion. In his eyes remained only the imminent, fatal strike descending upon him. Time appeared to have pressed the pause button. With all attacks, he beheld the awakening of observation haki. A flicker of exhilaration graced Wang Ming's lips. Everything transpired in an instant. Yet he had undergone a new transformation, heralding a profound change. His form was like the wind, weaving through the dense onslaught of slashes. Each movement precise to the finest detail, every evasion impeccably timed, and every defense remarkably ingenious. Evade, block, evade. Countless strikes slipped past him. The earth shattered beneath the tumult, clouds of dust swirling around. Coughing amidst the haze, Wang Ming stood tall, his countenance radiant with excitement. He had triumphed. Yet, throughout this ordeal, he sensed a peculiar force, fleeting and elusive, akin to a mere illusion, though he firmly believed in its existence. After much contemplation without clarity, Wang Ming shook his head, unwilling to squander further time, choosing instead to abandon his thoughts. Time stretched endlessly before him. What was meant to manifest could not be evaded. He had initially thought that, aided by his fruit abilities, his observation haki would awaken first, but unexpectedly, it was the armament haki that manifested first. While the observation haki required immense effort to awaken under tremendous pressure, it seemed there was little left to bestow upon you. Chapter 42. The return to Marin Fando. It seems I have nothing left to impart to you, Rayleigh remarked, casting a benevolent glance at Wang Ming. Were you truly attempting to kill me just now? Wang Ming queried, irritation evident in his tone, for he genuinely believed he was on the brink of death moments ago. Haha. Rayleigh chuckled heartily, adjusting his glasses with an air of scholarly nonchalance. One cannot become strong without experiencing peril. Besides, That attack could never have claimed your life. Wang Ming nodded in agreement, convinced of Rayleigh's words. If he had truly intended to kill him, he would have done so long ago. Rather than wait a year to teach him before striking, that would be akin to a fool's errand, utterly unnecessary. Suddenly, Rayleigh's expression brightened as a thought crossed his mind. What do you intend to do? He asked, his demeanor shifting from casual to cautious. After a year of interaction, he knew this young man well. He was the type who would not act without purpose. Rayleigh's instincts told him this sudden cordiality could not bode well. Uncle Rayleigh, your words wound me. Wang Ming feigned sorrow, clutching his chest as if in anguish. I had hoped that our year together would foster friendship and kinship, yet it seems to have bred suspicion, and I'm leaving, spare me the melodrama. Before Wang Ming could finish, Rayleigh turned to depart. Wang Ming hastily interjected. Unwilling to let the opportunity slip away, Rayleigh glanced over his shoulder, his eyes narrowed in a manner that suggested, speak quickly, I have little time. Are you familiar with the advanced applications of observation hockey and armament hockey? Wang Ming inquired. Oh, Rayleigh responded with a bemused smile. So, Sengoku has shared quite a bit with you. Wang Ming's heart leaped with excitement, anticipating that Rayleigh would impart these advanced techniques. However, Rayleigh's next words shattered that hope. But these skills are never acquired through mere methods. They cannot be learned. What then? Wang Ming pressed. Through combat, through life and death struggles. And then, do not seek it out. When the time comes to grasp it, it will come to you naturally. Is it really that esoteric? Wang Ming mused, stroking his chin thoughtfully, as the notion echoed the sudden enlightenment found in Buddhist teachings. Yet, it made sense. If mastering such abilities were so simple, there would not be so few individuals who could wield advanced hockey, like Katakuri S. foresight, Karp S. iron fist, or Roger S. ability to hear the voices of all things, each representative of seasoned warriors, save for a few extraordinary exceptions. Are there no shortcuts? Wang Ming pressed on, his determination unwavering. Perhaps a gentle tap on the head from advanced hockey? Rayleigh regarded him with a look of incredulity, as if pondering the sheer absurdity of the suggestion. Setting aside the improbability, do you truly believe that, with your current strength, a tap from advanced hockey wouldn't be fatal? If such a thing existed, it would only be a belief fortified by unwavering conviction. That is the singular powerful method. Is that idealism? A glimmer of understanding danced in Wang Ming's eyes. Are you departing? A fleeting moment of reluctance crossed Rayleigh's features. After all, they had shared a year together, and he had been quite kind to Wang Ming, whose growth and strength was undeniably linked to the elder's guidance. Someday you must leave. Though you are young, time is a precious commodity. Seize your freedom while you can. After imparting a generous dose of motivational platitudes, Rayleigh turned to leave. Wait, Wang Ming called out once more. This time, however, Rayleigh paid him no heed, merely waving his hand dismissively as he strode toward the sea. I mean, how do I leave? Wang Ming shouted in exasperation. Rayleigh hesitated for a moment, but then quickened his pace, as though fleeing. With a graceful leap, he plunged into the ocean, vanishing in an instant. He heard me, didn't he? Wang Ming murmured to himself, a mischievous smile curling his lips. After a year, he remained as oblivious as ever. Wang Ming turned away and settled onto a clean rock, casting a wistful glance at the island. A year had indeed forged some emotional ties. Moses. Father, it's me. Wang Ming produced a miniature transponder snail, smiling as he spoke. A year prior, he had seized an opportunity to call Sengoku, only to realize that Rayleigh bore him no ill will, allowing him to remain and benefit from his tutelage. Sengoku was aware of this, and Wang Ming had no intention of concealing it. In this world, those who would not harm him were surely his family. Reclining on the stone, he enjoyed the expansive view of the coastline. He felt no worry, for Sengoku possessed his Viver card, enabling him to locate Wang Ming at any moment. All he had to do was wait patiently. As the day of his return approached, his spirits lifted, and he even felt a smile creeping onto his face. The journey home was always long yet filled with joy. Half a month later, here in Marinfando, at the western port, returned at last? Sengoku stood at the dock, the morning mist from the sea clinging to him after long moments of waiting, his clothes damp, yet disregarded. His gaze lit up as he spotted Wang Ming disembarking from the ship. It had been 3 long years since he had last seen Wang Ming, and even the usually composed Sengoku could not suppress his excitement. Wang Ming beheld his father, weary yet beaming, and a warm current surged through him. He nodded, his voice hoarse but filled with emotion. Yes, father, I have returned. Why so late? I was worried something had happened. Sengoku inquired, concern etched on his features. Wang Ming smiled softly. It's nothing, just some delays with the ship. In truth, other matters had transpired. But he preferred to shield his father from worry with a white lie. Just glad you're back, just glad you're back, Sengoku repeated, his smile growing ever brighter. Wang Ming studied his father, a hint of puzzlement creeping into his heart. He sensed that there was something concealed within Sengoku's smile, yet he chose to remain silent, simply following his father home. On their way, Sengoku abruptly halted, turning to Wang Ming. What plans do you have now that you're back? Wang Ming paused, then shook his head. I haven't thought it through yet. After all you've been through, take some time to rest first. Sengoku's voice was gentle, filled with encouragement. Indeed, I am rather tired. Wang Ming allowed a genuine smile to spread across his face, his words laced with a subtle hint of reliance. As they walked home, the two conversed extensively, sharing tales of life and adventure. Wang Ming patiently answered every question Sengoku posed. Even after 3 years apart, their bond had not frayed. Rather, it had deepened. At last, they arrived home. Unbeknownst to them, they stood at the threshold. The door swung open, and warm, gentle light spilled forth. Familiar figures emerged, greeting Wang Ming with warmth. Little Wang Ming. Long time no see. Chapter 43. After the return in the deep of night, the day's clamor gradually faded, leaving only the warm glow of lights and a serene silence. Admiral Crane, Teacher Zephyr, Sengoku, and Wang Ming gathered on this evening. However, the ever-present Carp was notably absent, having taken leave a month prior to visit his grandson. Wang Ming stood quietly to the side, a flicker of curiosity igniting within him. He suddenly recalled that his son, Monkey D. Dragon, had likely distanced himself from the Navy in the past 2 years. Yet, he chose to remain silent, regardless of its utility. He believed that the emergence of the Revolutionary Army might not be a negative development. This world desperately requires new forces, and his ideal scenario would be to remain an observer, providing assistance only when necessary. Little did he realize how naive such thoughts truly were. At that moment, Zephyr gazed anxiously towards the door, where Wang Ming was engaged in cheerful conversation with Gion. His eyes betrayed a profound concern. Are you truly going to allow Wang Ming to participate in that operation? Zephyr's tone was imbued with an irresistible urgency. He understood Wang Ming, though young. The lad's wisdom and courage surpassed his years. However, the sensitivity of this mission worried Zephyr, fearing that Wang Ming might become lost in the chaos. They had witnessed too many young souls stray from the path of justice over the years. Sengoku, the man who held dominion over the entire naval force, remained silent. His gaze was profound, as if peering into the future. He inhaled deeply and spoke slowly. This matter bears both merit and peril. I have faith that Wang Ming will make his own judgments. His voice, though calm, resonated with strength. Sengoku's words caused a flicker in Zephyr's gaze. He recognized that Sengoku was not blindly placing his trust in Wang Ming, but rather in their years of camaraderie and the wisdom they had imparted to him. It was a challenging decision, yet Sengoku's steadfast demeanor provided reassurance. Trust me with what? Wang Ming suddenly interjected, popping up behind them, startling both men who were lost in thought. Bam! You little rascal, why did you jump out like that? Sengoku playfully rapped Wang Ming on the head. Wang Ming clutched his now throbbing forehead, crouching in mock agony, lamenting loudly. Enough, stop pretending. Sengoku rolled his eyes, noticing that Wang Ming continued to feign distress. I'm not so old that I can't recognize the use of haki. Look at you. In just a year, you've mastered haki to such a precise degree. Zephyr observed keenly. In that fleeting moment when Sengoku's hand connected with Wang Ming's forehead, haki enveloped the point of contact, solidifying with remarkable control and speed. In merely a year, such proficiency was nothing short of prodigious. Yet, applying haki in such a manner was truly. So, do you have any rewards for me? Wang Ming, with his large eyes sparkling, extended his hand as if expecting something. He regarded Zephyr and Sengoku with a playful grin. Are you a child? Zephyr couldn't help but ask, feeling a mix of exasperation at Wang Ming's juvenile antics. If there are benefits to be had, then perhaps. Wang Ming replied with a cheeky smile. Zephyr and Sengoku exchanged a bemused glance, their expressions reflecting a shared understanding. They seemed to see the shadow of their old friend Carp in Wang Ming's demeanor. Ah, truly a kindred spirit. You were something else. Sengoku began, but was interrupted by Wang Ming's infectious laughter. His joyous mirth was contagious, compelling those around him to join in the laughter. Wang Ming was akin to a jester, His presence invariably brought joy to those nearby. Though his antics could sometimes elicit exasperation, his enthusiasm and vitality illuminated everything around him. Under Wang Ming's influence, smiles spread across Zephyr and Sengoku's faces as they beheld a future filled with hope and vigor. 3 days hence, report to Navy headquarters, Sengoku declared, as if resolutely committed. Indeed, in the span of 3 days, Wang Ming rested well, checking the progress of his gaming space, only to find it still lacking. His appetite for power seemed to grow ever larger. He dismissed the thought, recognizing that overthinking would bear no fruit, attributing his current weakness to his insufficient strength to overturn the game board. The 3 days passed swiftly. Wang Ming ceased his training, spending his time either napping or wandering aimlessly. At times he would pause, merely to venture further. During these days, he encountered numerous new faces, including future admirals like Akiji Kazan, Smoker, Ein, and Tina, among others. While they were not yet close, their familiarity was undeniable. Notably, he inexplicably found himself in a small skirmish, instigated by a fellow named Kaji, who challenged him for Gion's affection. Can you believe it? Wang Ming was furious. Even though he knew Kaji stood no chance in Gion's eyes, he could not tolerate such affront, resulting in a thorough beating that left Kaji unrecognizable. It was well known, those who pander must meet their demise. Leisurely days always seemed to vanish swiftly, and before long, the 3 days had elapsed. At Navy headquarters, after a 3-year hiatus, Wang Ming stepped once more into this familiar yet foreign realm. His emotions were complex, just as he was lost in reflection. A sudden heavy strike landed on the back of his head, nearly causing him to stumble. Get moving. Wang Ming turned to find a disgruntled Carp, his fist still raised, clearly the culprit behind the sudden assault. Wang Ming gazed at Carp with exasperation, this old man who consistently favored brute force over words, making a mental note to remember this encounter. Uncle Carp, when did you return? Wang Ming asked with a wry smile. Stop wasting time. Now that you're back, hurry up and report, Carp commanded, giving Wang Ming a pat on the shoulder, urging him towards the headquarters. Wang Ming took a deep breath, nodding in compliance. He followed Carp into the building. Carp kicked open the office door, grumbling, Sengoku, why the rush to summon me back? He rummaged through his desk drawer, retrieving a large bag of rice crackers, plopping down on the couch to snack while complaining, I was busy teaching my adorable grandson. Sengoku observed him, a twitch at the corner of his mouth, before turning his attention to Wang Ming, striving to maintain a serious facade. You imbecile Carp. This is an urgent situation. We need your assistance. Carp munched on his snacks, mumbling through a mouthful. What's the matter? Is it pirates causing trouble again? More troublesome than pirates, Sengoku sighed, a hint of exasperation in his voice. We are facing a rebellion from an allied nation in the New World. Carp's eyes widened in disbelief. An allied nation? A rebellion? He questioned, confusion evident. In such cases, we should simply deploy the military, and this isn't my forte. The strength of this nation is beyond your imagination. To be precise, it hinges on one individual. Who is it that could cause you such distress? Are you familiar with the Sorbet Kingdom? Chapter 44, The Depth of Deception, the Kingdom of Salb? I seem to recall meeting its king at the last World Conference. He was just as repugnant as the king of Goya. Carp, oblivious to his surroundings, picked his nose disdainfully. Not long ago, the king of Salb sought assistance and married Geos, claiming that a man named Bartholomew Kuma had overthrown him in a bid for power, becoming a nefarious ruler. What could have prompted such a sudden upheaval? Carp queried, perplexed. He was all too aware of the sordid realities of this world and would not be swayed by mere surface appearances. It's all too sudden. I cannot fathom it, Sengoku replied, shaking his head with a hint of resignation. The 5 elders contacted us a few days ago, demanding that the Navy dispatch troops promptly to quell the rebellion. Could we not send someone else? Carp retorted. In fact, before us, Rear Admiral Ross had already accepted the government's orders to suppress the insurrection in Salb. Yet he failed miserably, returning alone. Just one strike. That disgraceful fellow still had the audacity to return. Carp scoffed. Enough. Sengoku shot Carp a stern glance, silencing his reckless remarks. Wang Ming, standing nearby, began to grasp the complexities within the Navy. It appeared that not everyone was unified. This Ross had bypassed the marshal, directly accepting orders from the world government. He had ventured forth, only to fail, losing hundreds of elite soldiers in the process. Clearly, he was bound for failure with such a lack of clarity and capability. Regardless, the shame ultimately falls upon us in the Navy. You must go, Sengoku insisted. What a hassle. Carp sighed impatiently, yet he refrained from further protest, evidently acquiescing to Sengoku's plan. Furthermore, Wang Ming will accompany you. Haha, that works. I have no objections. Carp chuckled, casting a glance at Wang Ming. Laugh as he might, a sense of foreboding lingered in Wang Ming's mind. Is there anything else? He inquired, gazing expectantly at Sengoku. Laughter erupted in the Navy Marshal's office. I have bled for the Navy. I have achieved great deeds. And what now? I seek promotion and a salary increase. The laughter intensified, particularly from an elderly man with a stern visage. Wang Ming frowned at the revelers. You may be amused. But what of me? 3 years and counting, and I remain a mere recruit. In light of your previous performance, the Navy headquarters has unanimously decided to promote you to the rank of Major, Sengoku finally declared, ceasing his laughter. He retrieved the insignia of rank and justice from his drawer, personally placing it upon Wang Ming's shoulder, a smile still gracing his face. In what should have been a solemn occasion, this young man had transformed the atmosphere entirely. Had this been done sooner, Wang Ming rolled his eyes. Is there anything else? Wang Ming continued to gaze at Sengoku with hopeful anticipation. Greedy little rascal, are you too impatient? Sengoku chuckled, unperturbed. What do you desire? He crossed his arms, leaning slightly forward with interest. Wang Ming's eyes sparkled. This was an open opportunity. Sacrificing for the Navy held little weight if it was not for the sake of justice. I merely wished to find a master blacksmith to help me reforge my sword, restoring its sharpness, Wang Ming articulated, a grin spreading across his face. With a resounding clash, the sound of metal echoed in the air as Wang Ming slowly drew his sword. The blade shimmered ominously, each glint seemingly infused with cold, merciless intent. Yet upon closer inspection, the blade had lost its former sharpness, marred with numerous small chips. 3 years had passed with this sword as his companion, enduring countless life-and-death battles and deflecting numerous attacks. Yet, it too had suffered immensely. Each skirmish had left its mark upon the blade. To him, it was not merely a sword, it was his most trusted ally. After all, how could a swordsman serve the Navy efficiently without a proper weapon? My request is simple. I only wish for a skilled blacksmith to help me restore my sword, Wang Ming reiterated. Is that all? That does not seem unreasonable, Sengoku nodded. Precisely. It need not be exceptional. A large blade will suffice, Wang Ming continued, his demeanor unflinching, his heart steady. A large blade, you say? Is that simple? Sengoku nearly laughed in exasperation. Do you think a large blade is as common as cabbage? Moreover, to reforge your sword and elevate its quality? Such master blacksmiths are exceedingly rare across the seas. Sengoku replied with a hint of annoyance. Then there must be some. Wang Ming's eyes lit up. Not many. You did not outright deny it, which implies the Navy may possess one or more such master craftsmen. Sharp-witted little imp, Sengoku remarked with a mix of admiration and chiding. It is all for the sake of justice. Wang Ming feigned seriousness, presenting himself like an exemplary Navy recruit. Very well, I shall grant your request. Watching Wang Ming's exaggerated earnestness, Sengoku felt both amused and exasperated. By the way, when do we depart? You seem rather eager, Carp interjected, his nose still occupied. For the honor of the Navy, I am duty-bound, Wang Ming declared, adopting a demeanor that suggested he was prepared to sacrifice everything for the Navy. However, he suddenly hesitated, gently waving his sword to draw attention once more. My sword is damaged. This poses a dilemma, Wang Ming remarked, casting a significant glance at Sengoku, leaving his intent ambiguous. Yet, even without words, both Sengoku and Carp, seasoned veterans, understood his implication. Sengoku silently lamented Wang Ming's audacity while responding, Zifa has a fine sword. Go ask him for it. Additionally, you will receive a bounty of 1 million berry, a medium-sized warship, and troops. Thank you, Marshal. Wang Ming's eyes sparkled with excitement. With a promotion and a salary increase secured, how far could he be from reaching the pinnacle of his life? Now, you may take your leave. Yes. Wang Ming saluted with exaggerated formality, but as he turned to depart, he hesitated, as if there were more to say. Is there something else? Sengoku inquired, curious. About the bounty? Wang Ming asked cautiously. What bounty? Sengoku feigned confusion, appearing to have forgotten. The 1 million berry you just mentioned. Sengoku paused for a moment before breaking into a knowing smile. He strolled to the window, lightly tapping the frame as though pondering how to respond. Are you referring to that 1 million? His voice carried a teasing lilt that made Wang Ming's heart race. Wang Ming nodded vigorously, his eyes nearly brimming with anticipation, fixated on Sengoku as if awaiting a revelation. Children ought not to concern themselves with money. I shall keep it for you until you marry in the future, Sengoku quipped, a smile gracing his lips. Wang Ming felt as though he had been ensnared in a trap. Indeed, working for others seemed to lead to no promising future. And the more he toiled, the poorer he became. It felt as if he had been lured by false promises. A sense of foreboding washed over him, prompting him to inquire once more, "Where is my warship?" The Warring States smiled faintly. "Due to your lack of independent command experience, you are required to accompany Vice Admiral Karp on missions for the time being. Once you are capable of leading on your own, you shall naturally command a fleet." Wang Ming was taken aback. This familiar sensation, even in an alternate world, could not escape the inexorable patterns of fate. He was overwhelmed with a sense of being ensnared. He glanced outside, wondering if there was a breeze. He yearned to embrace the chaos alone. Chapter 45. Departure to a new world beneath the clear azure sky. The ocean shimmered with sparkling waves. Karp and Wang Ming were engaged in their daily sparring session. "I've told you countless times, do not get distracted, you little rascal," Karp admonished. In a moment of carelessness, Wang Ming was sent tumbling into the water by Karp's strike. With a look of surprise, Karp watched as Wang Ming sank beneath the surface, quickly vanishing from sight. A sense of urgency gripped Karp, and he was about to dive in to rescue him when Wang Ming resurfaced, gliding through the water like a fish, swiftly swimming towards the warship. His expression devoid of fear or panic. "What on earth is happening?" Karp stared at Wang Ming, momentarily taken aback. Before him, Wang Ming swam effortlessly, displaying none of the helplessness typically felt by those with abilities when confronted by the sea. Even Karp, a seasoned veteran of the ocean, had never witnessed such a peculiar sight. However, Wang Ming's display did not last long, as he soon explained the situation to Karp. "My ability allows me to harness power to isolate myself from all external influences, creating a safe environment. While I do not fear the sea, my power mitigates its effects on me." Wang Ming discreetly utilized his ability to expel the water clinging to him. He was not lying. He had indeed reached such a level of mastery. The fact that he was unafraid of the sea would eventually come to light. So it was better to weave a more plausible explanation. Karp was silent for a moment, contemplating Wang Ming's words. After a brief pause, he nodded lightly, seemingly convinced by Wang Ming's explanation. After all, he had encountered someone capable of such feats not long ago. "Then, how about this?" Karp chuckled, stroking his chin as he regarded Wang Ming with an increasingly enigmatic gaze. "Little Wang Ming, do you yearn for strength? I can offer you an opportunity that may enhance your power." Wang Ming's expression turned wary. "What do you intend to do?" Karp smirked, a knowing smile curling at the corners of his mouth. "I merely offer you a suggestion. Whether to accept it is entirely your choice." Wang Ming remained silent for a moment before resolutely shaking his head. "No, I do not accept." What?" Karp, who had been about to nod in agreement, suddenly realized Wang Ming's response and gaped at him in astonishment. His expression reflected a mix of disbelief. Clearly unprepared for such a reply, Wang Ming was a stubborn individual, always clinging to his own beliefs and refusing to heed others' advice. One day, while with his friend Karp attempted to persuade Wang Ming to accept his suggestion, but Wang Ming adamantly declined. "I said I do not accept your suggestion," Wang Ming stated emphatically, turning to leave. However, Karp seized his arm, grinning broadly. "Quickly say you accept." "No," Wang Ming replied firmly. With a resounding thud, Karp swung his fist, insisting again, "Say you accept." Thud. Karp struck Wang Ming's head once more, causing a prominent bump to swell as excruciating pain tormented his nerves. Anger surged within him, yet he felt powerless. Realizing the futility of resistance, Wang Ming rubbed his sore head and grimaced. Fine. I accept." "Wait, Luffy. Just you wait." Wang Ming silently screamed within. In the ensuing minutes, Karp began a friendly discourse, while Wang Ming could only listen and humbly absorb the conversation. Karp glanced at him and suddenly burst into laughter. "Isn't this much better? I was the foolish one," Wang Ming remarked, self-deprecatingly. "Now that we've made a decision, let us head down." "Down? Where?" Wang Ming momentarily failed to comprehend Karp's words. Karp, impatient, dug at his nose. "You fool, get down there." With that, he delivered a swift kick, propelling Wang Ming into the air. Soaring through the sky, Wang Ming caught a glimpse of the magnificent ocean below before he plummeted into the depths. The unexpected kick took Wang Ming by surprise, and he struggled in the water. Once he regained his bearings, he noticed the warship had already sailed far ahead. moving at an alarming speed. Damn it! Wang Ming cursed inwardly, realizing he had been abandoned. Wait for me, he shouted, desperately paddling towards the distant ship. No matter how hard he tried, the warship remained elusive, seemingly intentionally distancing itself from him. Exhausted from a day of exertion, his strength waned, and a flicker of despair began to creep into his heart. Suddenly, he sensed a shift, activating his observation haki. A massive deep-sea creature was swiftly approaching him from below. This is a Sea King. Wang Ming's heart raced in fear. He had left his sword on the ship. All he had at his disposal were his fists. Since escape is futile, Wang Ming took a deep breath, determination settling in his gaze. Then let us fight. He summoned every ounce of strength within him, channeling his power to create a domain. Silent domain, my world. An extraordinary force enveloped the area, transforming the ocean into a still expanse, freezing even the turbulent waves mid-motion. The creature halted in terror, as if its breath had been snatched away. The gentle breeze ceased, seabirds froze in mid-flight, and time felt stretched in that moment. Wang Ming found himself entwined in white energy ribbons, slowly spinning, radiating an overwhelming force as if intent on devouring the world. He directed his consciousness to control this power, drawing in all energy within the domain. 2 seconds later, everything returned to normal. The ocean surged once more. The sea creatures resumed their frantic movement, and the wind began to blow again. Yet Wang Ming's gaze remained fixated on his arm, where terrifying energy coiled, hardening his arm with haki. Even then, a careless move could tear his arm apart. The haki alone would not suffice. This was his first battle entirely devoid of a sword. Fist of the Meteor. Wang Ming recalled Karp's previous punches, subconsciously mimicking him. Fist of the Meteor. He peered beneath the waves. 200 meters, 100 meters, 50 meters, 10 meters. Now was the moment. With a flash of brilliance in his eyes, Wang Ming leaped powerfully, delivering a thunderous punch. The surface of the ocean erupted, revealing the gigantic form of a Sea King. Its upper body resembled that of a lion, boasting a massive frame with fearsome fangs that could chill the bravest heart. Yet, this monstrous creature barely withstood a breath as the tremendous force tore it asunder. This sensation was exhilarating. Wang Ming whispered, satisfaction evident on his face. Your power is too scattered. Without your sword, your attacks are utterly chaotic. Karp appeared above him, an expression of disdain etched across his features. Wang Ming did not argue. He recognized Karp's words held truth. Over the years, he had become enamored with the sword, and compared to his swordsmanship, his martial arts skills were indeed lacking. Shouldn't you let me back up? Wang Ming called out loudly. The area was awash with the blood of Sea Kings, likely to attract more, and his strength had nearly been depleted after that last strike. Remaining here was perilous. However, Karp did not let him off easily. Instead, he pointed at the torn remnants of the Sea King and chuckled. You can go back, but don't waste it. Kapu waved his hand and, stepping with a moonwalk, swiftly vanished from sight. Wang Ming, with a face etched in worry, glanced at the colossal figure beside him, a wave of despair washing over his heart. Straw-Hat Kid, you shall await my return. Chapter 46. Training upon the vast and boundless ocean, a warship cleaves through the waves with resolute determination. The sea breeze howls while the spray dances in the air, as the ship leaves behind a steadfast white wake. Yet, in this expanse of water, a solitary figure in white closely trails the vessel's left side, stirring a long white line in his wake. Clad in a short-sleeved naval uniform, his athletic frame is further accentuated by the enormous iron ball he drags behind him. The weight appears more substantial than he, yet in his grasp, it seems almost weightless. The iron chain connecting them stretches taut under his incredible speed, emitting crisp sounds as it resonates. He follows the warship with an air of contentment, and despite the vessel's swift pace, he maintains their proximity. Time flows over the sea, and the dying rays of the setting sun bathe the waters in golden light. Both the warship and his silhouette elongate in the twilight, forming a captivating tableau. The warmth of the sunlight gradually dissipates, leaving only the sea breeze, the crashing waves, and that solitary white figure. With a splash, Wang Ming leaps onto the ship, expertly making his way to the bow. There, on the deck, 2 lounge chairs await. Karp reclines on one, while Wang Ming settles into the other, emitting a satisfied sigh. After merely 3 days of racing against the ship across the ocean, Wang Ming has swiftly adapted to this rhythm. However, he remains unaware that this is merely the beginning. Karp begins to increase his burdens. Just as Wang Ming seems to acclimatize, the weight escalates, each increment precisely calibrated to his limits. for a month. He experiences both pain and joy as his previously sluggish progress accelerates once more. The exhilaration of growth is indeed addictive. Suddenly, a bubble at Karp's nose bursts, startling him awake. "Where are we now?" he inquires. "We are but a day's journey from the Salb Kingdom," the navigator respectfully replies. "Already arrived?" A flicker of regret crosses Wang Ming's eyes, for his training is nearing its end. "Let us conclude here. Reaching this level, it is time to approach the limits." Karp observes, seemingly attuned to Wang Ming's thoughts, and adds, "Rest well. You may find yourself busy soon." "Are you implying I might not want to work?" Wang Ming casts him a suspicious glance, feeling like a mere pawn in Karp's game. "Humph." Karp clenches his fist, producing a sharp sound filled with veiled threat. "Fine. You have a point," Wang Ming concedes begrudgingly. "A hero does not suffer immediate loss. Revenge may be delayed, but Luffy, just you wait." The Salb Kingdom. A land steeped in sorrow. Once a common white chapel, it now stands as a spiritual emblem of the realm. At this moment, a towering figure stands at the chapel's center, his gaze deep and unwavering. "Bear, the Navy has dispatched Karp to capture you. You should flee." Two figures rush into the chapel, their faces etched with urgency. The man known as Bear smiles faintly, a glimmer of wisdom flickering in his eyes. "Coney, thank you for your concern, but I have my plans," he replies, his tone laced with a barely perceptible resolve. "What are you hesitating for? The kingdom's civilians still need me. You will perish. Who knows? Perhaps this is my fate." Bear smiles softly, turning silently into the encroaching darkness. As night descends, Karp and Wang Ming finally set foot on the soil of the Salb Kingdom, a pall of gloom enveloping the land, ominously foreshadowing the impending crisis. They had presumed their strength sufficient to meet any challenge, yet the sight before them filled them with dismay. The civilians, wielding farm implements and makeshift weapons, encircle them. Though seemingly ordinary, their eyes betray an unfathomable hostility. "It seems the king was not entirely truthful," Wang Ming remarks with a hint of mockery. "Indeed, I despise such matters." Karp acknowledges, fully aware of the true nature of the aristocrats and the king. Even he finds himself reluctantly acquiescing for the sake of the Navy's justice. "Everyone, rest well." In the stillness of the night, the sea breeze whispers, carrying a salty aroma and an air of dark mystery. Standing before the throng of encircling civilians, Wang Ming's voice resonates as an unusual force sweeps through the air. This power, akin to an invisible tide, envelopes both Navy and civilians alike. They find their breaths constricted, as if a colossal stone presses upon their chests, making even the slightest exhalation a laborious task. Under this force, they collapse, slipping into unconsciousness. They are unharmed. Wang Ming murmurs, a trace of fatigue in his voice. "The force I exerted is minuscule. It merely ensures their inability to resist." The civilians lie peacefully on the ground, undisturbed, as though they have merely traversed a dream. Karp regards him with admiration. This young man's ability is indeed convenient. Here they come." Karp's gaze shifts towards a figure approaching from the distance. A tall, imposing silhouette strides forward, each step echoing the heralding of war, radiating an air of unassailable authority. Wang Ming feels a shiver run down his spine, acutely aware of the formidable presence before him. The intertwining sensations of dread and strength signal that he faces a formidable adversary. "It's over to you." Karp's voice breaks through Wang Ming's reverie, igniting a fire within him as he readies himself for the inevitable confrontation. With a smile gracing his lips, he tightens his grip on the long knife Shanks had gifted him, poised to confront this formidable challenge. As the imposing figure draws nearer, Wang Ming's heart races with excitement at the prospect of facing a worthy opponent. His body tenses, muscles primed for the impending clash. The figure approaches, revealing a distinct appearance. With a monk-like haircut, tattered clothing, and clutching a book seemingly titled Bible, he stands tall, donning a bear-shaped hat. His towering stature, around 6 or 7 meters, renders him bear-like in form. "Bartholomew Bear, should you wish to travel, where do you intend to go?" The man removes his gloves, exposing his paw-like hands. Yet, the terrifying force he inadvertently conjures in the air leaves no doubt of his might. "How about Laugh-Tale?" Wang Ming extends his hand, grinning playfully. "That is not an option. Do you know All Blue?" Wang Ming persists, undeterred. "I do not." "What about Sky Island? The Thousand-Year Dragon's Nest?" Bear silently shakes his head, his clenched fists betraying his inner turmoil. "Knowing nothing, yet you act so haughtily." Wang Ming shakes his head in dismay, lamenting. Chapter 47. The Battle Big Bear. Let us refer to you as such for now. Wang Ming exhaled, as if he had made a momentous decision. He cautiously inquired, "Could you enlighten me on the true state of this nation?" Wang Ming. Karp interjected sharply. Taken aback by Wang Ming's unexpected cessation of hostilities and his audacious quest for the truth. To a certain extent, this was a challenge to the directives of the world government. Wang Ming gently shook his head, his gaze fixed intently on the imposing figure of Bartholomew Kuma. Eager for a response, Bartholomew Kuma, a towering presence with the stature of a giant, displayed his formidable strength. With his palm outstretched, 5 pink flesh-like masses glimmered vibrantly under the sunlight. He swung his hand, striking the air with great velocity, causing an immense wave of air to coalesce within his grasp. A powerful shockwave erupted from Kuma's palm, taking the form of a bear's paw, and surged menacingly towards the Navy soldiers. The sailors gazed in terror at the approaching shockwave, their faces betraying a sense of despair. "Save your efforts. We have no alternatives." Kuma's deep voice reverberated through the air, his eyes filled with resolve and coldness. He bore no desire to harm the Navy, yet the harshness of reality compelled him to act. The soldiers understood that they were up against an insurmountable force. They could only watch helplessly as the shockwave drew closer, their fear intensifying. At that moment, a figure suddenly emerged, positioning itself before the shockwave. Is dialogue truly futile? Wang Ming's expression was complex, recalling his deep sympathy for this character's tragic past from his previous life in anime. Then let it be. He unsheathed his sword, striking at the shockwave with lightning speed. Breath of the Sun, third form, Raging Sun Mirror. A deep crimson arc cleaved through the air from Wang Ming's blade, aimed directly at the bearpaw shockwave. The powerful slash, imbued with searing heat, effortlessly cleaved through the shockwave, dispersing it. Bartholomew Kuma observed this spectacle, a flicker of astonishment crossing his eyes. Such youth, and yet such capability. His legs bent slightly, adopting a semi-crouched stance, as a more colossal bearpaw-shaped mass of air began to take form once more. Pressure cannon. Without affording Wang Ming and the others a moment to react, a shockwave several times more potent than the last surged forth, the tremendous backlash shattering the 10-meter solid ground beneath Kuma's feet. What manner of monster is this? The Navy soldiers stood aghast, their hearts filled with dread and helplessness in the face of the approaching horror. Sighing, Wang Ming once again drew his sword. Breath of the Sun, sixth form, Scorching Bone Flame. Torrents of flames surged forth, consuming the night and scorching the earth. The swirling fire, wielded with precision, bisected the shockwave, rendering it into nothingness. Yet, this time, the residual force surged like an inferno, threatening to engulf everything in its path as it lashed out towards Kuma. Impressive attack, Kuma acknowledged unexpectedly. He extended his hands, standing firm, facing the oncoming flames head-on. Boom! At the instant of their collision, a sharp sound akin to bursting bubbles echoed as the attack was deflected, soaring into the sky, vanishing in an instant. Scatter! Wang Ming instructed the soldiers behind him in a hushed tone. In battles of this magnitude, the presence of ordinary soldiers was negligible. Their involvement would only hinder his full potential in combat. Kuma made no move to capitalize on the chaos, patiently awaiting the soldiers to disperse before resuming his actions. With a gentle pat on his body, he vanished from sight, reappearing behind Wang Ming, his paw poised to strike. Do not meet it head-on. Who knows where I would be sent, Wang Ming thought, perceiving the impending attack through his advanced observation skills. Truth be told, I find myself somewhat impressed by you. Wang Ming evaded Kuma's strike with a swift motion, his speed rivaling that of Kuma's due to his enhanced abilities. Silent Domain, Flowing Shadow. A white silhouette, akin to a flash of light, darted towards Kuma. Startled by the speed, Kuma responded defiantly, his palm striking lightly as his form also dissipated, leaving behind a mere shadow. The two figures became entwined in a chaotic dance of blades, their strikes and shockwaves weaving a tapestry of battle. The fray scattered across the battlefield, transforming it into a scene of utter disarray. As night yielded to dawn, both combatants, wearied and wounded, found themselves grappling with fatigue. Healing Sphere. A red, spherical bubble materialized as Kuma struck it from his body, seemingly alleviating his exhaustion and injuries in an instant. Yet in that fleeting moment of respite, Wang Ming's sword surged silently towards Kuma's chest. Did you think I would merely stand by and watch you recover? Nameless Divine Wind, Phantom Flash. With the battle already engaged, Wang Ming harbored no navet to hold back. This was a matter of respect for both himself and his adversary. So sudden, following a brief silence, a gap appeared in Kuma's defenses. As he attempted to retaliate, he realized it was too late. He could only watch as Wang Ming's sword pierced toward him, a specter in the night, silently breaching his defenses. Kuma's heart raced. Wang Ming had seized the moment with remarkable timing, exploiting the opportunity afforded by Kuma's brief lapse. He understood that the situation had become irretrievable. His body lost control, unable to mount any effective resistance. He could only watch helplessly as the sword penetrated him, sending a sharp pain coursing through his being. Fortunately, Wang Ming did not strike his heart, skillfully avoiding the fatal blow. Otherwise, Kuma would have perished in an instant. In that delicate balance between life and death, Kuma felt the fragility and preciousness of existence. With a pained exhale, Kuma recoiled, half kneeling on the ground, seemingly stripped of his combat prowess. I was careless. Kuma's paw struck his body once more, enveloping him in a bear paw-shaped mass of air, causing him to vanish without a trace. Is he fleeing? I shall pursue. Wang Ming's eyes flickered with determination as he hastened after Kuma's trajectory. As he followed the trail, the surroundings grew increasingly desolate, the footprints beneath him growing sparse. The rustling of leaves in the wind filled his ears as he navigated through dense shadows of trees. Is he intentionally luring me in? Wang Ming inhaled deeply, replaying the recent events in his mind. Kuma's strength, gaze, and words, every detail vividly resurfacing. Ahead, a figure flashed past, prompting Wang Ming to quicken his pace cautiously. A tall silhouette stood there, clutching a Bible, gazing at him silently. Chapter 48. The Arrangement. Bonnie, are you waiting for me? Wang Ming inquired with keen interest as he halted. His gaze swept over Bear, who, at that moment, bore no signs of injury or disarray. Indeed, did he hold back? A flicker of understanding crossed Wang Ming's eyes. Bear nodded solemnly, his expression remarkably calm. Are you interested in learning about the story of this nation? The Kingdom of Goya. The uncertain terminus, Wang Ming exclaimed, overwhelmed by familiarity with the subject. The Kingdom of Goya was the birthplace of the protagonist, Luffy. Nestled in the East Sea on Dong Island, it is one of the nations affiliated with the world government. Its lands are pristine, earning the title of the most beautiful country in the East Sea. This nation, which eliminates unnecessary elements, epitomizes the successful model of a quarantine society. However, the reality is rife with the stench of corrupt power and brutal cruelty. Those deemed worthless are exiled to a single location, with intentions to eradicate them alongside the inhabitants of the uncertain terminus to conceal their sins. What astonished Wang Ming was that such barbarity found fervent admirers, even worshippers. This individual was none other than King Rhine II of the Kingdom of Sorbet, who sought assistance from the world government. You should slap him dead, Wang Ming remarked, somewhat speechless, unable to comprehend why Bear had spared him. Bear shook his head. He has many supporters. Killing him would incite national turmoil, and only the common people would suffer. Truly unexpected. This fierce appearance concealed an oddly gentle demeanor. Wang Ming cast a surprised glance at Bear and continued. What do you plan to do next? Please do not tell me you brought me here merely to recount tales. I have come to a realization. I only hope you can assist me with a favor. How can you be certain I will help you? Wang Ming replied, puzzled. You are a good person, Bear asserted earnestly. Good heavens. Wang Ming quickly raised a finger to halt Bear's monumental declaration. Speak, then. I can help you capture him. My only request is that you spare my daughter, allowing her to grow up safely. Wang Ming fell silent. Was this a trade? Yet, an inexplicable lack of joy filled his heart. Reflecting on Bear's fate in his previous life as anime, a wordless emotion surged within him. This feeling he abhorred. Even in a world where sacrifice and tragedy had become the norm, and even if such an outcome would be the most effortless and advantageous for him, he refused to accept it. Perhaps there exists a better method. Would you care to hear it? After a long pause, Wang Ming suddenly broke the silence. The naval lieutenant publicly announced the arrest of Bartholomew Bear, yet this news seemed to leak inadvertently, plunging the entire kingdom into chaos. People debated and discussed the reasons behind Bear's capture, but aside from a few nobles, the common folk were filled with indignation. Some impassioned youths gathered, intent on confronting the Navy in defense of Bear, yet upon arriving at the naval base, they discovered it deserted. That very night, Carp and his crew had already departed with the captured Bear back to their warship. Only Wang Ming was nowhere to be found. Let me go, you scoundrel. Bonnie glared at the man before her, her eyes ablaze with fury. Just moments ago, she had been searching for her father in the church. And in the blink of an eye, this man had bound her and transported her to a strange island. Be quiet, or I shall cut out your tongue. Wang Ming threatened impatiently. Why are you doing this? Bonnie asked through gritted teeth. Suddenly, the man spoke. Do you know why we are here? Bonnie hesitated, unsure how to respond. She was oblivious to his intentions or what he meant to convey. We are here because of your father, Wang Ming continued. He asked me to take you to a safe place to live peacefully. Do you expect me to believe you? Bonnie scoffed derisively. Believe it or not, be quiet. Wang Ming groaned, contemplating whether to stuff this loquacious woman's mouth with a stinky sock. Sensing a hint of malice in Wang Ming's eyes, she shrank back slightly, hesitating for a moment before softly asking, Where is my father? Her face bore the confusion and anxiety only a young girl could possess. Wang Ming glanced at her, feeling a sense of helplessness. He understood her concerns, but she seemed to distrust him. He is fine. He will come to find you soon, he reassured her. Oh. Bonnie responded obediently, as if she believed Wang Ming's words, but he discerned skepticism in her gaze. She did not truly trust him. Wang Ming sighed, realizing he could not rely solely on words to comfort Bonnie and gain her trust. However, matters concerning Bear were not appropriate to disclose to her. Sighing deeply, he lamented. Alas, a mute person suffering in silence. I will go find him, Bonnie declared firmly. Wang Ming wore a look of despondency. What a colossal hassle. Why did he agree to Bear's request? He gazed at the woman before him, alluring and mature, her figure strikingly voluptuous, resembling any protagonist from a light novel. And yet, was she truly only 10? How outrageous. Wang Ming lamented silently. How could he ensure she remained compliant? He felt a headache returning. Realizing that only a brute would suit him, the wise who could manipulate hearts were not his style. He contemplated leaving her behind while he ventured off alone. But allowing a 10-year-old girl, who appeared mature, to wander alone was undeniably perilous. Perhaps, a spark of inspiration ignited in Wang Ming's eyes. He thought of someone who might provide a suitable refuge for Bonnie. 10 days later, Wang Ming, accompanied by Bonnie, stealthily arrived at the Sabaody archipelago behind the warship. Uncle Rayleigh's friend operates a bar. What was it called? Wang Ming pondered earnestly. Never mind. His presence should be quite apparent. Taking a deep breath, Wang Ming felt the silent domain around them shifting. The silent domain and his observation hockey began to intertwine, as if two disparate elements were quietly engaging in a chemical reaction. This was a power Wang Ming had gradually begun to comprehend, a new force, an extraordinary silent energy. He had long realized that the silent domain and observation hockey were not mere layers, but were merging to form an entirely new power, within a radius of several kilometers. Under his perception, the surroundings unfolded like a vivid ukiyo-e painting, detailed and lifelike. A smile suddenly graced Wang Ming's lips, as if he had stumbled upon something intriguing. I found you. Chapter 49. The Racket of Shaki's Bar, the Soap Bubble Islands. The islands are composed of numerous gigantic mangrove trees, whose exposed roots secrete a unique natural resin through respiration, creating countless bubbles that ascend into the sky. Thus, they are also referred to as the Soap Bubble Islands. Under the local peculiar climate, these bubbles are remarkably resilient, and the locals have ingeniously harnessed them. Bubble cars, bubble Ferris wheels, and houses constructed atop bubbles. The bubble culture permeates every corner of the island of Shaki. Wang Ming gazed in wonder at the sights before him. This world is always brimming with novel experiences that broaden one's horizons. It is no wonder that many are drawn to adventure. The unknown and the beautiful are perpetually captivating. Wang Ming rented a bubble car and, accompanied by Bonnie, who had transformed into the appearance of an elderly woman, made his way toward Area 5 not far off. Although this area was still a distance from the island's center, one could clearly see the massive red trees that towered above, casting shadows over the land. Bubbles floated continuously, dispersing in the air, creating a stunning spectacle. After some searching, they finally arrived at the entrance of a bar. Shaki's Racket, the bar. Wang Ming read the name and felt a twinge of confusion. Would such a name truly attract patrons? The two stepped inside, and as expected, it was desolate, devoid of any customers. Not a single soul. Bonnie glanced around, this being her first visit to a bar, and she was taken aback by the unpleasant company of this foul-mannered man, her eyes reflecting disdain as she regarded Wang Ming. What's wrong? Wang Ming wondered, oblivious to Bonnie's inner thoughts, as his observation skills had yet to reach such depths. Otherwise, he would have certainly left her with a few bruises. They entered the bar, and indeed, it was empty. At the bar counter sat a seductive woman, appearing to be in her 30s, who rested her chin on her hands, gazing at him with interest. Hello there, handsome young man. Hello, beautiful lady, Wang Ming replied with a smile. There is always a pleasant feeling when being called handsome. And me? Bonnie chimed in, her face sour from feeling overlooked. Oh, my apologies, little one. I didn't see you. You're too short. No worries. I wouldn't stoop to quarreling with an old woman like you. Bonnie retorted angrily, responding to Shaki's unapologetic and sarcastic comment. Huh, little one. Old woman. Wang Ming observed the two, bemused by their banter. It seemed neither had erred. One appeared to be in her 30s, but was actually over 60, while the other looked like a teenager but was, in reality, a 10-year-old girl who had consumed a fruit to grow. Wait, how did she know? Wang Ming suddenly realized, casting a strange look at Bonnie, who was embroiled in the argument. Just judging by her appearance, fair-skinned, beautiful, with long legs, it seemed improbable to associate her with the term little one. Indeed, a woman who could partner with the infamous Rayleigh must be extraordinary, Wang Ming mused. Bang! He unceremoniously gave Bonnie a light smack on the head, abruptly halting their childish quarrel. Bonnie glared at him, resembling an irate little lion. Wang Ming ignored her, cheerfully inquiring of Shaki, is Uncle Rayleigh in? Huh, what a motley crew. I don't know them. Shaki bent slightly, her chest forming an enticing curve. Care for a drink, handsome? Why must you add little? Have you ever seen one? Wang Ming silently scoffed. Had he not known her true age, he would have insisted on enlightening her about the vastness of the world. Did you hear that, Uncle Rayleigh? You've become quite a character, Wang Ming teased, directing his gaze toward a hidden door behind Shaki. You little brat. Rayleigh laughed, emerging from behind the door, settling beside her with a grumpy expression. You're not here to trouble me again, are you? How could this be a repeat? This is my first time seeking help. Huh, as expected. Well, you've revealed your true intentions. Still too young. Wang Ming quickly grasped the situation, internally lamenting. You are a Navy man. I am a retired pirate. Our identities are disparate. And what help can an old man like me offer you? Rayleigh said, looking perplexed. This is going to cost me dearly. Wang Ming clenched his teeth inwardly. Nevertheless, he persevered and recounted the entire story regarding Kuma, observing Bonnie, who had reverted to her adult form. Even though he recognized it was the result of a devil fruit's power, he still found it astonishing. So, you've come to ask me to help you babysit. I'm too old. My health won't allow me to care for children, Rayleigh rejected. Health can be managed with medicine. But children are the future of the world. Get lost. Sigh. Wang Ming felt helpless, realizing there was no other option. 1 million berries, just for 3 months. 1 month. Rayleigh raised a finger. A month is insufficient. Time is of the essence. Let us negotiate. How about 100 days? Rayleigh looked at Wang Ming with surprise. Isn't bargaining supposed to lower the price? You're raising it? Rayleigh turned to leave. Wait a moment. Wang Ming hastily called after him. 2 months. Plus a case of sherry from the Lot Kingdom. Good lad. How considerate. With our relationship, how could I not assist you? Rayleigh smiled, his attitude shifting so rapidly it left Wang Ming in awe. But where's the wine? Rayleigh scrutinized, finding no place for Wang Ming to hide it. I'll bring it next time I return from the headquarters. I remember my father, Sengoku, has plenty of fine spirits stashed away. What a pity, Rayleigh expressed regretfully. Nevertheless, he accepted Wang Ming's request. As Wang Ming stepped out of the bar, his face radiated relief. Tranquility had returned. And it was once again a day of freedom. What's in it for you? Rayleigh followed him out, speaking softly. For justice, Wang Ming replied cheerfully. Sunlight filtering through the red tree leaves, casting a dazzling glow on his face. He gazed toward Eni's lobby, his expression turning pensive. It should be about time. At Eni's lobby, several CP members stood at the dock, patiently awaiting the warship passing through the gates of justice. To convey the gravity of the notorious criminal Bartholomew Kuma, they had dispatched high-ranking agents from CP0 to ensure the trial's infallibility. Eni's lobby operates independently of naval authority, although Navy soldiers are stationed there. The management personnel are primarily government officials, with the elite forces loyally serving CP. The Navy only possesses the authority to apprehend. Every criminal must undergo trial at Eni's lobby. This represents a balance of power. Let us go. After handing over Kuma to CP, Karp ordered their departure with a stern face, harboring no fondness for those hidden in the shadows. Take care, Vice Admiral Karp, the leading official bowed, bidding farewell with a polite tone, though a hint of arrogance lingered in his voice. Once the warship had sailed away, the leading official turned, his expression shifting dramatically as he struck Bartholomew Kuma with a punch. Behave yourself. However, his pampered fist wielded little power when it struck the bear. It felt akin to a mere tickle, failing to inflict any semblance of pain. The bear remained composed, as if nothing could rattle him. Glancing at the vanishing warship, a mysterious smile crept across his lips. Chapter 50. I bet your gun is empty. What are you laughing at? Upon meeting the bear's gaze, the official perceived mockery of his incompetence, and an inexplicable fury surged within him. He unleashed a flurry of punches and kicks upon the bear, only to cease after a considerable while, his feeble blows incapable of disturbing the bear's formidable frame. This was his profound anguish and the embodiment of his inner dread. He silently endured the bear's smile and his icy stare, allowing his impotent rage to fester. Finally, the official's assault came to an end as he cast a despondent glance at the bear, seething, "Take him away. When King Salb arrives, he will deal with you personally." His words dripped with schadenfreude, a cruel smile curling at the corners of his mouth. As night descended and moonlight spilled over the silent palace, it failed to illuminate the shadows within his heart. He was led into a dim cell, confronting the unknown darkness alone. No one noticed the bear's expression remained eerily calm, as if the impending judgment held no relevance to him. His fingers trembled slightly, tapping rhythmically on the ground, producing a crisp sound, as though he were counting something. Alas! A long sigh echoed suddenly. "You guessed it right." The bear murmured in the dark corner, his voice barely audible, lost in the air, yet it seemed to whisper a name from the haze. Achoo! Far away in the Shambadi archipelago, Wang Ming rubbed his nose, pondering who was thinking of him. Yet, with my dashing looks, it should be expected, he mused with self-satisfaction. In Area 5 of the Shambadi archipelago, a place known as the No Man's Land, darkness and the unknown thrived. It was rife with human trafficking, arms dealing, and usury, flourishing amidst criminal activities. Wang Ming strolled alone down the street, reminiscent of a docile prey awaiting the arrival of its hunter. Before long, he caught the attention of hunters, a gang of ruffians cornering him in an isolated spot. "Hey, little brother, I have something to discuss with you." The leader brandished a short pistol, boasting arrogantly. "Ah, indeed, such tactics could only attract lowly fools. What a waste of time," Wang Ming thought with vexation. "You little brat, are you seeking death?" The thug, humiliated and furious, raised the pistol, aiming it at Wang Ming's head, a cruel grin spreading across his face. "Now, kneel and beg." Wang Ming stood there, undaunted by the threat of the pistol, a disdainful smile playing on his lips. The air seemed to freeze at that moment, as an inexplicable unease surged within the thug, as if something crucial was about to be lost. Anger then surged within him. "What are you staring at? Seeking death? I bet your gun is empty." Wang Ming spoke again, his tone indifferent, radiating an indescribable confidence. His gaze pierced the thug's heart like a blade, igniting the flames of fury within him, obliterating his last shred of restraint. He pulled the trigger in rage, yet the expected sound of gunpowder igniting was replaced by silence. "What is happening?" The thug froze, his eyes widening with confusion and disbelief. At that moment, Wang Ming approached him, his expression devoid of emotion. "This is impossible." The thug frantically examined the pistol, bewildered by the malfunction. Bang! A gunshot rang out, and the thug collapsed, a gaping wound appearing on his forehead, blood oozing forth. "Looks like you misfired," Wang Ming remarked as he picked up the pistol from the thug's hand, then pointed it at the stunned gang members. An aura of murderous intent enveloping them. They felt their breath hitch, their scalps prickling as if confronted by a ravenous beast. "Now I ask you, has anyone seen a giant with red short hair? Answer, or you shall perish." In Area 3, within a lavish tavern, a group of pirates reveled in raucous merriment. They laughed boisterously, drank heartily, and basked in the freedom of the night. Some of the officers clutched voluptuous women, presumably the tavern's staff. In their eyes flickered fear and despair, yet they dared not resist, enduring the brutal ravishments from these men. The women's helplessness only fueled the pirates' excitement. Whistles echoed, punctuated by jeers and cheers from onlookers. However, as their gaze swept across the bar, a collective shiver of fear gripped them. For seated before them was a colossal figure. This figure stood 10 meters tall, with red short hair and a scarred face that rendered his already ferocious visage even more menacing. He perched upon the bar, clutching a barrel of liquor, drinking deeply. His eyes brimmed with wild abandon and authority, making his presence impossible to ignore. His name was Zack, a pirate who, since entering the Grand Line, had led a bloodthirsty crew on an unending spree of slaughter, relishing in the torment of naval soldiers, watching them bleed to death. A true sadist. Due to his merciless actions, the Navy harbored an intense hatred for him, placing a staggering bounty of 100 million berries on his head. His prowess justified this figure. Otherwise, he would have long since perished at the hands of bounty hunters. As the pirates reveled in their debauchery, Zack suddenly rose, seizing a bottle from the tavern and tossing it into the air. The bottle traced a graceful arc before exploding. The patrons stood stunned, gazing at the immense figure amidst the explosion. Suddenly, Zack spoke. "So, are you all having fun?" His voice, though gravelly, resonated with authority and gravitas. "Especially. Thank you, Captain." The pirates erupted in cheers, their voices echoing throughout the tavern. Zack nodded in satisfaction, believing he wielded both benevolence and terror over his subordinates, convinced he was executing his role splendidly. After all, treating his crew to drinks and a few women was a small price to pay for their loyalty. It was an exceedingly profitable endeavor. Moreover, it cost him nothing. He glanced proudly at the bar, where a gruesome sight lay. Dozens of corpses, their bodies marred with deep gashes. Blood pooling together, forming a crimson river that flowed towards his feet, slowly merging with him, a look of ecstasy spreading across his face. Suddenly, the tavern door swung open, and a young man entered, surveying the scene before fixing his gaze upon Zack. "Hey, busy are we?" Chapter 51, Blood and Death. Wang Ming stepped into the bustling tavern, and the cacophony of voices fell silent in an instant, all eyes converging upon him. His entrance was akin to a sudden tempest, instantly heightening the tension within the establishment. "Busy are we?" Wang Ming inquired with a smile, exuding an air of calm confidence. He seated himself at a table, his gaze sweeping across each patron until it settled on the towering figure of Zack, who was enveloped in a faint mist of blood. Resembling a gruesome demon from the depths of hell, Zack lounged at the bar, a peculiar smile curling at the corners of his mouth. It had been a long time since anyone had dared to speak to him in such a manner, leaving him somewhat disconcerted. "Who are you?" Zack asked, intrigued. "You need not concern yourself with my identity," Wang Ming replied with a cryptic smile. "I am here merely to request a favor." "Huh? Asking for my help? Who do you think you are?" Zack guffawed, as if he had heard the most ludicrous joke. His laughter echoed through the air, inciting the surrounding pirates to join in mockery, deriding the presumptuous stranger who dared seek their aid. The atmosphere grew increasingly tense, alive with a palpable sense of impending conflict. Like a restless cat poised to pounce on its prey, Wang Ming remained silent, his steady gaze fixed upon Zack, his deep-set eyes hinting at boundless secrets. Zack felt a flicker of unease, beginning to question the intent of this newcomer. "Do you know?" Wang Ming suddenly interjected. "This may be your last chance." "Last chance for what?" "You will find out soon enough. Do you have so much time for idle chatter?" Wang Ming said, his impatience evident in the furrow of his brow. "You seek death." A group of pirates, incensed, brandished their weapons, clamoring to charge at Wang Ming. This was the perfect opportunity to prove their loyalty to their captain, just to slay this pretty boy. Their faces gleamed with malicious delight. "Stop." To their surprise, Zack's voice rang out, halting their advance. "I find myself suddenly curious," he said, leaning forward to scrutinize the audacious little man. "So, what is it that you require of me?" A dangerous smile flickered on Zack's lips, his gaze reminiscent of a cat toying with a mouse before the kill. "Could you kindly relinquish your head to me?" Wang Ming replied with a smile, then feigned distress, scratching his head. "After all, if I were to strike, I fear I might leave you unrecognizable, which would make it difficult to explain later." The uproarious laughter that once filled the room vanished, replaced by stunned silence as everyone absorbed Wang Ming's audacious words. They gazed at him with pity, a rare sentiment for one so brazen. What a foolhardy individual, daring to speak thus to the captain. "Ha ha, you amuse me." Zack's laughter turned into a chilling mirth, a cold-killing intent radiating from him, causing the pirates to tremble in fear. "I will make you watch as your blood drains away, and you will understand how foolish your actions are." The blood pooling at Zack's feet began to whirl chaotically under his command, coalescing into a massive blood-red scythe, exuding a nauseating metallic scent. "Die!" Zack swung the scythe fiercely, a wave of formidable power emanating from its blade, the air howling in protest as it sliced through. The women in attendance shielded their eyes, unable to bear the brutality they anticipated. Wang Ming, however, merely smiled, unperturbed by the descending blade. Armament hockey hardened around him, an aura of formidable power coiling around his fingertips. "Finger gun, Lotus," he declared, his fingers striking the massive scythe. The clash echoed through the tavern. The immense scythe appeared larger than Wang Ming himself, creating a stark contrast between the two. Yet, with a resounding crack, the colossal scythe shattered, splintering like shards of ice scattering in all directions. "Impossible!" The surrounding pirates gaped in disbelief, unable to fathom the sight before them. The scythe, once effortlessly severing steel, now lay impotently on the ground, fragmented into countless pieces. They had witnessed their captain's might before. That scythe was a symbol of his power. Yet it had shattered so easily, vanquished by a mere finger, leaving them in shock. Zack's expression hardened, his gaze sharp as he locked eyes with Wang Ming. Even he, no matter how foolish, recognized that he had encountered a formidable opponent. Yet, there was no trace of fear in his eyes, only a semblance of confidence. As though he possessed some great advantage. Blood swirled like a vortex, and in an instant, a myriad of blood lances shot towards Wang Ming, each one as swift as lightning. Under the deluge of attacks, Wang Ming evaded with remarkable agility, moving like a specter, whispering strange incantations. Position, position. The ghost blade opens unseen, counterstrike. Wang Ming materialized behind Zack, swiftly plunging his blade into his side, executing a horizontal slash that cleaved him in two. His gaze was piercing, movements fluid, akin to a phantom traversing the battlefield. Position, position. The ghost blade opens unseen. He continued to evade Zack's counterattacks, murmuring incantations as if orchestrating some arcane force. With a swift turn, he pierced Zack's flank again. The horizontal slash resulted in a splatter of blood, followed by Zack's anguished wail. This sensation, something feels amiss, Wang Ming thought, quickly pivoting and vanishing once more, leaving Zack's lifeless form to crumple into a pool of blood. The onlookers fell into a stunned silence for a few seconds, utterly unprepared for the swift defeat of their formidable captain. Kill him to avenge the captain, someone shouted, igniting the atmosphere like a detonated powder keg. The officers brandished their weapons and charged, followed closely by the pirates, who rushed in frenzied waves. A bunch of fools, Wang Ming muttered, his figure darting across the battlefield. His blade shimmered ominously, each swing leaving a glint of cold light. He resembled an unseen assassin, silently appearing behind his foes, delivering swift and lethal strikes. Some astute women seized the chaos as an opportunity to escape, while within the tavern, limbs lay strewn about, blood flooding the floor. The anguished cries of pirates echoing like a scene from a blood-soaked hell. With a final thrust, Wang Ming dispatched the last of the advancing foes, wiping the blood from his blade and allowing the crimson droplets to fall. He turned calmly to regard the massive figure sprawled behind him. Is this not enough blood? Wang Ming suddenly laughed, raising his sword. How much longer will you feign death? Chapter 52. Zack, are you still not awake? Wang Ming scoffed, brandishing a blade that glimmered with a cold light. The blade sliced through the air like a crescent moon, delivering a fierce strike towards Zack. However, when the blow landed upon Zack, it vanished into the blood-red vortex as if it had been absorbed into the depths of the sea. Zack, a colossal figure resembling a small mountain, lay motionless on the ground, appearing as though he had already succumbed to death. Enjoying yourself, are you? Wang Ming sneered once more, wielding his blade with relentless vigor, delivering one strike after another. 1, 2, 3. Dozens of slashes flew towards the silent Zack. Wang Ming pressed on, as if fatigue was a foreign concept, unleashing powerful blows amidst a flurry of flashing blades and swirling blood mist. In this moment, he resembled a nefarious villain. At last, a resounding explosion erupted from Zack's body, scattering blood mist throughout the air. A natural ability, is it? Wang Ming observed the scene before him with keen interest. Despite appearing relaxed and unguarded, he remained ever vigilant, activating his haki to envelop his pores and senses. Ah, you actually discovered it. A voice echoed from within the tavern as the surrounding blood mist began to swirl more rapidly. Suddenly, an eerie aura permeated the atmosphere, and the blood of all the slain pirates was instantly siphoned away, flowing towards the center. Like long dead corpses, the remnants of their bodies transformed into a stream of flowing blood. The blood surged forth like a geyser, gradually coalescing into a humanoid form that resembled Zack. His figure became increasingly distinct, the bloodstains on his body slowly fading until his true appearance emerged. His wounds had healed, and a cunning glint sparkled in his eyes. He rose slowly, fixing his gaze upon the one who had discovered him, a cruel smile creeping across his lips. Didn't he expect such invincible power, did you? Zack mused, lifting a handful of blood with an intoxicated expression. Killing so many of my subordinates is quite the headache. It seems I must deceive some more. He rubbed his forehead, feigning concern, but soon his attention shifted to Wang Ming, his gaze growing cold, and a cruel smile breaking forth. So, have you thought about how you wish to die? That question is better directed at you, Wang Ming replied, his expression calm and composed. Suddenly, He laughed. Haven't you noticed yet? What? Zack inquired, puzzled. Before his form morphed into a massive blood vortex, hurtling towards Wang Ming like a trickster. Wang Ming glanced at his opponent, realizing that, in comparison to Zack's 10-meter height, his own 2-meter stature indeed made him appear diminutive. In this world, everyone resembles a monster. Little guy? How infuriating. What is happening? The blood vortex suddenly slowed, as if it had lost its momentum, and soon fell to the ground in a feeble heap. The river of blood spiraled out of control, spilling across the tavern in disarray. Amidst the chaos, Zack's figure materialized, collapsing helplessly into the blood pool, his face a mask of confusion and fear. He attempted to rise, but his body lacked the strength to support him. Struggling, he lifted his head to look at Wang Ming, his eyes brimming with inquiry. Sigh. Wang Ming sighed, glancing at him with a sense of resignation. Since I am already aware of your ability to manipulate blood, why would I create a scenario favorable to you? But I clearly died just now. How did you discover that? Zack asked, bewildered. Your eyes, they betray no fear. Wang Ming replied. So you secretly infused the blood with seawater? Zack's expression darkened as he began to connect the dots. Congratulations, you've grown wiser. Wang Ming smiled, for his inventory held many items that made combating abilities far too convenient. You despicable fiend. Why not face me in a fair fight? Zack exclaimed, momentarily taken aback, before erupting into a fit of rage. Very well, Wang Ming replied, nodding in agreement, beckoning him with a finger, a provocative smile gracing his lips. Come at me, you bastard. Zack nearly spat blood in his fury, only to suddenly feel darkness engulf him as he fainted. Wang Ming, producing a pair of sea stone handcuffs, secured them onto Zack and began dragging him outside. The mission was complete, and he had reason to return. There was still a splendid performance he could not afford to miss. With such thoughts, Wang Ming felt a swell of anticipation, no longer delaying, as he hurried towards the port, indifferent to Zack's pitiful cries as he was dragged along. Or perhaps he simply did not care. Such casual slaughter of townsfolk by a pirate like Zack was insufferable, and who would heed the suffering of the countless innocents lost? At Marie Ford, in the marshal's office, Wang Ming skillfully pushed the door open and stepped inside. I'm back. Sengoku looked up from a desk cluttered with documents, a warm smile spreading across his face upon seeing Wang Ming's arrival. I have been informed of the situation. The blood giant Zack has been dispatched to the underwater prison, never to resurface again. Sengoku's tone turned cold at the mention of Zack. How dare he act so brazenly under the Navy's watch? Moreover, the matter with the Sorbet Kingdom has concluded satisfactorily. I shall commend you to the higher-ups. Your contributions will not go unnoticed. Sengoku expressed his satisfaction, clearly pleased. Thank you, Admiral, Wang Ming replied with a respectful bow. There are no outsiders here. You need not be so formal. Understood, Father. Wang Ming smiled in response. Sengoku returned the smile knowingly. Between father and son, there was no need for excessive words. One smile, one glance, conveyed a harmonious understanding. After delivering the mission report, Wang Ming casually sank into a nearby sofa, appearing somewhat idle. His gaze subtly drifted towards the door, a hint of barely detectable anticipation flickering in his eyes. If there's nothing else, I shall take my leave, Wang Ming announced, deciding it best not to harbor excessive expectations at this moment, lest he attract unnecessary trouble. His father Sengoku was not one to be trifled with. Very well, go ahead, Sengoku replied, contemplating whether he had something more to say but ultimately nodding. As Wang Ming stood to depart, a naval officer hurriedly entered the room. Admiral, we have a situation. What is it? Ignoring the officer's grammatical error, Sengoku's demeanor shifted to one of authority. Bartholomew Kuma, he has escaped from Judicial Island. What? Wang Ming and Sengoku exclaimed simultaneously, with Wang Ming being the first to voice his shock, while Sengoku cast a fleeting glance his way, paying it no mind. How did he manage to escape? In his cell, we discovered a very fine steel needle, along with sea stone handcuffs. It is initially presumed that he utilized the needle to unlock the handcuffs himself. Bang! Sengoku slammed his hand on the desk, sending documents scattering across the floor. What are these fools doing? They couldn't even detect a steel needle that a prisoner had hidden. I shall file a complaint against this incompetent government. That may not be possible. The officer's gaze turned peculiar. What's that? Sengoku raised an eyebrow, confused. What do you mean? They're all dead, and in the cell, we found. Found what? Chapter 53, a sense of crisis and cultivation. What else is there? Upon observing the hesitance in the civil servant's speech, Zhang Guo was instantly gripped by an ominous feeling. He hastily pressed for more details. In the interrogation room, they also discovered the body of King Rhine III of Salb, along with, "Enough, you may leave." Zhang Guo wearily waved his hand, and the civil servant hurriedly retreated, fearing that any delay would incur the wrath about to erupt. Logically, this incident was due to the negligence of CP, and we should. Zhang Guo interrupted Wang Ming, exclaiming, "You do not understand." His gaze drifted to the door, his eyes brimming with irritation. "Just wait. They will surely come for us." "Why?" Wang Ming whispered, a look of confusion crossing his face. Zhang Guo regarded him, his eyes flickering with uncertainty. After a long pause, he finally made a decision, gesturing toward the door to close it. Wang Ming trembled at the command, obediently complying. Feeling the sharpness of Zhang Guo's gaze, he understood that what lay ahead was far from simple. He gently shut the door, muffling all external sounds, leaving only the breaths of the two within the room. Wang Ming pondered for a moment, seemingly arriving at a realization. A thought crossed his mind, and without a word, he activated the silent domain, ensuring that no sound could escape beyond the two of them. An indescribable atmosphere filled the air, instilling an inexplicable pressure upon Wang Ming. Time passed in silence, and Wang Ming's heartbeat quickened. At last, Zhang Guo spoke, his voice deep and resonant, imbued with an unspoken authority. "Do you know the difference between our Navy and CP? The CP organization serves as the secret intelligence agency of the world government, classified from CP0 to CP9 in a hierarchical structure, with CP0 being hailed as the most formidable intelligence agency, the pinnacle of Cipher Paul. The headquarters of CP0 is located in the Holy Land, Mariehua." Wang Ming cautiously relayed all the information he possessed. "I am already aware of this. No need to inform me," Zhang Guo replied curtly. Casting a deep look at Wang Ming, "I wanted you to express your perspective." Wang Ming inhaled deeply, contemplating for a moment. Strictly enforcing the commands of the world government and the celestial dragons, the Navy maintains a balance of power, employing every possible means. "Isn't that precisely what our Navy is doing?" Zhang Guo inquired with a smile. "The Navy is different." Wang Ming shook his head, responding earnestly. "Though some moral degenerates exist, the Navy as a whole still upholds justice." Suddenly, a bolt of realization struck him, reminiscent of the incident involving Rear Admiral Ross, who was defeated by Bartholomew Kuma and subsequently abandoned all his subordinates to flee alone. An epiphany surged within him. Of course. How could the world government allow the Navy's power to flourish unchecked? Not only pirates, but the government incessantly places its own personnel within the Navy. There must exist a vast network of corruption within the Navy, closely linked to certain high-ranking officials of the world government, even the highest authority, the Five Elders. Observing the aging Zhang Guo, Wang Ming felt a pang of emotion. If not for the efforts and sacrifices of his adoptive father, Zhang Guo, Admiral He, and Zephyr, what fate would have befallen the Navy? He suddenly began to comprehend some of the incomprehensible and contradictory narratives surrounding the Navy within the anime. Perhaps there are matters beyond their control. The Navy is not a monolith, yet. Wang Ming hesitated and pressed on. "What does this have to do with the Judicial Island incident? You've reached a commendable level of understanding, yet there are still aspects you have yet to grasp. Remember the question I posed earlier? Let me be more straightforward. Do you not perceive the nature of the relationship between CP and the Navy, or the significance of their existence together?" "Significance?" Wang Ming furrowed his brow, soon relaxing. "Checks and balances." Zhang Guo reclined into his seat, choosing not to elaborate further. At this juncture, no additional words were necessary. "I have dealt with these individuals for long enough. I do not truly care," Zhang Guo said solemnly. "However, I worry for you. As the captor of Bartholomew Kuma, unlike Karp, you possess a unique status that makes you susceptible to misplaced blame, potentially bearing the brunt of responsibility for the Judicial Island incident." Wang Ming suddenly comprehended. He had thought that they had forgotten his existence, but the truth was indeed so. The Judicial Island affair could easily provoke their fragile nerves once more. He would be under the world government's scrutiny again, and one misstep could lead him into perilous waters. Clenching his fists, he felt as though he was grasping at something elusive, yet utterly powerless. Though his current strength appeared commendable, it paled in comparison to that of the world government. "You need not worry excessively. As long as I am here, I will not allow them to act recklessly," Zhang Guo reassured him, seeing the look on Wang Ming's face. Wang Ming's heart warmed, his gaze toward Zhang Guo filled with gratitude. He sighed and nodded in acknowledgement. "I shall return to training," Wang Ming murmured. Zhang Guo had unveiled the harsh realities, rekindling the long-dormant sense of crisis within him. Although he had appeared to be tirelessly cultivating in the eyes of outsiders, only he knew the truth. His spirit had grown complacent. Go on. Zhang sighed. Some truths would eventually dawn upon him. Growth or decline, one must inevitably face choices. At least, while he was capable of aiding him. Wang Ming secluded himself in a quiet grove on the southern side of Marineford, a place seldom visited by others. He was here for a significant purpose, to ponder and to engage in clandestine training. Deep within the grove, towering trees stretched toward the heavens, dappled sunlight filtering through to create an aura of mystique. Wang Ming stood beneath a massive ancient tree, gazing at a clearing before him. This was his secret base, a sanctuary for contemplation and practice. A gentle breeze rustled the leaves, sending one fluttering to rest before Wang Ming. Frowning, he contemplated his next steps in training. His physical abilities, honed over the past decade under the life-giving sun, had reached an almost superhuman level. Yet, as he grew stronger, the enhancements became less impactful, leaving only the slow grind of effort. His mastery of armament haki, observation haki, and conqueror's haki was well established. However, higher-level techniques demanded more combat experience and trials of life and death, making progress seem distant. Swordsmanship aside, the power of the mind, akin to armament haki, offered no shortcuts. Only through battle, arduous training, insight, and a touch of fortune could one advance. What remained was the mastery of the silence fruit's abilities. Years of exploration had drained his imagination. Perhaps it was time to attempt awakening. Chapter 54. The Five Elders. In a lavish and brightly lit white chamber within Panga City, the five highest authorities of the world government were engaged in a heated discussion. "These fools," exclaimed Jagarsha Saturn, a man clad in a deep blue suit with long white hair and an impressive beard. They were so easily outsmarted by Bartholomew Kuma. The losses at Judicial Island are severe, and it has brought disgrace upon the government. Enough. What purpose does this serve? Topman Valoli, seated regally on a sofa, rested his chin on his fingers, his mustache resembling a pair of inverted commas, and spoke solemnly. "The king of one of the member nations has perished upon the Judicial Island, a symbol of governmental authority. The repercussions of this incident are dire." All eyes turned to the elderly man with blonde hair near the window. Shepherd 10 Peter is correct. Someone must be held accountable. Jagarsha Saturn approached, surveying the other four with a keen gaze. "Who shall be held accountable? The CP?" Topman Valoli replied with a derisive scoff. "I will pursue accountability from the CP, but this matter is not so simple." Suddenly, Jagarsha Saturn shifted the topic, capturing the attention of the four. They were all aware that punishing the CP was straightforward, yet it would not alter the ramifications of the Judicial Island incident. Simply put, given their roles, targeting the CP would only diminish their own power without yielding any benefits. However, Jagarsha Saturn's words piqued their interest. "I believe this affair is intertwined with the Navy. Where did the steel needles left behind by Kuma originate? Is it not possible that they carelessly left them behind with ulterior motives?" A cold smile crept across Jagarsha Saturn's face. One could not deny the merit in his reasoning. However, the elder warrior Zambalong V. Nejiru, arms crossed and sword in hand, dismissed him with a scoff. "Do not jest. Are you unaware of what that fool King Salb did in the interrogation room?" Jagarsha Saturn's expression darkened. Being confronted directly as one of the five elders was indeed a humiliating circumstance. "In my view, this incident is related to the Navy. Let us not dismiss their involvement. Furthermore, how do you propose to address this? Should we hold Garp accountable, or should we blame the relatively obscure adopted son of the fleet admiral? Or even the celestial dragon with whom your family has a history?" Zambalong V. Nejiru leaned forward slightly, a contemptuous smile gracing his lips. "You." Clenching his fists, Jagarsha Saturn's body trembled with rage. "Do not speak such nonsense." "Enough." Topman Valoli sighed, rubbing his temples in exasperation. "It is merely a Navy colonel. Even with his peculiar status, there is no need for excessive discourse. I believe punishment is necessary, but we must also conduct a discreet investigation. The two do not conflict. Meanwhile, shall we command the Navy to swiftly recapture Bartholomew Kuma?" An elder with white hair, donning a flat cap and bearing a scar across his face, chuckled to ease the tension. Topman Valoli nodded appreciatively at him. Makas Moss is correct. What else is there to discuss? Yet, the situation remained unresolved. How shall we respond to the Kingdom of Salb? They have lost a king. Topman Valoli smiled slightly. "There is something I must mention. Not long ago, I received word from the Kingdom of Salb expressing their desire to continue paying the heavenly tribute, and they have now arrived at the port of Mariawa. He scanned the room before inquiring, "So, what do you all propose we do?" "Well, I must be off. I have other matters to attend to," Zambalong V. Nejiru remarked, a peculiar glint in his eyes. He cradled his sword, the second generation of the Oni series, and turned to leave. Just before departing, he glanced back at Zungu Kongji and added, "And do not let your personal grudges lead to unforeseen troubles." But Jagarsha Saturn attempted to voice further concerns, but Zambalong V. Nejiru had already exited. Watching his retreating figure, Saturn felt a wave of helplessness wash over him. Perhaps there will be another opportunity. Buddha Sengoku set down the Den Den Mushi, exhaling a sigh of relief as the tension in his heart finally eased. "You little brat," Sengoku chided playfully. Wang Ming, standing nearby, looked perplexed, unsure why he had suddenly been scolded. "Is this about the Judicial Island incident?" Vice Admiral Tsuru, seated with her arms crossed, asked nonchalantly. "Yes, the world government has contacted us, ordering the Navy to increase the bounty on Bartholomew Kuma, and specifically tasked Wang Ming with apprehending him swiftly," Sengoku replied, still in a relaxed tone. "Oh, that does not bode well." Vice Admiral Tsuru lifted her head, intrigued by Sengoku's unusual reaction. "You seem unconcerned. They are responding far better than I anticipated." "Little brat, have you done something?" Sengoku questioned with a hint of skepticism, having prepared for a debate with the five elders, only to find it surprisingly straightforward. "Everyone has a couple of friends, right?" Wang Ming replied with a smug grin. "It was Luffy, wasn't it?" Sengoku mused. "Something like that." Wang Ming winked mysteriously, feigning secrecy. "Haha, you little rascal." Sengoku chuckled, then suddenly recalled something. "Do not involve yourself in this matter for now." "Huh?" Wang Ming looked confused. "Wasn't the world government instructing me to capture Bartholomew Kuma? For the time being, accompany Vice Admiral Tsuru to the South Blue." "I understand." Vice Admiral Tsuru nodded, indicating her comprehension. Wang Ming listened quietly. Though he was utterly bewildered, he sensed that this matter was likely linked to their mission. He stood silently, awaiting further instructions. However, Sengoku seemed disinclined to provide any explanations, assigning the task and promptly ushering him out. "What a grudge," Wang Ming lamented. "Vice Admiral Tsuru, wait." Wang Ming hastily followed, a smile of ingratiation on his face. Previously, he had wanted to call her sister, but Garp had vehemently opposed it and had given him a sound thrashing. From that moment on, he learned a valuable lesson, that the antics from anime simply did not translate to reality, even though Vice Admiral Tsuru seemed rather fond of the notion. Vice Admiral Tsuru turned her head, an amused expression on her face. "What is it, little Wang Ming? You know what I want to ask." "I do not." Vice Admiral Tsuru began to walk away, only to find her right leg immobilized. Looking down, she saw Wang Ming clinging to her leg with a pitiful gaze. Sigh. Vice Admiral Tsuru felt a sense of resignation. When did this kid become so brazen? Fool. Think carefully. Whose fault does this matter lie with? Whose fault? Wang Ming's mind raced. Who else could it be but the CP and the world government? If that were the case. Chapter 55. Next time. Knock before entering as the time before setting sail lingered. Wang Ming's mind unexpectedly drifted to the enchanting figure of Ji Yuan. In his thoughts, he could almost see her bright eyes and sweet smile. It seemed like an eternity since they had spent quality time together, and a flicker of tenderness passed through Wang Ming's gaze. He wondered if she was home. With the passage of time, both had their own lives to lead, making it increasingly difficult to meet. With a heart full of anticipation, Wang Ming found himself at the home of Vice Admiral He Zhong, where Ji Yuan had resided all these years. Though they shared no blood ties, their bond was akin to family, woven tightly together through shared companionship. As he wandered into the familiar room, he suddenly realized he had overlooked the customary act of knocking, rendering his entrance somewhat reckless. What kind of respectable person barges in unannounced? Wang Ming chuckled to himself in self-deprecation. Just then, a graceful figure, wrapped in a towel, emerged from the misty bathroom. She was a beautiful woman, her fair skin and cascading hair enchanting. Her eyes were filled with confusion and caution, and in that moment, their gazes locked, time seemed to freeze. "Wang Ming," she gasped, and a bitter smile crept onto his lips. "I swear I didn't mean to. Do you believe me? What do you think?" She retorted. "I just felt it had been too long since we last met." Wang Ming felt disheartened. How had things come to this? It was the middle of the day. Who takes a bath now? After a brief silence, she smiled softly, a glimmer of warmth crossing her face. She understood that this man had not acted with malice. This place was too familiar to him, akin to his own home, and some things he might often overlook. Amused by his awkwardness, Ji Yuan couldn't help but laugh, her demeanor melting like ice under the sun. Wang Ming was momentarily entranced, staring at her, oblivious to his own rudeness. "What are you looking at?" Ji Yuan huffed, covering her chest with her arms. "Nothing. I wasn't trying to look," Wang Ming blurted out, regretting his words the instant they escaped his lips. "Damn it. That was not what I meant. What did you say?" Ji Yuan's irritation grew. He faltered, at a loss for words. In 2 lifetimes, he had never experienced romantic entanglements. He had no idea how to placate a girl, especially in such an awkward situation. Observing his foolish expression, Ji Yuan felt a mix of pity and amusement. "You look really lovely when you smile," Wang Ming praised sincerely. A spark of joy flickered in Ji Yuan's eyes. "Is that why you came here?" Wang Ming was unsure how to respond, and an awkward silence enveloped them. At that moment, he would have preferred to face the 4 emperors in a battle than confront the current predicament. "I'll definitely knock next time," Wang Ming stated dryly. Attempting to alleviate the tension, Ji Yuan chuckled lightly, knowing that it might take a while for him to keep that promise. She stepped closer, her cheeks flushed. And in a moment that took Wang Ming by surprise, she gently embraced him. Instinctively, he opened his arms to hold her. "It's been so long." A soft greeting drifted from her lips, reaching Wang Ming's ears. He felt flustered, unsure of what to say, and merely tightened his embrace, relishing in the warmth and rhythm of their heartbeats. "Ah, the youth of today." A teasing voice rang from outside, causing both of them to jump and turn towards the door. Surely not, Wang Ming thought, recognizing the voice of his adoptive father, Zhang Guo, along with Carp and Vice Admiral He Zhong, and a tall, slender figure who had just spoken. "Why is it that every time I see you, it's in such a peculiar situation?" Carp quipped without mercy. "What did I do wrong to deserve this spectacle?" Wang Ming's inner thoughts screamed. He turned around to find Ji Yuan had vanished, leaving him alone. Cough, cough. Wang Ming cleared his throat to ease his embarrassment. "Brother Pagliusolino, when did you return?" He hastily changed the subject. "Me? I just got back, and didn't he expect to witness such an amusing scene?" Pagliusolino replied, his eyes glinting with mischief. "This guy?" Wang Ming thought, silently lamenting. Wang Ming shifted his gaze to Carp. "Uncle Carp, I heard your grandson is only 4 years old and already able to wrestle with beasts. That's incredible." "Humph." Carp scoffed, a cold chuckle escaping his lips. Wang Ming looked to Zhang Guo for assistance. "All right, let us head inside," Zhang Guo suggested, and once they were all inside, he discreetly winked at Wang Ming. His eyes filled with approval. What is meant to happen will come, and there's no escaping it, Wang Ming thought, dejected as he entered. The scrutinizing gaze of Vice Admiral He Zhong made his skin crawl. Ji Yuan remained hidden in her room, unwilling to emerge. Wang Ming had no choice but to face everyone alone, and after some light-hearted teasing, they eventually let him be. After all, they had watched him grow up. And even if Vice Admiral He Zhong felt a pang of reluctance, Wang Ming was far more agreeable compared to the other clumsy fools. Thanks to Zhang Guo's intervention, the atmosphere grew lively, a stark contrast to the earlier tension. Wang Ming plopped down beside Pagliusolino. "Brother Pagliusolino, I heard you found a leisurely job?" "Well, it's not bad. Thanks to you, young Wang Ming," Pagliusolino replied lazily. "Really? Is the pay good there?" Wang Ming asked, excitement bubbling within him. "Do you get days off? How many days a week? Are there any bonuses during holidays?" "Ah, I see." Pagliusolino fell silent. Having missed out on these perks after years of slacking off, feeling he had betrayed the very essence of his lazy philosophy. "Are you hiring?" "I'd love to check it out," Wang Ming said, his curiosity about the scientific division from his past life igniting. He had regretted not seeing it while with Vegapunk. Pagliusolino snapped back to attention, shaking his head gently. "Not at the moment." Wang Ming felt a pang of disappointment. It seemed Vegapunk was not so easily accessible. Considering the world government and navy had kept a tight grip on him, even in the later stages, it was no surprise that he had never appeared in any reports. "If I get the chance, I'll let you know, and I don't think it'll be too far off," Pagliusolino suddenly said, a flicker of intrigue in his eyes. "What's about to happen?" Wang Ming wondered, curiosity piqued. "Are you sure you want to know?" Pagliusolino asked, his gaze deepening. Wang Ming shivered slightly and quickly shook his head. "Never mind, I really don't want to know." "Is that so?" Pagliusolino murmured, a hint of regret in his tone. Chapter 56. Awakening of Power. Deep within the forest, Wang Ming endeavored to explore the capabilities of the silence fruit. He sensed an intangible force being attracted, absorbed, released, and then reabsorbed in a continuous cycle. Countless towering ancient trees fell around him, Yet eerily, the forest remained silent. This was the manifestation of the silence fruit's power, capable of rendering the surrounding environment utterly mute. Wang Ming felt as though he had become one with the forest, breathing in sync with it, sharing a fateful bond. This was the realm of silence. However, what did the awakening of the silence fruit truly entail? Some believed that Paramecia-type devil fruits could assimilate and manipulate their surroundings. Doflamingo, Katakuri, and even the protagonist Luffy were prime examples. So, where lay the manifestation of his powers awakening? Transforming the surroundings into a soundless world? He could achieve that from the very beginning. Clearly, it was not that. As he felt the pulsating energy in his palm, confusion enveloped his heart. Suddenly, he recalled the man known as the strongest in the world, Whitebeard, Edward Newgate, renowned as the wielder of the tremor fruit. His immense power was well known across the seas. Perhaps, with a similar nature to his own ability, Whitebeard might possess insights. Whitebeard's prowess was formidable, but what captured attention was his ability to unleash catastrophic tremors. And what was his ability? To nullify vibrations. He could almost envision a conversation with Whitebeard. My fruit can eliminate vibrations, similar to your power. So I wish to discuss the secrets of awakening. Eliminating vibrations? Quite impressive. Now perish. Whitebeard would retort, delivering a fatal blow, and Wang Ming would meet his demise. Shaking his head, Wang Ming cast aside this dangerous thought. In his previous life, he had perused forums speculating about the awakening of devil fruits in the One Piece universe. It was merely about influencing the external world. He had already accomplished that. Reducing consumption? Wasn't that a sign of awakening? He found himself utterly perplexed. As the sun began to set, the once dimly lit forest succumbed to darkness. With no answers forthcoming, irritation stirred within Wang Ming. Suddenly, a flash of white light erupted as he drew his sword. The spring breeze, which had accompanied him for over half a year, finally returned to his grasp. The blade bore fiery patterns that seemed to dance with his every movement. Emitting a melodious chime, the wind swept over the ravaged ground, stirring fallen leaves. This place had once been a tranquil forest, now reduced to chaos by his actions. With each swing of his sword, a deafening crack resonated, yet outside his domain, silence reigned. He felt as though all constraints had been lifted. His figure swayed in the wind. Each stroke of his blade unleashed a tremendous force, toppling trees around him. His strength surged, with every swing releasing a powerful energy that felt capable of tearing the world asunder. The trees fell under his strikes, and the grass beneath his feet was trampled into disarray. He seemed to have forgotten everything around him, consumed solely by the act of fighting. In his eyes, there were only foes, only battles. Were environmental enthusiasts to witness this destruction, they would surely be filled with rage and disappointment, loathing his reckless disregard for nature. Yet Wang Ming paid no heed. He was aware that with each swing, his inner turmoil began to subside. Inspiration for awakening flowed through his mind, permanently altering landscapes, reduced consumption, assimilation, a shift in the hierarchy of power. Suddenly, a glimmer of insight sparked in his eyes as he recalled the fortuitous man, Buggy the Clown, the one who had consumed the chop-chop fruit. Before awakening, his ability appeared somewhat trivial. It not only failed to enhance his combat prowess, but also rendered him vulnerable to the sea. However, post-awakening, it underwent a dramatic transformation, enabling him to split everything he touched: air, ocean, earth, granting him the power to conjure calamities. Consider Bartholomew Kuma. Who would have thought that his pawpaw fruit could not only repel air, but also rebound his own injuries and fatigue? Simply absurd. Upon reflection, their awakenings seemed devoid of a clear basis, resembling a metaphysical force, an elevation to a higher level derived from their abilities. Wang Ming realized he had overlooked this peculiar power. So, what was the metaphysical essence of his power? Silence, silence. Wang Ming repeatedly murmured these words, as if seeking the answer. If he were to categorize his abilities into tiers, the foundational capability of isolating sound propagation constituted the first level, while halting vibrations would represent the second tier. Progressing further, he could absorb vibrational energy, storing and releasing it. This stage could be termed the third level. Subsequent developments primarily revolved around the utilization and continuation of this third-tier power, lacking any higher elevation. The true challenge lay not in the development of power itself, but rather in the inspiration that brought something from nothing. Perhaps he had overcomplicated matters from the outset. Suddenly, a thought struck him. In his previous life, he had encountered numerous forums discussing the abilities within the One Piece universe, often attempting to interpret power development through scientific lenses. Yet, in the realm of the mighty, their awakenings seemed to bear little relation to science. or perhaps the science he understood could not elucidate it. Buggy's ability, transitioning from dividing his body to fragmenting the world. Kuma's ability, progressing from repelling air to rebounding fatigue and injuries. Luffy, well, enough. All were straightforward and direct. His power was related to sound. His initial interpretation centered on eliminating vibrations, which was somewhat successful. However, as time passed, he detected an anomaly. His consumption was excessively high. Even now, his physique, rivaling the likes of Carp and Sengoku, stood among the elite. He could endure without utilizing abilities for days on end. Yet, every time he unleashed his powers, the consumption surged exponentially, which was illogical. He could indeed eliminate vibrations, but the exertion required was disproportionate. Everything in this world emits sound, even inanimate objects like rocks, seawater, and plants. From the minutiae of molecular movement to the grand orchestration of planetary rotation, sound permeates every facet of existence. In other words, to silence them, there existed but one possibility: the eradication of sound propagation or the cessation of all. Chapter 57. Escaping with a bucket. Wang Ming concluded a day of cultivation. His spirits lifted upon discovering a glimmer of potential for awakening his abilities. The memory of that grand and enchanting figure from that day danced in his mind, stirring emotions within him. He intended to seek out Ji Yuan to share a delightful moment, relishing in a serendipitous encounter. However, upon arriving at Ji Yuan's residence with great enthusiasm, he learned that she was on a mission and would not return anytime soon. This news washed over him like a cold shower, extinguishing the warmth of his anticipation. What a lack of responsibility! Wang Ming sighed, feeling helpless. Gazing at the darkening sky, he found himself rather disinterested. After becoming accustomed to the fierce battles at sea, the return to tranquil leisure left him somewhat bewildered. It occurred to him that he had not seen Teacher Zfa lately. With nothing pressing on his agenda, he decided to stroll towards Zfa's home. As he passed by the Navy cemetery, he instinctively peered inside and was unexpectedly greeted by the sight of Zfa, standing quietly as he had on their first encounter. Lost in thought, a wave of nostalgia washed over Wang Ming as he recalled their initial meeting. Yet, he couldn't help but notice that the once formidable figure now appeared slightly stooped, evoking a pang of sadness within him. Teacher Zfa, Wang Ming called out as he approached, only to realize that another figure was standing beside him. Is that Admiral Sakazuki? Wang Ming gasped, immediately snapping to attention and saluting with military precision. The tall and imposing figure turned, managing a strained smile through his typically stern demeanor. Wang Ming, long time no see. No need for such formality, Sakazuki replied succinctly. I came to see the teacher after completing my mission and happened to run into him. Zfa watched with a cheerful expression, seemingly in good spirits. Amused by Wang Ming's earnestness, he found it quite entertaining. For some reason, Wang Ming's reaction to Sakazuki always evoked a sense of unexplainable reverence. Teacher, you appear to be in high spirits today, Wang Ming remarked with a smile. Perhaps it's the absence of burdens that brings about this newfound freedom. Zfa suddenly burst into laughter. Yet, Wang Ming detected a hint of sorrow in his voice. Did I say something amiss? He pondered, casting a questioning glance toward Sakazuki. Is there something I am unaware of? He inquired. Noticing Wang Ming's gaze, Sakazuki replied, his tone somber. Today, Teacher Zfa officially submitted his resignation to the marshal. This revelation startled Wang Ming. Upon reflection, he recalled that in the tales, Teacher Zfa had indeed resigned from his position as admiral around this time. However, he later accepted the role of chief instructor of the Navy, thanks to the persistent entreaties of his old friends, Sengoku and Crane. With this in mind, Wang Ming felt a bit more at ease. After all, Zfa was growing older, and resignation did not equate to departure, thus sparing him the sorrow of parting. Has the marshal agreed? Wang Ming asked. To some extent. Sengoku has nagged me for quite a while. Zfa replied with a hearty laugh. You celebrate too soon, Wang Ming interjected with an odd look. Before long, you'll assume the position of chief instructor of the Navy, embarking on a hectic career of teaching. Enough with that expression. Come, share a drink with this old man, Zfa said, patting Sakazuki on the shoulder with a smile. I've hidden a case of exquisite sherry in the cellar. You're in for a treat. Zfa seemed genuinely delighted, his laughter resonating, though it felt as if he was masking deeper emotions. Only Wang Ming's expression appeared somewhat peculiar, his heart growing cold. That case of sherry had likely been consumed by Rayleigh long ago, a payment for information and commissions. Now I'm in trouble. Wang Ming's face turned pale. How long until those two admirals can kill someone? I'm on standby, urgent. Little Wang Ming, what mischief are you up to now? Admiral Crane turned to look at Wang Ming, amusement dancing in her eyes. Ahem, nothing much. Wang Ming cleared his throat, his gaze evasively darting towards the distant Marineford, as if fearing an unexpected pursuer. Is that so? You really are not adept at lying. Crane's gaze sharpened. If a child misbehaves, a good spanking will suffice. Wang Ming gulped, intimidated by her piercing stare, and reluctantly confessed the truth. You mean to say you sold the treasured wine that teacher ZFA has kept for so long just to obtain information from Rayleigh? Crane looked at him, half amused and half exasperated, stifling a laugh. Well, considering your age, perhaps it's wise to drink less. Sakazuki chimed in. I'm curious. How did you manage to leave? Crane fell silent for a moment, her expression sympathetic as she regarded Wang Ming. She hadn't yet pieced it together. Haha. Crane finally burst into laughter. Wang Ming shot her a resentful glance. Knowing this was something he could not keep hidden, eventually, teacher ZFA would suspect him. At that point, he would truly be doomed. Aunt Crane, you are the Chief of Staff of the Navy. Surely you have a way out. I'm not concerned with such matters. Crane chuckled, attempting to turn away, but her left foot suddenly felt the familiar sense of entrapment. Who taught you this? Crane glanced helplessly at the figure at her feet. Just let go. Wang Ming complied obediently. Alas, Crane sighed resignedly. This seems to be something that Garp used to enjoy doing. She muttered to herself, then walked away, leaving Wang Ming deep in thought. A flash of realization crossed Wang Ming's eyes as he excitedly sought out a secluded corner, retrieving a mini Den Den Mushi and dialing a number. Soon, a familiar face appeared on the screen, bearing a resemblance to ZFA. North Sea, what has my elder brother done this time? Wang Ming sighed, turning to Admiral Crane beside him. A year ago, the entire underground world of the North Sea erupted in violent chaos, with many small to medium-sized factions completely vanishing amidst the turmoil. Crane recounted, her gaze distant and profound. Now, only two major factions remain, the Kraken S-Forces and the new Don Quixote family formed by your brother. The latest news is that the two sides will face off on Kikarichi Island. Wang Ming furrowed his brow, sensing something amiss. Why did the Navy only react after a year? This is clearly illogical. Because this matter has the tacit approval of the world government. Chapter 58, The Defeat of Krakenness. Wang Ming momentarily found himself at a loss for words, his expression tinged with disbelief. What advantage could there be in allowing underground forces to grow and unify? Who did they think they were? General, he sneered, stating that in their eyes, we are merely tools for balancing interests. Her voice was so soft that only Wang Ming could barely hear it. The weight of General He's words stirred a tempest within Wang Ming, yet he soon accepted the harsh reality. For those individuals, clinging to power was of utmost importance, while sacrifice and interests were of no concern to them. Wang Ming clenched his fists, feeling a strange disgust that he could no longer endure. He was on the verge of wanting to strike down those filthy politicians. General, he observed him calmly, her gaze laced with a barely perceptible amusement. You impudent boy. Adapt to this cruel world swiftly. After 10 days of navigation, General He and Wang Ming finally arrived at the waters surrounding Crackridge Island. The timing seemed almost preordained, as they reached the scene just as the conflict between the two factions intensified to a fever pitch. The boundless sea was alive with the winds that whipped up waves, carrying with them the scent of death. Countless shipwrecks floated on the surface, some still ablaze, illuminating the dark night sky. The acrid smoke of cannon fire hung in the air, forming gray clouds that shrouded the battlefield. Among the wreckage, the bodies of the deceased bobbed lifelessly, their faces etched with terror, despair, and agony, as if recounting the brutality of war. The cacophony of screams and battle cries echoed across the water, resembling an unending nightmare. Amidst the debris, two fleets were locked in a fierce struggle. The sounds of cannon fire intertwined, deafening in their intensity as they fought desperately to vanquish their adversaries. Yet, death shadowed them relentlessly, and the wails of the fallen filled the air. This sea seemed cursed by death, its waters stained with the hue of hell. The salty, bloody winds caressed the faces of every pirate, their eyes ablaze with greed and ambition, wielding their weapons like the scythes of the Grim Reaper, ready to claim the lives of their foes at any moment. One pirate brandished a massive battle axe, his eyes gleaming with a bizarre, vacant light. He aimed at a nearby comrade and, without hesitation, swung the axe down. In that instant, the air felt as if it had solidified, leaving only the sharp sound of the axe slicing through the atmosphere. His companion's face was marked by fear and disbelief. Eyes wide, he watched as the axe carved a lethal arc through the air, crashing down upon him. Blood gushed forth, staining his garments and the sea beneath him. His body collapsed lifelessly, the waves gently caressing his remains, as if mourning his tragic fate. Yet, such horrors were far from over. Similar scenes unfolded repeatedly, each more chilling than the last. The pirates appeared to have lost their sanity, wailing in agony as they uncontrollably struck down their comrades. Their eyes were filled with terror of the unknown and the despair of having their lives toyed with. On this brutal battlefield, the atmosphere grew increasingly sinister. The winds carried eerie whispers, as if the souls of the dead were calling for vengeance. The waves surged tumultuously, seemingly weeping for the fallen pirates. There's a ghost. One pirate could no longer withstand the bizarre spectacle, terror seizing him as he discarded his weapon and fled. Like the last straw that broke the camel's back, more pirates succumbed to the invisible pressure and abandoned the battlefield. Stop this instant. A booming roar echoed like thunder across the war-torn expanse. Kraken, the tyrant of the North Sea, stood at the bow of his ship, his expression dark and resolute. Even from a distance, his uniquely structured eyes discerned all. Despite his fury manifesting in the deaths of a few fleeing subordinates, he could not halt the avalanche of collective defeat that was now inevitable. The sea was littered with the floating corpses and wreckage, bearing witness to the ferocity of the conflict. As one side crumbled, the war neared its conclusion, enveloping the battlefield in a heavy silence. The cadre of the new Don Quixote family held back Kraken's formidable subordinates with overwhelming might, leaving only Kraken himself to confront the full force of the Don Quixote family's strongest warriors. Fufu. Kraken looked up to see a figure draped in a pink haori striding towards him with an air of arrogant superiority. The figure's pink hair and dark sunglasses rendered his expression inscrutable. Tall but not particularly muscular, he exuded an intangible aura that instilled unparalleled pressure. Doflamingo. Kraken seethed with rage, his face contorted in a snarl. Roaring, Kraken let out a low growl as his form began to twist and contort, transforming into a colossal sea monster. 8 massive tentacles stretching for meters, obscuring the sky as they lunged toward Doflamingo. Before Doflamingo, the terrifying assault descended. Those tentacles, akin to claws reaching from the depths of hell, sought to devour all in their path. Yet, in the face of this seemingly annihilating force, Doflamingo revealed no hint of fear. He calmly lifted his head, his deep-set eyes betraying only resolve and determination. With a gentle flick of his wrist, he seemed to command an invisible power. Countless white threads erupted from his palms, soaring skyward to confront the enormous tentacles. The threads moved as if alive, skillfully evading the tentacles' onslaught before striking at the massive form. Each impact severed a tentacle, each movement diminished the dreadfulness of the assault. Doflamingo remained expressionless as the relentless barrage of white threads gradually mangled the formidable tentacles. A sinister smile spread across his face as he bellowed once more, "Death bullet, divine execution." This time, the white threads coalesced into a gigantic lance, shooting straight into the sky, directly striking the last remaining tentacle. The thunderous explosion resonated across the heavens, and in that moment it felt as though the entire world trembled. As the remnants of the explosion dissipated, Doflamingo looked up to find the skies restored to tranquility. The once mighty tentacles had been completely severed, leaving behind a shower of flesh to rain down like a bloodstorm. "You bastard!" Kraken cried out in agony, hurling curses in a fit of rage. His form quivered as the severed tentacles visibly regenerated, swiftly returning to their original state within mere breaths. Albeit slightly less mature in hue, yet still capable of combat. This was the ability of the mythical Zoan-type Kraken, which had allowed him to dominate the North Sea for years. Even with Kraken's strength, he was not so easily vanquished. Why had the world government's reinforcements not yet arrived? They've taken so much from me, those bastards, worthless scum. Kraken seethed inwardly, like a jilted lover. At that moment, Kraken, battered and bloodied, felt his once unyielding fighting spirit dwindle to a mere flicker. Before him stood Doflamingo, still wearing that chilling smile, as if everything lay firmly within his grasp. Kraken clenched his fists, realizing that he was no longer the fearless warrior he once was. Throughout the battle, Kraken had contemplated fleeing multiple times. However, each time he attempted to break through the encirclement, Doflamingo would inevitably intercept him in some manner. At this moment, he found himself once again immobilized, facing Doflamingo, who loomed before him like an insurmountable mountain, instilling within him a sense of powerlessness and despair. "Where do you wish to flee?" Doflamingo inquired with a mocking smile, his voice resonating with derision and sarcasm. Chapter 59. Rescue. Kraken's countenance darkened with dread as he glanced back, realizing that Doflamingo and his subordinates had encircled them. Akin to hunters eyeing their prey, a chilling wave coursed through him. He understood they were ensnared in a dire predicament. Surveying his surroundings, he noted that all his men lay prostrate on the ground, none able to rise. A pang of sorrow pierced his heart at the sight of his longtime comrades succumbing so easily. Kraken fixed his gaze on Doflamingo, despair etched deeply in his eyes. "Doflamingo," he roared, his voice echoing like the mournful wail of a dying beast. In an instant, he transformed into the form of an octopoid sea monster, thrashing his formidable tentacles wildly in a desperate attempt to sweep away Doflamingo, seemingly intent on taking them both to oblivion. The struggle of a cornered beast unfolded. Doflamingo stood motionless, a solitary statue amidst the chaos, his cold laugh betraying disdain for the relentless onslaught. He remained unperturbed, as if a caged beast awaiting the opportune moment to break free. Kraken, the colossal being hailed as the king of the deep, had his tentacles glimmering with a sinister sheen under the moonlight. Doflamingo's subordinates retaliated with fervor, their attacks akin to a tempest. Massive stone-like fists arced through the air, threatening to obliterate all in their path. Viscous tendrils coiled like serpents, seeking to bind Kraken's movements. Slicing strikes flashed like blades, tearing through the night. Beneath the barrage, Kraken's immense tentacles were swiftly shattered. Yet, Kraken did not yield. He unleashed a thunderous roar, his massive form appearing even more fearsome under the moon's glow. Though his tentacles were destroyed, they regenerated almost instantaneously, as though fueled by boundless vitality. Madness gleamed in his eyes, as if he sought to consume everything before him. The ensuing battle intensified. Doflamingo and his men engaged Kraken in an unending tug-of-war. Doflamingo darted across the battlefield with balletic grace, each strike precise and powerful. His subordinates matched his vigor, their coordinated assaults crashing like relentless waves. Despite Kraken's might, he found himself retreating under their relentless pressure. Though his tentacles could revive in an instant, the sheer volume of attacks rendered him increasingly beleaguered. His roars diminished, as though his strength was waning. Suddenly, Kraken let out a spine-chilling scream, his body convulsing violently. A net, woven from razor-sharp threads, ensnared him tightly. Doflamingo raised a finger, and the net constricted instantly, tearing open deep wounds across Kraken's form. At last, Kraken succumbed, collapsing in anguish. His shape began to shrink, ultimately reverting to his human form. Trembling, he lay on the ground, a far cry from his former grandeur, resembling a wretched, waterlogged creature. "Farewell, Kraken," Doflamingo sneered, a dangerous smile gracing his lips. He extended a finger, retracting the others, aiming it at Kraken's head, poised to deliver the final blow. "That may not be necessary, Dofla." A languid voice interjected, and before the words had settled, a figure stood protectively before Kraken. With a flash of cold light, the lethal net was severed, leaving behind gruesome streaks of blood. "Wang Ming?" Doflamingo regarded him with surprise, an ominous thought creeping into his mind. Indeed, he abruptly raised his gaze toward the southern sea, where a white warship was slicing through the waves, propelled by the wind. The sound of the roaring sea mingled with the flutter of a flag bearing a white seagull, a symbol of naval justice, soaring high as if to breach the heavens. Doflamingo's expression darkened as he scrutinized the flag, his eyes filled with a tumult of emotions: rage, helplessness, fear, all stemming from the prominent character emblazoned upon it, Tsuru. Doflamingo was acutely aware that this was his old adversary, the Vice Admiral of the Navy. Though he had always been the one fleeing from Tsuru, despite his utmost efforts, he found himself powerless against her, and terrified, particularly regarding her ability to cleanse the wickedness within one's heart, a capacity that struck terror into the depths of his being. Why must it always be me? Doflamingo seethed internally. Tsuru, the naval officer pursuing him in the name of justice, seemed eternally poised against him, thwarting his schemes. In this moment, if he failed to eliminate Kraken, all his elaborate plans would come to naught. "Attack!" Doflamingo bellowed, his voice reverberating like thunder in the air. His subordinates launched a concerted assault, their strikes descending upon Kraken like a torrential downpour. One sword style, all directions annihilation. Wang Ming unleashed a blade, the tremendous arc of his strike meeting the multitude of incoming attacks, resembling a celestial phenomenon, awe-inspiring. Yet, to everyone's astonishment, as the attacks made contact with his strike, they bizarrely dissipated, as if consumed by an enigmatic force. The strike did not diminish, rather, it surged forth, doubling in size and potency. The attacks appeared to merge with Wang Ming's blow, amplifying its ferocity. Doflamingo's subordinates recoiled, their expressions rife with confusion. Their assaults had been absorbed, only to enhance the adversary's might. Spiderweb wall. Doflamingo swung his arm to the side, projecting a colossal wall of transparent threads, formed by thousands of strands, rising hundreds of meters to intercept the oncoming attacks. A resounding crash echoed as the violent winds scattered. The white spider web wall began to crack and tremble, seemingly protesting the force of the strike. Haha. Doflamingo laughed maniacally, his eyes glinting with a dangerous light. For the second time, Rosinante, you have truly provoked my ire. With a forceful sweep, the surrounding white barrier dissipated like smoke, revealing Treble and others poised for their assault. However, at the moment they prepared to strike, Doflamingo realized Wang Ming's figure had vanished. Hundreds of meters away, Wang Ming was seen swiftly carrying Kraken, propelled by Moonwalk, toward the warship. Why the rush? Doflamingo's voice echoed through the night sky as he quickly pursued Wang Ming, their silhouettes intertwining under the moonlight. Wang Ming, employing his Moonwalk and newly developed abilities, adeptly evaded Doflamingo's attacks. Let me witness how much you've progressed. Doflamingo unleashed a barrage of thread-like projectiles from his fingertips, obstructing Wang Ming's path. Do you truly believe you can stop me? Wang Ming paused midair, casting a cold gaze upon them. A grave voice resonated, the ultimate technique of the Navy. Chapter 60. I want to go undercover. Doflamingo and Treble, along with their companions, stiffened at the sudden appearance of Wang Ming, instinctively adopting a defensive stance. However, upon glancing up, they found Wang Ming's figure had vanished. In the next moment, he reappeared at the bow of the ship, grinning mischievously, with a glint of cunning in his eyes. Rosinante. Doflamingo pronounced Wang Ming's name slowly, each syllable dripping with disdain. Tricked again, though he yearned to chase after him. He was abruptly halted by the stern gaze of Vice Admiral Tsuru, who stood at the bow, warning him with her eyes. Despite the raging fury within Doflamingo, he found himself powerless against her authority. Treble approached cautiously, offering a gentle suggestion. Let us retreat, Doff. After all, we've already decimated most of Kraken's forces. Even if we cannot eliminate him, it will not jeopardize our plans. Veins throbbed on Doflamingo's forehead. He understood that, given the current strength of the Don Quixote family, they were not a match for Wang Ming and his allies. He closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, his expression had returned to calmness. Without uttering another word, he flicked his pink cloak and turned away, leaving without a backward glance. Treble and the others followed suit, leisurely vacating the battlefield, seemingly unperturbed by the potential for a naval assault. It was impossible for the Navy, given their current strength, to consume their entire military might without incurring significant losses themselves. Such an endeavor would yield more harm than good. They had no intention of pursuing the matter further, as Tsuru was astute enough to recognize this reality. Indeed, from the moment the Navy intervened in the battlefield, they had already deduced the underlying truth behind the events. Kraken, that fool. Has he allied with the world government? Doflamingo's eyes darkened as he cast a final glance at Wang Ming. Do you truly believe your convictions are correct? You are utterly oblivious to everything. As they moved away, Doflamingo suddenly halted and coldly commanded Treble, initiate our plan. But our preparations are still insufficient. Commencing now may be. Doflamingo shot him a look, devoid of anger. In a sense, he regarded these top-tier executives, who had initially followed him, as family. And only they had the freedom to question his decisions. Prepare. I feel as though the world cannot wait any longer. Doflamingo erupted into laughter, tinged with a hint of hatred and madness towards the world. Based on my understanding of him, I have an inkling he is concocting a grand scheme. Wang Ming mused from his perch at the bow, suddenly lifting his head to speak. Tsuru looked curiously at the languid Wang Ming beside her and inquired, what do you think it might be? Wang Ming hesitated, aware that in the original storyline, Doflamingo first exploited the kidnapped celestial gold and secrets regarding the celestial dragons to obtain the position of warlord from the Gorosei, subsequently devising a coup d'etat to become king. It would be years before he was ultimately defeated by the protagonists, unveiling the truth behind his actions. However, he could not disclose this information to Tsuru, as these events had yet to unfold. Merely relying on conjecture would undoubtedly render him less credible. In truth, he could disregard these matters. But he sensed that should he retreat and not honor his true intentions at this juncture, even with the aid of the shocking game. His strength would struggle to attain significant advancement. Suddenly, he recalled the original plot from his past life. At that time, Rosinante, though unaware of the trajectory of events, might have had an inkling of what Doflamingo intended, simply by virtue of being his brother. This was a principal reason for his decision to infiltrate the Don Quixote family. Did he truly wish to witness his brother descend into darkness without intervening? Some lines in the narrative can indeed resonate profoundly. If I could go to Doflamingo's side. Wang Ming nervously swallowed. Do you think going undercover is feasible? Do not ask me. Just see if Sengoku will support you. Suru replied bluntly, shattering Wang Ming's hopes of her assistance. Wang Ming remained undeterred. You must realize that at this moment, in terms of timing and selection, I am the most suitable candidate. Following Kraken's devastating defeat, even if the Navy rescues him, it will not alleviate the loss of his power. I can surmise that the world government's intention in saving Kraken is merely to extract the last vestiges of value from him. Doflamingo will seize this opportunity to expand recklessly. This is the ideal moment for me to infiltrate. But what will you gain from this? Doflamingo is no fool. He will not easily place his trust in a newly joined member, Suru lamented. Wang Ming found himself at a loss for words. Could he confess that he was merely going through the motions? He was aware of the plot and could easily trace the character arcs to uncover clues. Yet these were words he could not voice. I have a premonition. He is orchestrating a monumental conspiracy. Regardless, he is my blood brother, and I cannot simply stand by and watch him plunge into darkness. Please help me, Aunt Suru. Wang Ming feigned a melancholic expression, his eyes pleading with her. Suru lowered her head, lost in deep contemplation. After 2 years of pursuing Doflamingo, she had not only refrained from underestimating him, but had elevated his threat level in her mind. At such a young age, he has managed to escape from my grasp multiple times with his subordinates, displaying a maturity and ruthlessness that belies his years. His formidable strength and uncommon ambition. Wang Ming's assertions resonate with me. How could she fail to recognize Doflamingo's ambitious nature? As a wielder of Conqueror's Haki, how could he ever settle for mediocrity? However, she realized that a single misstep could lead to a dreadful demise. Do you already have a plan? Suru's expression darkened, her gaze stern. Heh. Wang Ming remained silent, merely offering a hollow laugh, his eyes fixed resolutely on Suru's. With a resigned sigh, Suru questioned, is it truly necessary? How do you propose to infiltrate? You must understand that you have already disrupted Doflamingo's operations twice, even if you're brothers. I suspect he is most likely inclined to obliterate your face at this moment. Wang Ming smiled mysteriously, exhaling softly. The muscles in his face began to contort and shift. Within a few breaths, he transformed into the visage of an unremarkable man in his 20s. Life return, Suru exclaimed in astonishment. In the Navy, those who mastered the 6 forms were already considered elites. Though numerous, they were scarce relative to the whole. Yet, among the entire Navy, only a handful could command the profound technique of life return, let alone manipulate their appearance and form with such ease. It was a feat she could not replicate. Strength, effort, luck, and most crucially, talent, were all indispensable. Her gaze towards Wang Ming brimmed with inquiry, waiting for his explanation. Recently, I attempted it and discovered that it came to me naturally. Wang Ming replied, a shy smile gracing his lips. Chapter 61. Perfect infiltration as a pivotal port close to the Grand Line. Turner Island's commerce shines like a brilliant gem, captivating the attention of countless avaricious souls. At this moment, this jewel is shrouded in darkness, as the remnants of the Kraken and the subordinates of the Don Quixote family engage in a deadly contest. Both sides have paid a hefty price in this fierce struggle. Although the Kraken's remnants are few in number, their long-standing control over this territory affords them a certain advantage. This is also due to the absence of critical forces from the Don Quixote family. Even though the Kraken remains elusive and these individuals are aware they cannot contend with Doflamingo, their greed and unwillingness to retreat compel them to stay, at least until they have extracted every benefit from this place. Thus, they begin a frantic counterattack, willing to risk their lives when the stakes are sufficiently high. Unbeknownst to them, an unfamiliar figure has stealthily infiltrated the chaos of the battlefield, unnoticed amidst the tumult. However, in their rage-fueled haze, they remain oblivious to the fact that Doflamingo and the majority of the Don Quixote family members are quietly waiting just offshore. Has the Kraken not yet appeared? Doflamingo squats atop the ship's mast, furrowing his brow as he glances back in inquiry. Not yet. Treble drifts over nonchalantly. Could it be that the Navy has captured him instead? Doflamingo scoffs. They wouldn't dare defy their master's orders, his tone dripping with disdain and mockery. With his fingers, Doflamingo continues to manipulate strands of white thread, hidden behind his dark sunglasses, rendering his expression unreadable. Let Lao Ji go. With his strength, he is more than capable of handling them, and his absence in the last battle will not raise their suspicions. The combatants are evenly matched, and despite their fiery clashes, neither side gains the upper hand. Without unforeseen developments, a resolution seems unlikely. However, this equilibrium is shattered with Lao's arrival. He moves like a bolt of lightning, swiftly and precisely weaving through the gang members, taking lives with every strike. His speed is blinding, as if he commands the very flow of battle itself. His presence douses the impending fervor of the conflict like a bucket of cold water. The once arrogant gang members now stand before him as helpless lambs, unable to resist. Yet, this calm does not endure for long. A group of elite fighters, recognizing Lao Ji's existence, swiftly encircle him, their eyes filled with vigilance and hostility. Combat erupts. A fierce confrontation unfolds. Lao, one of the few non-devil fruit users in his family, faces several masters' onslaught with remarkable prowess and the art of his earth fist technique. His silhouette dances like a specter across the battlefield. Each of his movements is swift and fluid, delivering blows with precision that perplexes his adversaries. His mastery of the earth fist has reached an extraordinary level, each punch infused with profound, invisible energy that seems to converge the forces of heaven and earth into a singular, astonishing power. However, his opponents are no mere amateurs. They possess formidable skills and work in concert, launching relentless assaults on Lao. They wield sharp blades and unleash powerful energy waves, seeking to end his life. Yet, Lao's extraordinary reflexes and martial arts prowess allow him to evade danger time and again, leaving his foes at a loss. The battle rages intensely. The battlefield engulfed in smoke and dust, obscuring their figures. Lao and his adversaries move swiftly, each clash resonating with earth-shattering sounds. As time progresses, the engagement escalates to a fever pitch, with Lao and the elite fighters exchanging blows that grow increasingly fierce, their silhouettes darting through the shadows, each collision echoing loudly. Unbeknownst to them, in a corner unnoticed, a figure draws closer. Wang Ming, clad in the standard cheap suit of Doflamingo's subordinates, wears a face that has become an ordinary visage, preparing to silently infiltrate the smoke and chaos created by Lao Ji and his companions. He lifts his head only to find a bewildered member of the Don Quixote family staring at him. "Who are you?" the man asks warily, caught before he could fully hide. Wang Ming offers a harmless smile, but before he can explain, the man raises his gun to aim at him. Wang Ming feels exasperated. Scanning the surroundings, he realizes that, apart from the fallen bodies, this corner is devoid of life due to the smoke's isolation. What terrible luck! With a flash, Wang Ming vanishes, the member only perceiving a blur before feeling a sharp pain in his heart, collapsing without a sound. All clear. Wang Ming nods in satisfaction, ready to continue his flawless infiltration, but fate has other plans. His body stiffens as he senses two members of Doflamingo's crew turning their gazes toward him. "Who are you?" With a swift flick, Wang Ming unleashes two threads of white energy, akin to bullets, striking their throats, and they fall lifelessly to the ground. Perfect infiltration once more. Yet, Wang Ming's headache intensifies as another member appears. Is it never-ending? He thinks, "I'm about to lose my temper." After leaving a trail of lifeless bodies from the Don Quixote family and the Kraken forces, Wang Ming finally achieves a perfect infiltration. At this moment, Lao Ji's battle is nearing its conclusion. With a devastating blow, two elite fighters are struck down, their brains splattered, instantly losing their lives. The remaining three, lacking the will to fight, attempt to flee, only to be seized by Lao Ji, who dispatches them one by one. Huff! Lao Ji exhales, releasing the secret technique of his combat style. The Earth Fist technique is a martial art that allows Lao Ji to store the strength of his youth, enabling him to fight even when injured or aging. In this moment, his physique expands exponentially, muscles surging as his power and technique peak. However, this technique cannot be sustained for long. As he relinquishes it, his aura diminishes, and his body gradually returns to a form that, while still robust, lacks the formidable presence it once held. The excitement of battle is overwhelming, yet age catches up. Lao Ji sighs inwardly, fatigue washing over him like a tide. He surveys the battlefield as the smoke begins to dissipate, leaving only scattered flames and discarded weapons. Fortunately, the energy expenditure was minimal. A brief rest will suffice, he murmurs, closing his eyes to recuperate. Yet, at that moment, an overwhelming sense of murderous intent surges from behind, silent and ominous, like the arrival of death itself. Lao's heart races. He attempts to turn, only to find his body ensnared by an invisible force, as if the very fabric of space has solidified, rendering him powerless. Freeze. A chilling voice commands. He concentrates, striving to summon the power within him, but discovers that his strength is obstructed by an invisible barrier, leaving him unable to act. He yearned to utter something, yet realized that even the slightest movement had become a luxury. In the next moment, darkness enveloped his vision, and he was utterly deprived of consciousness. Chapter 62. Replacement. Hastening his thoughts, Wang Ming gazed at the dissipating clouds of dust, standing atop the remnants of devastation. His eyes pierced through the swirling debris, as if he could unearth the buried secrets within. From his pocket, he retrieved a pink cartoon hairpin, a token he had given to Xiaoya. Gently caressing the hairpin, a glimmer of tenderness flickered in his eyes. He whispered, "Xiaoya," despite the fragility of his voice. It resonated with clarity amidst the ruins. A white figure gradually emerged in his line of sight. It was Xiaoya, her presence ethereal and enigmatic, akin to a specter. Days prior, her sudden appearance had startled him, not from fear, but from sheer astonishment at her manifestation in the realm of the living. It left him pondering whether it signified a deeper intertwining of their two worlds. Regardless, Wang Ming quickly acclimated to Xiaoya's presence by his side. Her expressions had grown richer, allowing for a semblance of communication and response. "Can you access his memories?" Wang Ming inquired, gesturing towards the figure of Rao Ji on the ground. Days ago, Xiaoya had inadvertently revealed that the remnants of the deceased could often be consumed by the entities of her world, rather than fear. This revelation ignited a notion of infiltration within Wang Ming, devouring the souls and memories of the Don Quixote family members to replace them. While such thoughts were undeniably grim, he felt no trepidation. In his mind, these individuals were deserving of their fates, having committed unspeakable acts. This scene was indeed rare, particularly from the vantage of an observer. Unbeknownst to him, Wang Ming's reverence for life seemed to wane, perhaps lingering in a perception that separated anime from reality. Or perhaps his thoughts were gradually merging with this world, evolving. Change is an inevitable aspect of existence. Yet whether it is for better or worse remains a mystery. Suddenly, Xiaoya's dark hair began to dance, resembling a living black serpent, swiftly plunging into Rao Ji's lifeless form. Wang Ming felt an odd sensation, as if he could hear the serpent swallowing its prey. The consumption concluded rapidly. As her hair withdrew, Rao Ji's body trembled and was entirely engulfed by the descending, endless dust. A flicker of thought crossed Wang Ming's mind, and in the next moment, his muscles contorted and morphed, transforming him into a robust middle-aged man, identical to Rao Ji. Xiaoya approached, circling around Wang Ming, her demeanor reflecting curiosity regarding his sudden change in appearance. Nevertheless, she could still sense the unique aura that belonged solely to Wang Ming. She would not mistake him, though the novelty of it intrigued her. Enough of this. Wang Ming smiled at the somewhat bewildered Xiaoya, who seemed increasingly capable of emotional fluctuations. After gliding around him a couple of times, she finally came to a halt, her figure light and mysterious, like an elegant butterfly dancing amidst blossoms. After a brief pause, she suddenly drew near, her delicate face inching closer to his. Even with 2 lifetimes to his name, Wang Ming felt a flush of warmth creep across his face. He was enveloped in an overwhelming sense of pressure, as if her very breath possessed a magical allure that rendered him powerless to resist. "You want?" Wang Ming stammered, attempting to articulate something, yet his words faltered before her, feeling utterly inadequate. His heart raced, as though it would leap from his chest. In an unexpected motion, she leaned toward him, gripping his shoulders tightly. Wang Ming's pulse quickened further, and he slightly turned his head, feeling somewhat disoriented. Suddenly, a resounding slap brought him back to reality, leaving him momentarily stunned. Xiaoyu appeared agitated, her hands cradling his face as her beautiful lips inched closer. Wang Ming felt a surge of emotion, resigning himself as he closed his eyes. Was this the sensation of yearning? If Xiaoyu were to be replaced by Ji Yuan, she would undoubtedly have slapped him awake, urging him to abandon such fanciful dreams. Contrary to his expectations, he experienced only the in Wang Ming's eyes. There flickered a hint of disdain. What a fool he was, willing to take such perilous risks for a mere trifle of profit. oblivious to the fact that Doflamingo was lying in wait for him. Chapter 63. The Arrival of Don Quixote. Doflamingo, how I long to slay this wretch with a single stroke. Wang Ming executed a nimble dodge, evading the tentacle assault of Kraken. Regrettably, he had to play the role of Lao Ji. Although he had acquired his memories and could mimic him reasonably well, this was insufficient against Kraken. Revealing his true strength would contradict his objectives. Nevertheless, he trusted that Doflamingo would soon arrive. All he needed to do was to stall. A glint of cold light flickered in Wang Ming's eyes as he suppressed his irritation. This fellow is utterly useless aside from his devil fruit powers. What a waste of such a formidable ability. Wang Ming lamented silently as he evaded the relentless onslaught, each dodge feeling like a violation of his dignity. Kraken, the tyrant of the North Sea, laughed boisterously at Wang Ming's disarray, the sound sharp and grating. It was as if Kraken's laughter was a vent for his resentment at being bested by Doflamingo. Wang Ming could distinctly sense the derision and scorn in that laughter. He cast a disdainful glance at Kraken, seething with anger and indignation. Defeated by Doflamingo is one thing, but to see you reveling in my struggle against your subordinate is infuriating. Wang Ming scoffed inwardly. What audacity! How did this fool rise to become the overlord of the North Sea? Was it his devil fruit abilities? Or perhaps he has powerful backing? Yet, none of that mattered now. After all, he was currently a high-ranking officer under Doflamingo. If the sky were to fall, let someone taller bear the brunt. It was not his face at stake. Why should he fear? As for Doflamingo's troubles, they were of no concern to him. Every strike from Kraken was imbued with force and determination, seemingly capable of ending Wang Ming's life in an instant. However, as time passed, Kraken's smile began to freeze on his face. The ultimate technique of the Diao Wang Fist, Combat Preservation Fist. With the essence of Diao Wang Fist, Wang Ming, transformed into Lao Ji, felt his forehead pulse with veins as he grew in stature, seemingly returning to his peak condition. In the next moment, his attacks unleashed with the ferocity of a tempest, and Kraken found himself unable to withstand the onslaught. Each of his evasions became increasingly desperate, his laughter morphing into pained groans. A sinister smile crept across Wang Ming's lips. I'll make you regret your arrogance. How long can you endure this, Kraken? Gritting his teeth, Kraken resisted the sudden surge of Wang Ming's attacks. As a mythical Zoan-type devil fruit user, the eight-tailed sea demon, his unique ability was rapid recovery, combined with the extraordinary vitality characteristic of animal types. He refused to believe he could not outlast an apparent surge of energy from an old man. In a sense, he was not entirely mistaken. However, Wang Ming was not Lao Ji. He was younger and stronger than that 50 or 60-year-old man, and the so-called surge was merely a facade concealing Wang Ming's true capabilities. Moreover, Doflamingo was silently lurking nearby, waiting to crush him entirely. Wang Ming glanced at Kraken, a flicker of sympathy rising within him. Poor fool, your fate is already sealed. Here he comes. Suddenly, a spark of brilliance lit up Wang Ming's eyes, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Under his observation, 10 miles away along the shoreline, Doflamingo's pirate ship had docked, and a flamboyant pink figure was swinging through the clouds, swiftly approaching. Almost there, Wang Ming mused, discreetly controlling his breath to feign a return to a weakened state. Upon witnessing this, Kraken became exhilarated, the murderous intent on his face unabashedly evident. Having been so thoroughly beaten, it was his turn now. Kraken's 8 massive tentacles coiled together like a small mountain, spinning rapidly as they hurtled toward Wang Ming. Wang Ming maintained the guise of Lao Ji while continuously dodging, appearing precariously on the edge. Will you not make your move, Doflamingo? Wang Ming inwardly lamented. Though he was not afraid of Kraken, being struck by such an assault would be far from pleasant. Wang Ming's expression shifted, a cunning glint flickering in his eyes. Seizing the opportune moment, he took a deep breath and pretended to be struck by Kraken, his body arcing backward like a projectile. As gasps of shock erupted from the crowd, Wang Ming fortuitously crashed into the very spot where Doflamingo was concealed. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, splattering fortuitously onto Doflamingo's custom-made pointed shoes. Doflamingo's face darkened. He could only endure in the presence of his bloodied subordinate and kin. Young master? Wang Ming rose, seemingly bewildered, as if finally regaining his senses after the tremendous assault, struggling to articulate. You've worked hard, Lao Ji. Doflamingo's rare display of gentleness was evident. He appeared to genuinely care for his subordinates. A flash of surprise crossed Wang Ming's eyes. I thought you had secretly found a place to hide. Is living not preferable? Doflamingo stood before Wang Ming, facing Kraken with a mocking expression. Doflamingo, how could you be here? Kraken exclaimed in horror. He had received word that Doflamingo's main forces should be in Dressrosa in the New World. How could he possibly appear here? His face paled instantly, and even he, dull-witted as he was, realized that this was a trap, and he had become the prey ensnared within it. Kraken's expression was one of bitter resignation. Did he truly think he wanted to escape? If he did not exhaust his final ounce of value, how would the world government allow him to slip away so easily? Fool, how naive you are, believing that you could garner the world government's assistance as a pirate. Doflamingo shook his head, mercilessly mocking him. He was almost amused by Kraken's stupidity. Kraken glared furiously at Doflamingo, the man who had taken everything from him. Doflamingo's words pierced his heart like a cold blade, leaving it bleeding profusely. He yearned to retort, but found himself at a loss for words. The outcome was already predetermined, even if Kraken fought desperately. The path to survival was blocked by Treble, Diamante, Pika, and other top officers. The power of his mythical zone abilities would only render his demise more agonizing. At that moment, Kraken was on the brink of collapse, besieged by a group of seemingly innocent children who relentlessly inflicted wounds upon him. Though young, they showed no mercy, each movement imbued with cruelty and decisiveness. Among these children were Delinger, Buffalo, Monet, Gladius, and the seemingly demure maid, -5. Their faces radiated excitement and fervor, as if engaged in a sacred battle. Delinger's high heels precisely carved deep gashes into Kraken's skin with every step. Buffalo hurled spinning shurikens, while Monet summoned blizzards to impede his movements further. Gladius unleashed explosions that left Kraken disfigured. Meanwhile, the maid, clad in her uniform, appeared weak and gentle. Yet her hands were constantly transforming weapons, each time seemingly testing their potency. Poor Kraken had become the training dummy for the Don Quixote family. What a tragedy! Wang Ming gazed at the scene before him, utterly speechless. How inhumane! Had this been his previous life, he would have undoubtedly nailed Doflamingo to a pillar of shame and executed him. Chapter 64. Dressrosa. Bravo, Lao Ji. You've performed admirably this time. Doflamingo nodded in satisfaction. Never one to be stingy when it came to family. What is it that you desire? Doflamingo had always sought a fruit for his own, yet Lao Ji, a staunch practitioner of martial arts, was reluctant to expose any vulnerabilities to the sea. After all, every faction required a pure martial expert, should disaster strike. It was essential to have a formidable ally to ensure survival. Please, do not say such things. Serving the young master requires no reward, Lao Ji said with a broad, exaggerated smile, revealing his gleaming white teeth, all while echoing Lao Ji's own catchphrase. Doflamingo displayed no sign of surprise, as if he had anticipated this reaction. Lao Ji was an old member, with both experience and strength sufficient to hold the highest ranks, yet he had declined due to his advancing age, showing no desire for power or profit, and remained unwaveringly loyal. Such subordinates were hard not to admire. Let us discuss it when we return to Dressrosa, Doflamingo mused, unable to discern what this elder truly desired. Wealth? Abundant? Power? Indifferent? Beautiful women? Surely, that would be unkind to an elder, though aware that Lao Ji would not mind. He felt increasingly guilty. As Doflamingo silently turned to leave, a sense of debt lingered with him. However, he resolved to reward Lao Ji when he reclaimed the belongings of the Don Quixote family. Wang Ming quietly exhaled in relief, believing he had navigated through the situation unscathed. Yet, unbeknownst to him, his nightmare was only just beginning. A woman with sharp features, wearing triangular glasses, approached him. She was slender, with curly hair and glossy lips, exuding an air reminiscent of a middle-aged, flamboyant teacher. Jola, Wang Ming thought, unperturbed. She was the card-playing companion he enjoyed. As the saying goes, 4 great bonds in life, sharing the battlefield, sharing the same roof. Well, that was of little consequence. Their relationship was solid. Jola, you look lovely today. Wang Ming greeted her first. You scoundrel. Jola suddenly frowned, her gaze serious. Wang Ming's heart raced. What had he said wrong? I am perpetually youthful. Jola's face broke into a smile, and with a swift motion, she produced a small makeup mirror from her bosom, narcissistically admiring her visage while casting a flirtatious glance at Wang Ming. Her striking features were overwhelming, in a rather negative sense. Why must I keep looking? I truly am a fool. Wang Ming lamented, shutting his eyes in agony. In solitude, he resolved to summon Xiaoya to cleanse his eyes. This world was peculiar. Many individuals, not just women, exhibited stark contrasts. Men, too, oscillated between stunning and grotesque. Those with disproportionate physiques were merely the tip of the iceberg. What was with this abstract art style? Regardless, maintaining his faade was imperative. The two melded into one another's company, engaged in a game of cards, an innocent pastime. Even amid Jola's incessant, extreme self-love, Wang Ming felt his composure elevate remarkably. It was a true test of his fortitude. In the New World, Dressrosa, a tropical island renowned for its leisure, love, and passion, was dotted with mushroom-shaped rocks. The lair of the warlord Don Quixote da Flamingo was nestled here. On this bountiful land, sunlight illuminated every nook, yet they were again confronted by uninvited guests. A pirate crew descended upon the city like wolves, looting with abandon, wreaking havoc, and plunging the citizens of Dressrosa into despair once more. Why once more? Because this was neither the first nor the last occurrence. Yet, whenever such crises arose, their king consistently opted to quell the unrest with gold. This time, a hefty compensation was offered to persuade the pirates to depart. Repeatedly victimized, the populace was further burdened by soaring taxes due to these exorbitant reparations, leading to widespread discontent, though the king remained oblivious. He believed that money could buy temporary peace, oblivious to the fact that such actions only emboldened the pirates, rendering them more audacious. The root of this issue lay in the king's profound fear. However, matters were not as straightforward as the king imagined. The pirates did not leave as promised. Instead, they escalated their demands for more treasures. The king found himself ensnared in a dilemma, compelled to produce more wealth to defuse the crisis once again. In the midst of the king's turmoil and the populace's suffering, when despair loomed large, Doflamingo emerged. Leading his subordinates, he became a beacon of hope for Dressrosa. They fought valiantly, displaying unmatched courage and wisdom, not only annihilating the pirate crew but also aiding the citizens in rebuilding their ravaged homes. The citizens of Dressrosa expressed boundless gratitude toward Doflamingo, celebrating him as a hero. Yet, they remained oblivious to the hidden secrets lurking behind this seemingly benevolent savior. In Wang Ming's perspective, Doflamingo's intentions were far from pure. Assisting Dressrosa was merely a faade for concocting a grander scheme. Understanding the narrative, he even suspected that the pirate attack might be intricately linked to Doflamingo, too coincidental to be dismissed. Upon their return, the pirates had coincidentally chosen that moment to withdraw, a timing that seemed far too fortuitous. Having endured the trials of life, he found it difficult to believe such coincidences. Amidst the citizens' expressions of gratitude and fervor, Doflamingo returned to his family's stronghold with his kin. Did you see that, Treble? Doflamingo halted abruptly in a secluded area, his subordinates brimming with anticipation. Heh! He suddenly erupted into a sinister, unabashed laugh, the madness distorting his previously amiable features. Snap! A flash of white light momentarily froze Doflamingo's smile on his face. What are you doing? He inquired stiffly, his expression still marred by a wicked grin, though now tinged with a hint of confusion. Forgive me, young master, but your expression was simply too magnificent. I wished to capture this unique moment, so that your adoring subjects could admire your splendid visage. Wang Ming lowered the imaging snail, his eyes shimmering with excitement. Doflamingo remained silent for a while. Give me the photo, and do not repeat this. Chapter 65, The Plan Commences? Allow me. Wang Ming felt a sense of recklessness. Being an undercover agent while indulging in frivolity was indeed perilous. Did he truly believe that Doflamingo was akin to the benevolent hero he had just portrayed? This man was reputed to embody pure malice. It would be wise to refrain from such antics in the future. Otherwise, Doflamingo's astuteness would undoubtedly unveil the ruse. Unbeknownst to him, Wang Ming's fear of death had diminished significantly. From a state of cautious trepidation, he had transitioned to a demeanor of carefree audacity. His burgeoning strength played a part. But perhaps the harrowing experiences of his past also contributed to this transformation. The influence of his surroundings, along with some enigmatic factor he could not comprehend, sparked a sudden thought within him. The more he pondered, the more a long-forgotten dread arose from the depths of his heart, altering his countenance. Do not concern yourself. Rao Ji, I am not angry, Doflamingo remarked, noticing Wang Ming's unusual demeanor, mistakenly attributing it to his words upsetting Rao Ji, and offered a reassuring smile. Wang Ming exhaled deeply. Perhaps he was merely intimidating himself, and now was not the time for such thoughts. I am fine, my lord, no need for concern. Doflamingo furrowed his brow slightly, sensing a peculiar feeling. However, after much contemplation, He could not pinpoint anything amiss, so he dismissed it and proceeded toward the family's residence. Upon entering the main hall, Doflamingo reclined languidly on a plush sofa, his long legs splayed in a manner reminiscent of a formidable predator, exuding an undeniable aura of dominance. His gaze was profound and piercing, as if capable of delving into the very depths of one's soul. The core members of his family, led by Torpol and Pika, stood on either side with an unspoken understanding, their formidable presence creating an invisible field of power. Doflamingo's casual demeanor only amplified his commanding presence. Impressive, Wang Ming thought. Gazing at him with envy, this man was a master of pretense. Reflecting on his own recent promotion to colonel, he felt a twinge of frustration, especially since he had lost both his warship and troops to the old man. How is progress on the new factory? Doflamingo inquired first. It is nearly ready. But that fellow Caesar seems perpetually dissatisfied with the pace and quality of the experimental products, causing quite a ruckus, Torpol replied, his voice tinged with evident irritation. Fa. Doflamingo chuckled nonchalantly. Such matters are inconsequential. What truly matters is whether the items I require have been completed. Torpol hesitated, unsure of how to respond. He had only just returned and had received the news himself. Even he, shrewd as he was, felt a flicker of frustration. Caesar had produced nothing beyond the initial samples, and doubts began to creep into his mind. Doflamingo's smile gradually faded, while he could tolerate Caesar's antics. He could not abide by anything that jeopardized his plans. These were crucial to his standing in the new world. It is time for him to learn the consequences of defiance. Doflamingo stated coldly, his gaze sweeping across the room before settling on Diamante. Doflamingo, allow me to handle this, Diamante exclaimed, sensing Doflamingo's intent and stepping forward with a sinister grin. I shall ensure he behaves. Doflamingo nodded and watched as Diamante departed, reflecting that despite his boastfulness, shamelessness, mediocrity, cowardice, and unscrupulousness, he was, nevertheless, a valuable subordinate. Very well, if there is nothing else, you may all return. Doflamingo waved his hand, signaling for the others to leave. Torpol was the last to exit, glancing back at Wang Ming with a hint of curiosity. Wang Ming remained stationary, acutely aware that this was a pivotal opportunity, a chance to showcase his worth. He could no longer afford to wait. He needed to take the initiative. My lord. Wang Ming spoke earnestly, stepping forward. Is there something I can do? Oh. Doflamingo paused, raising an eyebrow and breaking into a smile. What do you have in mind? Everyone turned in surprise, bewildered by Rao Ji's sudden boldness. As a subordinate of Diamante, the commander of the Square Army, it was expected that he would not act without Diamante's sanction. Yet, they harbored no suspicions regarding Rao Ji's intentions, for his demeanor had always conveyed indifference to power. And at his age, he had never contested authority. Thus, his uncharacteristic behavior piqued their curiosity. Feeling the weight of their gazes upon him, Wang Ming remained unflustered. He had prepared his words. As for any risks associated with acting hastily, he dismissed such notions. He had accessed Rao Ji's memories, and no one understood better than he that, despite having gleaned Rao's recollections, time would eventually reveal his true nature. Thus, obtaining the desired information while trust still lingered would likely prove the most prudent course of action. You seem unexpectedly lively today, Rao. This is not like you, Doflamingo remarked, his expression tinged with confusion as he shifted his posture to continue the inquiry. The recent battle with Kraken has made me acutely aware of my own frailty, Wang Ming admitted, lowering his head in despair, his fists clenched, a bitter smile gracing his lips. I have grown old. Do you now look upon me with disappointment in your eyes, my lord? His voice carried a note of sorrow, evoking a flicker of emotion even in Doflamingo, who momentarily recalled the young man who had once followed him so faithfully, his most capable subordinate, and his most trusted kin. Doflamingo rose, concern etched on his face. Are you all right, Rao? I am fine, Wang Ming replied with a wry smile, shaking his head. I simply wish to contribute in any way I can. After a moment's pause, he added, especially since I do not know how much longer I can fight. Rao. Pika began to speak but was silenced by Doflamingo's gesture, leaving him to watch helplessly. Doflamingo fell into contemplation, grasping Rao's intentions. He desired to accomplish as much as he could while still capable of fighting. Truly, he was akin to family. With this realization, Doflamingo felt a stirring within, resolved to include Rao in his latest scheme. Previously, he had hesitated to engage in overly complex matters, but now that Rao is willing, Doflamingo was more than willing to provide this opportunity. Thus, aside from Torpol and Pika, Rao Ji, Wang Ming was also retained. Shall I name the forthcoming Endeavor the Nation theft plan? Doflamingo mused softly, shattering the silence that had enveloped them. A glimmer of brilliance flickered in Wang Ming's eyes, indeed. Yet, it seemed to conflict temporally with the unfolding narrative. Was this an aspect omitted from the anime, or merely the consequence of his butterfly effect? You do not appear surprised. Torpol remarked, glancing at him curiously. It seems you are no stranger to this notion. Wang Ming's heart raced. Had he revealed a flaw? He quickly formulated a suitable response. Oh, while drinking, I seem to recall Diamante mentioning it, he said calmly. Diamante. Chapter 66. Breaking the deadlock indeed, it was he. Treble slapped his forehead, his expression tinged with a hint of exasperation. Diamante, that unreliable fellow, had once again proven his inconsistency. Pika, he muttered, his voice a peculiar, high-pitched quack, which starkly contrasted with his towering, muscular frame. Uffed. Wang Ming, standing nearby, could not contain his laughter upon witnessing Pika's earnest demeanor. Pika, a man cursed with an absurd voice as if mocked by the divine, despised being ridiculed. To him, Wang Ming's laughter felt like a needle piercing his most vulnerable spot. Wang Ming's chuckles were devoid of malice. They stemmed merely from an uncontrollable physiological response. Yet, to Pika, it resonated as the most piercing ridicule. The atmosphere grew tense, Pika's expression darkening, his eyes ignited with fury. Ha ha ha. Wang Ming forced a laugh, attempting to lighten the mood. He sheepishly glanced at Pika, trying to convey sincerity through his expression. Pika, would you believe me if I said I was laughing at Diamante? Pika's gaze was as sharp as a blade, scrutinizing Wang Ming as if seeking to penetrate his soul. He coldly replied, what do you think? Wang Ming fell silent for a moment before suggesting, Pika, have you ever considered undergoing surgery? Pika's eyes narrowed slightly, though he refrained from an immediate response. Don't be like that, Pika, I was just joking. Wang Ming persisted, still striving to ease the awkwardness. And if you're willing, I could recommend an exceptionally skilled doctor. What do you think? Enough. Doflamingo groaned, pressing his forehead in frustration, halting the impending outburst from Pika. He was acutely aware that any internal discord at this critical juncture could plunge them deeper into trouble. His gaze shifted to the window, where the formidable palace of King Riku loomed. How is King Riku faring? He inquired solemnly. Pika responded, in order to compensate the pirates. He has emptied both the national treasury and the pockets of the people. I fear that the current King Riku is likely troubled over how to reclaim that sum from you. Doflamingo scoffed, what a weakling. The insatiable greed of pirates only breeds further arrogance. Compensation will not usher in peace. Deliver the money tomorrow, presenting it to King Riku in front of everyone. Off you go, Pika. Eh? Pika looked at Doflamingo in confusion. Remember to retrieve it that night, Doflamingo added. Understood, young master. A glint of understanding flashed in Pika's eyes. With his abilities, stealthily transporting the treasure would be a trivial task. He nodded, said nothing more, and turned to leave, casting Wang Ming an ireful glare as he passed. Wang Ming, however, beamed at him with a radiant smile, further inciting his fury. Lao, Doflamingo called out, a touch of exasperation in his tone, bringing the antics of Wang Ming and Pika to a halt. He turned his attention to Wang Ming, continuing. You are responsible for ensuring that as many citizens of Dressrosa as possible know that the compensation has returned to the king's hands, understood? Yes, young master. Wang Ming nodded, his acceptance laced with irritation. He was acutely aware that once this depleted compensation entered the palace, it would swiftly vanish beneath Pika's influence, ultimately finding its way back into Doflamingo's grasp, a remarkably profitable venture, indeed. Meanwhile, King Riku would suffer immensely. The citizens of Dressrosa, already straining under poverty and oppression, would erupt in outrage upon losing this vital lifeline, leaving King Riku to silently endure the wrath of his people. As night descended, Wang Ming lay in bed, tossing and turning. He contemplated the plight of the innocent citizens, their disappointed gazes and furious cries haunting him. He had already informed Sengoku of the treasonous plot via the transponder snail, yet he was met with an unexpected silence. Sengoku had relayed that Doflamingo, for reasons unknown, could not be touched without concrete evidence. Though he said little, Wang Ming discerned the helplessness and fury in his tone. A narrative flashed through his mind, and a hypothesis began to form. Was the world government's Shichibukai system about to commence? Indeed, it seemed likely. What a foolish and absurd system. A surge of nameless rage welled within Wang Ming. Having struggled as a commoner, he was acutely aware of life's hardships. The machinations of the elite brought profound suffering to the populace. He knew he was merely a lowly Navy captain, incapable of altering such a grand scheme in one fell swoop. Yet, his spirit refused to submit so easily. Time passed inexorably, yet Wang Ming resisted the pull of sleep, searching for a way to upend the situation. All plans had been set in motion. Even if he chose to remain uninvolved, his exposure would not hinder the unfolding of events. The citizens' simmering anger had reached a boiling point, threatening to erupt at any moment. The compensation money was akin to a detonator. Just a spark could ignite the entire nation's fury. What should I do? Wang Ming furrowed his brow in contemplation. Blocking Pika would merely treat the symptoms, not the root cause. It would expose his presence without unmasking Doflamingo's duplicity. Should he disseminate the truth to the public? Setting aside the dangers he might face, Doflamingo had built a reputation over the years, and to the people of Dressrosa, he was akin to a guardian deity. Even if the truth were revealed, they would not believe it. Instead, they would direct their ire at him. With that thought, Wang Ming felt a headache coming on. The opponent had been entrenched for too long. Single-handedly toppling them would not be easy. Frustrated, he mused that perhaps he could simply overturn the board and end the game for everyone. However, he knew this was merely a moment of exasperation. Overthrowing the board necessitated the strength to do so, and he clearly had not yet attained such power. Wait, perhaps it is possible. A glimmer of realization sparked in Wang Ming's eyes. Overturning the board need not require brute strength. Removing a few key pieces could suffice. The following morning, as dawn broke, a flurry of hurried footsteps shattered the silence. A subordinate rushed in, his pallid face reporting, "It's bad, Lord Doflamingo. King Riku III has died." Crack. The glass goblet in Doflamingo's hand shattered, crimson liquid spilling across the exquisite carpet, resembling a chaotic painting. Chapter 67. Has Liquordold III perished? As dawn broke, the morning shore was shrouded in thick mist. The sea breeze carried a hint of salt, while the gentle waves rhythmically caressed the rocky shore, emitting a deep, steady sound. In this tranquil and enigmatic moment, the sudden hurried footsteps shattered the rare silence. The sound grew closer, accompanied by heavy breaths, as a subordinate burst into the villa where Doflamingo resided. His pallid complexion and anxious gaze betrayed his urgency. Doflamingo reclined on the sofa, casually perusing a fashion magazine, his brow furrowed. Upon noticing the intruding subordinate, he set the magazine aside. "What has happened, young master?" The subordinate gasped, his tone tinged with panic. Doflamingo raised his head, his voice calm yet powerful, as if capable of quelling all turmoil. The subordinate's forehead glistened with beads of sweat, which trickled down his face, mingling with his tension and anxiety. "Liquordold III, speak." Doflamingo urged impatiently, his tone revealing his discontent with such flustered demeanor. "He is dead." With a sharp crack, the glass goblet in Doflamingo's hand shattered, the crimson liquid spilling onto the carpet like a chaotic oil painting. His eyes widened in shock and fury. "How is that possible?" he roared. "Isn't he deep within the palace? How could he possibly be dead?" Spies within the palace had confirmed multiple times that Liquordold III had indeed perished in his bedroom, and the manner of his death was exceedingly gruesome. The subordinate produced a report detailing the time and circumstances of Liquordold III's demise. His body had seemingly endured countless vicious blows, dismembered into several pieces, and appeared to have been subjected to fire. Only the head remained relatively intact, expressionless, gazing vacantly at the door. Such a sight would terrify any onlooker. Equally bizarre was the condition of the guards. They had been torn apart into morsels the size of fingers, strewn across the battlefield, transforming the area into a blood-soaked hellscape. Without scraps of clothing and identity tokens, recognition would have been near impossible. It was unfathomable how the intelligence operatives could have gathered such information. Witnessing such a scene would drive any sane person to madness. Yet, what was even more absurd was that no one in the bedroom had noticed the chaos. Doflamingo inhaled deeply, striving to calm his tumultuous emotions. He understood that uncovering the truth was of utmost importance. He gestured for his subordinate to leave and sank back into contemplation on the sofa. Liquordold III was a crucial element in his grand scheme, which had been in motion for quite some time. Doflamingo only needed a spark to ignite the public's fury. However, he had not anticipated that the architect of his plan would be lost just as it was about to unfold. What a bitter irony. Who did this? Doflamingo's face turned ashen, his ferocious demeanor akin to a torrent ready to unleash its fury, overwhelming all in his presence. His subordinates, both near and far, were rendered speechless, some fainting from the sheer force of his presence. He reflected on his recent actions, finding no apparent flaw. So, who was responsible for Liquordold III's demise? What has transpired? The commotion naturally drew the attention of the remaining members of the Don Quixote family, who rushed to the scene. Doflamingo, what is the matter? Treble entered first. Observing Doflamingo's troubled expression and the unconscious subordinate on the floor, a wave of unease washing over him. Doflamingo did not respond, but handed Treble the intelligence report. Treble took the paper, scanned it quickly, and his pupils dilated in disbelief. Liquordold III is dead? Treble's voice brimmed with incredulity. The monarch of a great nation in the New World, how could he suddenly perish? Despite the rampant pillaging by pirates, they dared not endanger his life, at least not openly. Doflamingo nodded, a complex emotion flitting across his face. He approached the window, gazing into the distant night sky as if lost in memory. Who was responsible? Pika's voice seethed with anger and frustration. Liquordold was integral to their plan, and his death was undoubtedly a significant blow. Doflamingo remained silent, standing at the window. He knew that this secret base was no longer safe. The death of Liquordold III would undoubtedly send shockwaves throughout the New World. And as the only prominent pirate force within the territory of the deceased monarch, they would inevitably become the center of attention for all factions. As a member of the world government, the New World was a vital gateway, and the government would not tolerate any threats to its authority. The Navy would surely intervene, potentially dispatching their most formidable forces to address the situation. They would be prime suspects. Should they hesitate, escape might become impossible, even if they were not the culprits. Lacking a suspect, and with Doflamingo's group in plain sight, how would the Navy perceive them? Pirates? Highly suspicious. Their notoriety would weigh heavily against them. Human rights? An absurd notion. To the Navy, they were merely detritus of the seas, unworthy of sympathy. Yet, if they retreated from the waters, the stigma of Liquordold III's death would inadvertently attach itself to them. Though frustrating, they had no recourse. After all, they were pirates. Would they explain themselves to the Navy? Gather them in. We must leave this place. Doflamingo's voice was low and resolute, his expression grim as he struggled to contain his fury. His subordinates sprang into action, vacating what should have been their dominion. Doflamingo stood still, casting a dark gaze around him. He could not tolerate anyone daring to disrupt his territory, nor would he allow anyone to thwart his plans. He understood that he had temporarily suffered this indignity, but he would not rest until he exacted his vengeance. Just wait. I will return. Chapter 68. The eerie occurrences in reality. An ominous foreboding. The night was as dark as ink, and the group, led by Doflamingo, quietly prepared for their retreat. The figure of Rao, who should have been present, had seemingly vanished into the shadows, leaving an irreplaceable void among them. Their eyes searched the darkness for that familiar silhouette, yet despite their efforts, Rao's whereabouts remained an enigma, eluding their grasp. A tumult of emotions, unwillingness, anxiety, and confusion intertwined within them, yet none could alter the grim reality of Rao's disappearance. As time pressed on, they reluctantly abandoned their search, leaving behind the shadows to continue their quest. Meanwhile, in a secluded corner, Wang Ming lay pale, a gruesome wound etched across his chest. This forgotten alcove felt like a remnant lost to the world, silent and desolate. Damn, I almost fell, he muttered amidst the pain, cursing under his breath. Initially, he had merely intended to feign a haunting performance, only to confront a genuine horror. Who could have predicted the ordeal he would face at the royal palace that night? Indeed, being a good person was no easy task, Wang Ming lamented internally. The scene shifted back to the previous evening, when Wang Ming resolved to infiltrate the royal palace, intending to engage King Liquordold III in earnest discussions regarding a swift retirement. True to form, the unexpected occurred. The royal heights housed the palace of Dressrosa, perched at the zenith of the kingdom, serving as the residence of King Liquordold. In the stillness of the night, Wang Ming moved silently through the darkened corridors, his steps light yet resolute, gliding through the shadows like a specter. Continuous exploration had endowed him with newfound abilities, allowing him to traverse this world unnoticed. With his remarkable observation haki, he could perceive things hidden from the eyes of others, discerning the unseen within the darkness. However, a frown creased his brow as he sensed a peculiar aura, familiar yet foreign. He stood at the corridor's end, his heart brimming with uncertainty, an unsettling familiarity tugging at him as though he had encountered this sensation long ago. Suddenly, A powerful tremor reverberated from the opposite end of the corridor, sharpening his instincts. Someone was approaching. Swiftly, he concealed himself within the nearby shadows, waiting in silence. Moments later, a contingent of soldiers emerged at the far end of the corridor. Their footsteps synchronized and commanding, the glint of their firearms cutting through the darkness. As they neared, Wang Ming darted past them like a wraith, seamlessly slipping back into the shadows. His movements were swift and precise, devoid of any superfluous gestures. The lead captain turned, puzzled by the sudden absence of Wang Ming, scanning the area but finding nothing amiss before leading his men away. Quite cautious, Wang Ming remarked as he stepped from the darkness, propelling himself toward the grand palace at the center. He mused on the folly of this world's inhabitants. Why place significant positions in plain sight, seemingly unafraid of assassination? As the night deepened, his resolve remained unyielding. His mind was razor-focused. Any lapse in attention could prove perilous. Thus, he navigated through the shadows, seeking his objective, his form flitting like a ghost aided by his observation haki, effortlessly evading the guards and sentinels. Soon, he arrived at his target, the residence of King Li Ku. The door stood ominously silent, unoccupied in the dead of night, bathed in the ethereal glow of moonlight and scattered starlight. Taking a deep breath, a wave of unease washed over him as he cautiously slid the door open, merging with the shadows within. Yet, the sight that met his eyes sent a chill down his spine. A massive, grotesque figure lay sprawled on the ground, gnawing ravenously at something, resembling a beast at its meal. Its body was grotesquely swollen, exuding a foul stench. As it raised its head, a sinister grin revealed itself, yet its eyes were hollow, devoid of any semblance of a soul. Wang Ming's heart raced. Such a visage was all too familiar to him. No way. I hope it's not what I think. Perhaps it's the result of some fruit ability from this world, he whispered to himself, attempting to soothe his rising dread. Yet, the worry deepened. What if the malevolent forces of a horror realm had invaded? Drawing his sword, he braced for battle. He swung his sword, unleashing a torrent of sword energy. Striving to cleave the monstrosity, he found that the creatures seemed to lack physical form. His strikes passed through them harmlessly, as if they were mere illusions. His powerful slashes struck the wall, yet they dissipated like ripples in water, vanishing without a sound. Wang Ming's expression hardened. Was this a domain? The entities mocked him with their piercing shrieks, their severed forms swiftly regrowing and reassembling. Wang Ming's countenance grew grave as he vanished from sight, unleashing a flurry of strikes in rapid succession. Each blow bore the weight of a tempest, his movements fluid and fierce. In a moment, he unleashed a tempest of sword energy, each strike cascading like a violent storm upon the creature. Yet, he soon discovered that the creature's skin was exceptionally resilient, encased in a thick armor. Even his formidable sword energy barely grazed its surface, leaving only shallow wounds that rapidly mended. With a ferocious roar, the creature swung its colossal claws to fend off his attacks. Wang Ming's gaze turned steely. It was clear that ordinary slashes would yield little effect. Breath of the Sun, 11th form, Sun Halo Dragon, head dance. His swordplay accelerated, flames intertwining with his strikes, weaving a dense net of fiery sword energy that engulfed the creature. However, it seemed unfazed, emitting a deafening roar as it charged toward Wang Ming, claws raised. He swiftly evaded the onslaught, realizing that this approach was futile. He pondered a new strategy while dodging. He could no longer afford to attack blindly, conserving energy was vital, and he needed to seek out the creature's vulnerabilities. His eyes sharpened, as if he could peer through the very essence of the beast. Finally, amidst the chaos, he spotted an opening. Now, Breath of the Sun, 4th form, Mirage Rainbow. With a swift motion, Wang Ming transformed into a mere afterimage, concentrating all his power at the sword's tip. Armed haki surged as he lunged toward the creature's eye, a blinding flash of light. The creature, sensing the imminent threat, attempted to evade the fatal strike, but Wang Ming's speed was overwhelming. The tip of his sword pierced the creature's eye, merging the haki with the fiery strike that plunged into its brain. Black liquid erupted from the wound, and the creature howled in agony, its body convulsing violently. In one decisive slash, Wang Ming severed its head, which rolled aside like a discarded ball. Moonlight streamed through the window, illuminating the severed head, and Wang Ming finally recognized the horrifying truth. This visage, it was King Li Ku. How could this be? Chapter 69, A Night of Terror. Signs of awakening. The moonlight cascaded like water, casting a silvery frost that illuminated the room with an ethereal glow. This evening, the moon shone particularly bright, As if heralding an omen, Wang Ming instinctively exhaled, his gaze falling to the ground. He had anticipated the sight of two lifeless corpses, yet the floor lay eerily vacant. With his back turned to the moonlight streaming through the window, it enveloped him, casting a long shadow behind him. Suddenly, he noticed two additional shadows beside his own. When had they appeared? A wave of terror surged through Wang Ming, a chill racing from his feet to the crown of his head. Two sharp claws silently lunged toward him from behind, the air thick with an ominous aura of death. Wang Ming felt the icy grip of fear and swiftly turned to defend himself. Relying on his keen instincts and ample experience, he narrowly evaded the lethal strike. Damn it! Even the most seasoned hunter could fall prey to a sneak attack. Wang Ming silently cursed. This was a tactic he commonly employed, yet he had not anticipated it would be turned against him. Their attire suggested they were the deceased gatekeepers, but their faces were grotesquely unrecognizable. Their flesh was devoured beyond recognition, leaving only bloodshot eyes and mouths bared with fangs. Though they appeared thoroughly dead, what force animated them? Wang Ming took a deep breath, feeling the power within him ignite like a blazing flame. He brandished his blade and unleashed the breath of the sun, 8th form, solar flare. A torrent of searing flames erupted from the tip of his sword, forcing the two figures to retreat momentarily, accompanied by their anguished cries as they retreated into the shadows. Wang Ming stared in astonishment at the scorched ground. The flames had proven far more effective against these entities than he had anticipated. Reflecting on past battles, he recalled that while his domineering presence had some effect, it was scarcely noticeable. Ordinary strikes seemed incapable of touching them, as if they existed in a realm beyond the tangible. He began to ponder the true nature of these figures. They appeared to embody elemental forces of nature, capable of merging with darkness to evade attacks. Their evident fear of fire led him to speculate whether they possessed some attribute contrary to flames. Unbeknownst to him, a peculiar smile crept across the head that lay in the corner. It was a pale, twisted visage, devoid of vitality, yet exuding an unsettling eeriness. The battle between Wang Ming and the two monsters raged on beneath the cloak of night. The creatures were tough-skinned and robust, yet their reactions were somewhat sluggish. Under Wang Ming's fierce onslaught, flesh and blood scattered, transforming the room into a veritable slaughterhouse. His eyes, sharp as a hawk's, remained focused on the ferocious opponents before him, oblivious to the imminent danger creeping up behind him. On the ground, a headless corpse began to rise, silent and still, resembling a lifeless object. Wang Ming's heightened senses failed to penetrate the uncanny aura surrounding this body. It was as if an invisible wall obstructed his perception. Just as he exerted all his strength against the monsters ahead, the headless corpse suddenly stirred. Its movements were slow yet resolute, as if it had amassed boundless power. Inching closer to Wang Ming, a wave of unease washed over him. He sensed a formidable threat, yet could not identify its source. In that moment, a horrifying claw mark sliced through the air, aiming directly for Wang Ming. He reacted swiftly, evading just a fraction too late. The claw grazed his back with a searing pain. Gritting his teeth against the agony, he anxiously scanned for the whereabouts of the headless corpse. The two monsters seized the opportunity, advancing upon him as if emerging from the depths of hell, their forms grotesquely exaggerated in the moonlight. Their fangs gleamed like sharp daggers, radiating a vicious glimmer. Their eyes brimmed with a ravenous desire for their prey. They lunged at him with reckless abandon, intent on tearing him apart. With no choice but to confront these two abominations, Wang Ming summoned every ounce of his strength to resist. In that moment, he was overwhelmed and nearly defenseless. Just when he thought he could not endure any longer, the headless monstrosity launched its attack from behind. Though it lacked a head, its strikes were even more ferocious. As if compensating for its deficiency, he sensed the looming danger from behind, but could not afford to divert his focus. He had to confront the two monsters before him with unwavering determination. The chilling aura from behind intensified, and Wang Ming understood that the headless creature would not let this chance slip away. In an instant, he found himself ensnared in a perilous predicament, attacked from 3 directions. Drawing a deep breath, he roared, "Begone!" His voice thundered like a clap of lightning, causing the very air around him to tremble. In that fleeting moment, it felt as if he had harnessed the power of the universe. The space around him began to warp, and an inexhaustible force erupted forth. The two monsters, now 3, were thrown back by this surge of energy, colliding violently with the distant rocks, sending debris flying. Wang Ming gasped for breath, the recent exertion weighing heavily upon him. Yet he knew this reprieve was fleeting. These creatures were tenacious, akin to cockroaches that refused to perish. He had to find a way to break the deadlock. He began to scrutinize the two monsters before him. Although their bodies were formidable, they appeared to be manipulated by a mysterious force akin to marionettes. Their movements sluggish and clumsy. Wang Ming surmised that if he could unravel this controlling power, he might discover the key to defeating them. The earlier peril had awakened within him a new strength. He felt capable of stirring the very fabric of existence, akin to a swordsman perceiving the breath of all things. His abilities now offered him the potential to utilize this newfound power. With this burgeoning strength, the world around him became clearer. The flow of energies manifesting before his eyes like a vast network, intricate and alive. A smile crept upon his lips as he closed his eyes, attuning himself to the surrounding essence. He could now distinctly sense the presence of that enigmatic force. It resembled a colossal chain, tightly binding the three monsters. And with each tremor of the chains, the two creatures before him danced in response. His sword began to radiate a brilliant light, a manifestation of the power of the cosmos, and even the slightest shift of this force filled him with exhilaration. Perhaps this was the path he was destined to awaken. Chapter 70. Resolution. He understood that to extricate himself from the current predicament, he must first neutralize the threat posed by the headless corpse. As if sensing his thoughts, it finally revealed itself. The headless body rose slowly from the ground, resembling a statue shrouded in darkness, evoking a sense of dread. Wang Ming gripped his weapon tightly. Yet a strategy began to form in his mind to confront it. However, in the next moment, the silhouette of the headless monster vanished from his sight once more, as if an eerie sketch had been erased from existence. A jolt of alarm shot through Wang Ming as he scanned his surroundings, unable to locate the corpse's presence. Teleportation? Yet, he scarcely had time to ponder, as a wave of intense cold surged from behind him. He swiftly turned, only to catch a glimpse of a vague shadow. The headless corpse had appeared behind him with an unimaginable swiftness, extending its icy hands toward his throat. Now, find it, Wang Ming bellowed, thrusting his finger into the void, causing the very fabric of space to momentarily freeze, halting all motion. Absolute domain, temporal stasis. In an instant, the monsters were suspended in midair, their very essence frozen, including their hearts and blood, a lethal fate for any living being. Yet for them, it could not be termed as life. They were indescribable, non-human entities. The rippling patterns on the walls re-emerged, and a glimmer of brilliance sparked in Wang Ming's eyes. He had finally awaited this moment. With a flick of his hand, a blood-red stone tablet materialized, an artifact he had acquired during his second game. Until now, he had been unaware of its function, merely sensing its peculiar aura and choosing to keep it. Today, having sensed a similar energy, he felt instinctively that this object would prove invaluable. As the blood-red tablet emerged, the world within the room began to tremble violently, as if two invisible forces were clashing. The three monsters' resistance finally waned, immobilized under Wang Ming's control. Have they weakened? Or is it that I cannot maintain control? A sly smile crept across Wang Ming's lips. Xiaoya, come forth. He produced a pink cartoon hairpin. Zhao Xiaoya manifested beside him, her elegant visage appearing increasingly human despite her pallor. Can we consume them? Wang Ming gestured toward the three monsters. Yes, Zhao Xiaoya replied, her long black hair suddenly surging, engulfing the three creatures like a tempestuous wave. The three grotesque monsters fell silently before Zhao Xiaoya, as if robbed of vitality. Their bodies bore no external wounds, yet they seemed vanquished by an unseen force. This outcome diverged from Wang Ming's expectations. He had assumed the monsters' actions were dictated by the mysterious realm, but it appeared otherwise. Zhao Xiaoya's figure flickered in the moonlight, her dark hair retracting like a black ribbon of night, imbued with mystery and eeriness. The trapped souls have been consumed. Her voice was as chilling as the wind over a frozen lake, devoid of warmth. Her words sent a shiver down Wang Ming's spine, prompting memories of the monsters' expressions in their final moments. Was it relief or terror? Wang Ming exhaled, the crisis momentarily averted. It was then that he felt a sharp pain surging from his back, the result of the headless monster's ambush. Having finally triumphed over the two monsters, he sank wearily to the ground, gasping for breath. Yet the ordeal was far from over. The clash between the blood-red tablet and the fabric of this realm approached its climax, the ceiling resembling shattered glass, densely cracked and revealing vistas not belonging to this world. Boom! A thunderous roar reverberated, and Wang Ming felt his ears ring, momentarily losing his hearing. He turned to witness the void behind him shatter. chaotic forces surging forth like a tidal wave, nearly suffocating him. Wang Ming exerted every ounce of strength to resist, yet the relentless energy felt boundless, leaving him increasingly helpless. At that moment, a bloodless skeletal hand emerged from the fissure, reaching directly for his heart. What is this? Panic gripped Wang Ming as he sensed his life force rapidly draining, as if that skeletal hand had already clasped his heart. Helpless to resist, a flicker of insight ignited in his mind. He realized he must devise a means to counter this terrifying skeletal hand. Focusing intently, he endeavored to awaken the latent potential within his body. Just as the skeletal hand was about to seize him, Zhao Xiaoya's ethereal form shielded him, even from behind. He could feel her chilling intent. Get away. Unseen to Wang Ming, Zhao Xiaoya's eyes turned crimson, burning with fury. Her gaze fixated on the approaching skeletal claw, as if channeling all her wrath toward this unknown adversary. The claw descended, imbued with death's essence, yet Zhao Xiaoya did not flinch, her hair surged like black vines, wildly entangling the monstrous appendage. These strands seemed alive, disregarding the claw's hardened bones, plunging deep within. The blood-red exterior of the claw was torn asunder, revealing dark red bones beneath, firmly embedding themselves. Yet this did not halt the claw's assault. Instead, it swung even more violently, attempting to cast Zhao Xiaoya off. Yet she resembled an enraged beast, fiercely tugging at the strands, binding the claw's erratic movements with relentless force. A cold smile graced her lips, the crimson in her eyes intensifying. At that moment, a chilling wail echoed from beyond the realm. The mournful cries of children pierced the air, sharp and haunting, as though emanating from the depths of hell. Zhao Xiaoya's movements froze, surprise flashing in her eyes as she looked up, searching for the source of the sound. The owner of the skeletal claw, however, seized the opportunity. In that moment of distraction, the sharp bone retracted with blinding speed, vanishing into the sanguine world. The fissures swiftly healed, and the real world returned to its former tranquility. Moonlight broke through the clouds, cascading onto the earth, as if everything had reverted to the past. Yet the remnants of battle remained etched upon the ground, littered with corpses and chaos, serving as a grim reminder of the recent horrors. Wang Ming stood at the battlefield's edge, his gaze complex as it fell upon Zhao Xiaoya, who stood there quietly, her eyes resolute and profound, as if everything lay within her grasp. Wang Ming couldn't help but marvel. Was this what it felt like to cling to a powerful ally? Truly delightful. Chapter 71. Nearly running bare as the first light of dawn began to grace the horizon, a soft mist enveloped the sea, exuding an air of mystery and tranquility. Wang Ming sat quietly upon a massive reef, gazing out at the vast ocean, his back resting against the rugged stone, feeling a profound sense of comfort. The battle of the previous night lingered in his mind like an inescapable nightmare. Standing on the precipice between life and death, he had experienced an unprecedented wave of fear and despair. Yet, it was within that very despair that he sensed a latent power within himself awakening. He felt as though he could harness the elemental forces of nature, commanding the wind to do his bidding and summoning the waves to cheer for him. This newfound strength ignited within him an insatiable curiosity and yearning for the unknown world ahead. As dawn broke and the sun ascended slowly, its golden rays danced upon the surface of the water, creating a shimmering spectacle. Wang Ming closed his eyes, soaking in the warmth of the sunlight and the caress of the sea breeze. His heart gradually found peace, as if he had merged with the ocean itself. Suddenly, an odd vibration resonated within his mind, drawing his thoughts into a terrifying realm deep within his consciousness. Upon entering, he was confronted by a series of blood-red characters flickering ominously before him. Mandatory task. Demon Island task description. Unforeseen disturbances have arisen in the realm of horror. The abyss of death is a place teeming with resentment and malevolent forces, resonating with the rifts of reality, serving as a conduit for demons to traverse. Task requirement. Eliminate return to the horror world task failure. Disqualification from the game. All items will be forfeited. Rewards. Unknown. Is this how we play? Wang Ming couldn't help but scoff. You could have just mentioned Xiaoya directly. Moreover, the penalties are stated so plainly while the rewards remain shrouded in mystery. Yet, it seemed that this time, the specter of death was absent. Was the root of the task truly tied to him? But how am I to seek it out? A flicker of doubt arose in Wang Ming's mind. Ding. The system's voice echoed, and a blood-red interface materialized before him once more. It was a map. Wang Ming was taken aback. Having spent nearly 2 decades in the world of pirates, he instantly recognized it as a nautical chart of the West Sea. A large red cross was thoughtfully marked on one corner, as if to ensure he wouldn't mistake it. Am I really perceived as such a simpleton? He thought, bemused. Yet, despite his indignation, he had no choice but to continue, for this insipid mandatory task came with a time limit. A bright red countdown loomed above his field of vision. A traditional clock ticking ominously, incessantly reminding him of the dwindling time. With no respite in sight, Wang Ming lamented the abysmal gaming experience. Are there truly other players in a game like this? He muttered, venting his frustration, oblivious to how long he had neglected his participation. Regardless of his outbursts, the system remained unresponsive, akin to a lifeless AI program. A flicker of disappointment crossed Wang Ming's gaze. No response. He glanced at the countdown, which now displayed 15 days, surrendering to the inevitable as his gaze fell back upon the map of the West Sea. Black Mountain appeared as an irregularly petaled island, dominated by a colossal ancient tree at its center. This place, wait. Familiar memories surged from the depths of Wang Ming's mind. The O'Hara incident. The Devil's Child, Nico Robin. The narrative and characters from his memory began to converge with reality. Sighing heavily, Wang Ming realized that matters were far from simple. The O'Hara incident. The Buster Call. The protagonists of the pirate world, with their tragic backstories, had sparked an event that reverberated throughout the world. After all, the destruction of an island was no trivial matter. Truth be told, he did not believe the scholars' pursuit of history was inherently wrong. But they clearly lacked the strength to bear the consequences of their mistakes, resulting in the tragedy that befell the entire island, a point many criticized. Shaking his head, he pondered. If his assumptions were correct, O'Hara had already been reduced to ruins under the Buster Call. A place steeped in death and despair would surely become a repository for demons. A notion not particularly surprising. Let us hope this doesn't stir up too much trouble, he murmured to himself. At that moment, his body suddenly soared into the air, not in the manner of the moonwalk, but as if gravity had lost its hold on him. This was Wang Ming's first experience of such a feat, which he referred to as gravitational manipulation. Of course, it was not without its challenges with his current abilities. He could merely nullify the effects of gravity, redirecting the magnetic fields to propel himself like a cannonball. To be honest, had he not mastered the art of hockey, he would never have dared to attempt such a maneuver, even with his grasp on gravity and magnetism. Cautiously, he constructed an invisible pathway, creating and releasing dynamic magnetic fields to aid his advance. All right, this should work. With a sudden scream, Wang Ming's figure vanished into the distance, leaving behind only a faint trail of white smoke drifting in the sky. Now, he found himself on an unnamed deserted island, though the map indicated he was not far from O'Hara. Rubbing his nearly frozen face, he realized that high-speed flight was not as pleasant as he had envisioned. The wind sliced across his face like a blade, and despite his hockey shielding him, he still felt a stinging pain. Fortunately, he had layered his clothing with hockey. Otherwise, he might have been compelled to experience the joys of running bare. Gazing at his tattered garments, he felt a pang of despair, relieved that his inventory contained some spare clothing to prevent utter humiliation. Indeed, his speed was astonishing. In merely a day, he had reached the West Sea, rivaling the velocity of a supersonic passenger jet. If he could master this speed and apply it in combat, he might just become the fastest man upon the ocean. Well, perhaps excluding Kazuru. However, Wang Ming's elation was short-lived as a ship rapidly approached. As it drew nearer, he discerned that it was a military vessel. Curiosity piqued. He probed further, sensing an overwhelming aura emanating from it, an intimidating force that surged skyward. Wang Ming's heart sank as he recognized the identity of the approaching figure, his mouth turning bitter. How could this old ghost be here? If it were mere coincidence, he would not believe it for a moment. Chapter 72. A glimpse of brilliance. Wang Ming suddenly beheld a colossal shell, billowing white smoke rings, hurtling towards him with lightning speed. Truly, it was reminiscent of his own style. With a resigned sigh, he felt a burgeoning light in his eyes. Rather than grasping his sword, he extended a hand towards the earth beneath him. Boom! The ground, spanning hundreds of meters, was inexplicably lifted by his single hand, appearing effortless and serene. Let me relish this moment of my junior's concern, Wang Ming mused, a mischievous smile gracing his lips. He closed his eyes, his arm moving gently, as an invisible force surged forth. With a keen sense, he attuned himself to the earth's veins, enveloping and fortifying the land with his hockey, ensuring it would not shatter under the impending impact. Magnetic field release. Overload. When he reopened his eyes, excitement sparkled within them. The surrounding magnetic field whirled chaotically, as if eager to engulf everything in its path. Only when the tumultuous magnetic energy became uncontainable did he release it, giving a gentle push as the vast expanse of ground surged towards the approaching shell like a meteor. The shell detonated upon contact with the ground, raising a cloud of dust and debris. Yet, in comparison to the immense landmass, the explosion seemed trivial. The Earth did not fracture as anticipated, bolstered by Haki. It steadfastly absorbed the assault. The ground, undeterred, continued its advance towards the incoming projectile. He could even hear the distant, terrified wails of soldiers, akin to the cries of slaughtered swine. Oh, come on! With the naval hero Garp around, what is there to fear? Wang Ming thought, oblivious to the deathly dread he instilled in the soldiers aboard the ship. This kid has grown stronger again, Garp mused, raising his head to observe the terrifying expanse of land that nearly obscured the entire sky above the warship, a flicker of intrigue crossing his features. He felt that even in his youth, he had not ascended in strength as swiftly as this young man. If memory served him right, he had only just turned 20. What a peculiar prodigy. Ha. Just go back obediently. Garp's laughter echoed as he bent slightly, leaping forth like an arrow released from its bow, directly towards the advancing ground. With a single punch, the earth shattered into countless fragments, propelled back at an even greater velocity. Such a wicked sense of humor, Uncle Garp, Wang Ming thought, now standing behind Garp, smiling at him. What a fine lad. If you could master such speed, perhaps only that fellow Borisolino could keep up with you. Garp remarked, turning his head to offer words of praise. Have you taken leave of your senses today? Wang Ming pointed incredulously at Garp's head, astonished to hear a compliment directed at him for the first time, his expression bordering on exaggerated. You little rascal, do you wish to test my iron fist of love? Garp clenched his fist, a mix of embarrassment and irritation coloring his tone. Wang Ming finally exhaled, his expression seeming to convey, now this is the Garp I know. Garp, nearly incensed enough to charge at him, was reminded of the essence of the iron fist. Uncle Garp, may we have a word in private? After a few brief exchanges, albeit somewhat brusque, but that was of little consequence, Wang Ming's demeanor turned serious. Sighing, Garp appeared to have anticipated Wang Ming's inquiry. He glanced at the sword-wielding Bogart not far off. Understanding the unspoken cue, Bogart shooed the soldiers away and retreated to the ship's cabin. What brings you here, Uncle Garp? Wang Ming inquired with curiosity. Of course, I came to visit my beloved grandson. Garp chuckled, scratching his head, though there lingered an air of unease, as if concealing something. Surely you jest? This route does not lead to the East Blue, Wang Ming teased. Garp's smile gradually faded. You see through me. Indeed. I have a mission at hand and happened upon you while passing through. A mission? Wang Ming raised an eyebrow, harboring skepticism, sensing that Garp was perhaps spinning a yarn, yet finding no evidence to substantiate his doubts. Is it related to the O'Hara incident? Wang Ming probed cautiously. Who told you that? Garp's expression turned grave, revealing the sensitive nature of the matter. The information had been tightly sealed. Even the press King Morgans had been informed to tread lightly. At this moment, aside from a select few high-ranking officials, only those directly involved from that island were privy to the details. Can you share with me what transpired there? Wang Ming fixed his gaze intently on Garp, seeking answers. Typically brash and carefree, Garp now appeared troubled, caught in a moment of indecision about whether to divulge the information. After a moment of contemplation, he warned, Wang Ming, do not involve yourself in the O'Hara matter. His tone was stern, imbued with an unyielding conviction. I know what you're thinking. Don't be naive, he cautioned, wishing to shield Wang Ming from the darker realities that contradicted the Navy's justice. Treating him like a child. Wang Ming silently rolled his eyes at the irony. Such words create quite a conundrum, Wang Ming admitted, feeling a sense of frustration. Convincing Garp would be no simple task. To enlist his assistance, it seemed he would have to reveal certain truths. With a snap of his fingers, a black barrier enveloped the two, rendering them invisible to the outside world. Garp blinked in surprise, while he was not easily deceived. He was nonetheless taken aback by Wang Ming's use of the shifting light fruit in such a manner. It's merely a light-bending illusion, nothing to fret over. Wang Ming waved dismissively, though inwardly, he was reveling in the satisfaction of Garp's reaction, relishing the air of superiority. Do you believe in ghosts? Wang Ming squinted, adopting an enigmatic demeanor. Indeed. Wang Ming was taken aback, not expecting such an answer. Many devil fruits can manifest similar phenomena. Is that what you are implying? Garp regarded Wang Ming with a hint of amusement. It appeared that the world was quite receptive to the notion of the bizarre. Wang Ming pondered, realizing that invoking the concept of devil fruits could simplify many explanations for the inexplicable. Ceasing his idle chatter, Wang Ming swiftly delved into his pocket, as if searching for something. He then produced a pink cartoonish hairpin, a sly grin illuminating his face. In truth, the hairpin had not been retrieved from his pocket, but rather summoned instantaneously from his inventory. This inventory served as his secret weapon and his means of survival in this enigmatic world. At that moment, Zhao Xiaoya materialized like a wisp of white smoke between Garp and Wang Ming. Her white dress fluttered gently in the breeze, her long hair cascading down to her waist like a flowing waterfall. Her sudden appearance intensified the already taut atmosphere. Garp's eyes widened in surprise. He had not anticipated Zhao Xiaoya to manifest at such a moment in such an unusual manner. Wang Ming, on the other hand, remained composed, as if everything had transpired precisely as he had foreseen. Is this a ghost? Chapter 73. The O'Haran Incident as Zhao Xiaoya appeared. Even the seasoned Garp found himself momentarily speechless, his mouth agape. Zhao Xiaoya had transformed into this form after enduring the brutal assault of pirates in her village. Wang Ming concocted a flimsy tale regarding her origins, attributing all abnormalities to the mystical powers of the devil fruit. I came here to, Wang Ming began, but was abruptly interrupted by Garp's unexpected question. Do you have feelings for her? Garp, keenly observant, recognized the complexity of their relationship merely from the way Wang Ming gazed at the girl. What? Wang Ming stammered, his mind racing. Was this really the time for such a conversation? Yet, as is often the case, events unfolded in unexpected ways, much like the absurdity of life itself. Zhao Xiaoya, seemingly understanding, nodded vacantly, leaving Wang Ming's face twitching in discomfort. Did she not realize that her gesture could be misinterpreted? Sure enough, Garp regarded him with a disdainful look, as if he were a scoundrel. I recall your entanglement with that young lady from Zhiyuan. Quite the romantic, aren't you? His mocking gaze intensified. Wang Ming found himself at a loss for words. Initially, when he met Zhao Xiaoya, he felt a surge of sympathy and was moved by her plight, acting impulsively. However, as time passed, he began to develop genuine feelings for the unfortunate girl. As for Zhiyuan, he had been unaware of Xiaoya's existence when their paths first crossed. Now, the situation had escalated to its current complexity, and he was uncertain how to navigate it. Perhaps I should clarify things with Zhiyuan when we meet again. Wang Ming resolved inwardly, feeling an air of helplessness. It was absurd to feel like a scoundrel when nothing had truly transpired. This is not the time for such discussions, he said with resignation. Before continuing, I must go to O'Haran. Xiaoya senses a similar power drawing her there. She has long sought the reason for her transformation. There may be a way for her to revert to her former self, a glimmer of hope for her to regain her humanity. Please, Garp, Wang Ming implored, feigning composure as he invoked Zhao Xiaoya's name. Lying had become increasingly effortless for him, though he attributed his predicament to the cruel world around him. There are no living souls left in O'Haran, Garp stated, his voice heavy with gravity. As he spoke, he struck the railing with a casual yet powerful blow, contorting it almost to the point of fracture. Wang Ming's expression tightened. Though Garp faced away, he could sense the turmoil within the old man. What truly happened there? Wang Ming pressed. He was aware of the established narrative, but sensed deeper complexities at play, particularly regarding the Navy's involvement. He understood the Navy's alignment with the world government, and the neutrality of his adoptive father, Sengoku, contrasted with the opposition faction, which remained shrouded in secrecy and potential weakness. The Navy's decision to enact the Demon Extermination Order in O'Haran was clearly at odds with the sense of justice upheld by Sengoku and Garp. Wang Ming yearned to uncover the hidden truths that might aid his mission. Under Wang Ming's relentless inquiries, Garp recounted the events of the O'Haran incident, closely aligning with Wang Ming's knowledge. The world government, fearing the repercussions of historical truths resurfacing, especially the revelation of events from 800 years prior, issued a brutal order to annihilate the island, home to the greatest concentration of scholars and the most extensive library, the Tree of Knowledge. The name O'Haran vanished from maps the following year, and the island's scholars were erased from existence. Even the evacuation vessels carrying innocent civilians were sunk by Akainu, obliterating all memories of the island. Why did he do this? Wang Ming's anger surged, even though he had anticipated this revelation. Garp shook his head. No? Akainu acted justly. Wang Ming was momentarily taken aback. He had not expected such a response from the usually affable Garp. He quickly regained his composure. Realizing there must be underlying reasons for Karp's stance. Because they were no longer human, Karp replied solemnly. What? Wang Ming's eyes widened, realizing that the story had taken a dark turn. Initially, everything seemed fine, but not long after they departed the island, chaos erupted. At first, the crew remained oblivious until a scream pierced the air, revealing that some individuals had developed glowing red eyes. Their expressions twisted into grotesque masks of madness, as if possessed by a malevolent force, attacking those around them with wild abandon. Karp's lips pressed together, his voice heavy with dread. Almost all had their eyes turned red, frantically assaulting their comrades. They were like ravenous demons. The soldiers panicked and fled, but the number of those with red eyes grew exponentially. They appeared cursed, devoid of reason, consumed by a singular desire to kill. If that's the case, it can't solely justify Akainu's destruction of the ships, can it? Wang Ming questioned. What if the deceased rose to attack again? Can you imagine the horror of seeing the flesh of the dead, barely intact, lunging at you? Karp seemed lost in thought, recalling the battlefield's horrors, yet remained unfazed. To him, it was merely a matter of throwing a few more punches. But for ordinary soldiers, it was an insurmountable terror, evoking a profound anger within him for the innocent lives lost. Wang Ming exhaled deeply, fully aware of the fear that this world could instill. After all, he was the first to experience it. Take me there. This may be connected to Xiaoya's fate, and perhaps the solution lies within her, Wang Ming declared resolutely, fabricating a well-intentioned lie, yet believing in its validity. The current situation in O'Haran had undoubtedly become more intricate. The existence of monsters would surely attract the attention of the world government and high-ranking Navy officials. At this juncture, only Karp, on his mission, could legitimately escort them within. Relying on stealth would be risky, even with his silent domain. After all, silence did not equate to invisibility. Chapter 74. The reaction of the five elders at the pinnacle of power. In the grand hall atop Mary Geos, the five elders sat around an opulent circular table, their gazes reminiscent of the profound night sky, concealing boundless secrets. For a fleeting moment, the room was enveloped in silence, interrupted only by the gentle whisper of the wind brushing against the curtains, producing a subtle sound. What is your perspective on the O'Hara incident? Topman Wokely finally broke the stillness, his voice deep and resonant, as if each word bore the weight of 1,000 burdens. The other four elders exchanged glances but did not respond immediately. Their eyes reflected profound contemplation, as if reminiscing about every detail related to O'Hara. It was a tragedy. One elder eventually spoke, his tone tinged with melancholy. The knowledge of O'Hara is unfathomably deep, yet it has summoned their own doom. Perhaps their true sin lies in the punishment for attempting to explore realms beyond their grasp. Topman Wokely remarked, casting a sidelong glance at his companions. What do you make of the apparitions that have emerged? Another elder retorted, his eyes gleaming with sharpness, as rumors suggested that figures once thought dead were sighted from the periphery. Apparitions? Do you genuinely believe in such things? Shepherd X Peter did not directly answer, but posed a question in return. Yet many have borne witness to these events, according to field intelligence. It is challenging to discern any signs of fabrication. Immortal and indestructible, even the fiercest magma can only temporarily obliterate them. Jagarsha Satan, seated across the table, raised his cup and took a sip of red tea before speaking in a low tone. CP9 has been dispatched, yet after a fortnight, there are still no reports. It is said that someone glimpsed their ravaged corpses through a telescope. Aside from the knife-wielding elder, a flicker of trepidation crossed the eyes of the others, as bizarre images seemed to materialize before them. The eerie atmosphere, intensified by the silence, rendered the room increasingly tense. A derisive laugh abruptly shattered the solemn ambience. An elder, wielding the cursed blade, showed Ionet, wore a disdainful expression. He was Zambalin V. Nacer, reputed as one of the most formidable figures among the celestial dragons. Though his prowess was seldom revealed, he exuded an aura of inscrutable depth, clad in samurai attire and exuding a formidable presence. He resembled a warrior living by the sword rather than a politician representing the most powerful force on the seas, the world government. I would indeed like to encounter such apparitions, he scoffed, releasing his grip on the cursed blade, which quivered slightly, as if responding to its master's murderous intent. My concern lies elsewhere. Seemingly aware of his own vulnerability, Jagarsha Satan retorted defiantly, regardless of your beliefs, in the annals of history we are familiar with, no such entities exist. The Navy must surely be aware of the events involving their warships. Immortal and infectious, even when engulfed by magma, they reappear upon the island. Sakazuki once attempted to envelop this modest island in magma, but when it descended like a calamity, it vanished without a trace. The infiltrating Kazan nearly lost control. Fortunately, they seemed powerless against elemental transformation. It was precisely this trait that enabled Kazan to escape. This revelation sparked murmurs among the assembly. For these politicians, mystery was undeniably a potent catalyst for curiosity and exploration. Even the esteemed five elders, basked in their supremacy, fixed their gaze upon the scholar's island, fraught with unexpected revelations. And let me not forget to mention, do you truly believe that the presence capable of alarming that esteemed figure could be easily eliminated? If you think so, then by all means, take action, Jagarsha Satan uttered with a hint of menace. Enough. As Zambalin v. Nasser appeared poised to erupt in fury, Topman Wokuli once again assumed the role of mediator. We have convened not to quarrel. The small assembly endured a prolonged silence, each member reflecting on the impending challenges ahead. Suddenly, a remark from Marcus Mars shattered the oppressive atmosphere. It seems unrest brews where our esteemed figure resides. The gatekeeper claims to have glimpsed their presence. His voice was low yet resolute. This statement rippled through the room like a stone cast into a placid lake. Marcus, the esteemed figure you speak of refers to the highest authority of the world government. They, as the elite of the government, are renowned for their composure and acumen. Yet now they could not mask their inner astonishment. Are we to pay a visit to the esteemed figure? Topman Wokuli inquired uncertainly, revealing his reluctance. It was evident that the leaders harbored more fear than reverence for the figure they referred to as esteemed. Without a summons, it is best not to disturb the esteemed figure's repose. A sigh resonated within the room, and silence reclaimed its dominion, as if tacitly affirming his decision. After a lengthy pause, Topman Wokuli suddenly recalled something and spoke again. As for the O'Hara incident, let the Navy handle it alongside Vegapunk. I find the apparitions most intriguing. His voice carried a chill laced with curiosity. The eyes of the others brightened. Their predominant reactions to the specters at O'Hara were likely curiosity and a desire for the immortality they represented. Entrusting the dilemma to the Navy would not only spare them any repercussions, but also simplify the process. As for how many Navy personnel might perish, who truly cares? Sengoku gritted his teeth, responding to the transponder snail. Such orders are utterly chaotic. Remember, you Navy are merely the FAAD of the world government. Do you intend to defy our will? The voice from the other end incited a surge of anger and suppression within him. He struggled to maintain composure, but his tone betrayed his inner turmoil. Sengoku, what is happening? Vice Admiral Tsuru, sensing something amiss, furrowed her brow and inquired with concern. Having fought alongside Sengoku for years, she understood his character well and knew he rarely lost his temper. Sengoku inhaled deeply, attempting to calm himself. He recognized that remaining composed was paramount. Now was not the time for confrontation. Clutching the transponder snail tightly, he replied, "Understood," before cutting off the call. Chapter 75, Entering the Island at Noon. Sunlight cascaded upon the shimmering surface of the sea, sparkling like countless diamonds in a dance. The sea breeze, imbued with a salty tang, rustled the seaweed clinging to the rocky shore, producing a soft, whispering sound. Yet, in this tranquil and beautiful moment, the office of the marshal was steeped in an atmosphere of oppression and tension. The expression of Marshal Sengoku was dark and foreboding, reminiscent of a sky shrouded in ominous clouds, sending chills down one's spine. The temperature within the room seemed to drop in tandem with his mood, the air almost solidifying into ice. His gaze cut through the assembly like a blade, rendering everyone present unwilling to meet his eyes. Do they comprehend the gravity of their actions? Sengoku's voice resonated, deep and powerful, as if each word carried the weight of thunder. The document he clutched was crumpled in his grip, a clear indication of his profound anger and confusion. The highest authority of the world government, known as the Five Elders, had dispatched a secret mission to the Navy. Their objective was to uncover the haunting secrets of O'Hara Island. They had chosen a particular scientist, Dr. Vegapunk, to undertake this task. The world government insists we ensure Vegapunk's safety while he investigates the mysteries of O'Hara, Sengoku stated, his tone heavy as he turned to gaze at Admiral Tsuru seated across from him. Tsuru, a steadfast aide to Sengoku, displayed a flicker of uncertainty in her eyes. If this were merely the case, it seemed unlikely to incite such fury from Sengoku. At all costs, Sengoku's expression remained impassive, yet his eyes were resolute and cold. Suru froze, having deduced the implications of the world government's intentions. The perilous situation surrounding O'Hara was not lost on them. It was evident that those in power were fully aware of the stakes. The neglect of the Navy's well-being seemed to hint at a desire to undermine them. Though she had long been aware of their nature, the blatant disregard was truly disheartening. "What are your thoughts?" Suru inquired, her tone laced with skepticism, internally sighing in hopes that her fears were unfounded. "Let Borisolino proceed. With 3 Logia users, it should suffice," Sengoku replied, rubbing his temples in a gesture of exasperation. Deep down, he recognized that even sending another Logia user to a location where 2 had faltered would yield the same outcome. Nevertheless, he clung to the faint hope that this would mitigate the loss of life among his soldiers, silently lamenting the situation. Little did he realize that his adopted son, Wang Ming, had already stealthily arrived at the now desolate island of O'Hara, once a sanctum of archaeology. Wang Ming recalled the narrative of the past. Situated in the West Sea, O'Hara appeared to be an unassuming island, yet it was renowned for housing the finest archaeologists and the world's largest library. The Tree of Knowledge. This colossal pod-like tree contained invaluable texts from across the globe. O'Hara was home to a group of fervent and erudite scholars, clandestinely studying historical texts, diligently probing into the erased century that the world government sought to conceal. Nico Robin's mother, Nico Alvia, had left her homeland of O'Hara in pursuit of historical truth, only to return on the very day the Navy's extermination order arrived, resulting in a brief encounter with her daughter before they were eternally separated. The tragedy of O'Hara was a calamity for the entire scholarly community, with the sole survivor being the 8-year-old Nico Robin. Tragically, Robin, bearing the title of an O'Hara scholar, became a target of the Navy, accused of destroying 6 warships. Did Robin manage to escape this time? Wang Ming pondered, recalling the striking character from the narrative of the Pirate King. He admired her noble qualities, devoid of any association with her exaggerated physique. As dawn broke, Karp's warship surged forth like a magnificent sea beast, cutting through the waves toward the distant island. Wang Ming and his companions stood upon the deck, gazing at the island shrouded in mist, their hearts brimming with uncertainty and anticipation. Karp, a legendary figure of the Navy, was the key to their endeavor. To the east of the island lay the defensive sector overseen by Admiral Kazan. Once Karp's subordinate, Kazan was undoubtedly more amiable than others. Choosing to infiltrate the island from this point seemed prudent. Karp stood at the bow, the sea breeze tousling his graying hair, his gaze steadfast and profound. As the vessel drew nearer, the island's silhouette gradually became discernible, yet the mist enveloping it exuded an inexplicable sense of foreboding. Karp and Wang Ming awaited the arrival of Kazan's fleet at the port, the salty air brushing against their faces. Suddenly, a cluster of dark figures materialized on the horizon, signaling the approach of Kazan's fleet. Before long, Kazan arrived on Karp's ship, riding his iconic bicycle. "Mr. Karp, you have arrived," Kazan greeted politely, maintaining a respectful demeanor despite his newfound rank as a rear admiral. Karp nodded in acknowledgement, but Kazan's attention shifted to Wang Ming behind him. "Ah, Wang Ming, you are here too," he remarked, surprise tinged in his voice. "Brother Kazan, it has been a while." Wang Ming replied with a smile, casually waving in greeting. Kazan, though taken aback, returned the gesture and took a seat across from Wang Ming. He attempted to mask his fatigue with a smile, yet Wang Ming discerned the facade. "I heard you were in quite a bind," Wang Ming remarked, directly addressing the subject with a teasing tone, devoid of any sense of self-preservation. Kazan's lips twitched. Indeed, this rascal relished exposing his misadventures. Wang Ming had grown up in Marineford, while Kazan was but a fledgling recruit when they first met. One day, Kazan encountered a young man who greeted him with a radiant smile and eyes brimming with enthusiasm, instantly winning Kazan's affection. As time elapsed, they forged a strong friendship, and Kazan had come to regard Wang Ming as a brother. Curiosity piqued, Kazan inquired, "What brings you here?" Wang Ming pointed toward the island, stating lazily yet firmly, "I intend to enter that island." Kazan frowned. "It is perilous there." He attempted to dissuade Wang Ming, but the latter replied resolutely, "I have my reasons for going." At that moment, Karp interjected, halting any further attempts from Kazan to dissuade Wang Ming. "Let him go. It is his choice." Kazan fell silent, conceding that while entry was possible, he insisted on accompanying Wang Ming. Though his tone was gentle, Wang Ming understood there was no room for refusal. Very well. Wang Ming accepted Kazan's proposal with a smile, welcoming the added security of having a near-admiral-level powerhouse by his side. Chapter 76. A child's disobedience can be corrected with a gentle spank. The moment Wang Ming and Kazan set foot on O'Hara Island, a shroud of gray enveloped his surroundings. This island, steeped in legend, was said to conceal endless secrets and terrors. He inhaled the salty sea breeze, feeling an inexplicable force drawing him in. Before he could react, the scenery before him morphed, and he found himself in a realm that felt otherworldly. When he opened his eyes again, a lady and a girl were gazing at him with concern. The lady's beauty was striking, her skin fair, as her palm tenderly brushed against Wang Ming's forehead. "Darling, you've awakened. Are you all right?" Her voice was soft and caring. "Daddy," the girl exclaimed joyfully, leaping into Wang Ming's embrace. Wang Ming was momentarily taken aback. He was bewildered as to how he had ended up here or who this mother-daughter pair was. He attempted to inquire, yet familiar memories clouded his emotions. Balsores, the owner of this body, had the exquisite woman before him as his wife, while the child was undoubtedly their love's fruition. As for other details regarding this body, he retained only fragmented images, hardly substantial. If one were to describe it, it resembled a role-playing game where the system had simply provided him with a brief introduction to his identity, leaving the rest to the player's exploration. What a predicament! A man of extraordinary talent and ambition, who possesses knowledge of both the heavens and the earth, and who has traversed the annals of history with a mastery of Eastern and Western thought, find myself, after 2 lifetimes, still innocent and unblemished. Having practiced martial arts for nearly 50 years without ever drawing my sword, suddenly transformed into a husband and father. How absurd! Wang Ming muttered a curse under his breath. Attempting to rise, but discovering his body felt unusually weak, akin to a man drained from excessive indulgence. He lowered his gaze, disregarding the hopeful expressions of the woman and child. He spread his palm, scrutinizing the delicate, well-groomed hands that starkly contrasted with his former calloused ones. A testament to a life of toil. These hands belonged to one who had evidently never engaged in laborious work or strenuous exercise, exuding an air of privilege and carefree existence. Have I transmigrated once more? Wang Ming pondered, engulfed in a wave of inexplicable contemplation. He distinctly recalled stepping onto O'Hara, this island steeped in enigma and peculiarity. Taking a deep breath, he endeavored to quell the turmoil within. He understood that the world he now occupied was entirely different from his previous reality. Here, he must remain composed and vigilant. Otherwise, he might vanish like those who had disappeared in O'Hara, lost forever in this bizarre and terrifying realm. As he surveyed his surroundings, he realized he was ensconced in a lavish estate. The decor was elegant and opulent, every detail suffused with an aristocratic aura. It was spacious and bright, yet, amidst such splendor, Wang Ming felt an intangible sense of oppression and unease. He knew he needed to swiftly discern the rules and order of this world, lest he become ensnared in an interminable predicament. Catching a glimpse of the woman and child, he managed a gentle smile. "I'm fine, just need a moment to rest. What will you do next?" Wang Ming felt somewhat at a loss as the woman's south hand moved to place his head against her ample bosom. "Would you like to rest a bit more?" Her soothing voice drifted into his ears, stirring something deep within him. He wished to resist, but found himself ensnared, utterly devoid of the strength to object. "It's not that I'm unwilling. I'm just compelled," he sighed inwardly, resigned to the absurdity of his situation. As he succumbed to the soft warmth above him, he felt himself falter, convinced this was some form of curse. What a remarkable peculiarity. While he was lost in thought, his peripheral vision caught the innocent gaze of the girl, which invigorated him like a refreshing drink. The girl's expression shifted, her innocent eyes scrutinizing him as if he were a criminal. "What's wrong, Beef?" he inquired, touching his face curiously. "Daddy is a bad guy, and Beef is very upset." "Mommy, let us eat in together," she declared, her displeasure evident yet coupled with an adorably pure smile. The abrupt shift in tone startled him. "Do you realize I'm still just a young man in my 20s? Have you considered how such terrifying words affect me?" Wang Ming mentally railed, though his face donned a warm smile. "Beef, that is not a good idea." "Why not?" Beef asked, her innocent curiosity akin to that of any typical child questioning their parent. "Because I would very much like to teach you why monkeys have such red bottoms." Wang Ming maintained a facade of a good father, though he wished he could show her the consequences of her words. "You're a big girl now. You must learn to think for yourself." Beef tilted her head, observing him intently, which made Wang Ming feel a little uneasy. Just then, her mother interjected, "All right, Beef, let your father rest." "But I'm hungry," Beef protested, her voice tinged with a sense of grievance. Wang Ming thought to himself, I am but a stone, devoid of voice or emotion. Enough. Haven't you just eaten? The woman seemed exasperated, perhaps frustrated by the child's antics. The weight of her words was significant. Yet Wang Ming had no further thoughts to spare, for as her volume increased, he felt her grip around him tighten, as if his bones might crack. This is it. If this continues, I might very well meet my maker. All right, let us not scold the child for her ignorance. He quickly interjected, drawing the attention of both mother and daughter. Seizing the moment of her distraction, he hastily rose, escaping the embrace of her expansive heart. Wang Ming cast a reproachful glance at the woman, admonishing her, how can you scold a child for their innocence? What if it leaves her with a childhood trauma? Children are the future of our nation. He moved toward the corner. Picking chapter 77. Departure. A crisp sound echoed through the empty room as the baseball bat slipped from the woman's grasp and fell to the floor, sending up a cloud of dust. Her expression was vacant, as if held captive by an invisible force, unable to move. In the living room, a little girl named Beef stared silently at the two. Initially, she appeared dazed, seemingly unprepared for Wang Ming's words. However, as time passed, her gaze transformed, shifting from a blank stare to one filled with ferocity, as if a flame burned within her eyes. He is a villain. Beef silently screamed, her innocent heart feeling wounded. Her gaze towards Wang Ming growing resolute and fierce as she inched closer to the bad guy, much like a young leopard preparing to pounce on its prey. Roaring with rage, she charged forward, but in the next moment, the woman slapped her away, sending Beef crashing to the ground with a cry of pain. She lifted her head, her eyes wide with fear and confusion, questioning her own existence. Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? Wang Ming leisurely emerged from behind the woman, a smile gracing his face. He looked at Beef, then at the woman, before turning back to the bewildered little girl, earnestly advising her, you should be more understanding next time. Although your mother struck you, it was for your own good. Do not be ungrateful. The pain inflicted on you aches in my heart. As he spoke, he placed a hand over his chest, feigning a deep sorrow that was as exaggerated as a novice tea artist's performance. What do you think, madam? He asked, retreating a couple of steps cautiously. The woman remained silent, her profound gaze fixed upon him. The arrogance he had displayed moments ago now turned to embarrassment. What are you staring at, Tita? Wang Ming asked with a forced chuckle. The woman regarded him for a moment before breaking into a radiant smile, illuminating the entire room like the sun. I find my husband suddenly quite amusing. Her voice was seductive and melodious, imbued with the unique allure of maturity that captivated him. Wang Ming dared not entertain any thoughts. Had he not been in this bizarre place, he would have preferred to engage in a pleasant exchange with this enchanting lady. The weather is quite lovely today. Shall we venture outside? He suggested, eager to dissolve the somewhat flirtatious atmosphere. It was not that he felt powerless, but the world was rife with illusions, leaving one to wonder whether beauty concealed a man or an octogenarian. Today is overcast. It had just rained lightly. Wang Ming's expression faltered, yet he persisted. I still feel a bit of a headache. I wish to step outside for some fresh air. The woman's smile gradually faded, her expression once again blank, prompting Wang Ming to reflect on the fickleness of women. She scrutinized him deeply and finally declared, then go, but remember not to stray too far. Nightfall approaches. Nightfall approaches? Wang Ming keenly sensed the underlying implications, questioning whether it was merely a casual remark or if it hinted at some unknown danger. He exhaled, about to inquire further, when the woman turned away, heading towards the kitchen, seemingly preparing dinner. With a sigh, he intended to leave, only to find the little girl standing beside him, gazing at him with eager anticipation. What is it? Wang Ming asked, his expression neutral. He was fond of girls. What man could refuse a charming child? However, he certainly did not want to be consumed by any ulterior motives. Take me with you, Beef insisted. Wang Ming smirked coldly. Take you? Without your mother present? Who knows what you might do? With my current lackluster abilities, I could easily perish at the hands of this little imp, which would be a most undignified demise. Have you finished your homework? Wang Ming posed a seemingly insurmountable question. The light in the girl's eyes dimmed, as if his inquiry had wounded her innocent spirit. Indeed, no matter the world, to a mischievous child, homework remained a devilish torment, the source of their suffering. Fine. If you answer one question correctly, you may forego your homework, and I will take you out, Wang Ming said with a slight smile. Beef, blissfully unaware of adult treachery, looked up excitedly, her eyes sparkling with renewed hope. Wang Ming, grinning, presented his riddle. In a cage, there are several chickens and rabbits. From above, there are 35 heads counted, and from below, 94 legs. How many chickens and rabbits are there? Upon hearing the question, Beef's joyful expression was struck down like lightning, vanishing without a trace. She muttered, "What chickens? Rabbits? Why are they even in the same cage? How many? Who cares? Just eat them all." Her face shifted from confusion to despair as she quietly turned away, leaving the melancholy scene behind. How amusing. Wang Ming stifled a laugh. The question's impact on a child of her age was undeniably delightful. Standing there, he took a deep breath, gripping the doorknob tightly. The knob turned slowly in his hand, emitting a dull yet resonant sound, as if recounting tales of yesteryears. With a creak, the door swung open, and a damp breeze rushed towards him. Wang Ming frowned but did not hesitate, stepping resolutely outside. Crossing the threshold, he emerged into a world that, while somewhat dim, retained its normal hues. The once brutal scenes ravaged by artillery fire had vanished without a trace. He surveyed his surroundings, noting the lush trees and fragrant blossoms, seemingly untouched by the horrors of the past. Yet, Wang Ming understood that this was merely a facade. After all, this island had endured the ravages of a demon-slaying decree and had long since lost its vibrancy. He inhaled deeply, sensing an undercurrent of unrest and danger in the air. He was well aware of the secrets lurking on this island, and he had come precisely to unveil them. Raising his gaze, he beheld a colossal tree resembling a pea, its dense canopy nearly enveloping the entire island, casting the already overcast skies of O'Hara into deeper shadows. Perhaps it was thus. Chapter 78. The reality of illusion. At this moment, Wang Ming finally found time to contemplate his current predicament. He touched his face, noting the smooth, taut skin that was no longer the rough texture born from years of cultivation. Closing his eyes, he attempted to sense the formidable aura he had cultivated over the years, only to discover that the once surging power now resembled a mere trickle, so faint that it was almost imperceptible. Xiaoya, he softly called out Zhao Xiaoya's name, yearning for confirmation of her existence. Yet, no response came. His final trump card had become useless. A heaviness settled in his heart. Had he truly exchanged bodies? He had no doubts. After all, he had a history of such occurrences. Wang Ming endeavored to search for the memories of this new vessel, but it felt like an emotionless machine, still devoid of any useful information. Gazing at the familiar ocean outside, he exhaled deeply, attempting to ease his anxious heart. The sensation of having lost his formidable strength and finding himself in peril was one he had not felt in a long time, igniting an overwhelming sense of frustration within him. It was relentless. He suddenly felt an urgent desire to end it all. Slowly, he closed his eyes, seemingly to calm his mind. When he opened them again, only determination remained in his gaze. Life was akin to if one could not resist, then one must quietly enjoy it. Standing atop a high vantage point, Wang Ming felt the solid ground beneath his feet. Everything before him brought him a sense of tranquility. This was a relatively elevated part of the island, offering an expansive view. The scenery unfolded before him like a magnificent tapestry, the island's edges fading into the horizon, merging with the azure sea, creating a splendid portrait of nature. He surveyed his surroundings, his gaze piercing, searching for any anomalies in this land. The island boasted lush vegetation, vibrant trees, and colorful flowers that formed a rich ecological world. The sea breeze caressed him, bringing with it the salty scent and distant calls of the ocean. Everything felt utterly real. Perhaps this was indeed a genuine world. Nevertheless, he remained steadfast in his belief that this was an illusory realm. Despite the island's modest size of approximately 20 square kilometers, such an expanse could not possibly be without imperfections, even if he was somewhat obstinate. Within this vast land, there must lie hidden secrets unbeknownst to others. For beneath this beautiful facade, Wang Ming sensed a twinge of unease. He vividly recalled the peculiar feeling that had enveloped him upon his arrival on this island. He understood that there were elements here that he had not anticipated. He dared not venture too far, merely meandering nearby, appearing aimless. Once more, he glanced at the swaying tree of wisdom and the rhythmically undulating waves. A mysterious smile gracing his face as he turned to head back home. His abode was a quaint, exquisite villa, surrounded by lush trees and vibrant flowers. Though not expansive, every detail exuded a sense of life. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting a warm and tranquil ambience upon the windowsill. He had a beautiful and gracious wife, a daughter so adorable that she melted hearts, embodying the essence of a life well lived. An overwhelming sense of satisfaction and happiness surged within him. Perhaps living like this wouldn't be so bad. This thought suddenly arose in Wang Ming's mind, but then he abruptly awakened, bewildered. What was this? This strange sense of immersion. It filled him with apprehension, even fear. Truly insidious. This world was becoming increasingly intriguing. He licked his lips, an exaggerated smile beginning to unfurl. Unbeknownst to him, the scene resembled a certain notorious character from a two-dimensional world. He found himself at the southernmost edge of the island, a remote yet picturesque location. His residence was situated at the outermost point, with a few other houses scattered nearby. These structures appeared recently built, yet were well-maintained. Closest to his home was a charming light blue villa, equally exquisite. Surrounding this villa was a ring of fine white sand, adorned with unique red trees and flowers, plants that were quite rare in this region, possessing a distinctive hue. At that moment, an elder, appearing to be in his 60s or 70s, was hunched over, fiddling with something in the sand. Wang Ming's curiosity was piqued, and he stepped closer to observe what the elder was doing. The elder seemed oblivious to Wang Ming's approach, entirely engrossed in excavating something from the sand. Wang Ming noticed that something peculiar lay hidden within, captivating the elder's attention. He couldn't resist moving a few steps closer for a better view. Suddenly, a chill swept over him, as if something was watching him from the shadows. He turned to look, but saw only a dense thicket of red trees, their leaves gently swaying in the wind, as if whispering untold secrets. A wave of unease washed over Wang Ming. He felt as though he were being drawn in by an unknown force. He longed to flee, but his legs felt as though they were anchored to the ground, unable to move. At that moment, the elder raised his head, fixing his gaze intently upon Wang Ming. The elder's eyes sparkled with an unusual light, as if penetrating Wang Ming's very soul. Startled, Wang Ming instinctively wished to escape, but his body remained unresponsive. The elder slowly approached him, each deliberate step exuding an irresistible power. Wang Ming felt his heartbeat quicken. He knew he had to devise a way to escape. "Leda, is there something you need?" The elder inquired softly, exuding the air of a scholar. Yet, Wang Ming sensed a certain emptiness in his gaze, akin to a colorless selfie devoid of any soul. He forced a smile and asked, "Have you eaten?" posing a question utterly devoid of substance. However, it was merely a standard conversational gambit, a tactic that had always worked. Yet, the elder offered no reply, seemingly disinterested in the trivial exchange. Wang Ming felt a peculiar strangeness in the elder's gaze, though he could not quite articulate it, some special emotion that seemed to carry an undercurrent of restraint. "Elder, what were you doing just now? Do you need assistance?" He probed again, entirely unaware of the trouble his words would invite. This question evidently struck a chord, prompting the elder to step aside, allowing Wang Ming to glimpse what lay behind him. The next moment, his face paled, as if drained of color, truly a perverse curiosity. Chapter 79. Do not rush. "I will be wiser next time." The elderly man finally gazed at him with a fixed stare before slowly stepping aside, revealing the scene behind him. Wang Ming's eyes widened in disbelief. Behind the old man stood an ancient mangrove forest, so dense that the branches seemed almost indistinguishable. The intertwining branches of the red trees appeared to possess a life of their own, tightly entwined without a trace of human pruning, revealing only a massive trunk at the center, its dark red hue reminiscent of blood-soaked wood. What captivated Wang Ming so profoundly was the unbelievable sight before him. Embedded within the dark trunk was a pale face that seemed on the verge of decay. Situated precisely at the center, it lent an air of horror to the otherwise chaotic tangle of branches. That face was his own, the visage he had carried from boyhood to adulthood, strikingly handsome to a haunting degree. The unsettling thought could be overlooked. But why was it here? Wang Ming felt as if he was witnessing his own body slowly disintegrating into the nutrients of the mangrove. He was dead, not long ago. A corpse washed ashore, now buried beneath the earth. Perhaps this was his final resting place. The old man's voice echoed once more, seemingly emanating from all directions. Ever since being buried beneath the tree, had the branches grown too swiftly? The old man mumbled to himself, appearing oblivious to the face on the trunk. Or perhaps he simply did not care. Wang Ming's heart raced violently, each beat a reminder that he must flee from an unspeakable terror. Yet his legs felt as though burdened by invisible weights, every step threatening to drain him of his remaining strength. His gaze remained fixed on that familiar face, its vacant eyes and pallid skin suggesting a long-dead existence, staring directly into his own, as if yearning to convey some unspeakable agony, a chilling sight indeed. He was horrified. Had he truly perished? Then what was this body he inhabited? Doubts began to gnaw at his existence, and the reality of this world seemed to waver. He sought something to affirm his being, yet all that surrounded him was an abyss of darkness and fear. He felt his consciousness blurring, as if being consumed by an endless void. He thought he heard a voice, a deep, mysterious tone that seemed to originate from another realm. Wang Ming, you have already departed this world, it proclaimed. A heavy dread enveloped him as he sensed his body becoming lighter, as if fading away. He attempted to struggle, but it was futile. His awareness dimmed gradually, until he was entirely engulfed by darkness. His form began to twist grotesquely, his eyes filled with malice and cruelty. He felt his spirit being devoured by shadows. Pain, helplessness, resentment, an onslaught of negative emotions invaded his mind. He yearned to scream, yet found himself silenced, enduring ceaseless torment in silence. He fought desperately against his restraints, but his efforts were in vain. The air around him felt as solid as steel, rendering him immobile. Wang Ming felt as though the world had cast him aside, leaving him in solitude and despair. He struggled to break free, but the more he resisted, the tighter the binds became. Help! Is anyone there? Please, save me. He wished to cry out with all his might, but it was merely a wishful thought. Only the whisper of the wind and the distant hissing of monstrous creatures responded. Suddenly, Wang Ming awoke with a start, surrounded by impenetrable darkness. He sensed invisible bindings constricting him, rendering him unable to move. The unending void and isolation stirred a profound fear within him, yet he understood he could not surrender. He must fight to escape. Faintly, he perceived a gentle female voice, soft and familiar, like a ray of sunlight piercing the depths of his despair. Wang Ming. Wang Ming, the voice echoed from afar, calling his name repeatedly with concern and warmth. His heart stirred. He focused intently, seeking to discern the source of that voice. Xiaoya, is that you? He inquired, his excitement barely contained. Wang Ming, awaken, the woman replied, her voice like a gentle breeze, alleviating much of his dread. Sometimes, a simple phrase can shatter despair. It marks the dawn of hope. Wang Ming inhaled deeply, feeling his strength gradually returning. He struggled with renewed vigor, and after an indeterminate time, he felt the bonds loosen. Rising to his feet, he found the surroundings still shrouded in darkness, yet fear no longer gripped him. Xiaoya, where are you? He called out, his voice resonating in the dark. I am right beside you, Wang Ming, she tenderly replied, as if whispering in his ear. He reached out, striving to grasp the source of that voice. Suddenly, a flash of light illuminated his surroundings, and he realized he had returned to reality. He understood that it was Xiaoya's voice that saved him, rousing him from the depths of darkness. Taking a deep breath to calm his racing heart, he acknowledged that the ordeal was not yet over. It was premature to rejoice. Wang Ming sighed, reflecting on how easily he had come close to demise. He truly was not the astute protagonist one might expect. This harrowing world was ill-suited for him. Yet, the truth remained. He had no choice. He must refrain from recklessness. He vowed, next time, I shall be wiser. His gaze wandered, searching for the old man's figure, but aside from a simple mound of earth devoid of even a gravestone, he saw no trace of the elder. He couldn't help but suspect that perhaps the burial had been carelessly conducted, leaving a corner of the urn exposed, as if declaring the secrets of this place to the world. Wang Ming's heartbeat quickened, an inexplicable fear creeping into his heart. He surveyed the surroundings. The once familiar villa had vanished without a trace. Only a few pitiful graves remained, silently standing, with remnants of unburied corpses telling a tale of desolation. Cautiously, he approached the nearest mound, sensing a chilling aura emanating from it. A shiver ran down his spine, but he summoned his courage to proceed. As he reached the mound, he was suddenly startled by a low moan. He glanced around in terror, only to find an eerie silence. He attempted to convince himself it was merely an illusion, yet the sound grew clearer, as if it emanated from the depths of the earth, accompanied by a rustling noise. The ground seemed to crack, suggesting something terrifying was about to break free. Wang Ming halted, sensing he was nearing the truth. Yet he believed it prudent not to proceed recklessly, having just endured the torment of death. He glanced up at the sky, during his descent into darkness. The night had quietly fallen. Time to return, he murmured, exhaling softly as he turned toward the only remaining source of dim, warm light, the small house behind him.